The ultimate confrontation between good and evil unfolds on a solitary island, where the quest to dispel the fear of the unknown leads us to seek the truth. Chapter 1. The Ghost of the Medical University. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. These profound lines from the Tao Te Ching, though succinct, encapsulate the essence of the universe's truths. Thoroughly and accurately elucidate these phrases may take a lifetime. Yet a simple interpretation could suggest that what can be articulated is not necessarily the ultimate truth, and that which is named is not immutable. In this vast world, the extraordinary abounds, inexplicable tales, and strange occurrences transpire daily, circulating in the community and becoming fodder for casual conversation. Among the masses, each individual harbors their own experiences and perspectives. When confronted with hearsay, they inevitably infuse it with their subjective interpretations, transforming the narrative into a different version when relayed to others. Almost all rumors morph into distorted facsimiles of their original form through the process of retelling, often diverging sharply from the truth, and may even devolve into ghostly legends crafted by elders to frighten children. Yet, who has considered that the actual truth can often be more absurd than the tales passed down through oral tradition? I am Shun Yu, a humble individual whose childhood was marked by frailty and illness. Fearing I would not survive, my mother entrusted me to another's care. Though it was said I was given away, in reality, it was merely to find a wet nurse, and my mother's family adhered to an unusual custom. They believed that entrusting a sickly child to a shaman as a wet nurse would ensure the child's healthy development. My venerable great aunt, colloquially known as Ghostly Feather, was the most celebrated spiritual medium in her hometown, with no fewer than 100 children seeking her patronage annually. However, the role of such a medium was not undertaken lightly. She would only accept 9 children into her spiritual family each year, purportedly due to concerns about being overwhelmed by too many spiritual wards. I was born during the ghost month, and prematurely at that, rendering me particularly susceptible to illness from birth. My mother recounted that at 18 months old, I suffered from a continuous fever for 3 days, peaking at a perilous 40 degrees Celsius. Despite 2 days of hospitalization, medical interventions proved futile, and my condition appeared dire. Fortunately, my paternal aunt arrived in time, instructing my mother to seek assistance from Ghostly Feather. My paternal aunt, being a fisherwoman, spent more time at sea than ashore. As the year drew to a close, she learned of my critical condition upon her return to land. Without even processing her catch, she hastened to the hospital to escort my mother and me to Ghostly Feather. Ghostly Feather, a distant relative of my paternal aunt, resided on a dilapidated stone vessel. This so-called stone vessel was essentially a boat-shaped dwelling constructed on the shore, fashioned from bricks, stones, wooden planks, and sheet metal. Although resembling a fishing boat from afar, it was stationary and immobile. It was the day before Lunar New Year's Eve when we arrived at Ghostly Feather's abode, and darkness had already fallen. The year was drawing to a close. She had already concluded her rituals and was reluctant to perform an exorcism for me. It was only after my paternal aunt's repeated entreaties that she reluctantly acquiesced. According to my mother, I was still drowsy upon entering the stone vessel. However, after Ghostly Feather performed her ritual and I imbibed the sacred tea she had obtained before the statue of the matron goddess, I immediately perked up, leaving the stone vessel full of vitality. After decocting and ingesting the herbal medicine she provided, my fever subsided. After the new year, my mother implored the spirit medium to establish a bond between me and my spirit guide. Initially, she was adamant in her refusal, but after my great-aunt fervently pleaded, she finally acquiesced. It is said that during that year, she only bound me to this singular spirit. On the day of the binding, the spirit medium presented me with a necklace of black beads crafted from soul-stabilizing iron. She remarked that I was particularly susceptible to losing my spirit, hence I must wear this iron ornament throughout my life to ensure my soul remains anchored. In truth, every child from my mother's family wears a bracelet or pendant made of soul-stabilizing iron. My mother had once sought to procure a string for me, but although these items are not particularly precious, they are not easily found. Thus, I continue to wear the small bead necklace gifted by the spirit medium. I have matured and my wrists have grown thicker. I have added more beads to the necklace, which my great aunt acquired from a distant relative. During each festive season, I make it a point to visit my dear auntie, who resides in a seemingly unremarkable stone house. However, upon entering, one is enveloped in an ambience reminiscent of a miniature temple, with the fragrant waft of sandalwood and the reverberations of Buddhist chants filling the air. The main hall is adorned with numerous banners, gifts from grateful devotees, which seem to multiply with each visit, leaving little space for additional displays in recent years. Behind the main hall lies a small storeroom, brimming with an assortment of peculiar herbs. These herbs are labeled as strange, not due to their rarity indeed. They were once easily foraged along the roadside, but rather because one would find no mention of them within the pages of the Compendium of Materia Medica. Nonetheless, in my childhood, these very herbs were my remedies for the minor ailments that beset me. Curiously, my mother remarked that since my birth during the ghost month, I had been seldom ill, with only the occasional cold or runny nose, easily remedied by a potion brewed from Auntie's herbs. Prior to this, however, my time spent in hospitals was not markedly less than that at home. When I was around 11 or 12 years old, I visited Auntie before the new year. She regarded me in silence for an extended moment, then sighed deeply and earnestly advised me, "My dear, I possess no great powers. I fear I may only protect you until you reach adulthood. When you grow up, you must become a police officer." Auntie claimed that I was born during the ghost month, marking me as a child of the spirits, imbued with a particularly strong energy that could easily attract mischievous entities. She suggested that my frequent illnesses in infancy were due to my inadvertent provocation of a fox spirit during my time in the hospital. Though she could not elucidate how such a spirit came to dwell there, the deity revered by Yipo, known as Poji, is a divine figure who specifically blesses innocent youths, or flower boys and girls. Once one has undergone the rites of passage into adulthood, Poji relinquishes her guardianship. Although the soul-settling iron possesses the ability to ward off malevolent spirits, its efficacy is limited to common apparitions, proving to be rather ineffective against more formidable entities. That I have always struggled to ascertain the true nature of Poji, as Yipo has never clarified this for me, within the confines of my knowledge. The only deity that closely aligns with Poji is Jun Tu Popa, who is famously known as the mother of Neza, Lady Yin. Yipo once imparted that as I matured, I must rely on the imperial aura to repel malevolent beings, rendering them less likely to cause me harm. Though I did not fully grasp that her reference to growing up pertained to the experiences of intimacy between men and women, it was from that moment onward that I resolved to become a vigilant guardian of the peace. She also cautioned that even with the protection of the imperial aura, I must exercise utmost caution, for my fate is intertwined with these entities, and a life of tumult is undoubtedly in store for me. A single misstep could prove fatal. Time has flown by, and now approaching my 30s, I have been a member of the police force for several years. I have encountered my fair share of storms and tribulations, yet I remain an uncelebrated figure. Although fortune has not favored me of late, I once basked in moments of glory. Alas, it's best not to dwell on past triumphs. Let us confront the present with resolve. Stop right there. In the past 2 years, I have uttered this phrase almost daily, as I am a policeman, a rather unfortunate one tasked with apprehending pickpockets. Today, I encountered a new face. Yet his nimble agility rivaled that of a marathon runner, indicating he was certainly no novice, likely having migrated from another community. Pickpockets are known for their transient nature. They seldom linger in one location for extended periods, engaging instead in their nefarious activities. After all, they thrive on the fringes of society, and remaining in one place too long inevitably invites misfortune. On the bustling streets, countless onlookers cast indifferent gazes upon the chase between myself and the thief. If only one among them had the courage to intervene, I would not be gasping for breath in my pursuit. Regrettably, during my 2 years with the anti-theft team, I have yet to encounter such commendable citizens. Just moments ago, I was less than 10 meters away from the thief had I been able to run a tad faster. I could have apprehended him. Alas, my cursed right leg seized up at the most inopportune moment, forcing me to pursue him with a painful limp. And the distance between us swiftly widened, that he glanced back at me, extracting a wad of 100 yuan bills from the stolen wallet, which he promptly discarded on the ground before preparing to dart into a shadowy alley. In the blink of an eye, a pale arm seized the back of his collar, lifting him off the ground entirely. I rushed in front of the pickpocket, panting heavily, and it took a while for me to regain my composure. Only then did I realize that the individual gripping him was a tall young woman. She possessed a delicate beauty, with slender brows and almond-shaped eyes. Her long hair flowing gracefully, and her limbs were lithe and elegant. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed she could lift an adult man with a single hand. Although the pickpocket was somewhat diminutive, he must have weighed at least 50 kilograms, a feat I would never be able to accomplish. "Did he steal your wallet?" the young woman queried, her tone imbued with authority, reminiscent of a righteous hero from folklore. That moment, a young man rushed from behind, retrieving the wallet from the ground, and exclaimed, "He stole my wallet. He was the rightful owner." I presented my police badge to the young woman, who glanced at it dismissively and remarked, "So your name is Moosh and you've got a cripple can be a police officer? No wonder the public safety is so poor these days." Feigning a cough to mask my embarrassment, I replied, "Ahem. Thank you for your enthusiastic assistance. I can handle it from here." The young woman also produced her badge, revealing her name to be Li Jingjung. "I fear you may cramp up again and allow him to escape. It would be better if I apprehended him for you. Senior brother." The term senior brother from her lips sounded particularly grating, clearly intended as a jibe at my expense. How I wish to hide away in a trash can. Cursed leg cramps. Should you too wish to indulge in your antics, kindly do so at home and refrain from wasting my time. The pickpocket clearly despised being manhandled, especially by a girl. His embarrassment was far greater than mine, instantly bringing me a sense of balance. Jinjin released him but maintained a firm grip on the back of his collar. Unexpectedly, she delivered a sharp punch to his waist, causing him to nearly shed tears, shouting for the police to intervene, which promptly attracted a crowd of onlookers. "Do you think you're so impressive just because you act like law enforcement? I neither stole nor robbed. You cannot coerce me into confession." It appeared he was resorting to trickery. Performing was not merely an actor's skill, but also a requisite for pickpockets. I extracted a wad of bills from his pocket, all 100 yuan notes, roughly 10 in number. I waved the cash before him. "Isn't this what you pilfered?" "What do you mean stole? The money is in my pocket, so naturally it belongs to me. Let the crowd be the judge." This fellow was a loss to the entertainment industry. His incessant shouting only drew more spectators. "Sigh, where was this enthusiasm when I was chasing him moments ago?" "Say that again." I raised my fist, ready to strike his repugnant face. Of course, he was not foolish enough to allow me to hit him and instinctively shielded his head with both hands. The crowd began to murmur, most suspecting I was abusing my power. I lowered my fist and extended the money towards him. "I shall ask you once more, are you certain this money is yours?" "Certainly." His response was quite assertive, as if he genuinely believed it was his. "Then I must arrest you for possessing a substantial amount of counterfeit currency." I chuckled while displaying the bundle of bills to the onlookers. "What?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the notes in my hand. They were indeed a stack of counterfeit bills, glaringly obvious, and the surrounding crowd quickly recognized it as well. "This money isn't mine. It's his." In a panic, he pointed at the rightful owner, exclaiming, "It's his! It's his!" The owner hastily shook his head, insisting, "This money isn't mine. It's not mine. I don't have any counterfeit bills." Ignoring the owner, who appeared foolish, I addressed the pickpocket sternly. "So you admit to having stolen his wallet?" He reluctantly nodded. Raising my fist once more, he quickly shielded his head with both hands, exclaiming, "Am I to be beaten even after admitting it? Who said I was going to hit you? Take another look at this money." I showcased the bills again to the crowd. Is it real? What's going on?" He was utterly bewildered. Jinjin, who had regarded me as a mere jester moments ago, cast a puzzled glance in my direction. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a little girl suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Uncle Policeman is actually a magician." I beamed with pride, approached the little girl, crouched down, and gently stroked her hair, retrieving a piece of candy from within. "You guessed correctly. Hey race, a treat for you." An hour later, I found myself seated in the office, helplessly massaging my right leg while indulging in a cigarette. The pickpocket had been apprehended, yet the owner of the stolen item had mysteriously vanished. Such occurrences transpire daily, inevitably allowing the thief to stroll away unscathed. This may well be one of the principal reasons why public security remains a challenge to ameliorate. What's the matter? Is your old ailment flaring up again? My colleague Zhu Yong approached to offer his sympathy. Although his concern could not alleviate my physical discomfort, it provided a modicum of solace. I tossed him a cigarette, striving to muster a somewhat natural smile. It's nothing, a little rest will suffice. That he settled beside me, lighting his own cigarette, and lamented, "The higher-ups seem to be out of touch. You've solved so many significant cases in the Criminal Investigation Bureau, and yet here you are, reduced to chasing pickpockets. What a fall from grace." Sighing, I reflected on his words, which stirred a sense of nostalgia within me. Just 2 years ago, I was celebrated as a rising star alongside my partner, Xiao, in the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Had it not been for my relentless pursuit of the enigmatic case involving the ancient sword serial murders, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Not only did I nearly lose my right leg, but my superior was also reassigned to the anti-vice unit, and my old partner Xiao remains missing to this day. Nevertheless, were I granted another opportunity, I would resolutely continue my investigation until the truth was unearthed. This is my unwavering principle. After engaging in casual conversation with Zhu Yong for a while, our captain, Wang Bin, approached with a notice in hand. "Amu, it seems you have finally weathered the storm and glimpsed the light of day. Should you ascend the ranks, do not forget about us. Your brothers, I am still alive. Why would I need a coffin?" I seized the notification and, after perusing its contents, found myself perplexed. It was a transfer notice, instructing me to report immediately to the Strange Cases Unit. Yet, despite my years of service, I had never heard of such a department, prompting me to inquire if anyone else had. Who cares about the department? Anywhere is better than being here chasing petty thieves. Zhu Yong encouraged, patting me on the shoulder, that he was not wrong within the police force. Few divisions were as disheartening as the anti-pickpocket squad. Though I felt a sense of bewilderment, I resolved to comply with the transfer. Of course, Wang Bin would not let me off, so easily I was destined to endure this transfer meal. The notice indicated that the Strange Cases Unit was located within the Public Security Bureau. However, having been here for 4 or 5 years, I had never encountered such a unit. It must be newly established. I queried several senior colleagues, yet none had any knowledge of it. After traversing the entire building, I finally stumbled upon a nondescript door beside the restroom on the 3rd floor, marked with a small sign reading Bizarre Cases Handling Group. Upon entering, I discovered that the interior was not as shabby as I had anticipated. The space was quite spacious, illuminated by ample light. 5 desks and a large filing cabinet were neatly arranged on either side, with a supervisor's office at the far end. Inside, there was 1 man and 3 women. 2 of the women, one tall and one short, were engaged in conversation with their backs to the entrance, while another stood awkwardly in a shadowy corner devoid of light. The lone male figure was seated at a computer, incessantly tapping away at the keyboard. He was of modest stature, his frame gaunt, resembling a monkey one that had not bathed in quite some time. Suddenly, he struck me as somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a suspect I had previously apprehended. "Weberluen, what brings you here?" After a moment of contemplation, I recalled this monkey-like individual had once been detained for infiltrating government computer systems. Unfortunately, there was insufficient evidence to press charges at that time, but he looked up at me, a look of resignation etched on his face. "I have been recruited." "Oh, you know each other?" The 2 women who had been chatting with their backs to the door approached, one of whom was Junjun, who had recently assisted me in apprehending a pickpocket. Once the girl who had been standing in the corner joined us, we proceeded with our introductions. I was the first to speak. "I am Mu Ming Xinyu. Having served in the police force for over 6 years, previously engaged in physical duties within the anti-theft team. You may call me Amu. I am Li Jinjin, a graduate of the Armed Police Academy, having spent 2 years in the Armed Police Force." Jinjin cast a glance my way, seemingly attempting to assert her superiority. Truth be told, I did not hold the armed police in high regard. They seemed to me merely a group of brawny laborers lacking in intellectual prowess. My true name is Weibelin, but online, I am affectionately referred to as Wega. That if it does not trouble you, please call me Wega, for I am slightly older than you all. I was once a formidable hacker, having accomplished numerous significant feats, and the police have never been able to apprehend me. However, this morning, a few officers unjustly raided my home and brought me in, claiming they were offering me a deal. They threatened that if I refused, I would be incarcerated for 3 to 5 years. What a world we live in, Sai. Wega lamented, shaking his head in apparent distress. I am Lu Xiaomiao, but my friends affectionately call me Miao Miao. I have just joined the police force and am quite inexperienced, so I hope for your guidance. The speaker was a petite girl, approximately 156 centimeters tall, with shoulder-length hair and large, bright eyes, possessing a doll-like visage. I couldn't help but wonder if she had mistakenly wandered in here, as she seemed more like a student, perhaps even a high schooler. Given her stature, it would be nearly impossible for her to gain entry into the police force without some connections. The remaining individual was a slender, sophisticated woman. In my eyes, her maturity was evident in her curves. With years of experience in handling cases, I could confidently assert that she possessed at least a C cup, if not a D. As I admired her figure from the side, I noticed something concealed behind her slim waist, cleverly obscured by her coat, making it difficult for anyone to detect. Her demeanor was icy, and when she spoke, her voice was as frigid as falling snow. I am Yuan Xueqing, transferred from the Firearms Identification Unit. As Xueqing began to speak, the door swung open, revealing a portly middle-aged man who approached us holding a file folder. Everyone is here. I am Liang Zheng, and from this moment forth, I shall be your leader. Liang Zheng, a name that echoed in my memory, was indeed the one responsible for my transfer. Boss, weren't you enjoying a rather comfortable position in the Vice Squad? What on earth is this bizarre case group all about? The bizarre case group has been established by the director's decree to specifically address all supernatural events across the province, Liang Zheng stated, handing the file folder to me. Recently, a mishap occurred at the medical university, resulting in 2 fatalities and 1 injury. The director has stipulated that if we do not solve this case within a week, the bizarre case group will be disbanded, and all of you will be dismissed. Wei Gu timidly raised his hand. Am not part of your team. The boss' previously relaxed demeanor suddenly tightened, his expression morphing into that of an enraged tiger as he bellowed at Wei Gu. If you utter another word, I shall have you executed for espionage. How dare you infiltrate the Hong Kong Police Department's computer system and leave behind a Trojan? I merely wish to view a few artistic photographs of the human form. Wei Gu replied sheepishly. However, the boss was unyielding, pointing at him and shouting, Xueqing, I command you to execute this lecherous wolf immediately. Yes, Commander. Xueqing swiftly drew a 54-style pistol from her coat, aiming it at Wei Gu's forehead. In an instant, Wei Gu raised his right hand. 3 fingers held aloft. I swear by the name of a hacker that from this day forth, I shall do my utmost to assist you all in solving this case. Should I speak falsely, may I meet a dire fate. Though it was but a fleeting moment, beads of sweat glistened on his brow. Commander, are we certain about shooting the suspect? Zweiking's eyes were fixed intently on Wei Gu, her finger unhesitatingly chambering around, her tone devoid of any emotion, as if the figure before her was merely a target for honing her marksmanship. Let him live a few more days. If he dares to make any moves, you know what to do. The boss shot a fierce glare at Wei Gu, who involuntarily trembled at the reprimand. Understood, Commander. Xueqing glanced at Wei Gu's lower region, then deftly ejected the bullet, stowing the handgun within her coat, her expression remaining impassive as if nothing had transpired. Wei Gu, cradling himself with both hands and tightly crossing his legs, feared that she might unexpectedly fire at him. What is your opinion on this case? The boss inquired calmly after dealing with Wei Gu. I had skimmed through the contents of the file. It involved a murder case entwined with a ghostly legend. However, based on the surface evidence, it seemed unlikely to be the work of a specter. I doubt it's truly haunted. Typically, those purportedly harmed by ghosts succumb to cardiac arrest, essentially being scared to death. Yet the report indicates that the deceased bore distinct injuries. Indeed, your analysis holds merit. Regardless of whether the perpetrator is human or supernatural, we must resolve this case within a week. You and Jinjin should head to the hospital to gather details from the injured party about the circumstances. Report any findings to me immediately. The boss concluded before retreating to his office. Jinjin regarded me with a skeptical gaze, and I shrugged in resignation. Let's go, there will be plenty of time to admire handsome men later. Junjin cast a glance at me and remarked, "Humph, you consider yourself handsome? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect in a mirror." Chapter 2. In the sterile confines of a hospital room, permeated by the sharp scent of disinfectant, lay a patient whose arm was entirely swathed in bandages. His name was Yu Zhan, a second-year medical student and the sole survivor of the recent medical university ghost incident. He recounted to me and Jinjin the harrowing ordeal he had endured. At certain junctures in his narrative, his body trembled uncontrollably, as if haunted by the most terrifying experience of his life. On that fateful day, I had received a money transfer from home, prompting me to invite my friends, Fatty and Four Eyes, to indulge in some drinks at a bar called Bat outside the campus. There, we encountered two rather attractive girls. Our initial intention was to intoxicate them. To our surprise, they proved to be quite resilient drinkers. Ultimately, not only did we fail in our endeavor to get them drunk, but we also lost track of time, delaying our return to the university. The gatekeeper, Uncle Liu, had a rather nefarious reputation. If we were to ask him to let us in, he would likely remain silent at that moment. But the following day, he would surely report us to our homeroom teacher. We had fallen victim to such schemes several times during our freshman year, which led us to decide to scale the wall behind the school for our return. Retracing our steps through the rear of the campus required us to traverse a grove of camphor trees, an area known for its eerie atmosphere and rumored sightings of female spirits. However, we dismissed these tales as mere folklore, paying them little heed. Little did we know that night would bring us face to face with something extraordinary. As we ventured into the woods, an unsettling feeling enveloped me. The air felt significantly chillier than usual. I attributed this to the effects of alcohol, and thus I paid it no mind, eager only to return to my dormitory for a restful sleep. Yet, it was not long after entering the grove that I faintly discerned a woman's voice singing, likely a lullaby. The sound sent chills down my spine, instilling a profound sense of dread within me. Were I alone, I would undoubtedly flee in terror. Though it was my first encounter with that nursery rhyme, its verses linger vividly in my memory. Hiss, 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 the white serpent fairy, alive for a millennium. Boundless is her magic. Whoosh, 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 the northern winds blow. With a full belly, the heart savors freshness. Rumble, rumble, unheeded by the heavens. In the realm of immortals, she slumbers for a century. Boom, 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 guests arrive uninvited. Without gifts, the host is fried. The echoes of the rhyme fluctuated, ethereal and mysterious, rendering it impossible to discern the source, instilling an escalating sense of dread within me. The stout fellow, possessing both courage and robust stature, offered me and the bespectacled one a modicum of reassurance as we hastened toward our dormitory. Yet, it was not long before we encountered the apparition. Initially, we presumed someone had hung a white garment upon a tree to frighten passers-by, for the camphor trees in the grove loomed dense, shrouding most of the moonlight and impairing our visibility. We merely caught sight of a striking white silhouette ahead. Just as we discerned that this spectral figure was a white-clad ghost cradling an infant, she charged towards us. We screamed in terror and turned to flee. The stout fellow, though heavy-set and the slowest among us, was the first to be seized by the specter. I heard his anguished cries, his desperate pleas for mercy, and I could vividly imagine him being pinned to the ground, having his heart torn from his chest by the ghostly figure. Yet paralyzed by fear, I dared not look back, compelled only to run with all my might towards the forest's edge. The bespectacled one, who had been ahead of me, perhaps due to his poor eyesight, stumbled and fell. Had I been able to extend a hand to him at that moment, perhaps he would not have met his demise. As this thought crossed his mind, Yu Zhan suddenly ceased his trembling, yet tears cascaded from his eyes like a torrential flood. The profound guilt stemming from his perceived cowardice in failing to save his dear friend would likely haunt him for a lifetime. As I rushed out of the woods, a chilling scream pierced the air behind me, and suddenly a bloodied specter's claw seized my arm. Though the fingers of the female ghost were elongated, they gripped my arm with a vice-like tenacity, her razor-sharp nails sinking deeply into my flesh, causing blood to seep forth and stain my sleeve crimson. I was nearly paralyzed by terror. The The mere proximity to such a wraith was utterly horrifying. Even a fleeting glance at her visage remains etched in my memory. Disheveled hair obscured much of her face, with a left eye, as red as blood, glimmering ominously. One corner of her mouth curled into a sinister smile, revealing an enigmatic expression. Her pristine white garment was marred by a vivid patch of blood, reminiscent of a rose blooming in the snow, exuding a suffocatingly seductive aura. Inexplicably bold, I kicked at her with all my might, yet my aim faltered, and instead of striking her, I sent the infant she cradled flying. The child, scarcely 3 months old and devoid of clothing, had skin as pale as snow. It did not cry upon being sent airborne, suggesting it was lifeless. The ghost appeared to be utterly alarmed for the infant, shrieking as she lunged towards it. Believing she would release her grip, I dashed desperately out of the woods, continuing my flight until I tumbled onto the school grounds, where I finally came to a halt. At this moment, I noticed that the sleeve of my garment had been torn and my entire arm was stained with blood. Initially, I believed it was merely a scratch inflicted by the ghostly woman's fingernails. However, upon closer inspection, I realized that the skin on my arm had been entirely stripped away. After listening to Yuzhen's account, I took a moment to mentally organize the key points. Firstly, the fact that the ghostly woman could peel the skin from his entire arm not only demonstrated her extraordinary strength, but also confirmed my prior suspicion that she possessed a corporeal form, rather than being an ethereal apparition. This implies that she is likely a living person. Even if she is not, she is at least akin to a zombie. Secondly, the dead infant that Yuzhen had kicked away may very well be pivotal to this case. If we assume that the so-called ghostly woman is indeed a living person, then she must either be suffering from severe mental illness or be possessed by the spirit of the deceased infant. I lean towards the former, as the notion of ghosts is not one to be taken at face value. Furthermore, the eerie nursery rhyme chanted by the ghostly woman is peculiar, and its true meaning is elusive. Perhaps this rhyme holds no particular significance, yet my intuition suggests it is somehow connected to the case. After leaving the hospital room with Zhenzhen, we sought out Yuzhen's attending physician to inquire about his condition. His attending physician, the deputy director of the hospital, seemed to regard his situation with considerable seriousness. The deputy director opened the medical records and, after a brief examination, stated, his current condition is relatively stable, and there are no signs of poisoning at this time. Poisoning? Why would there be poisoning? Zhenzhen asked in confusion. The vice dean hesitated, perhaps suggesting that you should pay a visit to the forensic department. The forensic department of the Public Security Bureau, a place I had not set foot in for 2 years, though I was a frequent visitor there 2 years prior. After exchanging greetings with a few old friends in the corridor, I led Zhenzhen directly into the office. A rather unsavory man in a white lab coat was seated at the computer, organizing documents. Upon seeing me, he immediately set aside his work, opened his arms, and approached with the intent of offering an enthusiastic embrace. Hey, Brother Mu, what brings you here? Have you been reassigned to the Criminal Investigation Bureau? Shouldn't we celebrate with a couple of drinks? I swiftly leapt back. Brother Yi, you must always remember that you work in a rather distasteful profession. Don't make me smell like the corpses you deal with. He disregarded my sarcasm, his gaze shifting to Zhenzhen as he extended his hands for a handshake. I am forensic expert Yi Liunyuan. You must be Mu's partner. Zhenzhen, not lacking in wit, quickly concealed her hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward with a nod. Hello, Dr. Yi. I am Li Zhenzhen. I look forward to your guidance. Liunyuan offered a resigned smile, reproachfully addressing me. What do you need from me? Pinching my nose, I replied, what do you think? What else could I possibly want from you besides examining corpses? Move quickly. I can hardly endure your stench of death. You foul scoundrel. Cursing my demise upon our first encounter. Do you not see that I shall have my revenge? Although the loquacious Lun Yin may be verbose, his intellect is not to be underestimated. He swiftly grasped my implication of him as a cadaver, and with an abrupt motion, he lunged to embrace me, pouting his lips as if to bestow a kiss. Oh, the heavens! It seems I shall require a bath in rice water this evening, for the stench of decay upon my person is insufferable. Zhenzhen regarded us with a look of disdain, perhaps suspecting an inappropriate intimacy between us. After our playful tussle, Lun Yin led us into the dissection room, suffused with the pungent aroma of formaldehyde. He then unveiled 2 corpses draped in white cloth. Addressing Jinjin with an air of feigned courtesy. "Is this your first visit? Prepare yourself mentally." With that, he pulled back the covering from one of the bodies. Beneath the cloth lay a gaunt figure, presumably the 4-eyed individual mentioned by Yuzhan. The corpse's fists were clenched tightly, and the right arm bore several elongated lacerations, oozing a small amount of blackened blood, yet no discernible livor mortis was present. The facial muscles were grotesquely contorted, the complexion a ghastly dark hue, with lips as black as ink, and the eyes bulging in a ghastly manner, forever frozen in a state of terror. Encountering such a sight in the dead of night could very well induce a fatal fright. Jinjin frowned after a brief glance, while Lu Nian, holding a report, spoke with gravity. The deceased, Luo Weiguang, aged 20, bears 4 claw marks on the right arm and bite marks on the right side of the neck. Apart from these, there are no other significant external injuries. Preliminary investigations suggest the cause of death to be poisoning. Do we know the nature of the toxin? I inquired. Lu Nian scratched his head thoughtfully. Tests have revealed it to be an unidentified alkaloid with a potency unimaginable, several times more lethal than that of the poison dart frog. As far as I know, the poison of the poison dart frog is exceedingly potent. It is widely acknowledged in the biological realm as the most toxic species. A single poison dart frog, measuring less than 5 centimeters in length, possesses enough venom to lethally incapacitate 20,000 mice, nearly ensuring instant death upon contact. If there exists a toxin more formidable than that of the poison dart frog, it might only be a possibility. Could it be the venom of a curse? This I cannot answer, nor can my report be articulated in such a manner. What I can convey is that the venom enters the veins through a wound on the victim's neck, with a conservative estimate suggesting death ensues within a minute. However, the entire process may indeed transpire within mere seconds, and the brain may very well cease to function the moment the bite occurs. The seasoned coroner, Lu Nian, couldn't help but shudder at this notion. His elucidation led me to ponder the greater likelihood of curse-related venom. While I find the possibility of the perpetrator being a spectral entity rather improbable, if her teeth or saliva were to harbor such a virulent toxin, could she still be considered human? Perhaps I should entertain the notion that the assailant is a reanimated corpse. Observe the victim's arm, Lu Nian pointed out, indicating the scratches upon it. The markings are peculiar, comprising only 4 distinct lines, with a conspicuous gap between the second and third. A similar pattern is evident on another victim. It appears that the assailant's right hand lacks a middle finger, thus accounting for such scratches. Is this also a result of poisoning? I inquired, gesturing towards the body still shrouded in white fabric. No, but the manner of death is even more horrifying. After covering the 4-eyed corpse with a white sheet, Lu Nian unveiled another body beneath a similar covering. This is the corpse of a corpulent individual. The coloration of the body appears normal, and judging by the livor mortis observed on the chest and abdomen, it seems the individual died while lying face down. The lips are pallid, the eyes are closed, and there are numerous scratch marks on the arms, shoulders, and neck. No signs of bites are visible, and upon superficial inspection, no fatal wounds are apparent. It remains unclear what the more terrifying aspect that Lu Nian referred to might be. There are no indications of poisoning, nor any obvious lethal injuries. What could have caused the death? Upon examining the back, the answer became evident. I requested assistance in turning the body, as it was too heavy for me to manage alone. Lu Nian gestured for me to wear gloves. Though reluctant, I complied, and we began to turn the corpse. This hefty individual was no light weight, certainly exceeding 80 kilograms, and it took considerable effort from both of us. As we were about to flip the body, Lu Nian specifically warned Jinjin, "Prepare yourself, beauty." "Okay," she replied casually, not paying much heed to his caution. However, once the body was turned, she cast a fleeting glance and immediately clutched a nearby trash bin, retching violently. The corpulent back of the corpse bore a gaping hole the size of a palm, an abyssal void that evoked an inexplicable dread, as if it were a bottomless chasm. "Where's the heart?" I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Lu Nian picked up another report and read aloud. The deceased, Lu Dahai, had a total of 36 scratch marks on his body, and the fatal injury was the removal of the heart. The wound on the back is relatively smooth. Although it is astonishing, it is almost certain that it was excavated by the murderer with bare hands. However, no trace of his cardiac tissue was found at the crime scene. Could have been consumed? My jest only exacerbated Jinjin's nausea. After bidding farewell to the fleeting year, I playfully inquired of Jinjin, "Have you expelled everything from your stomach? Should we perhaps seek some nourishment? There's a nearby restaurant renowned for its spicy duck hearts." Jinjin, her face contorted in disgust, delivered a sharp kick to my rear. "If you dare utter another word, I shall demonstrate the prowess of a Sonda champion." I brushed off the imprint of her shoe from my backside and shrugged. "Then let us proceed to the medical university for some inquiries." Our leader shares a slight acquaintance with Principal Liu of the medical university. Thus we made our way there, first to pay a visit to his office. Yet by chance, he was away, perhaps preoccupied with the troubles surrounding the case of the infant ghost. Unable to locate our superior, we resorted to wandering about the crime scene instead. The crime scene was an eerie grove of camphor trees, already attended to by the Criminal Investigation Bureau. All transportable evidence had been taken by the forensic team, with the non-removable items duly recorded. After circling the area several times, we found no new revelations aside from the lush growth of the camphor trees, their dense foliage casting a pall over the sunlight even in broad daylight. Thus, we decided to head towards the dormitory area to inquire further. The grove lay behind the female dormitories, a considerable distance from the male accommodations. Upon exiting the grove, I casually intercepted a passing female student. "Excuse me, may I have a word?" Just then, Jinjin from behind delivered a swift kick that sent me stumbling aside, while she brusquely seized the student by the shoulders. Displaying her credentials, "Police. What is your name?" The student, visibly alarmed, stammered, I am Yaxian, Zhao Yaxian. "I have committed no wrongdoing. Why must I be apprehended? Whether or not a crime has been committed is not for you to decide. Allow me to inquire. What do you know about the recent murder case? Speak freely." Jinjin's demeanor was rather arrogant, perhaps a remnant of her time as a paramilitary officer, as they typically deal with individuals of less than virtuous character. "I know nothing," Yaxian exclaimed, her anxiety nearly bringing her to tears. "Look at how frightened you have made the young lady. Let me handle this." I could not abide Jinjin's brusque methods and gently pushed her hand away from Yaxian. Of course, I did so delicately, for I wished to avoid any repercussions. One must be more formidable than a fierce bandit, yet treat civilians with courtesy and be especially gentle with delicate, charming young women. Do not be afraid, little sister. The police officer is not here to apprehend you, merely to inquire. "Ah, you have something on your head." I playfully extracted a piece of chocolate from her hair and placed it in her hand. "So you possess magical talents, do you?" Yaxian's spirits lifted swiftly, and I regaled her with a few jokes, eliciting hearty laughter from her. Jinjin huffed dismissively, retreating to mutter to herself, believing I could not hear her. However, my ears were attentive, catching her words, "Humph, just a trickster with young girls." After a brief exchange, I shifted to the crux of the matter. "Yaxian, could you share with me if anything unusual transpired on the night of the murder?" I wondered if this inquiry would yield any insights. After a moment of hesitation, Yaxian recounted a peculiar incident that transpired in the girls' dormitory. Room 106 on the first floor had long remained unoccupied, as it was rumored that a girl had died there many years ago, leading to frequent hauntings that deterred anyone from residing there. When I first arrived at the school, I heard this tale from a senior, but remained skeptical due to my lack of first-hand experience. However, after moving into room 105, directly across the hall, I often heard footsteps echoing in the corridor around 2 or 3 in the morning. Initially, I assumed someone was heading to the restroom, but as I continued to hear the sounds, I began to sense something was amiss. The restroom was located at the end of the corridor, yet the footsteps always originated from the entrance, only to vanish before room 106, then re-emerge from their back to the entrance. While conversing with a senior, I mentioned this occurrence, and she recounted a story of a girl who once lived in room 108. One night, she ventured out to use the restroom, only to hear footsteps outside her door. Curiosity compelled her to peek out, and to her horror, she beheld a ghostly figure clad in white, with disheveled hair, carrying a bag as it approached from the entrance. Terrified, she swiftly closed the door and burrowed into her blankets, ultimately choosing to move off campus the following day. Did you hear anything on the night of the incident? I inquired after listening to Yashin's narrative. She nodded gravely. Indeed, I hear it nearly every night. My bed is positioned near the door, so I can hear it quite clearly, though I lack the courage to open the door and investigate. In truth, everyone in the dorm knows that those of us on the first floor dare not venture to the restroom at night. Could you introduce me to your dorm supervisor? I can take you there without any issue, but do be cautious, as the dormitory supervisor is rather strict. Yashin warmly linked her arm with mine as we made our way to the girls' dormitory, informing me that the supervisor's surname was Yu, and recounting how she often dealt harshly with the female students. Jinjin followed us, visibly displeased. Yashin, wary of provoking Supervisor Yu, discreetly led us to the entrance before slipping away. Inside, a middle-aged woman, likely in her 50s, sat dozing off. After rousing her, I explained our purpose and requested access to room 16. It turned out to be merely a storage room, perpetually locked, with no one entering or exiting. What was there to investigate? If you wish to enter, follow me, she replied. Supervisor Yu, clearly displeased at being disturbed, wore a scowl as she unlocked the door. Although she claimed room 16 had been locked for an extended period, opening it required little effort. The lock yielded effortlessly. Inside, as she had stated, it was simply a storage area, filled with an assortment of items, devoid of anything particularly noteworthy. The most striking observation was that while the floor was somewhat dirty, it was not excessively dusty, and yet a distinct layer of dust coated the various items. Jinjin opened a few boxes, discovering them filled with old sports equipment, and inquired, "Why aren't these items stored in the gym?" The gym had no space, so they were placed here. Besides, no one dares to stay in this room anyway. Perhaps accustomed to being stern with students, Supervisor Yu did not respond kindly to Jinjin's inquiry. "Why?" Jinjin retorted, her own demeanor quite confrontational. "Why? Someone died here." The dormitory supervisor, Yu, replied with a hint of sarcasm. "A girl died here 10 years ago, and ever since, people have claimed it is haunted. No one dares to stay, so it has merely been used for storage." Jinjin shivered slightly and glanced around. Is it truly haunted? After all, where in this world are there ghosts? Yet, there are certainly many timid souls. Having served as a supervisor for over a decade, I have never once encountered a ghostly apparition. You seemed intentionally mocking, causing Jinjin to flush with embarrassment. A student mentioned hearing strange sounds emanating from here at midnight. Is there any truth to that? I interjected. Do not believe their ghost tales. Each night, after turning off the lights, I conduct several rounds of inspections before resting, and I have never heard anything unusual. Yu's tone was resolute. She appeared to be an avowed atheist. The room contained nothing particularly noteworthy, yet my attention was drawn to the window. I approached it, attempting to open it, but despite my efforts, it remained stubbornly shut. This window seemed to have been damaged violently at some point. Could a woman possess such strength? You cast a sidelong glance in my direction, saying, "The window has been broken for a long time. I can't recall how many years it has been since it was last opened." This was a sliding aluminum window. Through the dusty, discolored glass, I could just make out the woods where the incident had occurred, although the window's alignment with the woods does not prove anything. If it were to open, it would certainly cast a shadow of suspicion over this room. I lingered by the window for a while, lit a cigarette, but hardly took a few puffs before the supervisor, Yushi, expressed his displeasure. "Officer, please refrain from smoking here. After all, this is a warehouse. If a fire were to break out, who would be responsible?" I shrugged and exchanged a greeting with Jinjin, saying I will smoke outside. As I stepped into the corridor, I spotted Yashin waving to me from behind the door of room 15. Once I entered, I found myself surrounded by her and her roommates. It seems I am somewhat popular. After chatting with Yashin and the others for a while, we spontaneously decided to play cards, and of course, I took the opportunity to inquire about some news. One of the girls mentioned that the security guard, Uncle Liu, knows the happenings at the medical university best and suggested I might want to have a chat with him. "You're slacking off, go to hell." Just as I was enjoying the game, Jinjin unexpectedly burst in from outside and kicked me over, startling several girls into retreating to the side. "Who has slacking? I'm working here," I exclaimed, getting up and brushing off the dust. "Playing cards is considered work now?" Jinjin glared at me with her wide eyes. as if I had committed a grave crime. If you're not playing cards, have you found any clues? If not, step aside and don't disturb my work. Go on. Go to ensure my personal safety. I promptly ushered Jinjin out the door and continued with the game. While Jinjin may have a strong punch, her verbal skills pale in comparison to mine. After about an hour of playing cards, Yaxin and her friend announced they had to attend class, and I bid them a reluctant farewell. Upon stepping out of the dormitory, I was unexpectedly accosted by Zhun, who grasped my collar with a sardonic tone, inquiring, "After playing cards for so long, have you found any leads? If not, I want to hold back." I gently pushed her hand away, replying, "Do you understand the concept of haste making waste? If you see clues, follow me." I was intrigued to see what trick she would employ. Sulking, she trailed closely behind me. I led Jinjun to the guardhouse at the school entrance, where an elderly gentleman was engrossed in a solitary game of chess. He was known as Uncle Lu. After quickly assessing his board, I said, "Cannon moves from the 2nd to the 6th. Uncle Lu glanced at me, then moved his piece accordingly, pausing in contemplation before responding. Rook advances to the 3rd. I took a seat on the vacant stool opposite him and joined the game. Knight moves from the 8th to the 7th. Cannon retreats to the 1st, I declared. After exchanging moves for nearly an hour, our match concluded in a draw. I chuckled. "Uncle Lu, you are truly formidable. It has been quite some time since I encountered a master like you." Uncle Lu, evidently still eager for more, replied, "Young man, you are quite skilled yourself. Shall we play another round?" I glanced at my watch, then at Zhun, who was growing increasingly impatient. With a resigned shrug, I said, "I would love to play again, but I have matters to attend to." I then revealed my identity, candidly explaining that I was investigating the case of a ghostly murder and had yet to find any leads. Instead of wandering aimlessly outside, it would be more prudent to consult me. I have served as a guard here for over 30 years. There is little that eludes my knowledge. Come. Let us engage in another game. I shall slowly divulge the tale of the female specter. Uncle Lu, seemingly apprehensive that I might decline, hastily arranged the chess pieces, narrating the events surrounding the ghostly woman as we played. This story dates back a decade, to a time when a girl residing in room 16 of the female dormitory suddenly descended into madness on the eve of her graduation, brutally murdering her roommate and consuming her heart. The following day, I ventured into that very room, where the floor was stained with blood, a horrifying sight that nearly turned the wooden planks crimson. Curiously, despite the gruesome nature of the murder, one would expect her cries to echo louder than a pig's slaughter. Yet none of the girls in the adjacent rooms heard any screams for help. Not even the sounds of struggle disrupted the night. There were 2 other girls in the room at the time, both claiming to have fallen asleep early, oblivious to the tragedy that unfolded, as if the deceased girl had willingly surrendered to her fate. In an effort to preserve the institution's reputation, the administration suppressed the incident, reportedly compensating the parents of the deceased girl handsomely. The girl who had succumbed to madness was said to have been confined to a psychiatric facility. From that point onward, no one dared to inhabit room 16. A couple of months later, shortly after the new semester commenced, a pair of lovebirds clandestinely ventured into the camphor grove behind the dormitory under the cover of night, never to be seen again. Initially, their absence was met with jest, as peers speculated about their elopement. However, days later, a foul odor wafted through the dormitory, leading the girls to discover the gruesome remains of the couple. Their demise was horrific. The young man's face had turned an ominous black, while the girl suffered a more tragic fate, her heart excised. At that time, the incident stirred a wave of anxiety among the populace, for the perpetrator remained elusive. The young girl, like the one who had perished in room 16 before her, had her heart excised, leading to whispers of the deceased girl's restless spirit returning to wreak havoc. Subsequently, several more lives were claimed in the camphor grove, each demise bearing a resemblance to the last. If there was only one victim, their heart would be removed. However, the others were found with their faces shrouded in darkness. It was said that 2 or 3 individuals managed to escape, all claiming that the assailant was a female ghost cradling a baby. Whether it was mere coincidence or something more sinister, each incident seemed to occur on nights of the full moon, and as tales were embellished, the rumors grew increasingly ominous. Eventually, the school, facing insurmountable concern, instituted a regulation forbidding students from venturing into the camphor grove behind the dormitories after dark. It has been 5 or 6 years since the last incident, and most of the new students are unaware of these occurrences, dismissing them as mere legends, only to find themselves confronted by reality once more. The 2-hour game concluded in a stalemate. "Do you know the names of those girls from room 16? I asked as I offered a cigarette to Uncle Lou and lit it for him. With over 10,000 students in the school, how could one possibly remember? Moreover, it was an event from a decade past. Uncle Lou exhaled a plume of smoke. A visit to the library might yield some discoveries. The archive should house a student's records, though searching through them may prove to be a cumbersome task. Then I shall head to the library first, and perhaps we can play chess again when I have the time." I bid him farewell, signaling for Jinjin, who had been waiting so long that moss seemed poised to grow upon her, to accompany me as we departed. Uncle Lou stood at the doorway, reluctantly waving farewell. "Do remember to visit me whenever you can. I am here every day." The sun was nearing the end of its daily journey, yet we could not afford to conclude our tasks punctually. In our quest to solve the case within the stipulated time frame, we dared not squander a single moment and promptly hastened to the library. Chapter 3. A disturbing echo from the intelligence gathered thus far. It appears that the case of the ghostly apparition at the medical university is likely linked to the heinous crime that transpired a decade ago in room 16. Consequently, we resolved to visit the library to investigate the records of the female students involved, in hopes of advancing our inquiry. Most academic institutions possess libraries, yet nearly every one conceals, to some degree, certain obscure secrets. Uncovering these secrets is no simple endeavor. Otherwise, they would cease to be secrets. Upon our arrival at the library, we found it sparsely populated, with merely 3 or 4 students scattered across the vast space, rendering the atmosphere more desolate than tranquil. The librarian seemed to be absent, and upon inquiring with the few students engrossed in their studies, we learned that the librarian had likely stepped out for a meal. The students' records should be securely stored in the archives, but with the librarian away, remaining here felt like a futile endeavor. Surely, we could not resort to the drastic measure of breaking down the door, as Jinjin had suggested. In our eagerness to unearth the identity of the perpetrator, we had neglected to eat lunch, and now hunger gnawed at us. Rather than squander time here, we decided that a hearty meal would be more beneficial. Thus I proposed, "Shall we first indulge in a meal?" At the mention of food, Jinjin's thoughts drifted back to the grotesque corpses in the dissection room, extinguishing any flicker of appetite within her. "You go ahead, just bring me back some steamed buns," she replied. "How could we settle for mere buns?" A brilliant idea struck me. I recalled Yashian mentioning that the restaurant at the school entrance served delightful dishes, particularly their pig heart soup, which was said to be utterly addictive after just one taste. "Would you care to give a try?" "Go to hell," Jinjin retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent me sprawling. Upon arriving at the restaurant mentioned by Yashian, I found myself amidst a sea of students, a vibrant mix of both young men and women, congregating in clusters of 3 to 5. After much effort, I finally secured a seat and ordered a couple of small dishes along with the pig's heart soup. I then settled in to listen intently to the lively discussions surrounding me. The students were engrossed in conversations predominantly centered around video games, anecdotes, and amusing tales of their professors. Naturally, matters of romance occupied a significant portion of their discourse, while some upperclassmen delved into topics regarding job interviews and internships. Although most of the chatter was of little consequence, occasionally, fragments of potentially useful information surfaced. "Xiao Ma, do you think Professor Xiao has actually sold the hearts of the corpses?" inquired a bespectacled young man from the adjacent table. The dissection room is filled with all sorts of specimens, yet there are no heart specimens to be found. Xiao Ma scoffed. "Seriously? You're just now catching on?" I heard from an upperclassman that someone actually witnessed him sneak a heart out after class. A student with slightly longer hair interjected, "No way. Who told you that? What would he even do with a heart? The corpses have been in cold storage for quite some time. They can't be used for transplants. Who would buy them?" The bespectacled lad jested. "How should I know? Maybe he sells them to those eccentric collectors." Xiao Ma chimed in humorously. "I think he probably takes them home to make soup. Haha." Suddenly, a girl from another table interjected. Could you please refrain from being so disgusting? We're trying to eat here. As I sipped my pig's heart soup, I pondered the students' dialogue, questioning the rationale behind Professor Xiao's alleged removal of the hearts from the corpses. In theory, cadavers used for anatomy classes should be preserved poorly, rendering them unsuitable for illegal organ trafficking. If the intention were to sell specimens to collectors of human remains, surely the market for eyeballs would be more lucrative. Why then is the heart chosen? Perhaps an investigation into Professor Xiao is warranted, as the ghost of the infant girl has a peculiar pattern of extracting the heart from one of her victims. There may be a connection between the two. Just as I intended to engage in conversation with a student named Xiaoma, a sudden cry pierced the air. The library was ablaze. Jinjin was still inside. I needed to ascertain whether she had been harmed. I shouted for the bill, tossed money onto the table, and rushed outside. As I reached the doorway, I thought I heard a girl calling out, "Dorm supervisor, the bill." The fire in the library raged fiercely. By the time I arrived, flames illuminated half the sky. Amidst the chaos, I managed to locate Jinjin, her hair singed. I inquired about what had transpired. "I'm not entirely sure what happened," she replied, still shaken. "You had only just left when that administrator, Pan Xiuxia, returned." I asked her for information on the girls who lived in the dormitory 10 years ago. She informed me that all records were kept in the archives, but she only knew their graduation year, not their names, and finding them would likely take considerable time. Subsequently, she took me to the archives and even assisted in the search. The archive room is replete with an astounding volume of materials. Within the confines of 100 square meters, there are 20 shelves, each boasting 3 tiers, which left me feeling quite dazed. Fortunately, the administrator was on hand to offer assistance. Otherwise, I would have been at a complete loss as to where to begin my search. She mentioned that it would be challenging to locate the student records without knowing specific names, and suggested that we first look for the records of dormitory occupancy. Since room 16 has remained unoccupied since the incident, obtaining the last occupancy list would suffice. The pertinent records were housed on the last shelf, and after a brief search, we uncovered the occupancy records from a decade ago. However, as I perused the logbook, it inexplicably caught fire. Initially, we attempted to extinguish the flames, but somehow, the entire archive room was soon engulfed in flames. Sigh. I exhaled heavily, remarking on the abundance of foolishness I had encountered, and noted how rare it was to meet someone as clumsy as yourself. This cannot be entirely blamed on me. Who would foresee that the logbook would ignite spontaneously, emitting such a thick cloud of smoke that my eyes barely remained open? Otherwise, we would not have found ourselves in this predicament. Jinjin trembled slightly as she spoke, nervously inquiring whether it could possibly be the vengeful spirit of the infant ghost preventing our investigation. From her words, a question arose. "Are you certain that the logbook emitted a significant amount of smoke at that time?" She nodded vigorously, asserting that it was so thick I could hardly keep my eyes open. "Could you elaborate on how the logbook ignited?" As I was perusing the record book, my fingers suddenly felt a peculiar heat when I turned to the page detailing the occupancy of room 16. To my astonishment, I perceived a flicker of light, followed by a surge of white smoke that startled me, prompting me to drop the record book onto the floor. To my dismay, the book ignited, setting ablaze the surrounding items. The ground was cluttered with various objects, causing the fire to spread uncontrollably. I attempted to extinguish the flames with my foot, but when I sought the fire extinguisher with the administrator, we discovered that all of them were inoperative, rendering them useless. Jinjin, revealing her burned fingers, remarked, "Certainly, this is not the work of a female ghost. Perhaps there are deeper, undisclosed secrets entwined within this case." The following morning, upon entering the office of the detective team, I spotted Jinjin, now sporting a fresh short haircut, engaged in conversation with Meow Meow. "Why did you cut your hair? Did you experience a heartbreak?" Meow Meow inquired, circling around Jinjin with curiosity. At that moment, Wega, who had been typing furiously, abruptly paused, craning his neck to eavesdrop. "No one is pursuing me, so how could there be a heartbreak?" Jinjin explained the incident of the library fire, noting that her haircut was a matter of necessity. The two continued to exchange trivial banter while Wega stifled a yawn and resumed typing. "Good morning, everyone." I greeted them, then feigned surprise as I remarked to Jinjin, "Wow, your new hairstyle is quite splendid. Even now, you still say good morning? Have you even glanced at the time?" She retorted with a glare. I glanced at my watch. It was merely 20 minutes late, which could be considered early, at least earlier than Xueqing. "Are you calling me?" Xueqing materialized behind me like a ghost, nearly giving me a fright. She had arrived early in the morning, even before us. Wei Ge yawned as he spoke. "Comrades, you have worked hard." I saluted everyone and swiftly changed the subject, asking Miao Miao if she had found the records for that case from 10 years ago. Miao Miao chuckled sheepishly. With so many files, how could I possibly go through them alone? Besides, it was rather dull. I grew sleepy after flipping through just a small portion. Fortunately, Xueqing Jia was there to assist me. Wow, it turns out that Xueqing is a cold-faced yet warm-hearted do-gooder. Let's give her a round of applause. I clapped lightly with a playful grin. Xueqing gazed at me calmly, her eyes as tranquil as still water, devoid of emotion. As she coldly remarked, "There are no records of that case. It should not have been officially filed." She then added, "I am 1 year younger than you, so you can simply call me by my name. There is no need to add Jia." Regardless of whether one is a young beauty in her 20s or an elderly woman with gray hair, age remains a significant number. To underestimate it may be harmless, but to overestimate it could invite trouble. Even a frosty beauty like Xueqing is no exception. It is wiser to tread carefully when conversing in her presence, lest I suffer an unjust fate akin to that of Dou. Surely not. This is utterly incomprehensible. How could there be a loss of life without a case being filed? Jinjin exclaimed in astonishment. Jinjin has never worked in the Criminal Investigation Bureau, so it is quite natural for her to be unaware of these matters. It is time for me to impart a lesson. To do less is to err less. To do nothing is the motto of many. In cases like this, if the victim's family requests a private settlement, it is not unusual for a case not to be filed. After all, the perpetrator suffers from a severe mental illness, and judges typically exercise discretion, resulting in a relatively lenient sentence. I then turned to Wei Ge and said, "You haven't come up empty-handed, have you? Give me another 15 minutes. Wei Ge yawned and replied, "Doing this kind of labor-intensive work, devoid of any technical skill, is truly tedious. I'll report to the boss first, and we'll find you later." With that, I accompanied Jinjin into the team leader's office. Inside, the boss was intently focused on the glow of his computer screen, not even lifting his gaze as we entered. I casually took a seat and lit a cigarette, only to have Jinjin extinguish it immediately. I found myself reminiscing about the days spent with my old partner, Xiaoxiang. At least he wouldn't have snuffed out my cigarette, and when I ran out, I could still borrow from him. I wonder how he is faring now. Perhaps he has left this world. I hope he is still alive, for it has been 2 years since I last heard from him. After indulging in nostalgia for my former partner, it was time to attend to business. After briefly reporting yesterday's investigation to the boss, I began to share my thoughts. This case is far more intricate than it appears. It is now almost certain that the so-called ghost of the baby-carrying woman is merely a facade. Perhaps someone seeks to exploit a decade-old murder to conceal some unspeakable secret. What leads me to this conclusion? The leader's gaze remained fixated on the glowing screen, his expression serene, seemingly indifferent to the content of my words. I gently lifted Jinjin's burned fingers, elucidating. The inferno that consumed the record book was not the work of specters, but rather a result of deliberate application of white phosphorus. Under normal circumstances, the record book posed no anomaly, yet upon turning to the page treated with white phosphorus, human body heat, combined with the friction generated during the act of flipping, is sufficient to ignite the substance. Jinjin examined her fingers, a dawning realization illuminating her features. "Are you suggesting that someone masqueraded as a ghost to commit murder, while tampering with the record book?" However, she pondered, what could their motive be? I reclined lazily in my chair, stretching. That remains uncertain. If the sole intention was to deter students from trespassing into the camphor grove, there would be no need for murder, as a fatality would undoubtedly attract police attention, and our search in the grove yielded little. The leader continued to scrutinize the glowing screen, his silence palpable, while Jinjin hastily inquired, "So how shall we proceed with the investigation?" This question was straightforward, prompting my response, Since the perpetrator sought to obliterate the residency records of Room 16, it is certain that clues can be gleaned from the 4 young women residing there. She appeared to be distressed, furrowing her brow. But the entire archive room has been incinerated. How can we possibly locate those 4 girls? That, I replied, would depend on Wei Ge's capabilities. I lit another cigarette, this time unimpeded by her attempts to extinguish it. Well, you all continue your investigation along this trajectory. Let Xueqing and Xiaomiao question Professor Xiao. Report back to me with any new findings. The tone of the superior seemed to suggest that Zhenzhen felt he was somewhat distracted. As she was leaving, she deliberately cast a glance at the glowing screen. How could the team leader be trading stocks so early in the office? Once she stepped out of his office, she inquired. Trading stocks is the leader's forte. If he has some spare change, he might as well indulge in it. I jested. With a look of disdain, she retorted, I have no interest in stock trading. It's akin to gambling. Of course, it is not the same. Gambling is illegal, while stock trading is lawful and subject to taxation. After my jest, I approached Wei and asked, have you found the information on those 4 girls? To merely provide the graduation year and expect to directly locate them is rather optimistic of you. Weiga's sour expression reminded me of a rather unflattering descriptor. So, what have you uncovered? The greatest hacker of this century. I offered him a cigarette. Well, here you go. Weiga handed me 2 sheets of A4 paper, which contained a graduation photo and a list of names. I scoured every public platform available to ordinary internet users, including alumni networks, and one of the creators of an alumni record mentioned a homicide that occurred prior to graduation, which bore a striking resemblance to the incident in Room 16. The individual you seek should belong to this class. The graduation photo and the list of names were directly copied from the alumni record, which had a pitifully low level of activity. Since its inception, there had been only 1 IP comment, and it had not been updated in quite some time. Although the graduation photograph has been enlarged, the original image lacks sufficient pixels and clarity. Only 31 students can be discerned, and while it is possible to tenuously identify their genders, utilizing this image to locate individuals is utterly impractical. The accompanying list contains merely 33 names, devoid of contact information, and even the genders remain unnoted, rendering it no more valuable than the photograph itself. Notably, the list indicates 2 more individuals than the photograph, leading to the inference that the missing persons are likely the perpetrator and victim of the Room 16 homicide, thus further diminishing the relevance of the graduation photo. I scratched my head and inquired, is there anything else? The average person could only provide such information, but I am a hacker, and I refuse to be so inept. Weiga lounged in his chair, taking a deep drag from a cigarette, and smugly declared, I have pinpointed the IP addresses of both the yearbook creator and the commenters. The creator's IP traces back to overseas, and while I cannot ascertain her precise location at this moment, I have sent her an email. As for when or if she will respond, that remains uncertain. The other IP originates from the Provincial People's Hospital. I infiltrated their computer system and discovered that the IP is located in a room on the 7th floor. A visit there might yield some results. Thank you. I expressed my gratitude to Wei Ge before preparing to investigate with Xinjin. However, he called me back, saying, hold on. I have one more intriguing piece of information that may relate to this case. I paused, attentive and eager to listen. While infiltrating the hospital's computer system, I stumbled upon a collection of encrypted internal documents, primarily detailing instances of negligence and malpractice by medical personnel, including the grievous error of administering the wrong medication, resulting in fatalities. Additionally, it was noted that, in recent years, numerous hearts have been illicitly extracted from corpses stored in the morgue, with the number of stolen hearts amounting to no less than 30 or 40, occurring almost every month or 2. A sense of dread permeates. Whispers of lost hearts abound. Could it be that the Provincial People's Hospital shares some clandestine connection with the legend of the ghostly infant? An intricate web of thoughts emerges, and this case is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 4. The Provincial People's Hospital was established in the early years following the founding of the People's Republic of China. In recent years, it has experienced rapid development, now standing as a tertiary first-class hospital, with a construction area exceeding 200,000 square meters and possessing the highest level of equipment and resources within the province. Numerous renowned experts and professors offer consultations, resulting in a continuous influx of patients seeking treatment daily. Most of these patients hail from various regions across the province, yet a considerable number come from outside the province, drawn by the hospital's reputation. Though it may outwardly appear to be thriving, underlying issues, particularly concerning management, are significantly pronounced. Upon reviewing civil disputes related to the Provincial People's Hospital, I discovered at least 3 recorded cases of missing hearts from deceased patients. As the hospital has managed to reach settlements with the families of the deceased, and the police have not formally intervened, there are no detailed records of the incidents. Upon arriving at the 7th floor of the Provincial People's Hospital, I finally grasped the profound challenges stemming from the government's earlier implementation of family planning policies. The waiting hall was filled to the brim with countless patients, rendering the nearly 300 square meter space exceedingly cramped. Due to the limited number of chairs, many patients resorted to standing outside the consultation rooms, while a few rooms remained eerily vacant. After circling between several deserted consultation rooms, I paused before one and said to Jinjin, "The person we seek is within this room." "Why? With so many rooms on the 7th floor? What makes you so certain it is this one?" Jinjin's eyes were filled with skepticism. I explained, "If you were a doctor and patients were queuing outside in droves, would you dare to indulge in idleness by browsing social media? While you are correct in your assertion, it is worth noting that there are indeed more examination rooms unoccupied by patients. Her inquiries are rather numerous. Let's take a look at the list provided by Weigu. I am rather disinclined to elaborate further." Jinjin, in a somewhat naive manner, retrieved the list and murmured to herself while comparing it with the Dr. S profile card beside the door, "Xiao Xuan. This name truly appears on the list." "Ah, it seems you have only glanced at this list once." I chuckled, pointing to my head. "The names on the list are all present here." With that, I knocked on the door and entered. Inside the consultation room sat a dashing young man, likely in his 30s, idly engaged with his computer. Upon noticing our entrance, he immediately donned a warm smile, stood up courteously, and inquired, "Please take a seat. Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" "Hello, Dr. Xiao. My surname is Mu, and I am an investigator from the Criminal Investigation Bureau." After settling into my seat, I stated my purpose. "To my knowledge, you graduated from the medical university, and you should have some recollection of the tragic incident in room 16 of the female dormitory a decade ago. Could you share what you know with us? It is a harrowing memory that could easily induce nightmares, and although so much time has elapsed, it still sends chills down my spine when recalled. Frankly, I still find it hard to believe that someone as gentle as Xiao Lu could resort to such heinous means to take a fellow student's life." Xiao Yishuan's expression darkened, and he involuntarily trembled as he began to recount this dreadful memory that had been buried for 10 long years. Perhaps due to lingering fear, his narration was somewhat disjointed. The 4 young women who resided in room 16 at the time of the incident were Yi Xiaolu, Xia Yulan, Yu Yingqing, and Qin Xiongji. They're all from my class. Xiaolu and Xiongji are my classmates. Their bond was remarkably strong, at least until the unfortunate incident occurred. Xiaolu, the belle of the school, was undoubtedly the most beautiful among the 4 girls and possessed a gentle temperament, which attracted many suitors. However, it seemed no one had ever succeeded in winning her heart. She often preferred the solace of a library, immersing herself in books, and consistently declined invitations from admirers with polite refusals. Her friendship with Xiongji was particularly close. In fact, the camaraderie among the 4 girls was quite harmonious. Yet, since Xiaolu and Xiongji shared the same class, they often appeared together as a pair. The absence of boyfriends in their lives led to whispers among the male students, speculating whether they were involved in a same-sex relationship. Xiaolu's striking beauty rendered her every move captivating and drew attention. Perhaps it was a year before graduation when she suddenly began to gain weight. Some jokingly asked if she was pregnant. Her response was peculiar. "I'm about to become Mary. You should be happy for me." During the spring festival that year, none of the girls returned home to celebrate. When the new semester commenced, Xiaolu appeared noticeably thinner, and her complexion was rather pallid. This sparked suspicions among her peers that she might have terminated a pregnancy. Yet, the absence of a boyfriend added to the enigma, leading some to wonder if her earlier comment hinted at a miraculous conception akin to that of the Virgin Mary. Strangely, in the subsequent semester, the complexions of the 4 girls in their dormitory grew increasingly pale, as if afflicted by anemia, with only Yingqing showing a slightly better condition. However, apart from that, there were no peculiarities about them. Until the incident occurred, everything seemed normal, and there were no reports of any discord between Xiaolu and Xiongji. They remained inseparable, spending every day together. On the night before graduation, my friends and I carried 2 cases of beer to the rooftop of the boys' dormitory. The moon that night was exceptionally full, and under its luminous glow, we indulged in our revelry, feeling no sense of foreboding apart from the bittersweet pang of parting. None could have anticipated the horrifying events that transpired in the girls' dormitory across the way. That night, no sounds of struggle or quarrel reached our ears from the girls' residence. In fact, no one detected anything amiss. Everything unfolded as usual, the only distinction perhaps being the intricate emotions swirling within the hearts of the graduates. The following morning, chaos erupted at the girls' dormitory. School officials arrived, and numerous teachers stood at the entrance, preventing students from entering. It was only later, through inquiries, that we learned of the tragic incident. It was said that on that morning, room 16 remained eerily silent, prompting a girl to venture inside to check if they were still asleep. However, upon opening the door, she was met with a scene so shocking it left her stunned for an extended period before she could call for help. Almost every girl who witnessed the aftermath screamed in terror, some even fainting from fright. According to the first girl who entered, the scene in room 16 was one of overwhelming horror. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a sight drenched in vivid crimson, blood cascading like a torrential flood, obliterating everything in its path. In the dimly lit dormitory, a figure named Xiaolu knelt amidst a pool of crimson, her disheveled hair partially obscuring a face adorned with a haunting, vacant smile. She silently gazed at the cold corpse before her. After Xiao Yishuan spoke, his body trembled slightly, and it took a considerable time for him to regain his composure. "Do you know what became of Xiaolu afterward?" I inquired. "Based on available information, it is highly probable that she is transformed into the legendary infant-carrying ghost," he replied, forcefully wiping his face to invigorate himself before continuing. "I have heard she was sent to a psychiatric facility on the outskirts of the city, but whether she still resides there remains uncertain. Do you possess the addresses or phone numbers of the other 2 girls?" I asked. "We are in different classes, and I am not particularly familiar with them." "We lost contact after graduation," he responded. "This complicates matters." Jinjin interjected with a furrowed brow. "I have heard that your hospital frequently misplaces the hearts of deceased individuals. Is there any truth to that?" I fixed my gaze upon him, and he instinctively averted his eyes. "I have heard of such occurrences, but I am not well informed. You know how these matters can tarnish the hospital's reputation. The administration prefers to handle them discreetly and suppress information, so my knowledge is limited." "Ah, I see. My apologies for the intrusion." I bid him farewell and departed the examination room alongside Jinjin. "It seems that the one surnamed Xiao knows more than he lets on," Jinjin remarked as soon as we stepped out. "He is not a suspect. We cannot compel him to divulge information he is reluctant to share." I replied with a resigned gesture. "How shall we investigate the matter of the missing hearts? Let us put that aside for now. This pertains to the hospital's reputation, and the administration may be unwilling to cooperate. Moreover, had the institution been aware of the circumstances, they would not have lost so many hearts." I retrieved a cigarette and placed it between my lips without igniting it, then remarked that this matter necessitated the intervention of our superior to facilitate a thorough investigation. "For the moment, let's take a stroll on the outskirts of the city." We drove to a psychiatric sanatorium located on the city's periphery, resembling a white prison. Each door was crafted from robust stainless steel, with benevolent nurses assuming the roles of wardens, overseeing the inmates clad in hospital attire. Visiting a patient here felt akin to a prison visit, with perhaps the only distinction being that visitors were obliged to cover the treatment expenses for their confined relatives. I inquired at the reception about information concerning Yi Xiaolu. After consulting her computer, the nurse delivered a response that left me astounded. She had died. Died? How did she pass? When did it occur? I harbored doubts that the deranged Xiaolu was the infant spirit haunting us. If she had simply been discharged or gone missing, it would be one thing, but if she was indeed deceased, then who continued the killings? Could it be that malevolent spirits were at play? She had been dead for 8 or 9 years. Having taken her own life, the nurse replied indifferently, as though the deceased were merely a stray cat. Are you certain she is truly dead? I pressed on, unwilling to accept the answer. Dead is dead. How else can one ascertain that? The nurse, evidently growing impatient, raised her voice, drawing the attention of those around us. Is her attending physician still practicing here? I sought to inquire about Yi Xiaolu's life prior to her demise. One must see the living and the dead. If the clues were to be severed here, it would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens to uncover the true culprit within the remaining days. This incident occurred a decade or 8 years ago, and many doctors have since transferred to other hospitals. Where could I possibly seek assistance? After the nurse finished speaking, she busied herself with other matters, disregarding my presence. I felt a momentary dip in my spirits, but fortunately my mental fortitude and thicker skin than most allowed me to quickly regain my composure. I persistently requested the dossier on Yi Xiaolu from the nurse, who, albeit reluctantly, printed a copy for me. Within the documents was a large photograph, despite her vacant gaze. The woman exuded a poignant beauty that evoked sympathy, just as Xiao Yishuan had described. She truly was stunning. As I examined the contents of the dossier, hoping to extract useful information, I suddenly noticed a head peering over, a cleaning lady of about 50. Seeing her gaze fixed on the photograph, I felt a glimmer of fortune and promptly inquired, "Do you recognize her?" The lady nodded. "She used to stay here. I have some recollections." She then began to recount the details of Yi Xiaolu's hospitalization. She was notably one of the quieter patients, often retreating to a corner with a book in hand. For us, such patients were the most manageable. They required little attention beyond being fed and cleaned, unlike those who frequently caused disturbances and had to be restrained with cloth ties. Generally, patients like her would not leave a profound impression, given the sheer number of individuals we attended to here. The reason I still remember her after all this time, aside from her extraordinary beauty, is primarily due to the chaos she subsequently caused. Her attending physician was a young man with the surname O, who had just arrived and was unmarried, reportedly without a girlfriend. Perhaps her beauty was so striking that it led to her downfall. As he spent more time with her, a tender affection blossomed within him. Or perhaps it was a more sinister intent. He brazenly assaulted his own patient. Despite her mental struggles, she resisted his aggression, inflicting wounds upon him with her bites. In the aftermath, she curled up in a corner, weeping inconsolably. Frankly, at that time, she was no different from any ordinary girl, evoking deep sympathy in those who beheld her. The director of the facility was exceedingly anxious about the situation. After all, such a scandal could spell disaster for the sanatorium. Just as he was grappling with the gravity of the situation, she tragically took her own life, administering an overdose of medication. Seizing a syringe when the nurse was momentarily distracted, she locked herself in the bathroom. By the time the nurse discovered her, it was too late. The syringe she had stolen contained 5 milliliters, and the nurse mentioned that it would require at least 20 injections to prove fatal, all needing to be delivered directly into a vein. Moreover, she noted that such a method of suicide would entail considerable suffering prior to death. After her demise, young O faced dire consequences. The areas where she had bitten him turned necrotic, and he was plagued by an unrelenting fever that would not subside. He succumbed the very next day. Before her demise, she incessantly cried out for vengeance against me, expressing her desire to kill me. Upon hearing the aunt's narrative, I immediately inquired about my foremost concern. How was her body handled after her death? I harbored suspicions that Xiaolu was indeed the spirit of an infant girl. Perhaps a transformation had occurred post-mortem, leading her to return to the medical university to commit murder. Naturally, the body was cremated. The director, fearing prolonged complications, cremated the remains without the family's consent. Moreover, given that Xiao had died under mysterious circumstances, who would not be apprehensive? Thus, they hastily incinerated both of their corpses. The aunt's response dismantled my conjectures. Was there any sign of blood during her violation? Although this inquiry was rather uncomfortable, it was imperative to ask, as it pertained to whether Xiao Lu had ever been with child. After a moment of contemplation, the aunt assuredly stated, "No." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely not. I was the one who tidied the room that day, and there were no bloodstains on her trousers, nor on the sheets or the floor, just a slight trace on her blouse, which was merely from Xiao's wound. The blood from a lost pregnancy would not present in such a manner. Considering the aunt's age, she could not possibly have been an untouched maiden. Thus her judgment should be sound. Just as I was about to express my gratitude and take my leave, she suddenly called out to us, "Wait, let me share one more thing with you. I am uncertain of its significance." When she first arrived, as I assisted her in cleansing her body, I noticed numerous wounds adorning her chest, reminiscent of those inflicted by a vampire's bite. However, the wounds were relatively small, perhaps inflicted by a bat. On the journey away from the sanatorium, I took a moment to organize the information I had gathered today. Yixian mentioned that the 4 girls in room 16 inexplicably became pallid in their final semester, while the matron claimed that Xiao Lu bore bite marks on her breasts. From this, one might infer that the other 3 girls likely share similar scars. But what could have caused these marks? Could it be that room 16 harbors blood-sucking bats, or vampires? Moreover, Xiao Lu did not experience any bleeding following her assault. Aside from the strong presumption that she is no longer a virgin, it also suggests that she may have had experiences of childbirth or abortion. If she had indeed been pregnant, who could that man be? Yixian asserted that she had no boyfriend. Could it be that she secretly did, unbeknownst to him? Or is he merely deceiving us? Could it truly be that a virgin found herself with child? Furthermore, Xiao Lu's method of suicide is perplexing. Given her circumstances, injecting air as a means of ending her life is undoubtedly one of the most effective methods of suicide. It is less likely to be discovered than hanging and avoids the prolonged rescue attempts associated with slashing one's wrists. Yet for someone suffering from mental illness, maintaining the composure to utilize previously acquired knowledge is no small feat. Moreover, she did not simply haphazardly inject herself. Rather, she meticulously targeted her veins, administering over 20 injections in succession. This raises the question of whether she was genuinely unhinged or merely feigning insanity to evade responsibility. Regardless of whether she is truly mad or merely feigning madness, the fact remains that the individual has already departed from this world, significantly diminishing the likelihood of her being the ghost of an infant. While I still harbor suspicions that this ghostly infant could be a living person or some form of undead entity, reality compels me to entertain more ethereal notions of the supernatural. Where are we headed now? Jinjin interrupted my train of thought. To the old district to seek out someone. I replied nonchalantly. Who are we looking for? Mei Xiaoying. And who is she? I cannot say for certain. I handed Jinjin the dossier concerning Xiao Lu, which bore the name and address of Mei Xiaoying in the family section. Every bustling metropolis possesses its share of dilapidated corners, and it is often the inhabitants of these neglected spaces who contribute the most to the city's essence. By the time we arrived in the old district, night had descended. Following the address from the documents, we found ourselves before a run-down house, lights streaming through the windows, suggesting the presence of someone within. After knocking for a while, a rusted iron door creaked open slightly, revealing a haggard, elderly woman who eyed us with suspicion. What brings you here? She inquired warily. I presented my identification and explained our purpose, which seemed to ease her tension, prompting her to invite us inside. Forgive me, but the neighborhood has its dangers. One must remain vigilant after dark. I hope you do not take offense. Mei Xiaoying brought forth 2 cups of boiling water. I took a moment to observe my surroundings. The house was quite small and undeniably antiquated, with an age surpassing 3 decades. The furniture appeared no newer than myself, and even the 2 cups before me bore several chips. It is evident that the homeowner's financial situation is rather precarious. Aunt May, could you enlighten us about the young lady? After exchanging some polite remarks, I inquired directly. Alas, I am uncertain whether to lament my own misfortune or that of the young lady. From the moment she was born, she has been without a father, and now, at such a tender age, Aunt May sighed as she recounted her daughter's past. The young lady's father passed away early, and I have toiled tirelessly to raise her alone. She has always been remarkably understanding and well-behaved. Her teachers and classmates adored her, and she approached her studies with utmost seriousness, never giving me cause for concern. However, ever since she enrolled in medical school, I sensed a change within her, though I cannot pinpoint its nature. Having spent so many years together, how could a mother not notice her daughter's transformations? Initially, I presumed she had simply fallen in love, and thus I paid little heed. Yet, as time wore on, an unsettling feeling grew within me, as if something was amiss. Our living space was limited, and we had always shared the same bed. After she started medical school, she moved into the dormitory, returning home only during extended breaks. When she did stay at home, I often awoke in the middle of the night to find her absent from bed, standing by the window, gazing vacantly at the moonlit sky. When I called to her, there was no response. The following day, when I mentioned it to her, she had no recollection of the event. Eventually, her visits home became infrequent, yet she made a point to call every week. At that time, I thought little of it. Considering our home environment, I did not blame her for not wanting to return. As long as she was content with her life, that was all that mattered. Even though she did not return home for the spring festival, I refrained from expressing my concerns, believing she merely wished to spend it with her boyfriend. The day before the tragic incident, she called me, uttering some perplexing words, inquiring if I desired to live in a grand house, if I wished for limitless wealth, and if I longed for immortality. I replied affirmatively, stating that as long as I had her by my side, nothing else mattered. After a prolonged silence, she assured me, "Mother, I will ensure you live the best life." Little did I know, the following day, calamity would strike. In the aftermath, the school intervened to suppress the matter. Although she was spared imprisonment, she was confined to a psychiatric hospital. During those days, I wept nearly dry, yet this was not the worst outcome. After spending over a year in the institution, she inexplicably took her own life. At this juncture, Aunt May could not hold back her tears. The rehabilitation center had evidently concealed the fact that Xiao Lu had been assaulted. Witnessing her profound sorrow, we were reluctant to further wound her by revealing the truth, especially since both parties had passed away years ago, rendering any pursuit of accountability rather futile. Have you ever met Xiao Lu's boyfriend? Although he appeared despondent, I felt compelled to pose the question. No, in truth, I am uncertain if she ever had a boyfriend. Each time I inquired, she denied it, yet I always sensed she was dating someone at that time. A mother knows her child best, even if she could not be entirely certain. A mother's intuition is often quite reliable. It is likely that during her studies at the medical university, Xiao Lu had a boyfriend. If the facts are indeed as such, it can be surmised that she was once pregnant, which would elucidate why the female specter clutched a lifeless infant during her malevolent acts. Of course, this hypothesis is predicated on the assumption that the perpetrator is a ghostly entity, a notion I remain somewhat skeptical about. What manner of man was Xiaolu's father? Jinjin appeared to wish to console Xiaoying, yet found herself at a loss for appropriate words, leading her to inquire aimlessly about her deceased husband. My husband was named Yi Pingyan. He was not particularly capable, having worked in construction during his lifetime. Interestingly, the dormitory where Xiaolu resided while attending medical university was constructed by his team. However, shortly after its completion, he passed away, never even having the chance to meet Xiaolu. Tears streamed down Xiaoying's face once more. The tragic coincidence of a father dying after building a dormitory, with his daughter descending into madness and committing murder while residing there, seems rather too fortuitous, does it not? I could hardly concern myself with her feelings and promptly inquired, "Could you share with us how your husband met his demise?" The doctors informed me that he had contracted stomach cancer. He had been well, but one day he suddenly complained of abdominal pain, and upon examination, the doctors conveyed that it was already too late. There was nothing to be done. Just a few days later, he was gone. At that time, Xiaolu was about to be born. If only he could have held on a few more days to embrace his daughter. She paused, wiped her tears, and continued. Several of his co-workers also succumbed to stomach cancer. I suspect it may be due to the poor quality of food at the construction site. He often lamented that the meals provided were fit for pigs. Jinjin clumsily consoled Aunt May for a while, and just as she was about to take her leave, Aunt May seemed to recall something. She turned to us and said, I remember during the time when he was constructing the dormitory at the medical university, there was a tale of a large white snake unearthed while digging the foundation. Everyone was quite tempted and cooked it right away. I wonder if this incident angered those entities, leading to misfortune. After departing from Aunt May's home, I found myself preoccupied with a singular question. The mysterious death of my father following the dormitory's construction, my daughter's gradual change after moving in, and ultimately, her descent into madness and violence. Could the root of these troubles lie within the dormitory itself, or perhaps specifically in room 16? Perhaps Uncle Lou could shed some light on this matter. Chapter 5. The Strange Tomb of the White Snake. Meow Meow. Have you made any discoveries? On my way to the medical university, I dialed Meow Meow's phone and activated the speaker so that Jun Jun could also hear the conversation. A languorous yawn emanated from the phone speaker. Oh dear, it's already dark. What time is it? I'm quite famished. You can't possibly have just woken up, can you? Didn't you go with Xueqing to monitor Professor Xiao? Goodness, what is this little girl even doing, working or on a leisurely outing? Meow Meow yawned again. ISNT that outfit Xueqing's? Where's she? I'm right here. Xueqing's voice came through the speaker, indicating she was beside Meow Meow. She took the call and said, "It's AMU, right? We've made some discoveries. Where are you? We are heading to the medical university and should arrive in about 10 minutes. Thankfully, Xueqing wasn't off on a jaunt, which explained why the boss had sent them together. If it were me partnered with Meow Meow, I might very well be driven to exasperation. Having Junjin team up with her would be even more alarming. Who knows what might happen? That said, why on earth did the boss decide to include Meow Meow in the case investigation team? This cunning old fox would never take on a liability unless Meow Meow possessed some extraordinary talent. Yet, she appeared to be nothing more than a rather foolish high school student, despite nearing her college graduation. The motives behind the boss's decision remain utterly perplexing. Professor Xiao has already returned to his dormitory and is unlikely to venture out. Thus, there is no immediate need for surveillance. We shall meet at the school gate in 10 minutes. Xueqing commanded me, her tone brooking no argument, before abruptly ending the call without regard for my consent. Although I understand her intentions are benign, such an attitude is rather difficult to endure. As I drove to the entrance of the medical university, I found him waiting by the roadside. Meow Meow, sporting an adorable light blue backpack emblazoned with a Hello Kitty motif, immediately began distributing snacks upon entering the vehicle. With an assortment of orange juice, seaweed, and various treats, it became increasingly evident that her purpose today was an outing rather than work. If the leader were not either utterly foolish or lacking in judgment, she would never have chosen Meow Meow as a subordinate, even if she were the daughter of the provincial governor. Today's surveillance yielded no significant findings, yet there was an unexpected discovery. Xueqing declined the Dove chocolate offered by Meow Meow and proceeded to share the information she had gathered. Professor Xiao, whose full name is Xiao Guoqiang, is a 62-year-old male. He is a chief physician, professor, doctoral supervisor, and a nationally recognized expert, enjoying government expert allowances. Currently, he serves as the dean of the medical college, the director of the cardiology department, and the head of the Cardiac Research Institute at the Provincial People's Hospital. He has previously held the position of editor-in-chief for the Chinese Medicine Guide and served as deputy editor and editorial board member for Chinese Arrhythmia and Chinese Interventional Journal. He is also the author of Practical Cardiology and Xiao Guoqiang's cardiac surgery cases. This morning's surveillance revealed no particular discoveries, aside from lecturing students. Professor Xiao immersed himself in his dedicated research room, poring over materials, and had his lunch there as well. I had assumed that today would yield no results. Yet an unusual scene unfolded in the afternoon. Although the observation point was over 200 meters away from Professor Xiao's research room, I could discern each strand of hair on his head through a high-definition military telescope. He appeared younger than his actual age, despite his hair being grayed. His complexion was rosy, and there were few wrinkles, giving the impression of a man in his 50s. Were his hair dyed black, no one would believe he had surpassed 60. After delivering a lecture to his students, he remained in the research room, poring over materials and composing papers, with nothing particularly noteworthy occurring. At 15 hours and 17 minutes, a woman in her 30s, with long hair cascading down her back and possessing striking beauty, entered the research room, clutching a stack of documents. She closed the door with her curvaceous figure and placed the materials on the desk. Based on her age, she was likely Professor Zhao's assistant, Zheng Qianyi. As soon as she stepped into the room, Professor Zhao hastily drew the curtains, though they did not entirely obscure the window. Through a 2-finger-wide gap, it was still possible to catch a glimpse of the situation near the desk. After closing the curtains, Professor Zhao embraced Zheng Qianyi from behind, his left hand slipping into her blouse while his right hand ventured beneath her skirt. Her fair face immediately flushed with a gentle hue, yet amidst her rapturous expression, a subtle hint of helplessness lingered. After a brief exploration, Professor Zhao pushed her onto the desk, eagerly lifting her skirt and removing her panties. Alas, upon hearing Xueqing's account, I couldn't help but shake my head and sigh. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Jinjin inquired with a hint of confusion. Her cheeks bore a slight flush, likely a result of Snoking's recounting, which made her feel somewhat bashful. How I wished I had been present at that moment. Alas. I sighed once more. Was my handling of the situation inappropriate? Snoking's icy voice emanated from the back seat and through the rearview mirror. I noticed her brow slightly furrowing. There was nothing amiss in your handling. I simply lament that I could not witness such a thrilling live performance firsthand. Oh dear. Just as I was speaking, a punch struck my right cheek, accompanied by a sharp rap to the back of my head. After delivering the blow, Jinjin intended to high-five Snowqing, yet the latter seemed oblivious to Jinjin's outstretched, delicate palm, continuing instead to narrate the intelligence she had gathered today. Thus, Jinjin awkwardly resorted to a high-five with the ever-enthusiastic Meow Meow. In addition to the unexpected discovery of Professor Zhao's entanglement with his assistant, Qian Yi, Snowqing unearthed that he had remained a widower since the early years of his marriage, and he had a son named. What? Xiao Yishuan is his son? The revelation of Professor Zhao and Xiao Yishuan being father and son cast an additional veil of mystery over the case. Although Professor Zhao had surpassed his 60s, given his esteemed stature in the medical field, he would certainly attract the attention of many younger women. If he were inclined to remarry, he would not lack for admirers. So why had he not taken a new wife, opting instead for a clandestine affair with his assistant? It is worth noting that should such a scandal be exposed by the media, he would undoubtedly face a disgraceful and ruinous twilight of his life. Furthermore, could the father-son relationship between Professor Zhao and Xiao Yishuan be intertwined with the recent incident of lost sanity at the Provincial People's Hospital? If that is the case, then why does he require so many hearts? Assuming they're intended for research, he could easily apply to various hospitals without resorting to theft. The questions multiply, and it becomes increasingly difficult to untangle the threads of this mystery. In light of this, it may be prudent to set it aside for now and consult Uncle Lu. Surely there will be a way forward when the time comes. Meow Meow departed alone in a taxi. Although she is a police officer, we still felt a sense of unease. Regrettably, we had work to attend to and could not accompany her home. After her departure, Xueqing continued to monitor Professor Zhao, while Jinjin and I went to the security room to find Uncle Lu. The lighting in the security room was somewhat dim, and the radio on the table was playing Teresa Teng's Small Town Story. Uncle Lu sat in a chair with his eyes gently closed, his right hand tapping softly on the armrest to the rhythm of the melody, his lips slightly parted as he hummed the nostalgic classic. This scene evoked a bittersweet feeling, as many lonely elderly individuals find solace in the company of television or radio, much like him. Uncle Lu, I have come to challenge you to a game of chess, I announced as Junjin and I entered the room, placing the pile of snacks we had scavenged from Meow Meow's backpack onto the table. Just sit for a moment. Why did you bring so many things? Uncle Lu exclaimed, visibly taken aback by the bounty of treats. It is of no consequence. They were given to me by others. I merely offer them as a gesture of goodwill. Now, let us play, I replied, making myself comfortable at the table. Very well, if you have the time, we could play through the night. Uncle Lu promptly arranged the chessboard to engage in our match. Jinjin, lacking the patience to witness our game of chess, soon suggested we take a stroll outside, slipping away before I could respond. After a brief period of play, I inquired whether any notable events had transpired during the construction of the girls' dormitory. Uncle Lou pondered for a moment and gradually recounted fragments of what he knew. Approximately 30 years ago, the school began to expand its enrollment, leading to an insufficient number of dormitory spaces for the growing student body. As the surrounding area had yet to develop, and with only a modest number of students, my role as the gatekeeper was relatively relaxed. I often sauntered over to the construction site, and through frequent visits, I became quite familiar with the workers there. I recall their foreman, whose name seemed to be, yes, it was Ngo, if I'm not mistaken. Is his name Yi Ping'an? I asked. Yes, indeed, it's Yi Ping'an. His surname is quite rare, and when combined with his given name, it is rather intriguing, which is why I still remember it to this day. Ngo is a good man, treating both his brothers and me, an outsider, with kindness. Consequently, I would often lend a hand with lighter tasks during my free time. As Uncle Lou reminisced about his youth, a smile involuntarily graced his face. However, this smile quickly transformed into a subtle sadness as he remarked, "Good people do not live long. I wonder if the dormitory possesses ill fortune." For Ngo and his companions encountered misfortunes during its construction. The first incident involved Xiao Zhang. On that day, he was working with Ngo and the others on the exterior wall of the fourth floor of the dormitory, sharing laughter and camaraderie, when he suddenly complained of a stomachache and then fell. By the time Ngo and the others descended, he had already lost his breath, lifeless. Subsequently, Ngo's brothers passed away one after another, reportedly succumbing to gastric cancer and other gastrointestinal ailments. By the time the dormitory was completed, only Ngo remained. However, his endurance was short-lived. Mere days after the dormitory's inauguration, he too departed. A deep sigh escaped Uncle Lou as he reminisced about these poignant memories, evoking a profound sense of melancholy. Aunt May mentioned that her husband had once remarked on the subpar quality of the meals at the construction site. Thus, I inquired of Uncle Lou whether there was any truth to this and if Ngo and the others' demise could be linked to it. While the food was indeed lacking, it was hardly fatal, he replied incredulously. During those times of scarcity, simply having enough to eat was a considerable blessing. The meals provided to Ngo and his companions were managed by the school cafeteria. Though the quality was dismal, akin to swine fare, it was what we all consumed, and none among U.S. suffered dire consequences. I had heard a rumor that while digging the foundation, they unearthed a snake. Was there any veracity to this claim? I posed the question casually, yet it unexpectedly unearthed an astonishing tale. Uncle Lou pondered for a moment before recalling that there was indeed some truth to it. At that time, Ngo and his group had cooked the snake and even invited me to partake. Did you partake as well? Uncle Lou seemed to recall something dreadful, his frail body trembling slightly. Certainly not. I have always shied away from consuming such creatures, let alone a snake that had been dragged from a coffin. I lacked the courage for that. Dragged from coffin? Could you elaborate further? Uncle Lou's words piqued my curiosity. I heard about this matter from Ngo. The situation back then was likely as follows. Uncle Lou recounted what Ngo had told him years ago, and I have organized his words somewhat. The scenes from 30 years ago gradually formed in my mind, as the sun dipped lower in the west, casting a blood-red hue across the sky. Ngo and 7 others sat around a construction site, consuming a meager dinner that resembled swine feed. The fare in the school canteen was not only unpalatable, but also woefully insufficient for these laborers, leaving them barely satiated. They could have returned home like the foreman and other workers who had just departed to enjoy meals lovingly prepared by their wives, though not exquisite, at least filling. Yet, in pursuit of earning a few extra coins to support their families, they had to remain and continue to toil under the weight of their labor. After a brief respite following their meal, they once again wielded their shovels to excavate the foundation. "Hey, everyone come here!" Xiao Zhang's urgent call drew their attention as they gathered around his position. "Ngo, what should we do? This seems to be an ancient tomb. Should we inform the foreman?" Xiao Zhang pointed at a dark cavern before him, his voice tinged with a tremor of excitement and apprehension. Even if these laborers had never personally unearthed an ancient tomb, they were not entirely unfamiliar with the concept. Such occurrences were not exceedingly rare. A complete ancient tomb, regardless of its size or age, would likely contain valuable artifacts. Gold, silver, and jade were not uncommon. For these men, who relied on their labor for sustenance, even a small gold ring could represent several months' worth of wages. Ango gazed into the cave in silence for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the anxious faces of the crowd. He spoke in a grave tone. The foreman has returned home. As long as we refrain from speaking indiscriminately, what lies within this cave will remain known only to us. Those who wish to avoid poverty and are unafraid of peril, come with me to explore. Should we uncover anything of value, we shall share it equally. If anyone prefers not to descend, I shall impose no obligation. I'll go. Count me in. The excitement among the group surged, as if they could already envision mountains of gold and silver treasures piled within the cave. Very well. The 8 of us are brothers, sharing fortune and facing adversity together. Whoever harbors ill intentions shall meet a dire fate. Ango's face displayed a mix of exhilaration and trepidation as he led the way into the cavern, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Xiao Zhang followed closely behind, carrying an oil lamp, while the others eagerly plunged into the depths of the cave. Inside, they found a stone chamber far smaller than anticipated, measuring only about 40 square meters. With 8 men crammed inside, it felt exceedingly cramped. The air was not as stifling as they had feared, likely due to a rush of fresh air that had entered when the opening was made. Xiao Zhang raised the oil lamp above his head, illuminating the entire chamber. The group scanned their surroundings, hoping to catch sight of glimmering gold, but their hopes were dashed. This modest stone chamber could hardly be deemed an ancient tomb. At best, it resembled a burial pit. The anticipated offerings were nowhere to be found, leaving only the 4 sturdy, unadorned walls and a stone coffin placed at the center. In their disappointment, the gazes of the group fell upon the coffin. The stone coffin, much like the walls of the stone chamber, was devoid of any ostentation, lacking even the simplest of patterns. It seemed that the deceased was not a person of great wealth. However, the very act of constructing a tomb suggested that 1 or 2 pieces of gold or silver adornments were surely to be found. Greed infused the 8 men with courage and strength as they labored to move the heavy coffin lid aside, hoping to uncover something of value on the body of the interred. Yet, when Xiao Zhang raised the oil lamp above the coffin, all were left in astonishment. Within the stone coffin lay no treasures of gold, silver, or jade, nor even a single garment. Instead, coiled within was a large white snake, as thick as a human leg, lying utterly motionless. A snake! It was unclear who first broke the profound silence with a shout. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang let out a scream, pointing at the snake's head, his mouth agape, but unable to utter a sound. As the others turned to look, they saw the creature's eyes wide open, its mouth slightly ajar, and it slowly flickering its tongue. Instinctively, they recoiled, but upon closer inspection, they realized that while the white snake appeared alive, it seemed unable to move. With no valuables to be found, the suggestion arose to consume the large serpent instead. What began as a mere exclamation from Ankh quickly garnered enthusiastic agreement from the others. Lacking cooking utensils, Ankh sought the assistance of the gatekeeper, Xiao Lu, also known as Uncle Lu, to procure knives and cooking tools from the dining hall, sharing the entirety of the astonishing event and inviting him to partake in the feast. Although acquiring the utensils posed no challenge, Uncle Lu hesitated at the thought of consuming a snake, especially one dragged from a coffin. After the white snake emerged from its cave, it did not perceive anything amiss. It remained motionless, even during the gruesome process of having its gallbladder extracted and its flesh carved away, showing no signs of struggle. Nonetheless, the act of slaughtering and preparing such a colossal serpent was no trivial task. Ango personally wielded the knife, and despite it being his inaugural attempt, he remarkably succeeded in extracting the intact gallbladder. However, when he inquired who wished to consume the raw gallbladder, the others hesitated, deferring to one another until ultimately he was compelled to handle it himself, swallowing it whole. Once the snake was properly butchered, the group utilized wooden boards and branches to kindle fire, concocting a large pot of snake soup. Ango declared it delectable, and the others concurred that it was the finest fare they had ever tasted. Whether this was said deliberately to entice Uncle Lu to partake, they indeed savored every morsel, leaving not a drop of broth behind. and even gnawed the bones to a pulp before discarding them. After hearing Uncle Lou's reminiscences, upon her question while playing chess with him, why was there a white snake within the stone coffin, or rather, how did the white snake come to reside there? If we assume the white snake voluntarily entered the coffin, two possibilities arise. The first possibility is that the snake, in its smaller form, slithered through the crevice of the coffin, consumed the body of the deceased, and subsequently grew within the confines of the coffin. However, the feeding method of snakes involves swallowing whole. Could a small snake, capable of squeezing through a gap, truly ingest a human corpse? Even if it could, merely consuming a single body would not allow it to grow to the girth of a small foot. The second possibility is that the white snake was already of considerable size and immense strength, managing to pry open the coffin lid, devour the corpse of the deceased, and then usurp the space as its own. However, while it may be conceivable for the white serpent to open the coffin lid, the notion that it could close it again is utterly preposterous, since it is improbable for the white serpent to have entered the stone coffin of its own accord. It must have been placed there by human hands. If this is indeed the case, the tomb could very well be a product of some geomantic arrangement or similar. After pondering this for quite some time without arriving at any conclusions, I found myself losing the game. After expressing my gratitude to Uncle Lou, I intended to accompany Jinjin to visit Xueqing. If we uncovered nothing of significance, we could conclude our expedition for the day. However, when I attempted to call Jinjin, there was no answer, and after several attempts, the situation remained unchanged. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over me, and it seemed that Uncle Lou also sensed something amiss, as he picked up a flashlight and joined me in the search for her. Chapter 6. The Phantom Assault. As the moon hung high in the sky and the stars twinkled above, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the tranquil campus. My uncle and I scoured the primary areas of the campus, yet there was no sign of Jinjin. My attempts to reach her via phone yielded no response. Upon contacting Xueqing, I learned that Jinjin had not sought her out, and that Professor Xiao had already retired for the night. Thus, she joined us in our quest to locate Jinjin. Though Jinjin is a woman, she is also a champion in combat sports, and, ordinarily, no mere ruffian could lay a finger on her. However, it was precisely this that troubled me. She might have encountered something out of the ordinary. Although tonight was not a full moon, the circumstances suggested that Jinjin had likely ventured alone into the camphor grove behind the female dormitory, and it was entirely possible that she had met with misfortune. While Xueqing did not explicitly endorse my suspicions, she refrained from opposing them, tacitly acknowledging my concerns. I resolved to search the grove for Jinjin. Without a moment's hesitation, Xueqing followed suit, yet my uncle was reluctant to wander into the grove at such a precarious time, repeatedly cautioning us that entering the woods could lead to danger. He was not mistaken, yet we could not abandon Jinjin to her fate. Despite her propensity to use me as a punching bag, we were ultimately partners. I instructed my uncle to return to the guard station and await Jinjin's arrival. Should she come looking for me, he was to call my mobile immediately. Prepared to search the grove, with Xueqing, my uncle handed me a flashlight, urging me to exercise utmost caution once we entered the woods, especially if we were to encounter anything white, at which point we were to retreat immediately. Grateful for his concern, I set off with Xueqing towards the enigmatic realm behind the female dormitory. Upon stepping into the camphor grove, an unsettling chill enveloped me. Though I had visited before, it was during the day. The nocturnal ambience of the grove exuded an ineffable eeriness. Towering and luxuriant camphor trees obscured most of the light, and despite the brilliance of the moon, it was nearly impossible to discern my own fingers in the darkness. Occasionally, a few rays of moonlight pierced through the foliage, resembling arrows of luminescence shot down by the lunar goddess, piercing the ground at oblique angles. The majestic camphor trees loomed like monstrous entities in the night, instilling a sense of dread. What was even more disconcerting was the thought that a mysterious female specter, garbed in white, cradling a lifeless infant, with disheveled hair and a menacing glare, might be lurking in the shadows behind one of the trees, poised to pounce upon us at any moment. As we ventured deeper into the grove, Xueqing stepped ahead of me, having previously trailed behind. It seemed she intended to shield me. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to be protected by a girl, I found myself with little choice. If a vengeful ghost were to appear suddenly, I might not be able to escape. During the last physical fitness assessment, I had merely scraped by, and my right leg often seized up at critical moments. The beam of the flashlight was intense, yet in the pitch-black grove, it appeared minuscule, illuminating only a small patch of ground. The limited range of the flashlight's glow heightened my trepidation. Just as my nerves were taut like a drawn bowstring, Shueching, walking ahead of me, abruptly halted. I was preoccupied with scanning my surroundings and failed to notice, inadvertently colliding with her back. Her soft, feminine form, though separated by clothing, still conveyed the delicate texture of skin reminiscent of an infant's. Certainly, this is merely my impression, yet the subtle fragrance of jasmine that envelopes her is undeniably tangible, evoking visions of tranquility and tenderness in my mind. However, now is not the time for such reveries, for we find ourselves in a perilous situation. Shueching stands before me in silence, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. I quietly extinguish my flashlight to avoid detection. Closing my eyes to listen intently, I discern a woman's voice softly chanting. Hiss, hiss, the white serpent fairy, living 1,000 years with boundless magic. Whoosh, whoosh, the north wind blows. A full belly with flavors fresh. Hum, hum, not asking of the heavens. In a realm of immortals, sleeping for 100 years. Rumble, rumble, guests arrive. Without gifts, the host is fried. Upon opening my eyes, I notice Shueching fixated on a point to my left and following her gaze. I perceive a white object deep within the woods, resembling a garment hung from a branch. I ponder, perhaps we have found what we seek. The specter. Shueching remains silent, not even glancing back, her eyes locked ahead. Gradually, she extends her index finger, gesturing for us to approach the white object. As before, she offers me no chance for dissent or agreement. I tread softly behind her. She moves with an effortless grace, her pace unchanged from her usual stride, yet uttering not a sound. As I approached a white object from a distance of approximately 30 meters, aided by the silvery moonlight filtering through the leaves, I could barely discern a woman clad in a pristine hospital gown leaning against a camphor tree. Her disheveled hair obscured most of her face, revealing only her left eye, which glimmered with a fierce, beast-like red light and the faintest hint of a smirk at the corners of her lips. Despite the wildness of her hair, it did not appear unkempt. Under the moon's glow, it exuded a captivating sheen. In her arms, she cradled an infant approximately 3 months old, entirely exposed, with a skin tone unnaturally pale. The baby's complexion was strikingly white and lacked luster, as if already desiccated by the winds of time, yet its form remained plump, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary infant. Without a doubt, this woman holding the child was the legendary infant-holding ghost. Our approach garnered her attention. She ceased her haunting chant, her head slowly turning to face us, the corners of her mouth lifting into an eerily exaggerated smile. A surge of panic coursed through me as I contemplated fleeing. Yet Shueching swiftly prepared for an assault. Her body suddenly leaned to the right, her right hand reaching behind her waist, her coat flaring as she drew a pistol aimed at the specter, her left hand supporting her right wrist for precision. A seamless execution completed in an instant, undeniably elegant. I thought that if she were to fire now, the ghost would likely not even have time to react before being struck. However, would the bullet prove effective against a ghost? Indeed, the specter displayed no sign of alarm. Her smile remained fixed, and the left eye, flickering between strands of hair, continued to radiate a bloodthirsty glint. She gently cradled the lifeless infant in her arms, her right hand, with its severed middle finger, gliding softly over the child's small head. The razor-like nails did not leave a single mark as she spoke softly. To save your partner, you must cease your investigation immediately. Otherwise, you shall all perish. The weight of her words intensified as she uttered the finality of death, causing my heart to race uncontrollably, as though her spectral claws were poised to extract my very heart. Though terror enveloped me, retreat was not an option. After taking a deep breath, I stepped forward to present my badge. In the dim light, it resembled any ordinary card. I then spoke in a composed tone, adopting an official demeanor. Do not move. We are the police. We suspect you are connected to multiple homicides, and we request you accompany us to the station for questioning." A chilling laughter echoed through the shadows, and after a moment, she replied, "You wish for me to submit to an investigation? Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe you possess the capacity to interrogate a ghost?" Her laughter sent shivers down my spine, and suddenly she lunged at Xueqing. The ghost's movements were astonishingly swift, defying the bounds of human speed, as she propelled herself like a cannonball towards Xueqing, covering the 30-meter distance in a heartbeat. Most would have been rendered helpless before such an abrupt assault, but Xueqing was no ordinary individual. A sharp gunshot reverberated through the darkened woods. Moments ago, the ghost that had leapt at her now lay sprawled on the ground, having been struck in the right shoulder, blood staining her pristine white blouse. The .54 caliber pistol possesses formidable power at close range. Even a shot to the shoulder is sufficient to incapacitate an ordinary individual. However, the female specter that lay on the ground was no ordinary being, hence Xueqing remained vigilant, keeping her firearm trained upon her. Although the ghost had sustained a gunshot wound, she exhibited no signs of pain, her lips curling into a sinister smile. "You cannot kill me, for I am a ghost, a harbinger of death." As she spoke, she swiftly darted to the right, and Xueqing promptly realized her intention to flee, firing her weapon without hesitation. Yet, the ghost's agility caused her shot to go awry, merely grazing the specter's left arm. The bullet's force, however, caused her to lose her balance, tumbling to the ground. The lifeless infant she clutched flying several paces away. Seemingly anxious about the deceased child, she scrambled to retrieve it. Yet, Xueqing offered her no opportunity, firing again. Unfortunately, the dim light and the distance between them rendered her shot ineffective. The ghost, recognizing the challenge of reclaiming the infant at that moment, darted behind a camphor tree, using it as a shield against Xueqing's aim while making her escape. Xueqing cast a glance at me and then at the lifeless child on the ground, wordlessly pursuing the direction in which the ghost had fled. Although she uttered no words, I was not oblivious to her intent. Swiftly shedding my outer coat, I crouched down to envelop the deceased infant. Having only seen the child cradled in the ghost's arms, I had not previously discerned the condition of its feet. Now, upon closer inspection, I was taken aback to find that the infant's feet were conjoined, resembling those of a delicate mermaid. Xueqing had already ventured far away. This place was perilous and unsuitable for prolonged stay. Thus, I refrained from overthinking and wrapped the lifeless infant in my coat, preparing to pursue her direction. However, as I stood up, an unsettling sensation gripped me, as if something were lunging toward me from behind. I abruptly turned, illuminating the area behind me with my flashlight, and a ghostly figure clad in white materialized before my eyes. Her gaze seemed momentarily blinded by the beam of light, and she shielded her eyes with her hand. Seizing this opportunity, I delivered a forceful kick to her abdomen, toppling her, and with all my might, I fled. I ran desperately without glancing back, the sounds of her pursuit echoing behind me, yet her speed appeared insufficient to catch up. Just as I felt my breath fading, my right leg succumbed to a cramp. Fortunately, I had escaped the confines of the forest. Turning back, I found no trace of the ghostly figure. It seemed she had relinquished the chase as I neared the forest's edge, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. An overwhelming sense of survival washed over me. I realized I harbored a profound fear of death. In the past, alongside my partner Xiao, such predicaments were rare. His presence reassured me of my safety. Suddenly, an icy female voice startled me. I turned towards the source, feeling somewhat steadied upon recognizing the speaker as Xueqing. Noticing my labored breaths, she inquired, "What happened?" "I was pursued by a ghost," I gasped in response. Xueqing's stern countenance revealed a hint of confusion. "A ghost? I just reached here and saw no sign of her. How could she have come after you?" Once I caught my breath, I responded, "It is another female specter." Although their attire bears a striking resemblance, both draped in flowing white garments with long hair obscuring their faces, the ghost pursuing me sports slightly shorter hair and a more petite frame. Moreover, her clothing is devoid of any bloodstains, suggesting she has not endured gunshot wounds. More crucially, Her movements are considerably slower than those of the previous apparition. Otherwise, I would require your assistance in retrieving my remains. I shall acknowledge in my report that I failed to consider your safety. Though Shiweching's tone remains frigid, I suppose it could be construed as an apology. At this moment, I am uninjured, so let us set aside the matter of the report for now. Where did you last lose sight of the ghost you were pursuing? Upon exiting the woods, she vanished without a trace. She likely disappeared at this very location. I have scoured the vicinity, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. Shiweching's tone, while still cold, seems to have warmed slightly since our earlier exchange. It was then that I took a moment to observe our surroundings. Without the cover of the camphor trees, the moonlight cast a melancholic silver veil over the area, rendering our view relatively clear. It became apparent that we were located behind the girls' dormitory, with a window of room 16 directly before us. Between the dormitory and the woods lay an open space, devoid of any hiding spots. Could it be that the specter slipped through the window of room 16? I approached the window, attempting to pry it open, but despite my efforts, it remained steadfastly shut. Just as I pondered this, my phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displaying the number for the security office. "Where have you been?" came Jinjin's voice through the line. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? You ignore my calls, causing me and Shiweching to search for you for quite some time. I believe my phone is left in the car. Having lost you, hasten to the girls' dormitory. Something has been discovered here." Shiweching and I circled around to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, during which I unwrapped the coat that concealed the stillborn, carefully examining the abomination with its feet fused together. Initially, due to inadequate lighting, I mistook it for an infant corpse. However, upon closer inspection, I was astonished to find it was merely a doll, its plush body akin to a cushion confirming this realization. Uncertain whether it bore any toxic substances, I refrained from touching it directly and relied solely on visual observation. Its skin appeared to be crafted from human flesh, presumably from 6 large infants, as I discerned only a long seam on its back, with no other indications elsewhere. The hue of this skin was strikingly pale. Not only would it be implausible for an Asian individual, but even a Caucasian could not possess such whiteness, suggesting possible bleaching treatment. The lower body did not reveal any discernible reproductive organs, eliminating the possibility of it being male. Yet, given its conjoined feet, distinguishing between female and neutral remains ambiguous. A meticulous examination of its head and neck revealed unsettling features. The neck was slightly elongated compared to a typical infant, and the mouth protruded subtly. Due to the constraints of the situation, extracting clues from this horrifying human-skinned doll proved challenging. Thus, I reluctantly rewrapped it in the coat, intending to allow the technical team to conduct a thorough investigation tomorrow. We waited for a brief moment before the girls' dormitory when Jinjin hurriedly approached us. I inquired where she had just been, and to my surprise, she revealed that the dormitory supervisor, Yu, had invited her to dinner. Earlier, I had observed her playing chess with Uncle Lu and found it rather tedious, uncertain of how long they would continue. So I decided to venture out in hopes of uncovering some clues. Unexpectedly, I encountered Supervisor Yu. Previously, she often wore a stern expression, but this time, for reasons unknown, she greeted me from a distance and engaged me in a warm conversation. After chatting for a while, she asked if I had dined yet. We had been busy all day and had only consumed a few buns at noon, and her inquiry made my stomach rumble. She mentioned that the restaurant at the school gate was owned by her partner, and insisted on treating me to a meal. Initially, I hesitated, but she promised to share some insights about the girls' dormitory, prompting me to accompany her. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she led me to a private room where her husband personally prepared a delightful array of dishes for me, and we enjoyed our meal while conversing. However, the topics she discussed were largely trivial matters unrelated to the case at hand. Nonetheless, her husband's culinary skills were remarkable, and it was only after I had satisfied my hunger that I realized how late it had become. Why had Supervisor Yu suddenly shown such enthusiasm towards Jinjin? Could she possibly be linked to the 2 female ghosts? The first ghost had hinted that she was aware of our search for Jinjin, and the only individuals privy to this knowledge, aside from Uncle Lu, would be Supervisor Yu, who had lured Jinjin off campus. Before we entered the woods, Uncle Lou had repeatedly cautioned that the likelihood of him being in collusion with a female ghost was slim. In retrospect, Yu Shijian's unusually fervent demeanor inevitably raises suspicions. Perhaps it would be prudent to thoroughly investigate her background. Regardless of whether Yu Shijian is connected to the female ghost, the immediate course of action is to examine room 16 and ascertain whether the specter has indeed entered. I inquired with Jinjin about Yu Shijian's whereabouts, to which she replied that Yu Shijian had departed the hotel alongside her, claiming the need to return to the female dormitory to secure the door, suggesting she likely entered just before we arrived at the dormitory entrance. The case grows increasingly enigmatic, with the number of individuals involved multiplying. Yet I am convinced that there exists but a singular truth, perhaps concealed within the confines of room 16. Chapter 7. The secret path of the camphor tree. There are two female spirits, and the dormitory supervisor, Yu, exhibits an unusual demeanor. Her feet bound together like a human doll. The newly uncovered clues render the case even more enigmatic. However, I am convinced that there exists only one truth, perhaps concealed within room 16. As we arrived at the entrance of the female dormitory, we fortuitously encountered Supervisor Yu emerging with a large bunch of keys. I introduced our purpose and requested permission to investigate room 16 once more. You just looked yesterday. What more is there to observe? Supervisor Yu's demeanor remained as unpleasant as before. Yet, she abruptly transformed her expression into a smile, declaring, all right, I need to conduct a room inspection anyway. So follow me. It is often said that women are capricious, with moods shifting faster than the turning of a page. Nonetheless, Yu's behavior inevitably arouses suspicion. Though I found her actions unsettling, it was imprudent to detain her for interrogation, especially since more pressing matters awaited our attention. The lock on room 16 was as straightforward to open as the previous day. The interior was somewhat dim, but the moonlight streaming through the window allowed us to discern the surroundings, revealing at least that the female spirit we sought was absent. After unlocking the door, Supervisor Yu permitted us to enter without any intention of switching on the lights. Jinjin was the first to step inside, groping for the light switch by the door. But Supervisor Yu interjected, no need to search. The light is broken. When did it break? I inquired. Probably last week, she replied casually, inadvertently revealing her inconsistency. Just yesterday, she claimed that no one had entered this room for a long time. How could she possibly know that the light had malfunctioned last week? However, she evidently did not realize that she had let something slip. Naturally, I had no intention of exposing her at that moment. I understood the adage that while a direct attack can be easily countered, a hidden strike is far more insidious. It would be more advantageous for us to convert that concealed strike into an overt one, provided that the hidden assailant remains unaware of its exposure to the light of day. The room was rather small, cluttered with an abundance of debris, leaving only the option of hiding within the boxes of clutter. Yet, since the ghost's disappearance, at least 15 minutes had elapsed. If she had truly managed to slip inside, that duration would have sufficed for her to escape to any corner of the dormitory, or even to flee the premises entirely. Therefore, I did not rummage through the boxes like Jinjin, nor did I stand guard at the door like Xueqing. Instead, I promptly approached the window to inspect the sill. Yesterday, while smoking by the window, I had deliberately flicked ash onto the sill. If the window had been open during that time, the ash would have surely been displaced by the influx of air. However, when I shone my flashlight onto the sill, I found the ash still intact, with little alteration from when I had left the previous day. This indicated that the window had not been opened, at least not since my departure. The window remained sealed. Unless the ghost possessed the ability to pass through walls, it was impossible for her to have entered this room. If she could indeed traverse through walls, it would be unlikely for her to linger here, awaiting our arrival to capture her. Remaining here would yield no discoveries. It would be far more prudent to regroup and, with the technical team, venture into the camphor forest tomorrow to gather any traces left by the ghost. Upon awakening, I realized that only 5 days remained until the deadline set by our leader for solving the case. To avoid joining the ranks of the unemployed, I arrived promptly at the office of the enigmatic case team, joining Jinjin, Xueqing, and Miao Miao to report our investigative progress to our leader. who was engrossed in reading a financial newspaper. After delivering our findings, the leader inquired about my thoughts. I proceeded to analyze the information we had gathered. Firstly, it was evident that Yi Xiaolu was already deceased, rendering him almost entirely unlikely to be the perpetrator. The notion of a ghostly presence could similarly be dismissed. As the so-called female specter fled hastily after being shot, the idea that a bullet could harm a ghost is unheard of even in the realm of folklore. Secondly, the female ghost could not be a solitary figure. It was clear that more than one individual was involved. One of these individuals possessed formidable strength, yet bore gunshot wounds, making her identification relatively straightforward. Furthermore, she had lost a significant amount of blood in the camphor tree grove, and collecting her blood would facilitate a more accurate determination of her true identity. Thirdly, it was plausible that the warden, Yu Shijian, was connected to this case, and his potential role as the mastermind could not be overlooked, necessitating thorough investigation. Fourthly, Professor Xiao and Xiao Yixuan were father and son, exhibiting peculiar behavior that might correlate with the incident at the Provincial People's Hospital. Fifthly, the human skin doll, left behind by the female ghost, might yield valuable clues, and it has already been submitted to the technical team for analysis. After my analysis, the leader's gaze remained fixated on the newspaper in his hands as he spoke in an indifferent tone. I have already communicated with the authorities at the Provincial People's Hospital. They are well aware of the situation regarding the case of lost mines, and it is almost certain that Xiao Yixuan is responsible. However, due to the influence of his father, Xiao Guoqiang, they hoped that the police would handle the matter discreetly, refraining from taking any action against Xiao Yixuan until they had irrefutable evidence. Otherwise, their relationship with Xiao Guoqiang would become strained, which they could ill afford. How formidable can Professor Xiao be? Why is the hospital administration so wary of him? They could simply detain both father and son and resolve the issue. Jinjin scoffed. That's a pertinent question. Let AMU elucidate it for you. The boss tossed the inquiry my way, continuing to peruse the newspaper. I managed a wry smile. Professor Xiao is a pivotal figure in the medical field. We can either uproot him entirely or refrain from acting impulsively, to say nothing of the fact that his students are a formidable challenge. Should he falsely claim persecution and incite his pupils to flee, it would spell considerable trouble. His students are all elites in cardiovascular medicine, particularly at the Provincial People's Hospital, where nearly 30% of the cardiologists are his disciples, and the remaining 70% have varying degrees of association with him. What if they all escape? It would leave the department devoid of personnel, and the hospital administration would not fare well. If he were to resolutely voice his grievances to the media, once the public becomes aware of the situation, even a government mandate to suppress information would be futile. Discussions online would be uncontrollable. Our operations would be severely hampered. Should we simply turn a blind eye? Jinjin appeared indignant, embodying a passionate disdain for injustice. To strike a snake, one must aim for its vital point, not merely the grass. Go fetch a suitable tool for the task, the boss stated without lifting his gaze from the newspaper. What does striking the grass to scare the snake have to do with the case? Jinjin's remark raises doubts about her intelligence, which I suspect does not exceed 90. I explained, the boss instructed us not to alarm the snake while we gather sufficient evidence to deal with Professor Xiao decisively. I had merely misheard her, and there was no need for her to interject. Jinjin, feeling discontented, sought to salvage her dignity. Enough of the banter. Let us get to work. The boss gestured for us to leave. Hold on. Don't rush to treat us like donkeys. I have something I need your assistance with. I said to the boss. He shot me a glance. No borrowing money. I chuckled. If I were short on cash, I would ask sister-in-law. No need to trouble you. I simply desire the 8 essential items. The boss cast me another glance. Didn't you say you dislike using guns? You used to refuse them. Why are you seeking my help now? Previously, I had Xiao Shi protecting me. The circumstances have changed, and you must consider my personal safety. I continued, however, I do not wish for a firearm this time. A canister of pepper spray will suffice. If you don't want a gun, it can be arranged. I will write you a note for you to collect it directly, the boss said, setting down his newspaper to prepare the authorization. The so-called 8 essential items are, in fact, the basic equipment for police patrols, a pistol, magazines, handcuffs, a telescopic baton, pepper spray, a flashlight, a walkie-talkie, and a notebook. I have no use for the pistol. Given my marksmanship, hitting a suspect's heel with a standard 5 bullets would be quite an accomplishment. We already possessed handcuffs, and the utility of items such as batons was minimal for me. Thus, my only requirement was for anti-riot spray. Given that we had obtained the necessary authorization, it would be prudent to equip others as well. Xueqing was already armed with a handgun, so she did not request any additional equipment. Jinjin opted for a telescopic baton, while Miao Miao, like myself, only requested an anti-riot spray. Weiga, being a temporary worker with questionable moral integrity, received nothing. After acquiring the authorization from our leader, I refrained from hastily collecting the gear and instead enlisted Weiga's assistance to search online for information regarding mermaid syndrome. This ailment is exceedingly rare, with a probability of occurrence at merely 1 in 70,000. Since 1949, there have been only a handful of documented cases nationwide, and it is similarly uncommon on a global scale. Weiga provided me with an answer in under a minute. Is heredity a cause of this condition? I offered Weiga a cigarette. Yes, but it is merely one of several possibilities. The medical community's understanding of this syndrome is limited. They only know that most patients succumb shortly after birth, with only one recorded case abroad reaching the age of 16. Weiga exhaled a smoke ring and added, "You cannot rely on this to identify Yi Xiaolo's lover, as there have been no records of such cases within the province." True to Weiga's assertion, I indeed sought to uncover the identity of the individual responsible for the flesh within Yi Xiaolo's womb through the lens of mermaid syndrome. As I suspected that the human skin doll was crafted from her child's skin, regrettably, my suspicions proved unfounded. After receiving our equipment, we once again ventured to the medical university. Xueqing and Miao Miao continued to monitor Professor Xiao, while Jinjin and I proceeded to the camphor tree forest to assist our colleagues from the technical team in collecting evidence, all the while attempting to allocate some time to investigate Yushi. Upon our arrival at the camphor grove, our technical team colleagues were already hard at work. Their team leader, a strikingly intelligent beauty named Gue Yuetong, was an old acquaintance of mine. "Wow, AMU, it's truly delightful to see you. I thought you had already fallen victim to a thief," she greeted me, causing a flush of embarrassment to wash over me. Thanks to the grace of this lovely Gue, I was still clinging to life like a resilient cockroach. After nodding and bowing to her like a little poodle, I began to introduce Jinjin, my partner, saying, "This is my partner. Her name is..." Before I could finish, Yuetong took Jinjin's hand and affectionately remarked, "You should be cautious partnering with AMU. He is rather unreliable. My boyfriend was lost because of him, and it's been 2 years without a word since." Yuetong's boyfriend was none other than my former partner, Xiao Xiang, who mysteriously disappeared 2 years ago and remains untraceable. As his partner, I cannot claim to bear no responsibility for this, which renders me perpetually unable to hold my head high in Yuetong's presence. Although she never greets me with a warm demeanor, her professionalism is unwavering. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to the position of technical team leader at the tender age of 26. Before our arrival, she and her subordinates had already gathered evidence at the scene of the shooting involving the female ghost. After recounting my encounter with the specter last night and detailing her escape route, she led her team in search of any clues along the path the ghost had taken. As we progressed toward the edge of the woods, we discovered traces of blood left by the ghost. However, the further we approached the tree line, the sparser the bloodstains became. Upon reaching a towering camphor tree, we found no further evidence of blood on the ground. Yuetong gestured for her subordinates to collect evidence from the camphor tree before engaging in conversation with Jinjin, though her words were evidently directed at me. Based on the volume of blood lost by the assailant at the shooting scene, it was reasonable to deduce that she would have succumbed to unconsciousness or even shock prior to escaping the woods. Yet, the diminishing blood traces along her escape route rendered this scenario nearly impossible, unless she had been able to immediately bandage her wound or possessed an extraordinary capacity for self-healing. It is unlikely she had time to tend to her injury after fleeing immediately post-gunshot, I remarked. If she truly possesses such remarkable healing abilities, her wounds may have already mended, making it a daunting task to locate her solely based on the gunshot injury. Yuetong continued her discourse with Jinjin. "Captain," called out her subordinate, Lang Ping, as he used tweezers to extract a small piece of fabric stained with blood from the camphor tree. This fragment likely snagged on a branch during the assailant's escape. Look, he pointed to the branch from which the fabric was taken, which stood approximately 2 meters high and bore traces of blood. "Take it back for examination. It may provide clues." After saying this, Yuetong, along with Lang Ping and others, continued to gather evidence around the camphor tree. This camphor tree, situated at the edge of the woods, had shed all its leaves and appeared to be lifeless. Judging by the position of the fabric remnants and the bloodstains on the trunk, it was evident that the female ghost had climbed the tree last night to evade Xueqing's pursuit. After completing their evidence collection, I attempted to climb the tree, but it proved to be quite challenging, and after a while, I had made little progress. When Jinjin saw my struggle, she pulled me down and ascended the tree like a monkey. However, it wasn't long before she shrieked and fell, bringing down the entire camphor tree with her. To my astonishment, the tree was hollow. At the top, there was a hole large enough for an adult to squeeze through, leading straight down to the roots. Lang Ping and the others moved the fallen tree off Jinjin, while Yuetong helped her up, since she hadn't climbed very high when she fell, and given the hollow nature of the tree, it was unlikely to have caused her serious harm. So I paid her little heed and crouched down, gazing into the dark cavity revealed by the fallen tree. This opening was not large, just enough for an adult to enter, and it sloped at a 30-degree angle towards the girls' dormitory. As sunlight failed to penetrate the hollow, its depth remained a mystery. Once Jinjin got up, she approached me, seemingly intent on kicking me for neglecting her well-being. Yet upon seeing the opening on the ground, her previously raised, elegant leg slowly descended. I requested a pocket flashlight from Lang Ping, preparing to investigate the cavity, but Yuetong stopped me, saying, "You don't want to die. You haven't helped me find Shuang, so don't perish so soon." I gently pushed her hand aside and smiled, saying, "Before I return the little trinket to you in its entirety, I shall certainly not meet my demise." Then I turned to Jinjin and instructed, "Request assistance from the fire brigade immediately. I will descend to investigate. If I do not discover anything within 15 minutes, I shall emerge." With that, I ventured into the pitch-black cavern. Upon entering the cave, I promptly retrieved my windproof lighter from my pocket and ignited it. Although I had a flashlight for illumination, the flame of the lighter allowed me to gauge the oxygen levels within the cavern. Should the flame extinguish, I would need to vacate the premises immediately. The cave was not as deep as I had anticipated. After descending approximately 4 meters, it ceased to incline further and transformed into a relatively level passage. After crawling forward for about 10 meters, I found myself in a more spacious area. The limited light from the petite flashlight barely illuminated what appeared to be a stone chamber of around 40 square meters, with a coffin devoid of a lid prominently placed at its center. I believed I had discovered the tomb that Uncle Lu had spoken of. True to Uncle Lu's description, this tomb was quite austere, lacking any opulent adornments. It consisted solely of 4 simple stone walls and an exceedingly rudimentary coffin, with a lid resting beside it. Perhaps due to the construction of nearby dormitories, several areas within the chamber had collapsed, and the ground was strewn with sand and stones. I directed my flashlight into the coffin, revealing it to be utterly empty. After searching the tomb for a brief moment, the only notable finding was another opening on the wall to the right of the coffin. This aperture was slightly smaller than the entrance I had come through, yet I was able to crawl inside. However, as I approached the opening, a foul stench assaulted my senses. Shining a flashlight into the depths of the hole revealed a glimmering reflection, indicating the presence of water. Holding my breath, I crawled inside, only to discover that the passage led to a sewer spacious enough for one to bend and stand. Just as I intended to proceed further, the flame of my lighter extinguished abruptly, and the foul stench of the sewage below caused a wave of dizziness to wash over me. Clearly, the air quality here was abysmal, and lingering too long could prove fatal. It would be prudent to let the fully equipped firemen conduct the search instead. As I crawled back from the sewer into the tomb, an unsettling sensation prickled at my scalp. Someone stood beside the stone sarcophagus. The dim light obscured their features, but judging by their silhouette, it appeared to be a woman. Could it possibly be the ghost of a mother with her child? Oh heavens, I dread a swift demise, especially in such a place where our paths might cross, not to mention that she was blocking the exit. What was I to do? Chapter 8. Who is the female ghost? As I crawled back from the filthy sewer into the enigmatic tomb, I unexpectedly beheld a feminine silhouette standing beside the stone sarcophagus. Could it be the ghost of a woman with a child? While I pondered whether to retreat into the sewer and endure the nauseating stench, it appeared she had noticed my presence. She raised her right hand, emitting a brilliant light that illuminated my face, rendering me unable to open my eyes. AMU, what have you done? You look like a sewer rat. To my astonishment, the source of my fright was none other than Jinjin. Had I not feared her wrath, I would have rushed forward to offer her a warm embrace, sharing in our mutual dishevelment. I inquired why she had ventured in, and she replied that she had waited above for quite some time without seeing me emerge, prompting her to check if I was still alive. I retorted, somewhat irked, I was perfectly fine until you startled me, nearly giving me a heart attack. Concerned for Yue Tong, and having found nothing of particular note within the tomb, coupled with the severely compromised air quality in the sewer, we decided to depart and await the arrival of the firefighters. Perhaps feeling bashful, Jinjin insisted that I enter the hole first as we exited the tomb. Although her temperament was rather fiery, she was, after all, a girl, and having a large man following closely behind her as she crawled was hardly appropriate. Thus, I refrained from pressing the matter and crawled into the opening ahead of her. No sooner had I wriggled inside than Jinjin's voice reached me from behind. AMU, did you hear that? Hear what? I replied, bemused by her inquiry. I think I heard some hissing sounds. I heard nothing at all. Perhaps I misheard. She continued, you smell quite bad. Hurry up and crawl. I certainly did not compel you to crawl behind me. Once again basking in the sunlight, I felt invigorated. However, Jinjin did not share this sentiment. The moment she emerged, she kicked me far away, while Yue Tong held her nose, maintaining her distance from me. Am I truly that odorous? Gazing at my filthy attire, I felt utterly helpless. It's unbearable. Let us find a place to wash up. Jinjin kicked me once more. At that moment, the firefighters arrived, and I explained the situation to their captain, who was pinching his nose, urging them to search the sewer connected to the grave. I then entrusted the affairs here to Yue Tong and Jinjin, and we set off to find Uncle Lu. Upon reaching the guardroom, we discovered Uncle Lu was not present. Just as we were about to leave, we spotted him approaching from the direction of the gymnasium. Xiaomu, what happened to you? Thankfully, Uncle Lu did not speak to me while pinching his nose. It's a long story. Please, let me find a place to take a shower first, I replied with a wry smile. Uncle Lu led us to the restroom behind the guardroom, which was equipped with toiletries. He even offered me a set of his own clothes to change into. Although his garments were ill-fitting on me, they were certainly preferable to being completely bare. I had to make do. Jinjin, though her clothes were also soiled from crawling into the grave, did not exude the same terrible odor as I did. So she merely washed her face in the restroom after my shower. Once we had refreshed ourselves, Uncle Lu inquired how we had ended up in such a predicament. As the gatekeeper of the medical university, I am acutely aware that the discovery of a secret passage in the woods will inevitably reach his ears. Yet matters pertinent to the case must not be carelessly divulged to outsiders. Thus, I jestingly remarked, shall we go catch mice? Uncle Lu seemed to grasp my reluctance to speak plainly and chuckled. Being a police officer is indeed no easy task. One must not only apprehend wrongdoers, but also chase after mice. Ha ha ha. I casually inquired, where have you just come from, Uncle Lu? I just returned from a health examination at the gymnasium. This morning, the school unexpectedly announced a mandatory health check, and all faculty and students, even I as a gatekeeper, were required to participate. I initially thought there was an outbreak of an infectious disease, but upon arriving at the gym, it turned out to be merely a brief disrobing for a checkup of the upper body. However, for some reason, quite a number of your associates were present. Well, I'm not entirely certain about that. Let's go take a look. After bidding farewell to Uncle Lu, I proceeded with Jinjin towards the gymnasium. In truth, I was not entirely oblivious to the situation. Rather, I was quite well informed, as this so-called health examination had been orchestrated by the boss with the aim of uncovering the female ghost who had sustained gunshot wounds. Of course, My intent was not to fully conceal this from Uncle Lou, but due to my work, there are many matters I cannot even share with my own parents. Upon our arrival at the gymnasium, the health examination was nearing its conclusion. I inquired with the officer in charge about the situation and learned that no significant findings had emerged, not even any scars on the participants indicating gunshot wounds. Junjin and I meticulously perused the list of examinees, noting that the dormitory supervisor, Professor Xiao, along with his assistant, and even Yaxin, Uncle Lu, and others had all undergone the examination, with no abnormalities detected. However, one cannot hastily conclude that the female spirit is not concealed within the school premises. As Yuetong aptly stated, the specter may possess an unfathomable ability for self-healing. While contemplating how to unearth the ghost, my phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Yuetong. "Gue Marin, is there a way to summon help? Spare me the pleasantries. Come to the woods at once. Something has occurred." Her tone was grave, suggesting a significant disturbance. We dared not delay and promptly made our way to the camphor grove. Outside the grove, 4 fire engines were stationed, whereas previously only one had been present. We dashed past the fire trucks towards the site where the cave had been discovered, only to behold the serene forms of 3 firefighters lying lifeless on the ground. Approximately 10 firefighters stood nearby, some lamenting while others trembled in shock. The fire chief, who had earlier spoken to me while pinching his nose, sat vacantly beneath a camphor tree, murmuring, "They are gone, all gone." Yuedong was on the phone, requesting forensic assistance at the scene, with only Lang Ping by her side. The other subordinates had seemingly departed shortly after my exit, taking with them the evidence gathered for analysis. At that moment, Lang Ping was crouched, using tongs to carefully unfold a mud-soaked object, indeterminate whether it was clothing or something else. What transpired? I inquired immediately after Yuedong ended her call. These 3 firefighters entered the sewer and were attacked by an unknown entity. Yuetong recounted the circumstances in detail. After you left, the fire chief ordered 3 team members, clad in protective gear and equipped with oxygen tanks, to venture into the cave. Upon entering the cave, the captain continuously monitored the status of the team through the intercom, and no significant discoveries were made prior to venturing into the sewer. Once they entered the sewer, the team reported that the oxygen levels were alarmingly low, while the concentration of methane increased the deeper they went. Without oxygen supply equipment, humans could not survive in such an environment for more than 5 minutes, and most animals would also struggle to endure. Although the conditions within the sewer were exceedingly harsh, the likelihood of the fugitive utilizing it for escape seemed minimal. However, considering that the fugitive might possess extraordinary abilities, I insisted on continuing the search. Unexpectedly, not long after, a crisis unfolded. The team continued their search for a while and discovered an intact object resembling snakeskin. Despite the dire environmental conditions, this snakeskin exhibited no apparent signs of decay. Even more astonishing was the presence of arms reminiscent of human limbs attached to the upper portion of the skin. Just as the team completed their report, terrified screams erupted over the intercom, with one team member shouting about a monster, followed by a cacophony of chaotic collisions. And then an eerie silence enveloped the scene. However, if one listened closely, faint hissing and the sounds of something swallowing could still be discerned. Subsequently, perhaps due to the intercom being damaged by contaminated water, a burst of static ensued, after which no further communication was received. When the reinforcements from the fire department arrived, they found only 3 corpses and a peculiar piece of snake skin within the waterway. Lang Ping had completely unfurled the so-called snake skin, and as Yuetong had remarked, it was indeed a bizarre specimen. The entire snake skin measures approximately 2 meters in length. Although it has been darkened by the sewage of the sewer, it remains surprisingly intact, with the only notable damage being a long crack along its back. The rest shows no evident harm or signs of decay. The lower half of the snake's skin features a robust, elongated tail, while the upper half resembles the form of a child around 8 or 9 years old, albeit with slightly elongated arms and an even longer neck, measuring about 40 centimeters. The head bears a peculiar resemblance, being both human and serpentine. Suddenly, I recalled the human skin doll left behind by the female ghost last night. The doll had a subtly protruding mouth, and its feet were joined together. Could it be that the true owner of the human skin doll you sent for examination has seemingly matured? Yue Dong articulated the thoughts swirling in my mind. As the events unfolded, I found myself grappling with the surreal implications. The tangible evidence before me led to an absurd hypothesis. During her time at the medical university, Yi Xiaolu had an encounter with a non-human entity, resulting in the birth of a creature, a hybrid of human and snake. This creature, like a serpent, would periodically shed its skin. Perhaps the skin that was shed during one of these instances was fashioned into the human skin doll left by the ghost. Judging by its age, the snake demon skin before me should be the product of its most recent shedding. This implies that the entity responsible for the deaths of 3 firefighters in the sewer could very well be this snake demon. What should we do now? Should we block the entrance? If that creature escapes, it could spell considerable trouble. Jinjin inquired. If it intends to escape, there is little we can do. The sewer system is a labyrinth. Every manhole cover serves as an exit. We cannot possibly seal them all. Moreover, the passageways connecting the sewer to the tomb, as well as the entrances to the tomb, might very well have been excavated by it. Having said that, I promptly contacted my superior to report this matter and seek his guidance. After grasping the situation, my superior remained silent for a moment and then stated, "Conducting a large-scale search operation in the sewer is unfeasible. I must consult the director before making a decision. I will immediately notify the armed police to secure the scene, and we must temporarily suppress any information. If it incites panic among the citizens, it could lead to significant trouble." Following my conversation with my superior, I swiftly called Wei Gu, demanding that he procure the sewer blueprints near the medical university within 30 minutes, by any means necessary. Acquiring the blueprints should not be overly challenging. 5 minutes would suffice. The issue, however, was my inability to drive. How could I possibly reach you in 25 minutes? The medical university is located in the suburbs. Aside from Wei Ji's voice on the phone, I could also hear the rhythmic tapping of a keyboard. I don't care if you travel by plane or rocket. If I don't see those blueprints within 30 minutes, I will have Xueqing turn you into a eunuch. I shouted into the phone, preparing to hang up. Before you make me a eunuch, allow me to share some information. Wei Ji's tone carried a hint of self-satisfied levity. Stop with the riddles. Speak plainly, I replied, my patience worn thin. Another death had occurred, and this time 3 lives were lost. How could I possibly be in good spirits? Wei Gu, clearly sensing my discontent, refrained from further circumlocution and got straight to the point. The creator of the class album just replied to me. She mentioned that not only does she know the 4 girls from room 16, but she also lives next door to them and is quite familiar with their affairs. During the final semester, the 4 girls exhibited peculiar behavior, locking their door throughout the day and rarely engaging in conversation or card games with others. Even more strangely, the notoriously disliked dormitory supervisor underwent a drastic transformation, bringing them food and supplies daily, while advising everyone to refrain from disturbing them. Consequently, room 16 remained shut for nearly the entire semester, a stark contrast to the previous openness when visitors could freely enter. When others jokingly inquired if they had formed a close bond with the supervisor, the girls would always hesitate and evade the question. This peculiar situation persisted until the end of the term, culminating in a tragic incident. Regarding the matter of Yi Xiaolu's romantic life, she mentioned that although she had not heard of Xiaolu dating anyone, she had witnessed her meeting a man in his 40s behind the dormitory in the Camphor Grove at night, where their demeanor appeared quite intimate. However, due to the dimness of the evening, she could not clearly discern the man's features. When she broached the topic with Xiaolu, the latter chose to remain tight-lipped. Given Yi Xiaolu's circumstances, it seemed likely that a man of considerable wealth or success, who could capture her interest at such an age, would fit the profile, and Professor Zhao's age and background aligned with these criteria. Could he indeed be Yi Xiaolu's boyfriend? Moreover, she shared with me a significant detail. 2 of the girls from room 16, Xia Yulan and Yu Yingqing, had remained at the school after graduation, but due to years of no contact, she was unaware if they still resided there. I have thoroughly examined the personnel list of the medical university, including that of the janitorial staff, and found no mention of the 2 individuals. However, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that they may have changed their names. After hanging up the phone, I found myself lost in contemplation. Did Professor Xiao ever have an affair with Yi Xiaolu, resulting in her pregnancy? Are the two surviving girls from room 16 still residing at the university? If so, could they be the very specters that Xueqing and I encountered in the woods? AMU, what has captured your thoughts so deeply? Lun Yin and assistant Zhong Gang approached us. What could summon you here, other than the dead? I instructed Lun Yin to immediately examine the bodies of the 3 firefighters. The corpses were caked in mud, exuding a nauseating stench. As Zhong Gang drew closer, he instinctively pinched his nose before donning a mask. Yet, Lun Yin seemed oblivious to the odor, slipping on rubber gloves and preparing to inspect the bodies. Perhaps his extensive experience with corpses had rendered him immune to such repugnant smells. All 3 bodies lay face up on the ground, with no apparent external injuries. After taking photographs, Lun Yin and Zhong Gang worked together to turn one of the bodies over, revealing a gaping hole in its back. The same was discovered upon examining the other 2. After a brief inspection, Lun Yin remarked to me, all 3 deceased succumbed to having their hearts extracted. Yet there is a notable difference compared to the previously deceased student. That student's heart was removed by an adult missing the middle finger of their right hand, whereas these hearts appear to have been excavated by a child, approximately 10 years of age, using bare hands. The cause of the firefighters' demise aligns with my expectations. However, through the judgment of the flow of time, I have concluded that the assailant who attacked the 3 students is not the serpent demon responsible for the firefighters' death. As Lun Yin, with the assistance of medical personnel and other firefighters, transported the 3 corpses away, armed police had already arrived and cordoned off the scene. Yu Tong and Lang Ping intended to take the serpent demon's skin for examination, and at that moment, Zhenzhen and I found no further reason to remain. So we exited the woods, planning to investigate the dormitory supervisor, Yu Shi. Beyond the forest, a multitude of curious students gathered, including Yi Xian and her roommate. Upon spotting me, they waved enthusiastically. As I approached, they bombarded me with questions about what had transpired, wondering if yet another student had fallen victim to the female ghost. I feigned seriousness and replied, I can share, but the more you know, the greater the danger. If the ghost sets its sights on you, don't blame me. The group of young girls trembled in fear, unanimously declaring they wished to know nothing further. Just as we were about to depart, Yixian suddenly pulled me aside and whispered, I suspect that Yu Shi is the culprit. On what basis do you say that? I inquired. Last night, I heard noises in the corridor around midnight, so I bravely opened my door a crack to look outside, and to my astonishment, I saw Yu Shi opening the door to room 16. She is the dormitory supervisor. It is not unusual for her to conduct rounds at night. But it was nearly 3 in the morning. No one would patrol at such a late hour. Moreover, she was dressed in white and appeared disheveled. Had I not recognized the jade bracelet on her wrist, I would not have known it was her. Yixian spoke earnestly. When she encountered the female ghost in the woods yesterday, the dormitory supervisor, Yu Shijian, was dining with Zhenjin at a restaurant, making it impossible for her to be in the woods. But why would she disguise herself as a ghost? Perhaps there lies a clandestine secret in room 16, prompting her to create a ruse to frighten the students. After bidding farewell to Yixian and the others, I noticed Xueqing and Miao Miao approaching us. Amu, why are you dressed like an old man? Miao Miao circled around me, observing me as if I were a monkey on display. What the predicamen? I forced a wry smile and then turned to Xueqing. Has there been any activity from Professor Xiao? Xueqing replied coldly and seriously. Professor Xiao has shown no unusual behavior. However, I discovered that his assistant, Zheng Qianyi, is missing a finger. What? Could you elaborate? I asked, intrigued. I had always found her peculiar, as she consistently wore gloves, which made me pay special attention to her. Just now, while she was washing her hands at the sink outside the restroom, something fell out when she removed her gloves. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a prosthetic finger. Looking at her hand, I noted that her right hand's middle finger was only half a length. The female ghost who was shot last night also had a middle finger that was similarly truncated. And considering the autopsy reports of the 2 students, it is highly probable that the murderer lacks a middle finger on their right hand. Thus, we can almost confirm that she is one of the female ghosts. Let us apprehend her immediately, Zhenjin exclaimed excitedly. However, this alone does not substantiate her as the ghost. Moreover, she has the backing of Professor Xiao, so we must act with caution. Otherwise, we risk alarming her, complicating future investigations. After a moment of contemplation, I remarked, Xueqing, do you have any means to obtain her saliva or hair? Are you intending to compare her DNA? There is the blood of a female ghost to the crime scene. If we can acquire her saliva or hair, it would suffice to ascertain whether she is indeed the ghost. Xueqing nodded slightly. It should not be difficult to collect her hair, but given its length, acquiring strands with the hair follicles may prove challenging. However, grant me some time, and I should manage it. Shall I accompany you? Jinjin inquired. Having more people might complicate matters, Xueqing replied, then turned swiftly to depart. Once she had distanced herself, Jinjin grumbled in dissatisfaction. Xueqing can be quite peculiar, as if she believes I would only hinder her efforts. Although Sister Xueqing is somewhat odd, she treats me quite well. Miao Miao gazed at Xueqing's receding figure and suddenly tugged at my sleeve. What should I do now? I retorted somewhat irately, just stick with us, otherwise it will be troublesome if you got lost. If you all ignore me, I truly might lose my way. Miao Miao's words nearly caused us to faint. With Xueqing managing matters concerning Zhang Xianyi and Wei Gu yet to arrive, I resolved to investigate Room 16 once more, hoping to uncover the unspeakable secrets surrounding Supervisor Yu. Chapter 9. The hidden manipulator. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, we found the dormitory supervisor, Yu, dozing off in the reception area. After I roused her, she expressed her displeasure about our intention to investigate Room 16, muttering a few complaints. Nevertheless, she ultimately led us to inspect it. Given that it was class time, most students were in the academic building, while those like Yaxin, who skipped class, had ventured outside to observe the commotion, resulting in a remarkably quiet dormitory. Room 16 appeared unremarkable, much like before. However, I was acutely aware that something was amiss, yet we had failed to uncover it. Once we entered Room 16, the usually lively Miao Miao suddenly fell silent and, before long, fainted. Fortunately, Jinjin was nearby and caught her just in time. I hastily pressed on her acupoint to revive her and inquired about her condition. Her response nearly knocked us off our feet. There are so many pigs here. Many pigs? Are you all right? Do you have a fever? Jinjin asked, feeling Miao Miao's forehead. You don't have a fever, so why are you speaking nonsense? There are really many pigs. So many, countless, and many people too. Dozens of them. Miao Miao's consciousness seemed clouded, her gaze somewhat vacant, and her speech was muddled, though we could barely make out her words. It seems they want to talk to me. Though it appeared Miao Miao was rambling, my intuition suggested that perhaps she could provide us with a clue. Thus, I inquired, what are they saying to you? Their voices were faint, as they circled around one another. Miao Miao appeared exceedingly fatigued, as if it took immense effort for her to raise her hand and point toward the corner of the room. In that corner stood a sizable box, filled with damaged badminton rackets, presenting no peculiarities. After rummaging through it for a while, I turned back to Miao Miao in confusion, beginning to doubt whether her ramblings held any truth. Her hand slowly descended, weakly indicating the bottom of the box as she murmured below. I moved the box aside, and apart from discovering a notably clean patch of floor devoid of dust, an outcome solely attributable to the box's prolonged wait, nothing seemed amiss. Yet, Miao Miao's hand continued to point at the floor, incessantly repeating, below, below. I gently tapped the floor and noticed that one particular section produced a notably crisp sound, prompting me to pry it up. I had anticipated a considerable effort, but to my surprise, merely inserting a key into the crevice and gently prying it was sufficient to lift that section of the floor. Once raised, a hole over 30 centimeters in diameter revealed itself, leading into an abyss. Based on the distance between the cave discovered in the woods and the tomb, I surmised that the burial site lay approximately 3 to 4 meters beneath this room. Could this opening be connected to the tomb below? I glanced at Supervisor Yu, who instinctively averted her gaze from mine, stammering, "Why are you looking at me? I have no idea why there's a hole here." Supervisor Yu evidently felt guilty, yet the mere discovery of a pit in the dormitory could not substantiate any claims. Fortunately, Miao Miao whimsically directed me to another box in search of evidence, indicating a rather inconspicuous container, saying, "Basketball." They are all gathered around that basketball. The box meow meow referred to had already been rummaged through by Zhun Zhun, revealing a dozen worn-out basketballs within. I extracted each basketball one by one, casting a glance at Supervisor Yu, whose expression was grim, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. The basketballs atop appeared unremarkable, merely old and somewhat deflated. But when I retrieved one from the bottom of the box, I immediately sensed something unusual. This particular ball was significantly heavier than the others. Evidently, this damaged basketball concealed something within. I reached my hand into the crack and found what seemed to be a plastic bag containing remnants of some sort. As I pulled the entire bag out before I could discern its contents, Supervisor Yu anxiously exclaimed, "It's not mine, I didn't put it in there." Her agitation was understandable, for what I had extracted from the broken basketball was a bag of poppy husks, weighing approximately 500 grams. It dawned on me why the dishes at her family restaurant possessed such a distinctive and addictive flavor. They were laced with a powder derived from poppy husks. To cover up your tracks, who else possesses the key to this room? I inched closer to Supervisor Yu, holding the bag of poppy husks, and solemnly stated, "Concealing narcotics is no trivial offense. This bag of poppy husks could secure you a life sentence in prison. In truth, the illegal transportation, sale, storage, and use of a small quantity of poppy husks do not constitute a criminal offense, unless the amount exceeds 200 kilograms. With this bag of poppy husks weighing approximately half a kilogram in my possession, I could, at best, only confine her for a fortnight and impose a fine amounting to several thousand yuan. However, it was evident that she was oblivious to the legal ramifications surrounding such matters. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to theatrics to intimidate her fellow students. Thus, I decided to leverage this ignorance to frighten her into divulging everything she knew. The ashen countenance of Supervisor Yu was a clear indication of my success, prompting me to intensify my interrogation. "You would do well to disclose all that you know. Perhaps I might overlook what I have witnessed. Otherwise," I raised the bag in my hand, emphasizing my tone, "you shall await your fate in a cell. Speak quickly. What secrets does this dormitory conceal? What is your connection with the ghostly infant? Why did you deliberately lure Jinjin to your establishment last night? What is your true intention?" This dates back to a decade ago. Supervisor Yu, visibly shaken, began to recount the tale in a trembling voice. A decade prior, in room 16, there resided a girl named Yi Xiaolu, who was strikingly beautiful, attracting numerous admirers. Frequently, boys would sneak to the back of their dormitory at night to strum guitars and serenade her through the window. Yet, she remained impervious to their advances, dedicating herself earnestly to her studies. Over time, she gradually gained weight. Although she consistently donned loose-fitting garments, her protruding belly was not entirely inconspicuous. I had witnessed her vomiting on several occasions in the restroom, and as a mother myself, I began to suspect she might be pregnant. A studentess' pregnancy is a grave matter. Thus, I summoned her to confront her with my suspicions, although she refused to admit it. Such matters cannot be concealed from the discerning eye. Seizing a moment of her inattention, I gently placed my hand upon her abdomen, and I could almost ascertain with certainty that she was indeed with child. When I inquired about the identity of the father, she remained resolutely silent. Nevertheless, her reticence was inconsequential to me, for this was not my concern. I could simply report it to the school authorities the following day. However, that very evening, Professor Xiao unexpectedly arrived at my residence bearing fruit. Previously, our interactions had been limited to brief nods of acknowledgement as we shared the same workplace. Thus, his visit left me somewhat taken aback. He promptly addressed the matter, stating that the student residing in room 16, Xiaolu, was pregnant, and implored me not to inform the leadership. It was evident to me that Xiaolu was in the same class as his son, and I had witnessed his son's pursuit of her affection. Now, with his words, even a fool could discern that the child she bore was indeed his grandchild. Given that he had personally come to seek my silence, I found it difficult to refuse him. One must recognize that with his standing in the institution, a mere word to the principal could result in the loss of my position as a dormitory supervisor. Subsequently, although Xiaolu's condition became increasingly apparent, The school administration remained oblivious to the situation. I surmised that he had taken considerable steps behind the scenes. This was a medical university, after all. The faculty comprised experienced doctors who surely could not have overlooked a studentess' pregnancy. I had also heard Xiaolu mention that numerous teachers suspected her condition. Yet even after she gave birth, the leadership remained entirely unaware of the affair. The small building was constructed during the holiday season, when all the students in the dormitory had returned home, leaving only her and 3 young ladies from room 16. On the day of her delivery, Professor Xiao also came to assist, yet his son was notably absent. This inevitably led me to ponder whether the child she bore was indeed his grandchild or something else entirely. Although Professor Xiao was not an obstetrician, he possessed a modicum of knowledge in this realm, and as someone who had also given birth, I, along with the 3 young ladies, aided in the process, which proceeded smoothly. However, to our horror, the child born was a grotesque deformity. This was the most terrifying infant I had ever encountered. Its feet were conjoined. Its mouth was disproportionately large and slightly protruding, and it was born with 4 sharp canine teeth. Even more alarming, the moment it entered the world, its eyes remained closed. Yet it could crawl, dragging its blood-soaked body towards its mother. I stood frozen in fear, unsure of how to react, merely staring, as did the others, including Professor Xiao. Despite its conjoined feet, the creature moved with surprising agility, quickly crawling to the chest of the small building. It clawed and bit, tearing her clothing to expose her breast, then opened its mouth to bite. Initially, I assumed it sought nourishment, but upon hearing the anguished screams of the small building and witnessing the blood flowing from her breast, I realized it was feeding on its mother's blood, an utterly horrifying sight. Afterward, Professor Xiao provided me with some money, instructing me to prepare nourishing food for the small building and to keep this dreadful secret, urging me that no one must discover she had given birth to a monstrosity. At that time, my husband's restaurant business was faltering, and he was contemplating closure. Therefore, I sought assistance from a contact to secure a position for my husband in the school canteen. As he had initially sought my help, I believed he would not decline. After some contemplation, he replied, "It is not difficult to arrange a job for your husband, though the salary may be less than desirable. Perhaps I could assist you in procuring some poppy husks through my numerous friends in the herbal medicine wholesale trade." Subsequently, every month or 2, he would provide me with poppy husks, which my husband ground into powder to mix with the seasonings, leading to a remarkable improvement in the restaurant's fortunes. As the restaurant's revival hinged entirely upon Professor Zhao's poppy husks, I diligently attended to his requests, delivering meals and soups to Xiaolu daily. Moreover, upon the commencement of the school term, I forbade other maidens from entering her dormitory to prevent the discovery of the peculiar offspring she had borne. This anomaly was indeed strange, never crying or causing a fuss. Aside from nursing from its mother's breast, it spent the remainder of its time curled up in slumber, thus escaping the notice of the other maidens. However, should any suspicion arise, Professor Xiao possessed the means to silence them, for none dared to disregard his authority within the medical university. Even the principal held him in high regard, let alone the students. With a mere word, he could expel any student he deemed undesirable. Yet as time progressed, the creature's appetite grew insatiable, exclusively feeding on its mother's blood and ignoring all else. It became increasingly taxing for Xiaolu to sustain it, and despite my efforts to supply her with nourishing supplements, her complexion grew progressively paler with each passing day. Later, the other 3 girls also began to feed the creature with blood, and the situation improved. At that time, Professor Xiao would provide me with a sum of money each month to purchase supplements for them. Given the significant profit involved, I was more than willing to comply. Little did I anticipate that such events would unfold. After Xiao Lu killed Qiongji, the creature vanished without a trace. Initially, I assumed that Professor Xiao had taken it away. However, the day after the incident, Professor Xiao informed me of a pit in room 16, instructing me to toss a pig's heart into it at midnight each night. Furthermore, on the 15th day of each lunar month, he would procure a human heart for me to dispose of as well. I surmised that he must have concealed the creature within the pit, as only it would consume such grotesque offerings. Carrying a pig's heart to a dormitory where a murder had once occurred at the stroke of midnight was no trivial endeavor. And, at times, I had to bear a human heart as well. I was deeply concerned about the possibility of the girls discovering my clandestine activities. Coincidentally, rumors had begun to circulate about a female ghost haunting the camphor woods. Thus, each night, as I brought the pig's heart, I donned a white outfit and let my hair fall loosely, hoping to frighten the girls into staying indoors. Upon hearing the dormitory supervisor's account, I remarked, "Everyone believes there are ghosts here. Do you think hiding the poppy husks will prevent discovery?" These items were given to me by Professor Shao. "I truly know nothing," the supervisor replied, sidestepping my inquiry. "Do you genuinely know nothing?" I said with a grave tone. "If you are unaware that hoarding poppy husks is illegal, would you need to conceal them so meticulously? I'm at a loss. I truly do not know." The supervisor burst into tears. Zhenjin shot me a glare, seemingly reproaching me for using such despicable means to bully the supervisor, this elderly woman. I shrugged and returned her a helpless smile, then turned back to continue my intimidation of Supervisor Yu. "You are aware of last night's events, aren't you? Why on earth did you lure Zhenjin outside the school? Are you in cahoots with the female ghost? Do you not understand that murder is punishable by death? It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. I have no connection with that female ghost. I did not commit murder." Supervisor Yu hastily waved her hands and shook her head in desperation. "Then why did you entice Zhenjin to the restaurant?" I demanded sternly. Supervisor Yu trembled in fear, her voice slightly stuttering as she replied, It was Professor Shao who instructed me to do so. He called me last night and told me to find a female police officer investigating the ghost case. And once I located her, I was to take her to the restaurant and not let her leave before 11. He specifically ordered me to bring her to a private room. Why must it be a private room? I inquired sharply. Perhaps because the private room is soundproof. Generally, there is no signal from mobile phones in there. I see. So even if Zhenjin had her phone on her last night, I might not have been able to locate her. It seems that Professor Shao is not so easily dealt with. He likely discovered that Xueqing was monitoring him, and thus remotely directed Supervisor Yu to divert Zhenjin, leading me and Xueqing into the woods, where he summoned the female ghost to harm us. As events have unfolded, the shadowy figure behind it all is on the verge of revelation. Yet, I must pose one more inquiry to Supervisor Yu. Are the two young women, Xia Yulan and Yu Ingqing, who were unharmed in room 16, still employed at the medical university? Indeed, they are, though they have adopted new identities. The librarian, Pan Xiuxia, is none other than Xia Yulan, while the assistant to Professor Shao, Zheng Qianyi, is Yu Ingqing. Supervisor Yu has divulged all the information I sought, prompting me to enlist the aid of the armed police stationed at the forest perimeter to escort her to the police station for a comprehensive statement. She has nearly unraveled all my uncertainties, and the case now appears quite clear. A decade ago, Professor Shao engaged in an illicit relationship with the student Yi Xiaolu, resulting in the birth of a monstrous offspring. Subsequently, Yi Xiaolu suffered from postpartum depression, leading her to tragically murder her roommate, Qin Xiongji, during a bout of madness. To prevent the scandal from surfacing, Professor Shao concealed the aberration in a grave beneath room 16 and enlisted Supervisor Yu to provide sustenance. However, the creature required a monthly intake of human hearts, which led him to exploit his position to procure hearts from dissected corpses. Due to a shortage of available cadavers, he coerced his son, Xiao Yishuan, to risk his safety by stealing hearts from a morgue of the provincial hospital. Moreover, he manipulated Xia Yulan and Yu Ingqing into masquerading as vengeful spirits within the camphor forest, committing murder to secure hearts for the creature. Specifically, the serpent demon responsible for the deaths of 3 firefighters. The library fire was evidently orchestrated by Xia Yulan. She coated the page in the dormitory check-in log containing their details with white phosphorus and tampered with the fire extinguisher. Consequently, any inquiry into their records would trigger a conflagration, incinerating all pertinent information. Certainly, this is merely my speculation. The truth can be ascertained by interrogating Professor Shao. The current dilemma lies in the fact that beside Professor Shao is Yu Ingqing, who possesses extraordinary abilities, making it quite challenging to apprehend them. Moreover, The cunning and astute Professor Xiao may not readily divulge the crimes he has committed. When I sought the assistance of the armed police to escort Supervisor Yu, I initially intended for Miao Miao to leave with us. However, after emerging from room 16, she gradually regained her vitality, engaging in endless chatter with Jinjin, who was reluctant to head home for a rest. I suddenly realized that Miao Miao played an indispensable role in extracting testimony from Supervisor Yu. Although her words were vague and nonsensical, they revealed details we had previously overlooked. Could it be that our leader recruited her into the enigmatic case team due to her possession of a sixth sense that sets her apart from ordinary individuals? Just as we bid farewell to Supervisor Yu, Wei Gu appeared before us. I stepped forward intending to greet him, but he evaded me. How dare he? I summoned him to arrive within 30 minutes, yet he dawdled for over an hour. As the saying goes, one must show a little color to make him understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Brother Mu, are you aware that it is lunchtime? The traffic on the road is nearly at a standstill. Wei Ji's tone reflected a sense of grievance. I felt it inappropriate to press further, as his early arrival by half an hour would not have significantly aided our efforts. The matter at hand is not the serpent demon lurking in the sewers, but rather the sinister puppeteer, Professor Xiao. After Wei Gu entrusted me with the sewer's blueprint, I instructed him and Miao Miao to wander about independently. As their presence was not required for the time being, I merely advised them to maintain communication. Subsequently, Zhenzhen and I prepared to summon Professor Xiao and his associates back to the police station for questioning. However, at that moment, a sharp gunshot echoed across the campus, and I immediately realized that calamity had struck once more. Indeed, Xueqing soon called to deliver news that left me momentarily speechless. Professor Xiao had met his demise. Chapter 10. Sacrificing the pawn to protect the king. Just as I was about to unearth the mastermind behind the scenes, I was startled by the sound of a gunshot. Xueqing promptly called to inform me of Professor Xiao's demise. I was momentarily stunned, only snapping back to reality when Jinjin kicked me. What has happened? Jinjin inquired. Professor Xiao is dead. What? Did he take his own life out of guilt? If he intended to commit suicide, would Xueqing need to fire a gun to send him on his way? Let us first meet with Xueqing and discuss this further. With that, we hurriedly made our way to the teaching building. Professor Xiao had perished in his research office. Upon our arrival, only Xueqing and a few faculty members were present, while a throng of students gathered outside, making it quite the challenge to squeeze in. I relayed the information I had gleaned from the dormitory supervisor to Xueqing, who in turn shared what she knew. After parting ways with you, I came here to seek out Zheng Qianni, also known as Yue Yingqing, in hopes of stealthily acquiring her hair. Upon reaching the door of the research office, I discovered it securely locked, but faint sounds of feminine moans drifted from within. It seemed that Professor Xiao was once again engaged in an indiscreet liaison with his assistant. I concealed myself beside the window, although the door and windows were firmly shut. My rigorous auditory training enabled me to discern every subtle sound emanating from the office. Initially, I heard only breaths and moans. After a while, the sound of fabric rustling indicated they had concluded their affair and were now tidying themselves. This is the last time a female voice resonated within, undoubtedly that of Yue Yingqing. Subsequently, a series of faint sounds emerged, seemingly the result of Professor Xiao embracing Yue Yingqing, only to have her break free. With a tone laced with displeasure, he inquired, "What is the matter? Do you find me too aged?" He continued, "Do not forget your own circumstances. Aside from me, anyone else who dares engage in this endeavor with you is destined for ruin. You venomous princess." "I am the venomous princess, but what do you consider yourself?" Yue Yingqing retorted sharply. "As the old adage goes, no poison, no true man. You are not only cruel-hearted but also toxic in every regard, aside from me and Xiaoxia. Do you not bring doom to anyone who crosses your path?" Suddenly, Yue Yingqing launched a fierce verbal assault. "Do you intend to revolt? Do you dare challenge me? I could easily persuade the master to withhold the serum, leaving you in a state of perpetual suffering." Professor Xiao responded with a voice thick with rage. "I doubt you will have the chance." The room echoed with further disturbances as the two seemed to engage in a tense standoff, each retreating and advancing. occasionally knocking over scattered documents and belongings. With a voice that trembled slightly, Professor Xiao asked, "What are your intentions? Do you dare lay a hand on me, fearing the master's retribution?" A sinister laugh escaped Yu Ingqing's lips as she coldly declared, "The master's wrath will not be directed at me, but at you." "What? Impossible. You are deceiving me. For the past decade, had I not provided sustenance for the master's peculiar offspring, would it have survived to this day? I have always obeyed the master's commands, never defied his wishes, nor committed any transgressions. Why would he wish to eliminate me?" Judging by the tone, it was evident that Professor Xiao had retreated to a corner of the room. "Is that so? You claim to have done nothing wrong?" Hee hee hee. The laughter of Yu Ingqing grew increasingly sinister. "Your idea of using poppy husks to control Yu Shijian is indeed clever. But have you considered that while you can manipulate her, the police could also use the same method to extract information from her? It is only a matter of time before she reveals your identity. For the sake of our master's plan and our shared pursuit of immortality, we must sacrifice you. Surely, you do not wish for your precious son, my esteemed classmate, to be imprisoned and have his future ruined." "Ah!" A scream echoed from the laboratory, belonging to Professor Xiao. I immediately drew my firearm and kicked the door open. Upon entering the lab, I saw Yu Ingqing licking the blood from her hands. She had not worn gloves, and it was evident that her right hand was smeared with blood, the middle finger severed at the knuckle. Professor Xiao lay in a pool of blood. Judging by the wound on his chest, it appeared he had succumbed to a fatal stab to the heart. It is perhaps ironic that a distinguished cardiologist met his end in such a manner at the hands of an assistant. I aimed my gun at Yu Ingqing, warning her to surrender immediately, or I would fire. She responded with a cryptic smile, slowly raising her hands before suddenly leaping out of the window to escape. I rushed to the window, but she had already landed, rolling in the greenery beside the teaching building to cushion her fall before scrambling away. I fired a shot at her, but missed. Even if I had hit, it likely would have had little effect, so I abandoned my attempt to snipe her. After hearing Xu Etching's account, Zhenjin inquired, "Did you manage to obtain a strand of Yu Ingqing's hair?" While it is now certain that Yu Ingqing is the ghostly figure shot last night, the investigation requires concrete evidence, without irrefutable proof. It is all too easy for the perpetrator to slip through the cracks. However, Xueqing has disappointed Jinjin this time, as she had no opportunity to obtain Yu Ingqing's hair. Nevertheless, the absence of hair is inconsequential. This alone suffices. I crouched before the trash bin, pointing at a crumpled tissue stained with semen. Since the tissue bore such evidence, it would undoubtedly also contain vaginal secretions. By submitting this tissue to Yuetong, we could compare the DNA of Yu Ingqing with that of the ghostly apparition, thus confirming her identity as one of the specters. Should Yu Ingqing indeed be one of these phantoms, the likelihood that the other ghost is Shui Yulan, the librarian, becomes significantly heightened. Yet, despite knowing the identity of the ghost, the identity of the master referred to in the conversation between Yu Ingqing and Professor Xiao remains elusive. Since Professor Xiao has become a discarded pawn, he cannot possibly be the mastermind. He mentioned the master's peculiar son, indicating that the one who had relations with Xiaolu a decade ago must be the master he spoke of, not himself. It appears that this so-called master is the crux of the case, the true puppeteer behind the scenes. After Xueqing contacted me, she promptly alerted the armed police to seal off all entrances and exits of the campus and requested a thorough search throughout the school. However, we all understand that this will not lead to the capture of Yu Ingqing. She possesses extraordinary abilities, and this is her domain. She is intimately familiar with every nook and cranny, and in terms of the sewers alone, we cannot conduct a comprehensive search. Unraveling the mystery of Yu Ingqing is no simple task. Yet uncovering the whereabouts of Xia Yulan should pose little difficulty. Thus, upon the arrival of my comrades from the armed police at the research facility, we hastened towards the library, hoping to apprehend Xia Yulan. However, upon reaching the library's entrance, we discovered that we were already a step too late. A number of students, their faces etched with panic, gathered outside. I seized a male student at random and inquired about the situation. Trembling, he stammered, "A murder, a murder. Who was killed? Who committed the act?" I asked succinctly. "The administrator, a woman, killed her." Although the boy's words were somewhat garbled, I managed to grasp his meaning. It was Professor Zhao's assistant who did it. Someone exclaimed, though I had already surmised the truth. Yet another pawn had been sacrificed. We paid no heed to the students outside and rushed into the library, which stood starkly empty and cold, in marked contrast to the commotion beyond. In a corner, we discovered Xia Yulan, the very administrator who had previously assisted Jinjin in searching through archives, lying in a pool of blood, her body convulsing slightly as she gasped for air. Jinjin, leading the way, attempted to help her up, but Xia Yulan, her voice barely a whisper, implored, "No, my blood. It's poisonous." I instructed Xueqing to summon an ambulance and turned to Xia Yulan, asking, "Are you not partners with Yuanqing? Why would she wish to harm you? What an illusion of immortality. A mere deception, all of it. We are but pawns. Xiaolu is, Qiongji is, everyone is. Disposable pieces to be cast aside in service of the commander at any moment." Xia Yulan exhaled more than she inhaled, and with great difficulty, she finally revealed the truth. A decade ago, Xiaolu engaged in a liaison with the master and became pregnant with a monstrous offspring. Fearing the scandal might spread, the master compelled Xiaolu to contaminate the kettle with his blood, poisoning us all. His blood, akin to heroin, once ingested, would induce a toxic episode each month, the agony of which is beyond description, a true predicament between life and death. Yet, should we consume his serum, not only would the pain vanish instantaneously, but we would also experience a euphoric sensation. However, upon the next toxic episode, without his serum, we would endure immeasurable suffering. He has wielded this threat over us for a decade, asserting that should we defy him, he would withhold the serum, leaving us to suffer the torment of toxicity. Since our poisoning, aside from the monthly episodes, our bodies have remained tainted. My first love departed this world on the night of our union. Consequently, we have been compelled to avoid any intimate contact with others. Over the past 10 years, apart from my first love, only Professor Xiao has touched my body. Professor Xiao was initially unrelated to this affair, yet he inadvertently discovered Xiaolu's pregnancy and intended to report it to the school authorities. Had the institution been informed, the master scheme would have unraveled, prompting him to employ the same coercive tactics against the professor. In truth, it cannot be termed as coercion, for after he ingested his master's serum, his physique markedly improved, and he appeared considerably more youthful than before. Thus, he remained unwaveringly loyal to his master. After the birth of the abnormal child, the master informed us that once it reached maturity, each of us would be granted a drop of the serum, enabling us to attain immortality. Initially, I was only half convinced by his words, but eventually I became wholly persuaded, for Yingqing truly acquired powers bestowed by the peculiar offspring. When the creature was 3 months old, the master instructed one of us to sacrifice a finger to it. Whoever willingly offered their digit would be granted the strength it conferred. At that moment, everyone hesitated, reluctant to part with a finger, except for Xiaolu, who was in a frail state. Ultimately, it was Yingqing who made the sacrifice. After the creature consumed half of Yingqing's middle finger, it commenced shedding its skin, first splitting its back open with a lengthy fissure through which it emerged. The master presented the shed skin to Yingqing as a testament to her covenant with the serpent deity and urged her to ingest a drop of the creature's blood. She later fashioned the skin into a doll, the very one discarded in the camphor forest last night. Since establishing her pact with the serpent deity, Yingqing's body underwent transformations. The wounds inflicted while feeding the creature healed swiftly, leaving no trace of scars. Her strength also increased significantly, as evidenced by her destruction of the dormitory window, executed to prevent the boys from stealthily opening it and discovering the presence of the abnormal child. This event transpired when the creature was 6 months old, coinciding with the day before graduation. The master commanded one of us to sacrifice a heart for the abomination, proclaiming that whoever offered their heart would merge their soul with the serpent goddess, thus attaining eternal life and boundless power. After witnessing Yingqing's condition, we were all led to believe this to be true, eagerly vying to give our lives, ultimately resorting to a lottery to determine the chosen one. You already know the outcome. It was Qiongji who drew the short straw. However, what you do not know is that it was not Xiaolu who extracted Qiongji's heart, but rather Yingqing. The master had devised a method for us to evade culpability, feigning madness. At that time, Yingqing possessed considerable power, and extracting Qiongji's heart required little effort. Moreover, Qiongji had ingested the master's blood, rendering her oblivious to any pain during the extraction, thus she did not cry out. Since both Yingqing and I had to consume the master's blood regularly to prevent the onset of poison, the task of feigning madness fell solely upon Xiaolu. She initially intended to play the part of a lunatic for 2 years, waiting for the incident to fade from memory so she could start anew, never anticipating the dire fate that awaited her. After the abomination consumed Qiongji's heart, it burrowed into a grave beneath the dormitory through a secret tunnel previously excavated by Yingqing. Every night, the overseer would toss a pig's heart into the tunnel for its nourishment. The master stated that the abomination required a human heart each month, preferably that of a living person. Thus, under Professor Zhao's guidance, Yingqing and I found employment at the school. Lying in wait in the camphor grove on the 15th day of each lunar month to deliver fresh human hearts to it. The tunnel between the grove and the grave having been dug for this very purpose. If we fail to find fresh hearts, Professor Xiao will hand over the hearts stolen from the dissection room or the hospital to Supervisor Yu, a practice that has persisted for a decade. After listening to Xia Yulan's account, I understood why Professor Xiao whimsically referred to Yu Yingqing as the Poison Princess. The term Poison Princess originates from Japan's Warring States period, where it is said that the renowned ninja clan, Koga, trained 3 enigmatic female ninjas, each possessing breathtaking beauty, yet their blood, saliva, and even sweat were laced with deadly poison, causing instant death to anyone who came into contact with them. Thus, they were named the Poison Princesses. Despite their lethal nature, these women could live like ordinary humans. However, any person who engaged with them or even shared a cup would succumb to poisoning. Historical accounts suggest that a single dance from a poison princess could release toxins lethal to the audience surrounding her. Yu Yingqing's situation bears a striking resemblance to that of the Poison Princesses, making Professor Zhao's moniker not entirely inappropriate. Nevertheless, the legends surrounding the Poison Princesses are obscure, and I only became slightly acquainted with them through extensive research on ninjutsu while investigating a case. Professor Zhao's ability to mention them effortlessly speaks to his profound knowledge. But given the circumstances, such knowledge seems trivial. What truly matters now is unmasking the hidden puppet master behind these events. Was the attack on us last night orchestrated by your master? I inquired. Xia Yulan nodded faintly. You know too much. She appeared to be on the brink of shock from excessive blood loss, her eyes threatening to close forever. Urgently, I pressed on. Who is your master? Tell me quickly. Lulu. Her voice gradually faded, and her eyes slowly closed. She was gone. My heavens! After all that time spent speaking, could she not have held on for just one more second to finish her words? I had thought such occurrences were confined to the realms of martial arts novels. Yet, lamenting was futile, so I inquired if Junjin and Xueqing had heard anything she said, but both helplessly shook their heads. I closed my eyes in contemplation, recalling any individuals related to this case, hoping to uncover someone with the surname Liu. Could it be Principal Liu? I exclaimed, slapping my thigh. The only person with a direct connection to this case bearing the surname Liu was indeed Principal Liu. Without waiting for our colleagues to take over, we dashed towards the principal's office. However, when Junjin kicked open the door, we were taken aback to find our superior already inside. Why did you kick the door open without knocking? The door wasn't even locked, he remarked nonchalantly while perusing a newspaper. Principal Liu sat opposite him, his face a picture of distress, juggling calls on both his mobile and landline, seemingly oblivious to our intrusion. After what felt like an eternity, when Principal Liu finally hung up, I presented my credentials. Principal Liu, I suspect you are connected to multiple homicides and have incited others to assault the police. I hope you will accompany us back to the station for questioning. Principal Liu offered a resigned smile, glancing at our superior, who remained engrossed in his newspaper and replied without looking up, Mu, you've miscalculated this time. Old Liu and the 2 vice principals played mahjong with me all night. Their phones were turned off, and they even used the restroom together. Do you truly believe he had the opportunity to orchestrate your downfall? I tucked away my identification and shrugged helplessly, No wonder the experience this morning was so smooth. It appears connections had already been established last night. Sighing, Principal Lu lamented with a bitter smile. It seems I am indeed cursed. Not only did I lose money last night, but today has also spiraled into such chaos. At this point, accumulating a few more charges is of little consequence. It appears my tenure as principal may be drawing to a close. Lao Yang, do see if there's any decent position you can arrange for me. The boss chuckled lightly. You old rogue should just retire early. Surely the profits you've amassed over the years are sufficient to sustain you through the latter half of your life. Principal Lu could only manage a wry smile in response. Just as we were about to depart, my phone suddenly rang. It was Wei Ge calling. However, upon answering, I could only hear him laughing like a fool. Speak quickly. We are rather busy. If Wei Ge were in front of me, I would surely kick him, though I suspect Zhenzhen would beat me to it. I've accomplished something monumental, he exclaimed. Really? Goodbye. It was already quite impressive that he hadn't botched things up. If he claimed to have achieved something noteworthy, it would at most be in the realm of pilfering certain confidential documents online. So I harbored little hope for him and was about to hang up. Wait, don't hang up. I truly have achieved something. I have captured Professor Zhao's assistant. What? You have apprehended Yu Yingqing? I shouted, and the gaze of everyone present turned towards me. Chapter 11. A nighttime exploration of the waterway. Upon realizing that Principal Lu could not possibly be the mastermind behind the events, I found myself at a loss when suddenly Wei Ge contacted me, declaring that he had captured Yu Yingqing. To be frank, it seemed almost absurd to believe that this ailing monkey of a man could catch a wildly darting mouse, let alone claim to have apprehended the legendary, bloodthirsty ghost known as the Infant Ghost. It was inconceivable, especially considering that she had evaded capture twice under Xueqing's gunfire. Are you not with Miao Miao? How did you end up chasing ghosts? I questioned, suspecting that he might have lost his senses. I needed to ascertain whether he was indeed with Miao Miao. It was Miao Miao who brought me here to catch her. Hurry over. We are near the drainage outlet of the sewer. A glance at the blueprint will lead you to us. The notion of Wei Ge capturing Yu Yingqing seemed nearly impossible. Yet he undoubtedly understood the grave consequences of jesting about such matters. Even if Xueqing did not impose a punishment upon him, Zhenzhen's fists would be punishment enough. Was this yet another trap? Could it be that it was not Wei Ge who had captured Yu Yingqing, but rather that he, in Miao Miao, had fallen into her clutches? Consulting the sewer's blueprint, I discovered that the drainage outlet was located at the easternmost part of the campus, not far from the girls' dormitory, further deepening my suspicion that this might be a ruse. Regardless of who had ensnared whom, we had no choice but to investigate. It would be best if Wei Ge had indeed captured Yu Yingqing. Even if the situation were reversed, we could not abandon the fates of both him and Miao Miao. After explaining the situation to my superior, he informed me that he would take full command of the police forces within the university's vicinity and would endeavor to coordinate our actions as best as possible. However, when I requested him to summon a few armed police to safeguard us, he retorted, "It is the duty of the police to protect citizens. How can you expect others to shield you? Stop your incessant chatter and get to work." The serpentine monstrosity lurking in the sewers could emerge at any moment to harm defenseless students. It is indeed challenging to allocate police forces, and one cannot blame the leader for his apparent indifference. He has his own predicaments to contend with. With no other choice, we steeled ourselves for the confrontation, hoping that Wei Ge would truly capture Yu Yingqing. Otherwise, while Zhenzhen and Xueqing might be all right, my own life would hang in the balance. As the sun sank below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky, and we hurriedly made our way to the eastern side of the campus. Although this location was not far from the dormitory area, it was extraordinarily secluded, devoid of any human presence. In the clearing beside the drainage outlet, we found Wei Ge and his companions. Indeed, he had apprehended Yu Yingqing. She lay helplessly on the ground, her face contorted in pain, her body dusted with yellow powder, and a faintly acrid scent wafting toward us. Wei Ge stood triumphantly over her in his flip-flops, flashing a V sign at us, as if to commemorate the moment. From the tattered state of his shirt, it was evident that a struggle had ensued between them, though the outcome was rather astonishing. Miao Miao sat on the ground nearby, appearing utterly exhausted as if she had just completed a laborious task. Jinjin retrieved a baton, deftly extending it while adopting a defensive stance toward Yuengqing. Before moving to assist Miao Miao to her feet, Xueqing drew her firearm, aiming it at the legendary female ghost, prepared for any sudden assault. We all felt the weight of impending danger, yet Wei Gu, brimming with pride, declared, "There's no need to be so tense. She can hardly move." I gazed at the yellow powder adorning her and furrowed my brow, pondering whether it could be sulfur. Indeed, it was sulfur. Wei Gu, eager to take credit, animatedly recounted. "After parting ways with you, we wandered aimlessly around the school. Near the academic building, Miao Miao suddenly complained of dizziness, claiming she saw Professor Xiao. And then she began to ramble incessantly, insisting that I support her as we made our way here. With no other option, I complied, relieved that her frame was not too heavy. Had it been Junjun, I would have struggled to assist her." Junjun shot him a fierce glare. "Am I that heavy?" He chuckled awkwardly. "Not at all, not at all. It is a universal truth that most women are sensitive to comments about their weight. And Junjun was no exception, although her physique was quite athletic and could hardly be deemed overweight. Her height naturally made her weight significantly greater than the petite Miao Miao. Thus Wei Ji's statement held a grain of truth. Under Junjun's fierce gaze, Wei Gu swallowed hard and continued. "I helped Miao Miao to the drainage outlet, only to discover that Yuengqing was preparing to enter. Of course, she noticed us as well. Upon spotting us, she charged over with a menacing demeanor, knowing that I stood no chance against her. I calculated my escape and fled with all my might. You left Miao Miao behind and ran away on your own." I regarded him with skepticism, yet he shamelessly retorted, "This is not fleeing. It is a tactical retreat. Sacrificing a few is certainly preferable to a total rout. Soon, we shall return with a small army to avenge Miao Miao, which would be far more commendable. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I shall avenge you," I remarked sarcastically. Wei Gu, acutely aware of his own culpability, ceased his futile justifications and continued narrating the events of that moment. Perhaps my striking handsomeness rendered her oblivious to the fallen Miao Miao as she lunged towards me, toppling me to the ground, her fingers poised like claws. He cast a glance at Yuengqing, whose right hand bore only 4.5 fingers, and added, "Ahem, I meant to say, for fingers poised to seize my heart." Just as he spoke, I swiftly summoned my internal energy, enveloping myself in a protective aura. "I'm not afraid to admit," I declared, "that I have practiced the 9-yin manual. It is the way of heaven to diminish the surplus and replenish the deficit." His ramblings grew increasingly absurd, and I found myself disinterested in his nonsensical chatter. Noticing that Yuengqing remained motionless, I approached him and toyed with the fabric of his shirt. "She must have torn your clothing and discovered the sulfur concealed in your pocket. You may boast to me, but I doubt Xueqing and Jinjin will exhibit such patience." Xueqing cooperatively raised her gun, aiming it at Wei Ji's groin, while Jinjin glared at him with a fierce expression. He trembled slightly and forced a smile, saying, "It was merely a jest. Do not take it too seriously. Speak the truth immediately," Xueqing commanded in a frigid tone. Under the intimidation of Xueqing's weapon, Wei Gu dared not fabricate further and recounted. After her hands came into contact with the sulfur, she appeared quite alarmed, scrambling and rolling backward, repeatedly rubbing her hands against the ground in an attempt to rid herself of the sulfur. I surmised that sulfur might be effective against her, and thus I hurled the entire pouch of sulfur in her direction. At the outset, she writhed on the ground in a frenzy, but after a while, she lay still as she does now, seemingly devoid of any strength. "What business do you have carrying a packet of sulfur?" Jinjin inquired. AMU replied, "There are snake demons in the sewers, so naturally, one must carry some sulfur. What if we encounter one?" Wei Gu boasted, "The reason you've dawdled so long is simply to procure sulfur, isn't it? You coward." I retorted with irritation. "This is not merely a matter of cowardice. As police officers, we must prioritize the protection of citizens' lives and property, but we must first ensure our own safety. If it weren't for my foresight, both Miao Miao and I would have perished by now, and who knows how many more lives could be lost at her hands." Wei Gu proclaimed shamelessly, pulling out 4 sealed packets of sulfur and a receipt from his pocket. "I bought this for work, so surely it can be reimbursed, right?" You are merely a conscripted temporary worker. How dare you call yourself a police officer? I snatched the sulfur from his hands. However, if you can extract a monster from the sewer, I won't just promise reimbursement. I'll ensure the boss rewards you from his own pocket. I crouched down before Moonshadow, hoping to elicit a statement, but she weakly asserted, I have the right to remain silent. Although she now resembled a lifeless serpent, devoid of any energy, her stubbornness remained intact. You do not possess the right to remain silent, Xueqing coldly declared. Having indulged in a plethora of crime dramas, one might recall that Chinese law operates under the principle of confession leads to leniency, while resistance results in severity. You're obliged to answer all inquiries posed by the police. With a smile gracing my lips, I shifted my tone to one of seriousness and inquired, who is your master? Should you fail to divulge the truth, you shall bear the weight of all accusations. In response to my stern questioning, she simply closed her eyes, feigning sleep, embodying the attitude of a defiant swine unperturbed by boiling water. This provoked Jinjin, who was beside me, to contemplate using a baton to pry her mouth open. It seemed futile to press further, so I retrieved handcuffs and secured her hands behind her back, with Jinjin and I each taking hold of her to escort her away. Curiously, moments ago, Meow Meow appeared utterly exhausted, yet upon my restraining her, she suddenly regained her vigor. When I inquired about her previous state, she claimed it felt as though she had just awoken from a dream, albeit unable to recall its contents. We handed Meow Meow over to the armed police for transport back to the station and informed our superior of the developments via telephone. Our superior remarked, it appears we will need to exert some effort to extract the truth from her. I chuckled and replied, whether she speaks or remains silent is no longer of consequence. A comparison of the blood samples collected from the shooting scene last night will suffice to identify her as the so-called female ghost. Furthermore, the autopsy will reveal that the perpetrator is missing a segment of their middle finger, making it straightforward to secure her conviction. As for her master, I suspect they remain within the confines of the school. A thorough examination with sulfur for everyone once more should suffice. Since Meow Meow fears sulfur, her master is likely not in a much better predicament. Such a cunning strategy is truly befitting of the former rookie of the Criminal Investigation Bureau. The leader's previously relaxed tone abruptly shifted to one of seriousness. The matter of apprehending the mastermind was not an immediate concern. The primary focus now was to address the creature lurking in the sewers. I contemplated this. It was not particularly daunting, for the serpent demon should likewise fear sulfur. Moreover, as indicated on the blueprint, the section of the sewer leading to the drainage outlet was relatively spacious. We could have the armed police don protective gear and apply sulfur to capture the serpent. However, to ensure the safety of the students, it is quite challenging to allocate police forces to assist you, the leader stated, his tone diplomatic. You can't possibly expect us to venture into the sewers to confront the monster. Well, since you understand, feel free to request the protective gear from the fire brigade. As for personnel, that's your responsibility. However, it would be wise not to include Wei and Xiao Miao, as they would be of no assistance. Is this truly what you call arranging things? I lamented in despair. And so it was decided, once we enter the sewers, you will have full command. Once this case is resolved, I shall treat everyone to a grand snake feast at Panlongju, the leader concluded before hanging up. Are you all right, AMU? You seem to be sweating profusely, Meow Meow inquired with concern. I'm fine, just feeling a bit warm, I replied. With such dire circumstances, can one not perspire? After relaying the leader's instructions, I procured 3 sets of protective clothing, oxygen tanks, and communication devices from the fire brigade station near the camphor grove. Jinjin even borrowed a fire axe. We transported the equipment to the drainage outlet, where Jinjin, Xueqing, and I donned our defensive attire, each liberally applying a pouch of sulfur upon ourselves. I stowed the remaining pouch in my toolkit for unforeseen circumstances, and then we descended into the sewers through the outlet. We left Weiga and Meow Meow outside to maintain communication with us via walkie-talkies, serving as our logistical support. The drainage outlet was situated beside a dark, murky river, standing at a height of less than 2 meters. Although it was not low enough to bump our heads, it perpetually instilled a sense of vulnerability that one could easily collide with the ceiling. Both Xinjin and I instinctively lowered our heads, while Xueqing appeared unaffected. Given the constant threat of a monster attack in the sewers, I dared not take the lead, nor did I assume the role of a rearguard. Instead, I remained rather ineffectually in the middle, under the protection of the two lovely ladies. Xinjin activated the illumination on her fire helmet, wielding a fire axe as she forged ahead, while I stealthily followed in her wake. Xueqing, armed with a sidearm, took up the rear, her overhead light incessantly scanning the surroundings, evidently in search of potential threats. Shortly after our entry into the sewers, the air quality detector indicated low oxygen levels. While the methane concentration was alarmingly high, the deeper we ventured, the more dire the situation became, compelling us to rely on oxygen tanks for sustenance. The weight of the oxygen tank on my back soon became burdensome, causing a dull ache in my lower back. Yet, discarding it now would render me faint long before I could reach the drainage outlet, regardless of my speed. The sewer's topography was intricate and convoluted, resembling an expansive labyrinth. Fortunately, this location is situated far from the urban area, thus lacking any connection to the city's sewage system. Otherwise, with only the three of us, it would be an insurmountable challenge to locate that accursed serpent demon, likely taking an eternity. Relying on my recollection of the layout, I guided my companions into a narrow passageway, barely wide enough for a single person, where one had to bend low and lift their hips to enter, making our way toward the dormitory area. Due to the necessity of stooping, Xinjin became uncomfortable, reluctant to have me follow closely behind her. I had no choice but to suggest she switch places with Xueqing. After all, it would be unwise for me to lead the way, tantamount to marching toward my own demise. Unlike Xinjin, Xueqing maneuvered with ease, effortlessly slipping into the conduit. As I trailed behind her, my mind began to wander, inevitably drawn to the sight of a mature woman's alluring curves. It is only natural for any heterosexual man to entertain such thoughts in the presence of such beauty. I fancied I could detect a faint fragrance of jasmine, though it was purely illusory, as I donned an oxygen mask, and the only scent here was the nauseating stench of filth. After advancing a short distance, the sewage now inundated our knees, with various plastic bags and debris floating atop the murky waters and the occasional sight of used condoms. The walls were smeared with a layer of black sludge. One might wonder if it could serve as a facial mask, perhaps promising some whitening effect, though I doubt anyone would dare to test that theory. The walls were a deep black, the sewage beneath us was black, and even our protective suits were black, leaving only our helmets to provide a contrast. It struck me that I was enveloped in a void, as if trapped in a black hole, seemingly unable to return to the sunlit world above, where a warm, gentle breeze could caress my face. The closer I approached the dormitory area, the more intense this feeling became. I even began to suspect that this filthy sewer might very well be my final resting place. Lost in these chaotic thoughts, I unexpectedly collided with Xueqing's curvaceous form. Although the sensation was rather pleasant, I quickly retreated to avoid being labeled a perverted lecher. To my surprise, this action inadvertently caused Xinjin to bump into me as well. I mused that had we not been confined within this narrow conduit, she would surely have kicked me. Xueqing gestured for us to remain silent and listen intently. I closed my eyes, attuned to every subtle sound. A faint hissing echoed mysteriously within the cramped passage, a reminder that we must confront what lies ahead. A life-and-death duel was about to commence. Chapter 12. The capture of the leader for individuals accustomed to the bright and spacious realms of life. The dark and constricted sewers are fraught with innumerable unknown perils. What we are destined to confront is not mere rodents or cockroaches, but rather a terrifying creature capable of extinguishing the lives of 3 firefighters in an instant. The faint hissing sound alerts us to the proximity of the serpent demon. Although snakes lack a true nose, their sensitive forked tongues and auxiliary olfactory organs grant them a sense of smell that rivals that of canines. I surmise that the serpent demon possesses a similar ability. The hissing grows increasingly distinct, indicating that the sulfurous scent emanating from us has captured its attention. Rather than recoiling in fear from this odor, it appears to be drawn closer, perhaps incensed by the provocative aroma. This predicament has escalated dramatically. Xiuqing steadies her weapon, poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, an idea flashes through my mind. Methane? I quickly check the air detector, and, as I suspected, the methane levels here are alarmingly high. Even the slightest spark could provoke an explosion. Do not fire, or you will ignite the methane. I shout through my oxygen mask at Xiuqing. She hesitates, clearly having overlooked this critical detail. The hissing is now unmistakable. The creature may reveal itself before us in mere moments. Yet, how can we confront it without the option of gunfire? Allow me. Jinjin insists on pushing past me. But in the narrow confines of the pipe, such a maneuver is impossible. Retreat. Let us first return to a more spacious area. In the current predicament, even if Jinjin were to wield her fire axe and slay the monster, the survival of both Xiuqing and myself would still be in jeopardy. With no viable options left, we resolved to prioritize our escape. Fortunately, although the passage was narrow, it permitted me to maneuver my body. However, just as I was about to turn, a white creature emerged from the end of the tunnel. Its entirety was as pale as snow, yet its eyes radiated a seductive crimson glow, resembling two blood-stained rubies in the darkness. The lower half was a thick, mud-smeared serpentine tail, while the upper half bore the visage of a human with a serpentine head, its elongated neck repeatedly flicking a forked tongue. It was the very fiend responsible for the demise of 3 firefighters, the catalyst for a series of tragic events. Do not take the straight path. Turn instead. I urged Junjin forward, nudging her as I did. Had she not been intent on my demise in the past, I would have found this moment absurd. The speed at which serpents move in a straight line is formidable, and our method of ducking and dodging could not possibly match it. We had no choice but to weave continuously to increase the distance between us. Thankfully, the sewer system branched out widely, allowing us to find alternate paths at regular intervals. Yet, in such a frantic escape, it was all too easy to lose our way. Indeed, after a brief flight, although we had evaded the creature, under Junjin's haphazard guidance, we had yet to locate a more spacious area to confront the monster. Just then, my accursed right leg seized up at the most inopportune moment. With my balance compromised, I toppled, nearly submerging my entire body in the filthy water. When Jinjin pulled me up, the distance between the monster and us had shrunk to less than 10 meters, confronting Xiuqing, who was aiming her gun. If it were to pounce at this moment, regardless of whether Xiuqing fired or not, we would meet our demise, the only difference being that if she shot, it would take the creature down with us, while if she refrained, it would feast upon us. In my state of panic, I suddenly noticed something peculiar. The monster seemed fixated on Xiuqing's handgun, its eyes radiating not the ferocity of a beast, but rather the curious gaze of a child. Logically, snakes possess poor eyesight, with a visibility of only about 1 meter, and given our distance of approximately 8 or 9 meters, it should not have been able to see us, relying instead on the heat and scent emanating from our bodies to ascertain our positions. The creature's eyesight had not entirely diminished, likely due to its partial human genes, at least half of which were inherited from Yishaolu. With human genes, it would naturally exhibit some human traits, implying that it could possess the curiosity of a 10-year-old child towards firearms. Upon this realization, a daring yet singularly feasible idea sprang to mind, and I immediately instructed Xiuqing, "Throw the gun to it." Xiuqing hesitated for a moment, but, without questioning, complied and tossed the handgun. As I anticipated, the snake demon exhibited great curiosity towards the firearm, eagerly catching it and toying with it, even pointing the muzzle towards its own eyes. "What is it doing?" Jinjin inquired, perplexed. "Never mind that. We must flee," I urged, guiding Jinjin towards the drainage outlet based on my recollection of the layout. Perhaps due to having consumed the hearts of 3 firefighters at noon, the serpent demon showed little interest in us, instead engrossed in what might be its only plaything, a Type 54 pistol. We fled to the drainage area, where the terrain was relatively spacious, allowing us to stand upright, which offered a semblance of psychological safety. Moreover, it seemed that the creature had not pursued us. "Shall we disregard that monster?" Jinjin inquired. "Let South leave this place first," I replied, glancing back at the pipe we had just emerged from while urging Jinjin to depart. However, my hand pressed against a soft surface. Despite the protective suit, I could distinctly feel my hand resting upon her chest. Yet, conclusions come with consequences. Jinjin first let out a startled cry, followed by an indignant shout. "Are you seeking death? How dare you take liberties with me?" She then delivered a slap that fortunately landed on my helmet, though the impact sent me sprawling. Stars danced before my eyes, and the ground seemed to tremble. But a thunderous roar confirmed that the earth was indeed shaking, and quite violently. Xueqing was the first to sense the anomaly, throwing herself onto Jinjin to take cover. Almost simultaneously, all the pipes erupted, spewing forth a torrent of filthy sludge mixed with scalding heat. We found ourselves buried in muck, struggling to rise. As the surroundings felt precarious, threatening to collapse at any moment, prompting us to hastily make our exit. Upon emerging from the drainage outlet, the moon hung high in the sky. Though it was not perfectly round, I found the moonlight particularly enchanting this evening. Even the often unappealing Viagra appeared more agreeable under the luminous moonlight, prompting an irresistible desire to embrace him warmly. However, this rogue failed to appreciate my goodwill and scurried away, pinching his nose. "Amu, do take off your protective suit." As Meow Meow handed me a tissue, I suddenly recalled that my body was smeared with foul-smelling mud. After shedding the protective attire and wiping the filth from my face, Zhun inquired about the earlier incident. I chuckled and replied, "The serpent demon blew up the sewer. With its penchant for handling firearms, it was only a matter of time before the trigger was pulled, igniting the methane gas. Regardless of the nature of the serpent demon, such a violent explosion would undoubtedly result in it being reduced to serpent fragments." "What? The serpent demon is dead?" Uncle Lu suddenly emerged from behind the camphor tree beside me. "Uncle Lu, what brings you on your night patrol to this place?" Zhun asked foolishly. Even a fool could surmise that Uncle Lu's unexpected presence here was far from a simple patrol. Indeed, he lunged at me, attempting to seize me in a grip that threatened to sink his teeth into my neck. Caught off guard, I had no chance to evade. Instinctively, I raised my left hand to shield myself. Fortunately, the fabric of my coat proved resilient, preventing his teeth from piercing through. Yet the pain in my arm suggested that it would only be a matter of seconds before he succeeded. In such a brief moment, even someone as strong as Zhun would struggle to pull him away, while Xueqing was unarmed, and Meow Meow and Viagra were of no assistance. At this moment, survival rests solely in my own hands. I am acutely aware that when his teeth pierce my skin, it may herald the moment my soul departs this world. For he is likely the true mastermind behind it all. Instinctively, I reached for the remaining pouch of sulfur in my waist. However, the sulfur lay within my toolkit, which was positioned atop my mud-stained protective clothing. With life and death hanging by a thread, I had no leisure to rummage through the toolkit. Fortunately, fate was not entirely unkind, for my trousers concealed a life-saving item, a canister of anti-explosive spray. I swiftly retrieved the spray and unleashed it erratically upon Sixth Uncle's face. He let out a piercing scream, shielding his eyes with his hands as he staggered backward. Jinjin and Xueqing immediately rushed forward, pinning him to the ground and securing him with handcuffs. "You are the true puppeteer." The name that Xia Yulan intended to utter before her demise was not Principal Lu, but rather you, Sixth Uncle. Although I was startled by my own deduction, I could conceive of no other motive Sixth Uncle might possess for attacking me. He was driven by vengeance for his child. Sixth Uncle, still writhing in agony from the spray's irritation, offered no response to my inquiry. I requested a bottle of colorless liquid from Meow Meow to cleanse his face of the spray, then instructed him to sit on the ground and answer my questions. "It is over, it is all over. The monster lies slain, and with it, everything has come to an end." Tears streamed down Sixth Uncle's weathered visage, and in that fleeting moment, he appeared to age significantly. He recounted the entire story to me in a dreamlike manner, at times breaking into a blissful smile or weeping uncontrollably. 30 years ago, everything began due to the discovery of the White Snake tomb by Ong-gu and his companions. In truth, I too partook in the consumption of the White Snake when Ong-gu slaughtered it, and the snake gall he extracted was not one, but two, one large and one small. He and his brothers treated me as a guest, offering me the larger gall, which I accepted with great reluctance. Had I chosen not to consume that gall, The subsequent events would never have transpired. After ingesting a portion of the white snake's flesh, I was supposed to suffer the same fate as Ongu and the others, succumbing to a strange affliction akin to gastric cancer. Yet, fortune smiled upon me. The gall I consumed catalyzed a genetic mutation, granting me immunity to toxins, allowing me to survive until this day. Following the demise of Ongu and the others, I frequently dreamt of the white snake we had devoured. In these dreams, it revealed to me that their deaths were of their own making, and warned that if I did not heed its command to resurrect in another form, it would not spare me. Its directive was simple: to remain at the medical university until a girl named Yi Xiaolu appeared. Thus, I lingered at the medical university for nearly 2 decades, patiently awaiting her arrival. The moment I laid eyes on her, my heart raced with an exhilarating flutter. Despite having felt no interest in any woman during the 20 years since consuming the gall, I knew then that I had fallen deeply in love with her. Upon encountering Xiaolu once more, the white snake reappeared in my dreams, urging me to engage intimately with her so that Xiaolu might conceive a spiritual form for it. However, this posed quite a challenge for me. At that time, Xiaolu was in the bloom of youth, strikingly beautiful, with suitors in abundance. Yet I was merely a man approaching 50, devoid of power and wealth. How could I possibly capture her affection? Nevertheless, the white snake insisted. Her father, having consumed my essence, had conceived her with her mother while infused with my spiritual energy. Thus, she too bore a trace of my essence, and the instant I laid eyes upon her, it was as if our energies were magnetically drawn to one another. Remarkably, as the white snake claimed, Xiaolu indeed fell for me at first sight, a revelation that left me astounded. It seemed absurd that a beautiful university student would fall in love with an unattractive middle-aged man like myself. To spare her from ridicule, I urged her to conceal our relationship. Yet ultimately, she could not resist confiding in her roommate. The white snake then informed me in a dream that I would later have use for these 3 young women, prompting me to instruct her to secretly add my blood to a bottle of boiling water. The essence of the white snake rendered my blood extraordinary. While it could enhance a person's vitality, it also possessed addictive qualities akin to a narcotic. I exploited this very trait to maintain control over them. Eventually, Professor Xiao inadvertently uncovered our connection, and I chose to embrace the error, similarly employing my blood to exert influence over him. At that moment, I had no inkling that in the days to come, he would prove to be of considerable assistance. In October, Yi Xiaolu carried her pregnancy, marking the inception of all tragedies. Upon giving birth to a monstrous being, the creature grew at an alarming pace, initially feeding on the blood of Xiaolu and 3 other young girls. After 3 months, it demanded human fingers to aid in its shedding, and by 6 months, it craved the fresh hearts of living beings. To satiate its insatiable desires, I repeatedly deceived Xiaolu's roommates, even Xiaolu herself, assuring them that once the serpent demon matured, it would bestow upon them countless benefits, granting them eternal life and immense wealth. They believed me wholeheartedly, willing to commit murder and even sacrifice their own lives for the promise. The lives and deaths of others mattered little to me. My sole concern was for Xiaolu. Thus, I deliberately distanced her from the tumultuous surroundings of the medical university, unwittingly leading to her demise. After Xiaolu's death, this abomination became the entirety of my existence, for it was in name our child. For its sake, I lingered at the medical university as a gatekeeper, enduring nearly a decade of solitude. It was only with your arrival that I found a glimmer of enjoyment. I am grateful that you chose to play chess with this old man. Even though your motives were purely professional, nonetheless, I appreciate it. However, as your investigation deepened and began to pose a threat to it, I took action last night. While we were playing chess and your partner had momentarily stepped away, I seized the opportunity to call Professor Xiao, instructing him to divert your partner's attention and arrange for Ingqing and Yulan to ambush in the camphor grove. I knew that when you could not reach your partner, you would inevitably search for her in the woods. Regrettably, I had not anticipated that you possessed other accomplices and, moreover, that you were armed with a pistol. Had I eliminated you both in the camphor grove, the supervisor you would undoubtedly have become a suspect, given her cowardly disposition. It was only a matter of time before she divulged Professor Zhao's identity. Thus, I orchestrated for Ying Qing to eliminate him. My intentions extend beyond merely silencing Professor Zhao. I also plan to eradicate all those privy to the truth. However, should they all perish, I would find myself a commander devoid of troops. Hence, I resolved to retain Ying Qing, instructing her to seek refuge in the sewers. Yet unexpectedly, she too has been apprehended by you. Six Uncle's revelations have alleviated some of my uncertainties. This case originated 30 years ago when Yi Pingyan and others trespassed into the tomb of the White Snake, subsequently igniting a twisted romance between its heiress, Yi Xiaolu, and Six Uncle, culminating in a series of heinous crimes. As for Six Uncle's account of the White Snake's dream visitation, it is far too absurd to be credible and may well be a hallucination induced by poisoning. Although Six Uncle stands as the mastermind behind this case, from a certain perspective, he is merely another victim. The most pitiable character in this saga is undoubtedly Yi Xiaolu. Once an innocent and carefree girl, she fell deeply in love with the unappealing Six Uncle under the influence of the White Snake. Deceived by Six Uncle's beautiful lies, she believed she could give birth to a savior as a saint would, only to meet her demise in a bid to preserve her honor after being sullied by her attending physician, Xiao O. She emerges as the most innocent and profoundly wounded among all involved. Epilogue: Provincial Public Security Bureau, Director's Office. A knock resonated at the door as Liang Zheng entered, placing the dossier concerning the medical university ghost case before the department head. A triumphant smile adorned his countenance, marked by a certain ruggedness, as he settled into his seat to commence his report. The principal perpetrator, Lu Jin, commonly referred to as Uncle Lu, has confessed to instigating murder and numerous other charges. The accomplice, Yu Yingqing, also known as Zheng Qianyi, has likewise admitted to her involvement in homicide and assaulting police officers. Although the accomplice, Xiao Yishuan, did not directly partake in the murder, his repeated theft of human hearts constitutes a criminal offense, resulting in his expulsion from the Provincial People's Hospital. However, the hospital's administration, wishing to conceal their disgrace, has opted not to pursue further action. Alas, his prospects in the medical field appear bleak henceforth. The dormitory supervisor, Yu Zhuanhao, unwittingly engaged in the incident, albeit her involvement was not severe, and her cooperative demeanor during the investigation warrants only educational reprimand. Well done, the department head remarked, perusing the dossier for a brief moment before closing it with a satisfied smile. To solve the case in just 3 days, well within the 2-week deadline, will surely please the secretary. I set the deadline for my subordinates at merely 1 week, Liang Zheng replied, confidence permeating his tone. While it is commendable to maintain high expectations of one's team, one must be cautious not to apply excessive pressure. Fortunately, to avert any potential emergence of the snake demon that could threaten students, the armed police have prohibited students from approaching all manhole covers. Otherwise, the consequences of a methane explosion could have been catastrophic. Moreover, the recent explosion has inflicted varying degrees of damage on several buildings at the medical university, and the costs of repairs are indeed alarming. However, such matters fall under the purview of the Secretary and the Education Bureau, and we are not to meddle. There are those who would relish the prospect of the school collapsing and being rebuilt anew every day. Indeed, it is better to allow others to handle such matters. We should focus on our own responsibilities. The director tossed a file folder to Liang Zheng. After perusing it for a moment, Liang Zheng remarked, "The deceased succumbed to a myocardial infarction, with a facial expression of severe distortion and no apparent external injuries. All 7 eyewitnesses claimed that the victim was slain by a female specter. This case is bound to be intriguing." As he spoke, a glimmer of competitive spirit shone in his eyes. The Paranormal Files, The True Form of the White Snake Tomb. This volume is inspired by the White Snake Tomb, discovered in Zhuhai, Guangdong, in the early 1990s. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Miao Yuan Miao Miao for providing relevant materials. The information shared by Miao Miao aligns closely with the narrative, differing only in that the structure erected over the tomb was not a student dormitory, but rather an 8-story residential building, and it was not situated within the school grounds. In reality, the laborers who unearthed the tomb indeed consumed the white snake. Frankly, I would not dare partake, yet for those toiling in arduous labor, a sumptuous snake feast is undeniably tempting. Some of the laborers who indulged in the snake perished within 10 years from gastrointestinal diseases in the novel. This is altered to 10 months, although one cannot dismiss the possibility of an unknown virus harbored within the white snake. The crux lies elsewhere. After all, within the sealed tomb and the stone sarcophagus lay an immobile white snake, the age of which is unfathomable. Such a phenomenon is already astonishing. To be candid, although I delve into ghostly tales, I cannot conjure such bizarre scenarios from thin air. Meow Meow recounted that ever since the first migrant worker met with misfortune, each year, individuals would come to the site of the foreign grave to burn incense and offer paper money. It was through the tales of her elders that she learned of this tradition. However, after the last migrant worker passed away, no one returned to pay their respects, and the incident gradually faded into the realm of urban legends. Volume 2. The Shadow of the Serpent prologue on a midsummer night. The lively strains of the piano, accompanied by the violin and flute, resounded with the jubilant melodies of the third movement of Petrushka. Behind the heavy door of the dance studio lay another world, a toy kingdom celebrating a grand festival. The bustling marketplace was filled with the joyous denizens of this enchanted realm. Barbie dolls danced in unison, while a clumsy teddy bear stood atop a large ball, eliciting peals of laughter. Comical clowns spread merriment to every corner. Suddenly, a magical carriage adorned with royal insignia descended from the heavens, and a cadre of toy soldiers swiftly surrounded it. The princess of the toy kingdom, clad in resplendent attire, gracefully alighted from the vehicle, her demeanor as elegant as an angel, sacred and untouchable. Ahem! The teacher's reproachful cough pulled the handsome youth, whose fingers danced across the piano keys, back to reality. Yet, before long, he found himself again lost in boundless reverie. 7 blooming maidens twirled in the center of the dance studio, but in his eyes, only one girl with flowing, lustrous hair captured his attention. The others merely served as the green leaves that accompanied the rose. Though the leaves possessed their own beauty, they paled in comparison to the resplendent bloom. The joyful melody guided a group of young maidens to step gracefully across the floor. However, at that moment, the teacher quietly departed, leaving only 3 youthful musicians to serve as mere spectators in the dance studio. The handsome youth remained entranced by the thought of her, as if the entire world consisted solely of the 2 of them and the piano before him. He was utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, the lid of the piano slammed shut, and the agonizing pain that shot through his fingers rendered him speechless. Yet, the nightmare had only just begun. True hell was about to descend. 13 years later, on a midsummer night, in the dance studio, 7 blossoming young girls danced gracefully under the guidance of their instructor. The air was once again filled with a lively and jubilant melody. Yet the notes emanating from the speakers lacked a certain emotional depth. Unbeknownst to them, a mysterious shadow had appeared outside the window. The form of the shadow shifted continuously, at times resembling a cat or a dog, and at others taking on the shape of cattle or horses, or even the guise of spectral figures. Eventually, the shadow's form stabilized into that of a girl with long hair, her age estimated to be around 15 or 16. She, an enigmatic silhouette, lingered quietly outside the window until the speakers fell silent. Chapter 1. The grim shadow of death in the vast sea of humanity. Appearances can be deceiving, and the depths of the ocean are unfathomable. The ordinary is not merely commonplace. It encapsulates the myriad complexities of human existence. This verse is drawn from the legend of the Thunderbolt hero, penned by the unassuming poet Shin Jiaxian. I find great admiration for this poem. Who am I? I am Mu Xinyu, an unremarkable police officer stationed in the Enigmatic Crimes Unit, tasked with the investigation of supernatural occurrences. As officers of the law, we encounter a diverse array of individuals daily. Among them, the majority are law-abiding citizens. However, those who appear mundane may not be as they seem, potentially harboring cunning motives hidden beneath their ordinary facades. As summer begins, students are afforded a respite from their burdensome academic pursuits, a fleeting chance to breathe. Yet, in the eyes of parents who aspire for their children to achieve greatness, Stagnation is akin to regression. Even a brief pause could render their offspring lagging behind. Thus, before summer vacation has even commenced, they have meticulously arranged a plethora of engaging activities for their children. This particular case commences at the vibrant city youth palace. The chief emerged from the director's office with a dossier in hand, signaling the onset of our next assignment. He tossed the file toward me and addressed the group. Last night, the city youth palace was said to be haunted. Dance instructor Liang Shiyun met an untimely and mysterious demise, witnessed by 7 students who claimed she was strangled by a ghostly figure with long hair. Wega shuddered. How can we be discussing ghosts in broad daylight? Is the air conditioning set too low? It feels rather chilly. I shall adjust it. Yet, before he could take a few steps, he was seized by a sneeze. Almu, what are your thoughts? The boss inquired. I scratched the back of my head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Well, that's hard to say. The fellow who penned this report was rather subjective. Just by reading the report, one could only conclude it's haunted. The boss shot me a glare. If merely reading the report could solve the problem, what need would there be for you? Get to work. With that, he picked up a newspaper and retreated to his office. Why is it that the team leader always merely talks without action, only instructing us while he hides away in his office? Jinjin murmured in dissatisfaction. When you sit in the leader's position, you can do the same. I retorted playfully as I assigned tasks. Wegu was to scour the internet for all information related to the youth palace, while Shueching and Miao Miao would sift through the archives to see if any incidents had occurred at the youth palace in the past. Jinjin, why don't you come with me? The youth palace was established in the 1960s and was rebuilt on its original site in the early 1990s. It bustled with activity during the winter and summer vacations. Upon our arrival, we observed many parents forming long lines, preparing to enroll their children in various extracurricular classes. Yet the accompanying youth appeared seldom cheerful. Reflecting on my own youthful days, I realized I had little interest in such classes. The most delightful part of my holidays was sleeping in until late morning and then wandering about aimlessly. The person in charge of the youth palace was named Wen Xiaoping, a woman in her 40s, still possessing an air of elegance. According to the records, she had been in this position for 6 years. Her ability to work here is likely connected to her husband, who serves as the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Director Wen led us to the door of the dance studio where the homicide occurred, where 7 anxious young girls stood in the corridor. They were the witnesses to the tragic event. It is often said that one tends to pick the softest persimmons to squeeze, and I'm accustomed to the notion that girls favor the more attractive. This inclination of mine stems not only from a certain fondness for beauty, but also from the observation that attractive girls often exude confidence, unashamedly speaking their minds. For young women, the ages of 15 and 16 are indeed a fantastical time. The 7 girls before me were all charming and delightful, leaving one quite dazzled. Ultimately, I chose a girl named Wu Yiqi to recount the events, for not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also radiated an extroverted and loquacious aura. Nevertheless, for a girl who had witnessed a homicide, narrating such a nightmarish experience proved to be quite challenging, resulting in several omissions in her account. Fortunately, once the conversation began, the remaining 6 girls also opened up, contributing their voices to provide us with a detailed account of last night's events. However, their narratives were overly subjective, repeatedly insisting that the perpetrator was a female ghost. In order to make an objective assessment of the case, I slightly revised their testimonies. Excerpting the following: We are not here to attend a summer interest class. Rather, we are students from Ifei Dance School, personally selected by teacher Liang from the Youth Palace to participate in the opening performance of the city sports meet next month. Due to the teacher's commitment to instructing interest classes during the day, we can only come in the evenings to practice the choreography she has arranged for us. We have been rehearsing for over a week, and last night was meant to be just like any other evening. However, an unusual occurrence disrupted our routine. Everything initially seemed normal, and we were diligently executing the dance steps that our teacher had personally crafted, albeit not yet fully familiar with them. Around halfway through our practice, I caught a glimpse of a peculiar shadow on the window behind us through the mirror. I described it as strange because the shape of the shadow was constantly shifting. It began resembling a small cat, gradually growing larger and taking the form of a small dog, and eventually transforming into something that resembled a buffalo. My curiosity got the better of me, prompting me to steal a few more glances, but I was quickly reprimanded by the teacher and returned my focus to the dance. Yet, my intrigue compelled me to sneak another look through the mirror, and this time, I beheld the silhouette of a girl with long hair, seemingly hovering outside the window, watching us. This sight startled me considerably, naturally leading to another reprimand from the teacher. After being scolded twice, I refrained from looking around and concentrated solely on dancing until the music concluded. As soon as the music ceased, an eerie applause erupted. It was deemed eerie because, among the 8 individuals in the rehearsal room, including the teacher, no one was clapping, and the sound could not have emanated from outside, as the dance studio was soundproofed. Even if someone outside were to applaud, we would not have heard it, although the applause was not particularly thunderous. It resonated as if a multitude was clapping from all directions, converging their admiration upon us. We huddled together in fear, yet at that moment, a more terrifying occurrence unfolded. Shireen, are you all right? I never anticipated you would remember the dance I choreographed. The applause abruptly ceased, only to be replaced by an ethereal voice of a girl. Just moments ago, the teacher had feigned composure, urging us not to panic, but upon hearing that ghostly voice, she collapsed in terror, exclaiming, "Who is it? Stop your tricks and show yourself." Heh. The haunting voice chuckled coldly, nearly driving the teacher to the brink of madness before it continued. "Shireen, how could you forget me? We were once the best of friends. At least, before that night, I always believed you and Meanie were my closest companions." "Who are you? Who exactly are you?" The teacher cried out hysterically, frantically scanning her surroundings. "I'm here, outside the window." The voice directed the teacher's gaze toward the window. Upon seeing the silhouette of a girl outside, the teacher froze in shock. The shadow suddenly shifted, lips parting slightly, and the ghostly voice echoed once more. "Now you know who I am, Shireen. I'm your dearest friend. Once your dearest friend." Suddenly, the lights in the dance studio extinguished, plunging us into darkness. The teacher screamed as if driven mad, rushing toward the exit while shouting, "It's not my fault. I didn't want it either. But if I don't bully you, everyone else will bully me." In the darkness, I heard the sound of my teacher falling. As my eyes began to adjust, I realized that she was attempting to open the door, yet it appeared to be securely bolted from the outside, rendering it impossible to budge. In her desperation, she kicked the door and cried out for help. The teacher, usually so poised, now resembled a frantic woman. Once my vision fully acclimated, I discerned that the dance studio was not as dim as it first seemed. The lights streaming in from outside illuminated the room, allowing me to see the teacher's tears cascading down like a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, I noticed a terrifying shadow had entered from outside. To describe the shadow as having entered is to say it was projected onto the wall of the dance studio. She possessed long, flowing hair, and her attire appeared no different from ours, consisting of dance garments. Her feet did not touch the ground. Instead, she floated against the wall, slowly drifting toward the teacher. Her movement was languid, accompanied by an incessant, eerie laughter that sent chills down my spine. As the shadow approached the teacher, she emitted a terrified scream, kicking the door forcefully before darting about in panic. Yet, no matter where she fled, the shadow would merely sway and appear before her once more. Ultimately, she surrendered to her fate, curling up in a corner, murmuring, "Please spare me, Qianling, I beg you, let me go." The shadow's chilling laughter resonated ominously, causing my entire being to tremble. The temperature seemed to plummet below freezing in an instant. That night, I too had pleaded for mercy. "Do you recall how you treated me then? Qianling, I implore you, spare me." The teacher unexpectedly knelt down and bowed to the shadow, each impact resonating loudly. After only a few bows, blood began to flow from her forehead, yet she persisted. "Do you think my hair is beautiful?" The shadow's words halted the teacher's motions, leaving her in a daze. Suddenly, the shadow's hair elongated instantaneously, enveloping the teacher, binding her, as if with ropes, her body curling into a tight ball. The shadow chuckled ominously. Does this sensation bring you comfort? However, compared to the torment I endured that night, this is but a trifle. I shall not be as cruel as you." I will grant you a swifter death. Spare me." The teacher seemed to struggle to speak. Her voice strained from the pressure. "I beg you, spare me. I do not wish to die. Had you been the one tormented that night, you would surely desire instant death, just as I do." The shadow gradually transformed into a colossal hand, gripping the teacher tightly until her eyes rolled back and foam escaped her lips. No wonder the colleagues in the Criminal Investigation Department penned the report like a ghost story. It was indeed a ghost story. However, if I were to relay this to the chief, he would likely choke the life out of me. Thus, when the young girls finished recounting the incident, Jinjin and I joined them and Director 1 to enter the dance studio in search of clues. The metal doorknob of the dance studio bore evident scratches. According to the report, the knob had been secured with an iron pipe during the incident, and the scratches were likely caused by teacher Yao kicking the door. However, the technical team found no fingerprints on the surface of the iron pipe. Within the dance studio, the left wall is adorned with mirrors, creating a reflective expanse, while the right side features a series of windows. These windows, crafted from clear glass, provide an unobstructed view of a bustling street outside. The floor is laid with polished wooden planks, which appear to have been regularly waxed, radiating a brilliant sheen. However, in one corner, 3 patches slightly smaller than a fist exhibit a subtle discoloration, suggesting the previous placement of heavy objects. I inquired with Director when whether anything had been situated in that spot previously. Initially, she denied it, but after a moment's contemplation, she recalled, "I remember now, when I took over, there was indeed a piano placed here, though it has since been relocated to the music room." "Why was the piano here?" I asked. "That I cannot ascertain. It was the decision of my predecessor," she replied. "Who was your predecessor?" "If you simply wish to uncover why the piano was positioned here, there is no need to trouble her. Perhaps someone else could provide the answer." "Who might that be?" "That would be Teacher Yao, who has been employed here since before my tenure. She holds the longest service record at the Youth Palace. However, she is currently engaged in a class and will not be available for questioning for a while. That is of no consequence. I am in no rush." I shrugged and continued my search for clues, yet after an extensive effort, I found nothing of significance. The studio contained few items, the most prominent being a sound system, with nothing else of particular note. Since Li Qi mentioned that the shadow first appeared on the window, I scrutinized it carefully, yet still gleaned no insights. The window is a common sliding aluminum alloy type, adorned with clear glass that appears exceptionally pristine, perhaps due to frequent cleaning, allowing for high transparency. All windows remain closed due to the air conditioning, yet the shadows seem unaffected by their closure. I noticed the presence of curtain rods on the windows, but the curtains themselves were absent. Despite the air conditioning, the intense sunlight still renders the atmosphere uncomfortably warm, and the brilliance of the light makes it difficult for the eyes to adjust. Thus, I inquired of Director why there were no curtains. He responded that they had been removed yesterday for cleaning at the laundromat and should return shortly. While Director Win's answer posed no issues, an unsettling feeling lingered within me. Had the curtains not been taken down yesterday, perhaps the tragic incident of the previous night could have been averted. Was it merely a coincidence? Upon leaving the dance studio, I found no clues and thus shifted my investigative direction. Ichi and others mentioned that there had been a power outage last night. Perhaps this could yield some insights. Seizing the moment when Director Win was distracted, I asked Ichi about the curtains. She revealed that the curtains here seem to be frequently taken for washing. In the little over a week we've been here, they've been laundered twice, suggesting a weekly cleaning routine. The frequent laundering of the curtains could be attributed to various reasons, but the most plausible explanation might be that Director Win is receiving kickbacks from the laundromat. Nonetheless, I suspect the truth is more complex. Director Win's overly calm demeanor raises suspicion. After all, how could one remain so composed in the face of an inexplicable death of a subordinate? The report indicated that the Youth Palace experienced a power outage last night due to the main power switch tripping, potentially caused by an electrical leak. Although human intervention could not be entirely ruled out, I conducted a cursory inspection of the main switch but found no issues, thus I had to abandon my efforts. At that moment, Teacher Yao had concluded her class, and I seized the opportunity to inquire about the piano. Her full name is Yao Haiyan, approximately 40 years of age. and she has served as a dance instructor at the Youth Palace for over 15 years. After considerable contemplation, she recalled an event from the Xianfeng era. It transpired over a decade ago, when, despite the availability of CD players, it was often challenging to locate certain obscure pieces. Consequently, students studying music frequently assisted in this regard, leading to the eventual relocation of the piano. In recent years, with the proliferation of the internet, even the most obscure compositions could be found online, prompting the piano's return to the music room. After expending considerable effort without yielding any valuable discoveries, I resigned myself to the prospect of returning empty-handed. Just as I was preparing to leave, however, my superior unexpectedly called. "I have two matters to discuss with you. One good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "I have something to share as well. Jinjin and I have toiled for quite some time with no results," I replied rather curtly. "Then let me share some good news first, as a morale booster. This is something I just learned at the dinner gathering. 7 parts truth to 3 parts fiction, perhaps. You should be aware that Director Wen's husband is Deputy Director Liu from the Education Bureau, and I've heard whispers of an ambiguous relationship between him and the deceased." Upon hearing this, I was immediately invigorated. So, Director Wen could indeed have a motive for murder? It is said that ever since Liang Shiyun began working at the Youth Palace, Deputy Director Liu has frequently picked up his wife after work, using these moments to engage with Liang. The opportunity to perform at the upcoming city sports event was secured for Liang by him. While the existence of an affair remains uncertain, it is evident to discerning eyes. Moreover, the tension between his wife and Liang is a well-known secret. Jinjin often remarks that the boss is solely preoccupied with stock trading and neglects his duties. However, the truth is that the boss has secretly provided us with considerable assistance, which we have yet to recognize. For instance, if it weren't for the boss gathering insider information during a banquet, we would remain oblivious to the unnecessary detours we would have to take. The first piece of information from the boss clarified our objective. Yet the second shrouded the case in ambiguity. The Criminal Investigation Bureau has just informed me that another person has died, under circumstances strikingly similar to the deceased from last night. Witnesses claim that the victim was slain by a ghostly figure, but this latest victim bears no connection to Deputy Director Liu and his wife. This is unfortunate. Initially, I thought it was merely a straightforward case of a love affair gone awry, only to discover that another life has been lost so soon. However, the situation may not be entirely bleak. Perhaps there exists a connection between the two incidents, and the key to solving this case lies in uncovering that subtle link. Chapter 2. A Threat of Death. After conversing with the boss, Junjin and I arrived at the Fengtai Garden, an upscale residential community that encompasses villas, apartments, gardens, greenery, dining establishments, a clubhouse, and a swimming pool, making it a splendid locale. However, the security measures here leave much to be desired. Perhaps due to the presence of restaurants and bars that cater to the public, virtually anyone can come and go freely. Upon entering the community by car, the only formality we encountered was receiving a vehicle entry card from the security personnel. To be candid, the environment here is indeed pleasant, and given the opportunity, I would consider purchasing a property in this area. Nevertheless, our purpose for visiting is not in pursuit of real estate, but rather for work. The boss has received information from the Criminal Investigation Department regarding a murder that transpired late last night, which bears similarities to the case at the Youth Palace. Thus, it has been assigned to us for investigation. The murder occurred in a villa belonging to a man named Chun Junjia, a businessman in his 30s. The victim, his girlfriend, was named Luo Xiangbi and worked as a model. Upon entering the villa, we found Mr. Chun chain-smoking, his appearance haggard, likely having spent the night in distress. The officers from the Criminal Investigation Department had already completed their evidence collection, and the body of the deceased had been removed. After exchanging pleasantries with them, I requested Mr. Chun to recount the events leading to the incident. His hands trembled significantly, nearly causing him to drop his cigarette several times, yet his thoughts remained relatively coherent, allowing him to narrate the circumstances of the previous night. As someone engaged in a clothing business, I frequently interact with various models. The world of modeling is often one where youth reigns supreme, attracting women who tend to be pragmatic and inclined toward associating with the affluent. I have encountered several models in my past romantic endeavors. Recently, I became acquainted with Xiang Bai, a strikingly beautiful woman whose neck possesses an elegance reminiscent of swans. I find myself particularly drawn to such women, leading me to pursue her. We became intimate approximately 2 weeks ago. Last night, after successfully sealing a significant business deal, I was in high spirits and decided to treat my subordinates to a night out at a bar within the community, and of course, I included Xiang Bai in our revelry. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, as my colleagues began to depart, I took Xiang Bai home with me. Although we had indulged in a few drinks, we are both seasoned in our consumption and were far from inebriation. Rather, the alcohol heightened our desires. Upon entering my home, we could hardly contain ourselves, embracing fervently and kissing passionately, nearly gasping for breath as we shed each other's garments. Her neck, both beautiful and sensitive, captivated me, and the more I kissed her there, the more exhilarated she became. Not a novice in the realm of intimacy, she exhibited remarkable skill. Initially, we intended to retreat to the bedroom on the second floor, yet the escalating allure made patience impossible. Without pausing to switch on the lights, we sealed the door and surrendered to our passions in the living room. Even in the absence of illumination, the streetlight streaming through the window provided enough visibility for me to discern the expressions on Xiang Bai's face, intensifying my excitement. As we became enraptured in the ecstasy of our union, an unexpected ethereal voice pierced the air, startling us to our very core. To find oneself in the stillness of the night, engaged in such a private affair, only to be startled by the sudden emergence of a mysterious voice, is indeed a frightful experience. I was too startled to muster any interest, while Xiang Bai reacted more dramatically, shrieking as she sought refuge behind the sofa. I scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the voice. Though no person was visible, I did catch sight of a girl's shadow cast upon the wall. The shadow stood approximately 6 feet tall, its long hair cascading down, seemingly floating in midair. I peered out the window, yet the owner of the shadow remained elusive. Perhaps due to the absence of any further disturbances, Xiang Bai cautiously peeked from behind the sofa. I gestured for her to observe the shadow on the wall, and upon seeing it, she froze in astonishment. At that moment, a sinister and chilling laughter reverberated throughout the living room, and to our disbelief, the shadow began to speak. The silhouette, embodying a young girl, suddenly illuminated around the mouth, a flicker of light that vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, as if attempting to articulate words. The voice, ethereal and elusive, echoed once more. "Why have you stopped, Xiang Bai? I'm still enjoying your splendid performance. Are you human or a ghost?" Xiang Bai stammered, her bare form trembling uncontrollably. "What do you think? That night, did you not witness me leap from the 7th floor?" Xiang Bai emitted a terrified scream, attempting to flee towards the entrance, only to realize her vulnerability in her state of undress. Hastily, she turned back, scrambling to grasp 2 pieces of clothing from the floor. However, as she prepared to dash for the door again, the shadow had already obstructed her path. As she turned around, she was horrified to find a shadow looming on the ground before her. Startled, she let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, her attire forgotten as she scrambled backward with both hands and feet. The shadow, however, advanced relentlessly until her back was pressed against the wall, leaving her with no escape. "What do you want?" Xiang Bai gasped in terror, finally managing to squeeze out a few words from her throat. "Your neck is beautiful, so fair and tender. It must have been kissed by numerous men. What a pity it would be to choke it." The shadow remarked as it extended its right hand towards Xiang Bai's neck. To be precise, it was the shadow's right hand that appeared to grip her neck, creating the illusion of strangulation. She indeed looked as though she were being throttled, her expression one of agony, seemingly attempting to speak yet unable to utter a sound. Her hands flailing at the phantom grasp, desperate to dislodge the intangible hand. I conducted a cursory investigation into Boss Chen's background. He is a legitimate businessman primarily engaged in the garment export trade. Individuals of his ilk might dabble in tax evasion, yet murder is typically contracted out, as they possess sufficient wealth to avoid direct involvement, especially within their own homes. Although the likelihood of him being the murderer is slim, a homicide had indeed occurred, prompting the Criminal Investigation Bureau to take him in for temporary detention. No valuable clues were found at the crime scene, and upon receiving a call from Yao Miao, I learned that the Bureau had brought in the families of the two deceased individuals. Consequently, we departed from the Fontai Garden. Before returning, we decided to visit the forensic department to gather information from Lun Yin regarding the deceased. They all died from fright. Lun Yin exclaimed as he emerged from the autopsy room, removing his gloves. Is it really that simple? Jinjin inquired. I tossed a cigarette to Liu Yin and remarked sarcastically, You might as well just say they are all dead. Liu Yin slumped in a chair, took a drag from his cigarette, and exhaled smoke rings, stating, Both deceased succumbed to myocardial infarction, a common cause of which is heart disease. However, such cardiac ailments typically manifest in individuals over the age of 40, predominantly in men. For women in their 20s, unless there is a congenital heart defect, the likelihood of experiencing a myocardial infarction is exceedingly low. Moreover, the facial expressions of the two victims were severely contorted, leading me to conclude that they must have perished from excessive fright. According to eyewitness accounts, Liang Shiyun met her demise ensnared by the shadow's hair, while Luo Xiangbi was strangled by the shadow itself. Did you find anything peculiar about them? I inquired. There are no signs of restraint or strangulation on the deceased, he replied. However, Luo Xiangbi's vaginal canal was dilated, accompanied by a significant amount of secretion, indicating that she was likely engaged in sexual activity prior to her death. Furthermore, Liu suddenly wore a mysterious smile. And furthermore what? Speak quickly, Jinjin pressed. It appears she might have experienced multiple climaxes, Liu began, only to be abruptly kicked off his chair by Jinjin. Upon returning to the office of the investigation team, the families of the deceased had been waiting for some time. 3 individuals were present, the parents of Liang Shiyun and the mother of Luo Xiangbi. The 2 mothers, both grappling with the anguish of losing their daughters, were inconsolable, while Liang's father wore a sorrowful expression. Despite this, I knew I had to proceed with the inquiry. Initially, I inquired with the families of the deceased regarding any history of heart ailments, to which I received a negative response. Subsequently, I asked whether the 2 deceased individuals were acquainted, and the reply was uncertain. However, since both individuals attended different institutions from elementary through university, and neither set of parents had ever heard their daughters mention the other, it could be deduced that the likelihood of their acquaintance was minimal. In summary, the information gathered from the families revealed that apart from residing in the same city and sharing similar ages, there were no significant commonalities between the 2. Could this be a case of indiscriminate serial murder? This seemed implausible, as eyewitness accounts indicated that the assailant was familiar with the victims. Suddenly, I recalled that she had mentioned in her testimony that Liang Shiyu referred to the perpetrator as Qianling, so I proceeded to inquire if they recognized that name. Mrs. Luo indicated she had no recollection, while Mrs. Liang took a moment to reflect before also stating she had not heard of anyone by that name. However, upon prompting from Mr. Liang, she remembered that her daughter had a classmate in middle school named Qianling, who had visited their home, but she had not heard her daughter mention her since. From Mrs. Liang, I learned that her daughter attended the city's 13th middle school, prompting Jinjin and me to investigate immediately. In this digital age, most information is computerized. However, we were seeking records from over a decade ago, necessitating manual searching. The archives of the 13th middle school were located on the first floor of the administrative building. After greeting the custodian, I delved into the stacks of files, poring over the documents incessantly. Why was I the sole one searching? Given previous experiences, I dared not allow Jinjin to create any disruptions. Inadvertently, she has once again set fire to someone else's archive room. Though her fists are formidable, her intellect leaves much to be desired. Thus, I instructed her to remain on the sidelines while I delved into the archives alone. The archive room spans approximately 80 square meters, brimming with shelves, each boasting 3 tiers, laden with an unfathomable number of file folders. Fortunately, the documents are organized by year, or else I would have been at a loss as to where to begin my search. Perhaps due to the infrequent foot traffic, the moment I stepped inside, a sense of suffocation enveloped me, prompting me to draw back the curtains and open the window. The blazing summer afternoon sun poured in with relentless intensity. causing the temperature within the room to spike dramatically. It was quite the ordeal. After merely sifting through a few files, I was drenched in sweat. Jinjin, lacking patience, grew increasingly restless beside me. Have you found anything? You're as slow as a little girl. All right, young lady, I've found it, I exclaimed, raising the file folder in my hand. However, just as I turned a few pages, an extraordinary event unfolded. Look behind you, Jinjin suddenly shouted, pointing at me in alarm. I turned around to discover the silhouette of a long-haired girl cast upon the wall by the sunlight streaming through the window. The source of the shadow must be outside, yet the brilliance of the sunlight rendered it impossible for me to discern if anyone was actually there. Jinjin, realizing the true form of the shadow lay beyond the window, dashed forward, attempting to leap outside. At that moment, an ethereal voice drifted in from outside. Don't move. If you do, I will vanish immediately. You will never find me in this lifetime. I grasped Jinjin's arm, signaling her to remain vigilant. After all, it was broad daylight, and even if the approaching entity were a specter, it was unlikely to inflict harm. I wished to engage the newcomer in conversation, yet I found myself perplexed as to whether to address the shadow or the brilliance outside. The intense light streaming through the window rendered my eyes nearly unseeing, prompting me to direct my words towards the shadow. Did you murder Liang Shiyun and Luo Xiangbi? Indeed, I am the one who took their lives, came the response, as glimmers of light appeared at the shadow's mouth, reminiscent of what Boss Chun had described, giving the illusion of speech. However, the voice I discerned resonated from outside. Why did you kill them? Are you human or a ghost? Jinjin inquired, her tone laced with indignation. I thought to myself that in broad daylight, few would harbor fears of phantoms, and she was no exception. They deserve to die, echoed a spectral female voice, saturated with malice. You are Yu Qianling? This name had caught my attention from the class roster of Liang Shiyun. The shadow fell silent for a moment before responding, Yes, I am Yu Qianling. The Avenger returned from the depths of hell. What exactly did they do to you? Why did you kill them? I pressed, hoping to extract a clue from the killer's own lips. Even a mere motive would surpass our futile efforts. Regrettably, the shadow proved to be far more cunning than I had anticipated. She seemed to perceive my intentions and suddenly erupted into a chilling laugh. He. Officer, for you, investigating is merely a job. There is no need to take it too seriously, lest you find yourself in peril. Is this a threat? I retorted. Intimidating law enforcement personnel is a grave offense indeed. Although my tone may seem flippant, it is merely a facade I don to mask my trepidation. Her words seemed imbued with a mysterious power, igniting an inexplicable fear deep within me. In an instant, the stifling atmosphere of the archive room transformed into one of frigid dread, as beads of sweat trickled down my skin like frost. Had I only relied on the eyewitness accounts, I might have dismissed the so-called apparition as mere trickery by the perpetrator. Yet, confronted with this enigmatic shadow, my thoughts unavoidably drifted towards the supernatural. She might very well be a legendary specter, and even if she were not, she was undoubtedly no ordinary being. After all, a simple threat from her had sent chills coursing through my body. Do earthly accusations hold any weight against a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell? I have already dispatched 3 wretches and am indifferent to accumulating further charges. Should you wish to live long lives, it would be prudent to cease your investigation immediately. Otherwise, the eerie laughter echoed throughout the archive room. 3. Aside from Liang Shiyun and Luo Xiangbi, whom else have you slain? Tread carefully. The laughter faded, and the shadow abruptly vanished without a trace. Jinjin lunged toward the window, propelling herself forcefully onto the sill and leaping outside, only to return moments later, crestfallen and clearly having found nothing. At that moment, our leader called to inform us of yet another civilian victim. However, unlike the previous 2 deceased, this time the victim was male, and his cause of death was not a myocardial infarction. Rather, he had succumbed to excessive blood loss from his severed genitalia. Chapter 3. The studio owner, the deceased, Fan Ziqian, aged 28, lived alone and had no fixed occupation. Preliminary assessments suggest that he died from excessive blood loss due to his genitals being severed, with the time of death estimated around 4 o'clock in the morning. At the crime scene, Lun Yin recounted pertinent details about the victim. It appeared that the victim had succumbed to blood loss from castration. Was there a connection to the prior two homicides? As I inquired, I scanned my surroundings. This was a rented room on the ground floor, approximately 20 to 30 square meters, in disarray, littered with cigarette butts and refuse. The cramped space contained only a scant few items: a bed, a rudimentary wardrobe, a basic computer desk, a still-running computer, and a small fan. In a corner lay a violin. Beyond these, there were merely scattered clothes and debris. There was even no chair, forcing one to sit on the bed to use the computer. The window lacked curtains, covered instead with newspaper, yet the haphazard application allowed sunlight to filter through, casting light upon the wall behind the computer. The deceased lay naked on the bed, his expression serene, suggesting he had not experienced fright prior to his demise. His hands were tightly bound with what appeared to be fishing line, leaving deep imprints on his skin, as though poised to break through the epidermis. However, the distance between his hands was considerable, indicating this was not a binding. Blood flowed from beneath him, staining the entire bed sheet, while his beloved violin rested forlornly at the foot of the bed, gazing upon its owner's lifeless form. Lun Yin was collecting evidence from the body, remaining silent in response to my inquiries. He used a clip to grasp the delicate thread nestled between the deceased's hands, attempting to lift it. To his surprise, the thread proved not only to be remarkably resilient, but also tightly entwined around the deceased's hands, causing the clip to slip and fall. Reluctantly, he resorted to using his gloved right hand to pull the thread, which inadvertently lifted the deceased's hand slightly. However, due to the body's rigidity, he refrained from pulling further to avoid causing damage. "Is this fishing line?" I inquired, pointing at the thread in the deceased's grasp. Lun Yin cast a glance at the violin in the corner. "It is a violin string. Judging by the incision, it appears the deceased severed his own genitals with it. Is that even possible?" I pondered, filled with skepticism. The string of a violin is both flexible and elastic. When pulled taut, it can become as sharp as a razor. It's not far-fetched to think that it could sever a man's member. There have been cases abroad where two youths, while cycling, used a violin string to decapitate several individuals as they traversed a sidewalk. Lun Yin tossed his backpack at me. In truth, my disbelief was not regarding the capability of the string to inflict such harm, but rather, my concern was whether the deceased could have brought himself to mutilate his own genitals. In this day and age, what man would possess the courage to do such a thing? After all, historical eunuchs underwent castration solely for survival. Modern individuals have no such necessity. You will learn the truth when you return to your lair. The deceased was engaged in a naked chat with an online acquaintance when he was attacked. It was his online friend who alerted the authorities. A video of the incident should have already been relayed back. Lun Yin concluded his examination of the corpse and returned to the mysterious case team office with Jinjin. The Criminal Investigation Bureau had already delivered the testimonies of Fan Ziqian's parents. From the records, it was revealed that Fan had graduated from the music department and had not secured a stable job since then. He made a living by performing the violin in various Western restaurants and bars, maintaining a strained relationship with his parents, which led him to live independently. With no leads from the testimonies, the focus shifted to the video documenting the incident. Just as Lun Yin intended to ask Wei Gu to retrieve the footage, he discovered that Wei Gu was already watching it and inquired if there was anything particularly noteworthy. The initial segment was rather dull, showcasing the young man grasping his own genitals, so Wei Gu suggested it would be better to skip to the latter half. He adjusted the video to the middle point, muttering about how delightful it would be to view footage of the female, lamenting its lack of excitement. The woman who provided the video was situated miles away and had reported the incident herself, rendering her suspicion nearly non-existent. Thus, Lun Yin did not expend much effort on her, placing all hopes on the video. Certain segments of the video had low audio levels, likely due to the distance of the sound source. However, this did not pose a challenge for Wei Gu, as the version he showed Lun Yin had been edited. Aside from the audio adjustments, the lighting of the visuals had also been enhanced. Through the dimly lit footage, it was evident that the room had no lights on, yet street lamps illuminated the scene through the open window, complemented by the glow of the monitor, allowing a clear view of Fan Ziqian, entirely unclothed, engaging in indecent actions. while lewd remarks could be heard through the speakers. Such a repugnant woman, and yet he found her appealing. Do you not perceive this as an affront to my dignity? The ethereal voice of a young girl suddenly materialized, causing the male protagonist in the scene to startle. He hastily turned to glance out of the window. It found nothing amiss, only to turn back again. However, he was soon startled into a leap, seemingly having caught sight of something terrifying upon the wall behind his computer. He scrambled backward across the bed, retreating until he was nearly pressed against the window, his voice trembling as he uttered, "What are you? Have you forgotten me?" Men are fickle-hearted, robbing one of their innocence only to forget them. Do you recall that night? 13 summers ago. Fan Ziqian's body trembled uncontrollably, his speech faltering. Why you are Qianling? But you are already dead? Indeed, I have departed this world. Were you not present when I leapt from the 7th floor? Are you a ghost? Despite the dim lighting, Fan Ziqian's pallor was evident. You guessed correctly? 13 years ago, you took my virtue. Is it too much to ask for something in return now? The haunting laughter echoed ominously, emanating from the speakers. Chilling to the bone, Wei shivered, sneezing several times before hastily approaching Miao Miao's desk in search of tissues. Though I too felt a slight chill, I continued to watch the video. A subtle transformation occurred in Fan Ziqian's demeanor. The fear that had once marred his features faded, replaced by a look of bewilderment as he spoke, slightly ambiguous. It is not too much. I shall give you whatever you desire. I desire you to enter my body. The feminine voice remained ethereal, yet it was no longer as chilling as before. Instead, it conveyed a sense of gentleness. At this moment, another female voice emerged, presumably that of the online acquaintance, incessantly inquiring about what had transpired with Fan Ziqian. However, he appeared oblivious to her words, his gaze vacant, suggesting he was under some form of control. He murmured, "All right, if you wish, I shall give it to you," as he gripped his member and pulled upwards. "Is this all you desire? Why not adorn it with a ribbon? Look, there are ribbons on the table." The ethereal voice was as tender as that of a lover. Fan Ziqian, in a daze, crawled before the camera, retrieved some items from the computer desk, and returned to his original position, holding a string from a musical instrument. The gentle voice resonated once more. "This ribbon is exquisite. I adore it, but it is somewhat slippery. You must wind it around your hand to secure the gift you are presenting to me." Following her instructions, Fan Ziqian wrapped the string around his hands, leaving a longer segment in the middle. The feminine voice continued, "All right, now you may tie the ribbon." He looped the string around his genitals, seemingly attempting to create a bow. The tender voice issued another command. "You have tied it too loosely. It must be tighter." He exerted himself to pull it tighter, struggling to secure it further. With greater force, the string sank into his flesh, and he pushed harder. Blood spattered as the online acquaintance's scream echoed. Yet the self-mutilator remained with a vacant stare, devoid of any expression of pain. "Could you hold me once more? I miss you dearly." The enigmatic voice transformed from gentle to sultry, evoking a visceral reaction within me, despite the gruesome and repulsive scene unfolding before my eyes. The silhouette of a long-haired maiden finally emerged on the screen, gradually moving towards the bed, seemingly disrobing, while Fan Ziqian's expression remained dazed yet tinged with excitement, blood continuously oozing from his lower body. From the content of the video, it appeared that this self-proclaimed Yu Qianling first beguiled the deceased into self-castration, subsequently igniting his sexual desire, which led to an excessive loss of blood, ultimately resulting in his demise. As stated by Weiga, the condition of the deceased bore a striking resemblance to what is colloquially known as being possessed by a ghost, wherein one is enchanted by a specter, losing the ability to self-regulate and yielding entirely to the commands of the other. Based on the information available, the likelihood that the perpetrator is indeed Yu Qianling is quite high. However, whether she is a living being or an ethereal apparition remains uncertain. Regardless of her nature, it is imperative to conduct an investigation into her. Thus, Zhenjin and I decided to seek out her father, Yu Xiaoguang, based on the information we gathered from City No. 13. Yu Xiaoguang is the owner and photographer of a modest photography studio. Upon our arrival, he was busy capturing wedding photos for clients. Although the studio was small, it was thriving, As dusk approached, numerous patrons continued to inquire within. While we waited, I struck up a conversation with a client, who happened to be a charming young woman. "Are you planning to take pictures here?" "Indeed. While we're still young, we ought to capture more memories for the future." "You must be here for wedding photos, right?" She giggled at Jinjin. "Not at all. We have come to." Jinjin immediately sought to clarify, but I tugged at the corner of her garment, signaling her to remain silent for the moment. I then turned to the young lady and said, "We do not intend to marry just yet. We merely wish to capture some photographs for remembrance. I have heard that this photography studio is quite exceptional. Is that true? I am reluctant to spend thousands of dollars merely for a few albums, even if I appear more handsome than a star within them. The owner here is remarkably skilled. I was referred by a friend, and several of my acquaintances have had their photos taken here, all praising the proprietor's artistry. If you have seen the photographs he produces, you would understand that he masterfully employs light and shadow, ensuring that only the most exquisite aspects of the subject are visible, while the less flattering attributes are artfully concealed. Moreover, he utilizes a traditional film camera, resulting in images that require no modification whatsoever." The young lady effusively lauded Mr. Yu, as if he could render her as ethereal as a celestial being. I found myself disinterested in her subsequent remarks. Her lengthy discourse condensed in my mind to a singular notion. Yu Xiaowang excels at manipulating light and shadow. After Mr. Yu completed the bridal portrait session, he addressed our inquiries with a look of surprise at the sudden arrival of the police. Yet his demeanor revealed no trace of the guilt typically associated with a criminal. This old dog would surely be difficult to crack. "Mr. Yu, while investigating 3 homicides, we discovered that the deceased were all acquainted with your daughter, Yu Xianling. May I inquire about her current whereabouts?" At the mention of Yu Xianling, Mr. Yu's body trembled slightly, tears welled in his eyes, and he let out a long sigh. "Xianling has long since departed. The demise of Yu Xianling was an anticipated outcome. Yet the circumstances surrounding her death and the subsequent handling of her remains are matters I yearn to comprehend. Thus, despite the somber demeanor of the other party, I insisted he recount the tale of his daughter. Yu Xiaoguang was clearly reluctant to unveil the wounds of his heart, but ultimately, he shared with us this long-buried memory of 13 years. However, his physical condition seemed rather precarious. He frequently coughed during our conversation. Yet this did not hinder our understanding of the situation. Qianling was the sole daughter of my wife and me. From a young age, she exhibited remarkable intelligence, effortlessly mastering any subject matter, and her beauty endeared her to many. Friends of ours who had sons often felt the urge to have daughters after meeting her. My wife, a dancer, introduced our daughter to the art of dance at a tender age, and she excelled in it. By the age of 13 or 14, she was already capable of choreographing her own performances. The first dance she choreographed was titled Carnival of the Toy Kingdom, characterized by its joyful and lively movements, along with its novelty and charm. My wife, upon witnessing it, was left speechless in astonishment. However, this dance was both her inaugural and final creation. The choreography required 7 young girls to perform simultaneously, and the music she chose was rather obscure. We possessed only the sheet music to fulfill our daughter's aspirations. My wife and I exerted considerable effort. Eventually, through the introduction of a friend, we came to know teacher Yao from a municipal youth palace, and with her assistance, our daughter finally realized her dream. However, no one anticipated that the final outcome would unfold in such a manner. 13 summers ago, my daughter, along with 6 other girls, was rehearsing a dance choreographed by teacher Yao. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but one fateful night, teacher Yao suddenly called to inform us that our daughter had jumped from a building. Upon our arrival at the youth palace, she had already succumbed to her injuries. When she left this world, her clothing was disheveled, and there were traces of blood on her lower body, leading us to suspect that she may have been assaulted. After all, she had been living joyfully each day and would never have taken her own life without cause. Yet, the police investigation appeared to be obstructed, as they cremated her body without our consent, and the circumstances surrounding her death remain unclear to this day. The loss of our daughter dealt a profound blow to my wife, and the ambiguity of her passing plunged her into despair, ultimately leading to her departure from this world a year later. As he recounted this sorrowful chapter of his life, Yu Xiaowang's emotions were laid bare, tears cascading down his weathered visage. At that moment, he was merely a father, grieving for his beloved daughter. After leaving the photography studio, we returned to the enigmatic case office, where Miao Miao and Xu Weqing had unearthed case records related to the Youth Palace spanning the past 2 decades, among which was the case of Yu Xianling's suicide, which piqued my interest the most. The documentation of this case was rather succinct, stating that Yu Xianling had taken her own life due to a momentary lapse in emotional stability. However, the reason behind her emotional turmoil remained unanswered, as the testimonies of witnesses were vague and ambiguous. This, nonetheless, did not render the record devoid of value. 3 out of the 10 witnesses were individuals who had previously met with untimely deaths. Among the witnesses, aside from the 3 deceased, are dance instructor Yao Haiyan, dance students He Ying Xue, Su Mingru, Su Mingqing, and Zheng Mini, as well as music class students Li Lianyu and Du Lixian. Could it be that the murderer is Yu Xiaowang? The motive for murder could be driven by a desire for vengeance for his daughter, and his adeptness in manipulating light and shadow effects might elucidate the enigmatic nature of the killings, warranting a thorough investigation into him. However, prior to that, it is imperative to examine Yao Haiyan, for she was present at the Youth Palace when Liang Shiyun was murdered, and notably, she had no classes at that time, suggesting the possibility that she could be the perpetrator or an accomplice. Chapter 4. 13 years ago, early in the morning, I returned to the office of the Mysterious Cases Unit to report on the investigation. Based on the intelligence gathered yesterday, I meticulously compiled a list of all the suspects. Firstly, there was Yu Xianling. Though she had tragically taken her own life 13 years prior, the perpetrator repeatedly claimed to be her. Furthermore, the dialogues between the assailant and the deceased revealed that the killer possessed knowledge of many details that only Yu Xianling and the victim should have known. Thus, while it seems utterly absurd, one cannot dismiss the possibility that someone might be impersonating her to enact a vengeful spirit's wrath. Next was Yu Xiaowang. The mysterious death of his daughter could certainly drive him to seek vengeance against those he deemed responsible for her tragic leap. Additionally, he had a remarkable talent for manipulating light and shadow, which aligned ominously with the bizarre methods employed by the murderer. Thirdly, there was Wen Xiaoping. She had a motive for the murder of the first victim, Liang Shiyun, and it is conceivable that she might have killed the other 2 victims to obfuscate the police investigation. Notably, when Liang Shiyun was attacked, Wen Xiaoping was at the Youth Palace but was not accompanied by anyone else, implying she had the opportunity to commit the crime. Lastly, there was Yao Haiyan. Although she lacked a clear motive for murder, her connection to the tragic incident 13 years ago and her availability during the time frame of the crime suggested she could potentially be an accomplice. Who do you believe is the most likely perpetrator? My superior asked, his gaze fixed intently on the stock market trends displayed on the computer screen, never diverting his attention since my entrance. Yu Xianling. Then go to the underworld and capture her. I'm not the great Qi. I lack the power to descend into the underworld, I replied with a sheepish grin. Then you should investigate her father. I wish to first investigate Yao Haiyan. She should possess considerable knowledge regarding events from 13 years ago, and I harbor strong suspicions that it was she who secured the door of the dance studio. As I was articulating my thoughts, the telephone on the table rang. The boss answered, murmured a few acknowledgments, and then hung up, informing me that the individual named Yao was to be set aside for the moment, and that both Yu and Jinjin were to proceed to Renmin Road, while Xu Weqing and Xiao Miao would monitor the situation concerning Yu Xiaowang. What transpired on Renmin Road? I inquired. Another death, the boss revealed, confirming my anticipations. The incident took place in a small hospital located on Renmin Road, around 4 o'clock in the morning. The deceased was a nurse named He Ying Xue, including her. 4 out of the 10 individuals connected to the case from 13 years ago have now been murdered, and the remaining 6 are likely to become targets as well. This presents both advantages and disadvantages for us. The advantage being that our investigative scope has been narrowed, while the disadvantage is the urgent necessity to identify the perpetrator swiftly, lest we face the loss of 6 more victims. The crime scene was situated in the injection room on the 1st floor of the hospital, where Nurse Ying Xue was on duty alongside a colleague named Wang Liyun. From the still traumatized Nurse Wong, we gleaned the circumstances of that fateful night. During the summer, many people favor air conditioning, often setting the temperature exceedingly low. While adults fare better, young children are particularly susceptible to catching a cold and subsequently developing a fever. Each night, numerous parents bring their children to the emergency room, making injections unavoidable. Consequently, we were incessantly busy throughout the first half of the night. After enduring the long hours until the late night, most of the patients receiving intravenous therapy had departed, leaving only a few seeking medical attention. As a result, we found ourselves with some leisure time. In winter, we could rest at such an hour. However, in summer, we were obliged to remain at our posts, as patients might arrive at any moment. To stave off drowsiness, Ingshua and I engage in conversation, our discourse stretching until the early hours of the morning. It was around 4 in the morning when an unsettling occurrence transpired. Ingshue was animatedly discussing her forthcoming marriage, set for next month, and the myriad of preparations that lay ahead. Despite the multitude of concerns weighing on her, the joy emanating from her heart was unmistakable. Just as she was expressing her excitement, I noticed a shadow of a long-haired girl materializing on the wall behind her. Instinctively, I glanced around the injection room. Apart from the two of us, there were only 2 children receiving treatment and their relatives, none of whom possessed such lengthy hair. Noticing my distracted gaze, Ingshue inquired about my concern. I pointed towards the eerie shadow behind her, and upon turning to glance, she was startled into a sudden leap. A ghostly voice resonated. Ingshue, you are getting married? Congratulations. Have you considered inviting me to your wedding feast? Who are you? Ingshue stammered as she retreated. What is the matter? Have you forgotten me? I am Qianling, Yu Qianling. Did you not once say that you adored my beautiful hair? Oh, I apologize for the mix-up. I should have mentioned that you enjoyed tugging at my hair and throwing me to the ground, correct? You, a ghost. Help! Ingshue suddenly screamed as she dashed towards the door. In such a tranquil environment, her cry resounded like thunder, causing the 2 children to burst into tears. A shadow flitted past the wall, blocking Ingshue's escape at the entrance. She continued to scream and dart about, nearly knocking over one child's forestand. The families witnessing her being pursued by the apparition were utterly terrified. One father, clutching the forestand in one hand and cradling his child in the other, rushed outside. Upon seeing this, another family swiftly snatched their child away as well. Overcome by fear, I followed them in haste, but suddenly, another ghostly figure appeared before me, obstructing my path. Terrified, I curled up, covering my head and closing my eyes, paralyzed with dread. Ingshue's screams echoed in my ears, despite my fear. I could not resist the urge to peek. Upon opening my eyes, I found the ghostly figure still beside me, yet soon realized that it bore no intention of harm, merely observing me in silence. Meanwhile, Ingshue had been cornered by another specter, with no avenue for escape, huddling in a ball while pleading for it to stay away. The ghost suddenly emitted a chilling laugh. That night, did I not also implore you to keep your distance? But what did you do then? Forget it. Let me remind you. You once said my hair was beautiful, gently stroking it just like you are now. The ghostly figure reached out, caressing her head softly, then suddenly spoke sharply, yanking her hair and pulling her up. The specter forcefully tugged at her hair, hoisting her upward before violently slamming her onto the chair designated for patients receiving 4 drips. Ingshue toppled the chair and fell to the ground, emitting a pained groan. The ghost did not relent. It glided before her and, with a soft tone, inquired, "What is the matter? Does it hurt? Did I apply too much force?" Hey. You were quite forceful that night, too. Though I was somewhat gentler, at least the dance studio was devoid of such clutter. And you had no intention of killing me. As the ghost spoke, it again seized her hair, hurling her towards another chair. Qianling, spare me. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please let me go. Ingshue lay on the ground, pleading desperately. That night, how many times did I beg you? You surely do not recall, but I remember vividly, 63 times in total. The ghost once more yanked Ingshue's hair, tossing her toward the chair. It continued to drag her by her hair, slamming her against nearby chairs. After 10 or 20 times, she was left battered and bruised, her face smeared with blood. The specter laughed coldly again. Look at what you have become. If your fiancé were to see you now, he might very well call off the engagement. Just kill me. Kill me. At this moment, Ying Xue was on the verge of death, her words coming out with great difficulty, tears mingling with blood streaming from her eyes. If it were me, I too would plead with the ghostly figure to end my life. For this existence is more torturous than death itself. That night, I longed for immediate death, yet you lacked the courage to kill me, forcing me to leap from the 7th floor, a pain far greater than your fall onto the chair. The chilling voice of the ghostly figure drove Ying Xue to madness. She covered her ears, shaking her head and uttering, "Kill me, kill me." "Very well, I shall grant your wish. When I died, my nose was broken, and you shall not perish gracefully either. Let me strangle you," she exclaimed, just like Xiangbi, with your eyes and tongue protruding. As the ghostly figure reached out to grasp Ying Xue's neck, she whispered her final words, "No." Although Nurse Wang repeatedly emphasized that Ying Xue was first dragged by her hair and then strangled, Lun Yan, upon conducting a preliminary examination of the body at the crime scene, discovered several suspicious details. The scalp showed no signs of congestion nor swelling, indicating that it was impossible for her to have been violently tossed around by her hair before death. Furthermore, despite her bulging eyes and protruding tongue, there were no marks of strangulation on her neck, nor any other fatal injuries. The true cause of death would only be revealed post-autopsy, though the likelihood of a myocardial infarction seemed substantial. Another case of death by fright? I couldn't help but frown. The dissection has yet to be performed. Thus, certainty remains elusive. Nevertheless, one could ascertain whether fright was the cause of death. The autopsy merely serves to confirm this. Having concluded his remarks, Lun Yan and his assistant, Zhong, prepared to transport the body. After the body was removed, I took a moment to scrutinize the injection room surroundings. The entire space spans approximately 100 square meters, encompassing both the injection area and a patient waiting room. The waiting room was originally intended to house 4 rows of chairs, yet now they lay askew and disorganized. A row of windows graced the back wall of the injection area. Lacking air conditioning, they stood ajar. Outside, a road stretched forth, although the sun had long since risen. The streetlights remained aglow. As I observed the environment, Zhenjin had already approached Nurse Wang for an inquiry. She forcefully grasped the woman's shoulder and demanded, "Why do you lie? The deceased's hair was never pulled. Are you in collusion with the murderer?" Nurse Wang, still trembling from fear, was startled by Zhenjin's confrontation and burst into tears. It required a touch of my magical prowess to soothe her. Indeed, magic proves quite effective in matters of charm. It is no wonder that few contemporary stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan are without this skill. Under my gentle persuasion, she began to recollect the events. A shadowy figure extended its hand toward Ying Xue's head, seemingly grasping her hair. Yet, it appeared her hair was untouched. However, upon a mere wave of the figure's hand, she was thrown into her chair. Regarding the issue of strangulation, her account mirrored that of Boss Chun's. An impression of a hand from the shadow cast upon the deceased's neck, leading to an immediate sensation of choking until death ensued. Nurse Wang was not, in fact, lying. Rather, her subjective judgment clouded the objective reality. Her testimony rendered the case even more enigmatic. Firstly, from the 4 homicides, one can deduce that the perpetrator had no tangible contact with the victims, yet they were able to provoke inexplicable reactions from them. Secondly, the assailant appeared to possess an uncanny ability to create an illusion of 2 shadows. Does this imply the existence of multiple culprits? Lastly, the most perplexing aspect remains. Why did the murderer not allow Nurse Wang to escape? For the perpetrator, being observed during the commission of a crime is unequivocally disadvantageous. Yet this particular criminal seems to have, whether intentionally or not, permitted witnesses to observe the act of murder. If the first 3 instances were mere accidents, then how does one explain the deliberate obstruction of Nurse Wang's escape this time? What could her intentions possibly be? With the limited information at hand, contemplating this question seems a futile endeavor. It would be far more prudent to gather additional intelligence. The 4 deceased individuals are all linked to the suicide of Yu Qianling 13 years ago. Thus, delving into that case may yield some insights. Upon arriving at the youth palace, teacher Yao had just finished her lesson when Junjun, regardless of her willingness, forcefully pulled her aside for questioning. 13 years ago, Yu Qianling jumped to her death here. As her teacher, you must know what transpired. Teacher Yao instinctively averted her gaze from Junjun, dismissively responding. That was over a decade ago. I can't recall the details clearly now. I smiled and said, perhaps I have a way to help you remember. Luo Xiangbi has perished. Fan Ziqian has met his demise. Hing Xue has also succumbed, along with Liang Shiyun, who was murdered in the dance studio. Among the 10 individuals connected to the suicide case of Yu Qianling, for have already been slain, all at the hands of an enigmatic shadow. The more I spoke, the graver the expression on teacher Yao's face became. Judging by her reaction, the likelihood of her being an accomplice seemed slim, yet it could not be entirely dismissed. After a prolonged silence, she appeared to waver on whether or not to divulge the truth. It seemed I would need to intimidate her further. After all, instilling fear in the elderly lady appeared to be one of my talents. I exchanged a glance with Junjun before addressing teacher Yao. If you choose not to speak, we shall not press you. After all, for lives have already been extinguished. What does it matter if 1 or 2 more are lost? To be candid, I truly did not mind if the murderer claimed a few more lives. For with each additional victim, more clues would surface, enhancing our chances of solving the case. Of course, this does not imply that I possess a dark heart. Given the current circumstances, whether we could unravel the mystery before the assailant eliminated all 10 individuals remains uncertain. Moreover, her list of targets includes both Junjun and myself, as well as every member of the investigation team. Upon concluding my statement, I feigned turning to leave, and Junjun dutifully followed suit. Teacher Yao, evidently struck by the very fears I had articulated, hastily grasped my arm, glancing around to ensure that only the 3 of us were present before whispering. I am willing to share everything I know, but you must guarantee my safety and ensure that no one else learns I was the one who spoke. You see, I replied, I cannot promise your safety, but should you choose silence, I can assure you that you will undoubtedly remain unsafe. As for the matter of confidentiality, you need not worry. Every word you utter is known only to us and a few leaders, including Director Liang. At present, I am not in a hurry, for the other party is far more anxious than I. The more I feign indifference and adopt an official tone, the more valuable clues I can extract from her. Teacher Yao seems to have undergone a considerable internal struggle, remaining silent for a long while before finally revealing the tragic event that has been shrouded in silence for 13 years. This is the source of my deepest remorse. Although 13 years have passed, I still frequently dream of that time, awakening in distress. 13 summers ago, through a friend's introduction, I met the couple Yu Zhaowang. They sought my assistance in fulfilling their daughter Yu Qianling's wish, and they certainly offered me many benefits in return. They requested that I arrange for 6 girls to rehearse the dance that the little girl had choreographed. Initially, I regarded this as a mere jest. Could a 14-year-old girl really create a commendable dance? Yet, one cannot bite the hand that feeds, having accepted their kindness. It would be remiss of me to do nothing in return. Thus, I asked Qianling to perform the dance for me alone. When she gracefully executed her steps before me, I was left momentarily speechless. Though she danced solo and without music, I could still perceive the vibrant imagery she conjured, a bustling kingdom of toys, jubilant playthings, and fervent puppets. It was simply exquisite. Not only was the choreography flawless, but her performance was also impeccable. Her flexibility and sense of rhythm were beyond what one would expect from someone of her tender age. In her presence, I could truly hesitate to label myself as a teacher, for she surpasses me in excellence. After witnessing Qianling's performance, I was filled with confidence in the choreography she had created, and I eagerly organized rehearsals for her, striving to secure an opportunity for a public performance. However, I soon encountered my first challenge. The music she had chosen was rather obscure, the third movement of Peter Lodgka, a piece I had never heard of before. All she possessed was the sheet music, without any CD or tape, and it was unavailable for purchase anywhere. Subsequently, I consulted with Director Liu, the head of the youth palace at that time, and borrowed 3 students from the music class. Even relocating a piano to the dance studio to commence rehearsals. Yet, as rehearsals began, new complications arose. Among the 3 students borrowed from the music class, one was the son of director Liu, named Li Liangyu, who insisted that a girl named Su Mingru be cast as the lead for this dance. Mengru's dancing skills were rather mediocre. She was hardly suitable for the role of the protagonist. Her participation in the rehearsals was merely a request from Liangyu, given that he was director Liu's son and Mengru was his girlfriend at the time. Mengru's sister, Mingjing, was also allowed to join the rehearsals for similar reasons. While it was somewhat acceptable to include the Mengru sisters in the rehearsals, casting her as the lead was out of the question. Even if I were to acquiesce, Qianling would certainly object, as she was the creator of the dance, who would willingly sacrifice their hard work for another's benefit. This situation strained their relationship, and I, wishing to remain neutral, could only let them resolve it on their own. Qianling's stance was resolute. She declared that if the lead role were to be relinquished, she would withdraw immediately. The absence of this dancer is something anyone could endure, yet without her, it would be akin to losing the very essence of the performance, rendering it devoid of significance. Moreover, she is the creator. Should she withdraw, there would be no reason to continue rehearsals. Thus, Dreamru ultimately found herself compelled to acquiesce. However, little did she anticipate that this would serve as the catalyst for a tragedy. After approximately half a month of rehearsals, the performance of the Dreamru sisters still left much to be desired, though the others shone brilliantly, capable of delivering an exceptional public performance. Yet, it was precisely at this juncture that calamity struck. On the evening prior to rehearsal, Liangyu unexpectedly pulled me aside and whispered during rehearsal, "Take a stroll outside." When I inquired about his reasoning, he threatened, "My mother intends to dismiss some individuals who are not diligent in their work. I hope you are not among those to be expelled." Though I understood that his suggestion to leave could not bode well. He indeed possessed the power to convince Director Liu to terminate my position. So I reluctantly complied and slipped away during rehearsal. I wandered outside for about an hour, and upon my return, I discovered a scene of chaos. Upon entering the dance studio, I found that Qianling was missing, with traces of blood scattered across the floor. Du Lixian, the pianist, lay groaning on the ground, his fingers grotesquely contorted, and his attire marked with numerous shoe prints. In a corner, a fellow dance student, Min Yi, curled up and sobbed incessantly. I intercepted Liang Yu as he attempted to leave, demanding to know what had transpired. He brusquely pushed me away, exclaiming in irritation, "It was merely a trivial affair. Why does it concern you?" With that, he departed with the others. I first glanced at Minnie, who seemed to be in distress, her tears flowing incessantly. However, I chose not to attend to her and instead hurried to assist Li Xian, who had collapsed on the ground. His complexion was as pale as snow, and he was sweating profusely, attempting to speak yet seemingly unable to articulate due to excruciating pain. His fingers appeared to have been crushed, twisted beyond recognition, rendering them nearly useless. Fearing for his well-being, I swiftly supported him and resolved to take him to the hospital. Yet, upon reaching the entrance on the first floor, I beheld Liang Yu and his companions engaged in a loud altercation outside. In that moment, Qianling plummeted down, having evidently leapt from the rooftop. Although teacher Yao did not witness the incident directly, she could infer the overall circumstances from the fragments of information she had gathered. It became evident that Yu Qianling and Su Mingru were embroiled in a conflict concerning the protagonist. In retaliation, Su devised a scheme to have her boyfriend, Liang Yu, distract teacher Yao. Following her departure, you may have been subjected to violence by Li and others, subsequently enduring torment at the hands of Su and her associates, which ultimately led to her tragic suicide. In the aftermath, someone leveraged their connections to obstruct the investigation, resulting in a vague case record that allowed the matter to fade away without resolution. In light of these revelations, the likelihood that Yu Xiaoguang sought vengeance for his daughter's death appears increasingly plausible. Yet, one must ponder why he would wait until now to exact retribution rather than taking action 13 years prior. Numerous questions linger, such as the reason behind Du Lixian's injuries. Perhaps he attempted to shield Yu Qianling, thus incurring the wrath of others. If this were indeed the case, he might hold the key to unraveling some of these mysteries. Chapter 5. The loyal dog turns on its master with the assistance of Teacher Yao. We unearthed information regarding the 5 individuals connected to the case from 13 years ago, who had yet to meet their untimely fate. However, this information mirrored the case records, and the telephone numbers had all been changed after numerous attempts to reach out. It appeared that we would have to rely on fortune and venture directly to the addresses they had left behind. Our initial target was Du Lixian, yet upon arrival, we were met only by a grand mansion that seemed to have been uninhabited for many years. The doorbell was nearly shattered by our persistent ringing, yet the entrance remained resolutely locked. In desperation, we decided to inquire next door. "Are you seeking the Du family?" A woman in her 50s, presumably a servant based on her attire, answered the door. She instructed us to call her sister Lu. "Indeed, we are investigating an old case and hope to speak with Mr. Du Lixian," I replied with a courteous tone. "Ah, poor Xianzi," Sister Lu sighed, shaking her head. "Why do you say that?" Xianzi was quite the well-behaved child, always charming those around him. Seemingly lost in thought, Sister Lu appeared oblivious to our presence, as she began to recount anecdotes from Du Lixian's childhood in a steady stream. "I have been in service to the master for nearly 30 years, and have been neighbors with Mr. Du and his wife for over a decade. They have always treated me well, without the airs of wealthy individuals, never once regarding me as a servant. When Xianzi was born, I even took leave to assist at their home. The relationship between the master and them was quite amicable. I had assisted for a month in the past, and the master continued to pay me, which made them feel rather embarrassed. Xianzi grew up almost under my watchful gaze from Mr. and Mrs. Du were engaged in substantial business and were perpetually busy. Xianzi, who relished my company, would often come to seek me out. The master's descendants did not reside with him, so they warmly welcomed Xianzi's visits. From a young age, Xianzi learned to play the piano, and the master even procured a piano specifically for Xianzi to entertain him during his visits. This harmonious existence continued until Xianzi turned 15. That summer, Xianzi practiced piano at the city's youth center and mentioned his participation in a performance. Upon learning this, the master was restless for several nights, determined to attend. However, one fateful night, Xianzi was hospitalized due to an accident where the piano lid had crushed his hands, shattering the bones in his fingers. He endured a high fever for over a week before it finally subsided. Tragically, his hands were left incapacitated. He could no longer play the piano, nor could he lift even a sheet of paper. To treat Xianzi's hands, Mr. and Mrs. Du sacrificed their business and emigrated to America, hoping that the doctors there would restore his hands. After their departure, they never returned. It has been over a decade, and I wonder what Xianzi has become and whether his hands have healed. After conversing with Sister Lu at the entrance for nearly an hour, the only information gleaned was that Du Lixian had immigrated abroad 13 years ago and has not returned since. This implies that he can essentially be excluded from the case at hand. Nonetheless, I managed to acquire a photograph of him. Although he appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age in the picture, he was indeed quite handsome. Had it not been for his injured hands, he would undoubtedly be quite popular among the young ladies. With no leads from Du Lixian's side, I had no choice but to shift my focus to the other 4 individuals. At present, the only one I could possibly locate was Li Liangyu. His father holds a prominent position in the government, and after making a call to my superior, it did not take long for him to uncover Li's current residence. When I bid farewell to Sister Lu, it was already around 5 in the afternoon. To save time, I decided to split up with Xinjin. Although this was against regulations, it was a necessary course of action. I instructed her to seek out the Su sisters, who may have already relocated, while I proceeded to the address provided by my superior to find Li Liangyu. The Li family's villa was situated in a tranquil yet affluent neighborhood, quite impressive and not inferior to the Du family's mansion. Upon my arrival, the sun had set, yet the sky was not yet dark. I pressed the doorbell and was immediately greeted by the sound of barking dogs. There were at least 4 or 5, their barks resonant, likely belonging to a breed of considerable stature. The doorbell was a high-end model equipped with intercom functionality, and shortly after I rang it, a rather impolite male voice emerged. "Hello, who is it?" I introduced myself, stating, "I am Mu Xinyu, an investigator from the Criminal Investigation Bureau. May I inquire if Mr. Li Liangyu is at home?" I wished to ask him a few questions. The rudeness of the response was disheartening, yet I consoled myself, acknowledging that it was merely a reflection of his upbringing. However, I refrained from responding with hostility, unless he provided me with some leverage to wield against him. I haven't committed any crimes lately. What business do you have with me? Fortunately, I did not come with Jinjin. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly kicked the steel door open and stormed in to give that scoundrel a thorough beating. What I wish to inquire about is the incident of Yu Qianling's suicide 13 years ago. Among the 10 individuals related to this case, for have already been murdered. If I do not aim directly at my opponent's vital points, I fear I may not even gain entry through the doorway. After a prolonged silence from the other party, I began to think I had miscalculated. However, his voice suddenly resonated once more. Come in. The electric steel door opened automatically, and 8 large lights on the surrounding wall illuminated the spacious garden. The garden was replete with trees, flowers, rockeries, and ponds, exuding an extraordinary opulence that was decidedly ostentatious for someone with the surname Li. Upon entering the garden, I encountered trouble. 5 large guard dogs immediately surrounded me, barking incessantly and poised to pounce. Typically, dealing with ordinary guard dogs requires merely a hint of aggression. Perhaps throwing a brick would suffice to scare them off. However, the beasts encircling me were not mere underlings, but rather 5 formidable purebred German shepherds. As I closed my eyes, contemplating whether my boss would assist in bestowing upon me the title of martyr, a fierce shout pierced the air. Upon opening my eyes, I found the shepherds wagging their tails and dispersing. Standing before the 5-story villa's entrance was a youthful man, his body covered in a layer of excess flesh. He was not particularly tall, measuring just over 1.6 meters, and conservatively weighed over 90 kilograms. Although he adorned himself in designer labels, his physique rendered any attire unflattering. This brings to mind a saying, donning a dragon robe does not make one a prince. Why are you still standing there? I am quite busy. The voice of the young man was as sharp as the chime of the doorbell. He must be the person I am seeking. After delivering his words, he turned and strode into the villa, his corpulence jiggling with each step, reminiscent of a lumbering bear. Upon entering the grand hall of the villa, I found Li Liangyu reclining deeply into the couch, his posture genuinely sunk into its plush embrace. If he were to remain seated in such a manner daily, this luxurious leather sofa might not endure for more than a few months before it succumbed to wear. With a cigar clamped between his teeth, he gestured towards the opposite couch, inviting me to take a seat. No sooner had I settled down than a servant appeared to serve me tea. Li Liangyu waved his hand dismissively, signaling the servant to withdraw, and then impatiently remarked, "Speak quickly, and if you have any grievances, express them outright. I am quite busy." However, at that moment, I felt no urgency. Before entering, I had assumed he was alone in the villa, for even when I rang the doorbell, he had fortuitously been beside it to respond. Yet, a person of his privileged stature would never deign to greet me at the door personally. Thus, I understood that he was, in fact, quite anxious, masking his inner turmoil with feigned impatience. Recognizing that Mr. Li had pressing matters to attend to, I deemed it inappropriate to intrude. With that thought, I stood to take my leave. "Are you toying with me? Is this your idea of coming and going as you please in my domain? Sit down." Astonishingly, veins bulged on his corpulent face, leaving me concerned that he might burst a blood vessel. I shrugged my shoulders and settled into a relaxed posture, mirroring his stance with my legs crossed. Before me lay a crystal coffee table adorned with a box of Cuban cigars. Without hesitation, I took one, lit it, and indulged in the fragrant smoke, as if I were in the comfort of my own home. His evident irritation at my demeanor prompted him to bang the sofa with force and bark. "Are you here to smoke cigars?" "Mr. Li, do mind your tone. It is not necessarily I who am in need of your assistance," I replied languidly, stretching my arms. "While I am indeed in charge of this case, it does not imply an obligation to resolve it. In these times, there are many unresolved cases. The addition of 1 or 2 more is of little consequence. After all, that case from 13 years ago remains unanswered even to this day. Perhaps I should return to pay you a visit in a few days. I wonder if you will still possess such bravado by then." For someone like him, an arrogant and privileged scion, It was imperative to first temper his arrogance in order to secure his cooperation. My intimidation tactics were evidently bearing fruit. As his defiance began to wane, and he spoke like a chastened dog. What you wish to know? 13 years ago, you raped Yu Qianling. I struck directly at his vulnerability the moment I spoke. The flesh on his face twitched slightly as he replied, I do not wish to answer that question. Rest assured, if the police intended to pursue this matter, you would not have evaded justice until now. Though I spoke these words, I discreetly activated the recording device in my pocket. Whether or not I could secure his imprisonment was beyond my authority. My duty lay solely in the collection of evidence. Indeed, I did assault her that night. His words trailed off suddenly, and the terror etched upon his face signaled to me that he had glimpsed something dreadful. I swiftly turned around, discovering the silhouette of a long-haired girl on a nearby pillar, reminiscent of what I had seen yesterday at the 13th high school in the city. Her voice was equally ethereal and chilling. Liang Yu, it has been 13 years since we last met, and I must say, you have grown quite rotund, resembling a pig. Ordinarily, had anyone dared to liken Liang Yu to a pig, he would have surely retaliated. Yet, in this moment, he remained utterly frozen, staring vacantly at the shadow on the pillar. I surmised he was rendered speechless by fear. What do you intend to do? I called out to the shadow. Officer, what else could I possibly do? Of course, I am here to reminisce with an old friend. Look how delighted Liang Yu is upon seeing me. He is so overjoyed that he is rendered speechless. A chilling laughter echoed through the expansive hall, its source indiscernible. Could it truly be so simple as a mere reunion? Why did she not ring the doorbell, but instead enter directly? Surely, that is rather impolite. As I distracted myself with idle chatter, I pondered the true identity of a shadow. The silhouette appeared upon the pillar. From my perspective, it must have been cast by the garden's powerful lights shining through the window. Thus, her true form must be in the garden. However, there were 5 German shepherds outside the door. If a stranger were to enter the garden, how could they remain silent? The etiquette of hell diverges from that of the mortal realm. I am not human, but a specter, a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. According to the customs of the underworld, I should invite Liang Yu to revel in the infernal realms. The voice of the shadow suddenly became sharp and piercing, causing a buzzing sensation in my ears. Behind me, I heard Liang Yu's terrified scream. Upon turning around, I saw him leap up and dash towards the door. He. My little darling, why do you flee without even a greeting upon seeing me? Do you think you can escape from my grasp? The shadow spoke and flickered before vanishing. At that moment, Liang Yu had already reached the garden, and I certainly could not remain in the hall in a daze. I immediately pursued after him. As I approached the doorway, I spotted him cornered by his shepherd dogs at the garage entrance, cursing at the 5 creatures and commanding them to clear out. However, they showed no sign of retreating, instead adopting an aggressive stance, seemingly awaiting orders from someone. Liang Yu, where are you in such a hurry to go? Look how adorable your little dogs are. Why not play with them for a while? A cold female voice echoed around, its origin indiscernible. Perhaps to vent his unease, Liang Yu, finding his commands disregarded by the shepherds, resorted to striking them with fists and feet. The dogs endured their master's blows without yielding, resolutely blocking his path wherever he attempted to go. The female voice resonated again. Liang Yu, why is your temper still so foul? You resort to violence at the slightest provocation, just as you did that night with me. Shut up. I have the Bodhisattva to protect me. I fear not whether you are a vengeful spirit, a destitute ghost, or a starving specter. If you dare, show yourself. If I do not beat you into a wailing mess, I shall henceforth be named Turtle. Liang Yu let out a ferocious howl towards the heavens, tearing his designer's shirt apart with one hand, revealing a white jade bodhisattva pendant suspended from a gold chain as thick as a chopstick. He chuckled ominously, deep down. You are indeed terrified. You may deceive the police with your pretentious bravado, but you cannot fool me, for I am not human. I am a ghost, a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. The chilling laughter echoed through the twilight, and despite the blazing summer heat and the brightly lit garden, I felt as though I had plunged into a realm of darkness and despair. Liang Yu, engulfed in laughter, succumbed to despair, collapsing onto the ground in silence. After a prolonged moment, the laughter abruptly ceased. Even the little dogs are hungry. It is time to dine. Suddenly, 5 shepherd dogs lunged at their master, blood splattering before my eyes, and the air was filled with heart-wrenching cries. At that moment, the garden transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Li Liangyu perished, slain by the sharp fangs of his own guard dogs, known for their loyalty, the German shepherds, and met his demise right before my eyes. Though he fell victim to the attack before me, I was powerless to intervene. A single shepherd could have dispatched me, let alone 5. The dogs stood before their master's mangled corpse, confronting me, and as I observed the blood dripping from their maws, I realized I would soon share the same fate as their master. A ghostly feminine voice wafted through the blood-scented air. "Dear officer, this is my second warning to you. Should you persist in your investigation, do not blame me when we meet again." The laughter faded into the distance. Yet the German shepherds remained steadfast before me, as if they were mere statues awaiting new commands. But who could fathom whether they would pounce upon me in an instant, tearing me to shreds with their razor-sharp teeth, should I take a single step back? Just as I was racking my brain for an escape, salvation arrived in the form of a familiar siren echoing from outside. It seemed the household staff had summoned the authorities. My colleagues and I scoured the garden, leaving no stone unturned, nearly uprooting the sod, yet we uncovered no traces left by the perpetrator. The 5 German shepherds remained motionless, as if truly transformed into stone, until the firefighters arrived to take them away. Once the crime scene was secured, I found myself lost in contemplation. The murderer had too many unexpected facets. German shepherds are renowned for their bravery and loyalty. Even when subjected to their owner's wrath, they would never turn against them. Furthermore, the Lee residence was adorned with exquisite furnishings, each piece valued at tens of thousands. It was evident that the guard dogs were of a rigorously trained breed, making a collective act of treachery against their master virtually impossible. Perhaps it was time to investigate the origins of these 5 creatures. Often, when beset by a multitude of thoughts, one may feel utterly lost, yet a sudden revelation can unravel all doubts. It came to my attention that Su Mengru's family was engaged in the training and sale of shepherd dogs. Chapter 6. The Dance of Death. Upon concluding my investigation at the Lee residence, the scene of the crime, I hastened to the outskirts of the city to rendezvous with Jinjin at the Howling Dog Kennel. En route, I contacted Xueqing, inquiring, "Is there any news from Yu Xiaowang?" She responded in a somewhat mechanical tone, as if conversing with a machine. "He has been engaged in photo shoots for clients at the studio since 10 in the morning and has not stepped outside. The perpetrator appears to have struck again, likely between 6 and 7 in the evening in the outskirts of the city." At that moment, Yu Xiaowang was photographing a young woman, approximately 23 years of age, remaining within my line of sight. This effectively eliminates him as a suspect, negating the need for further surveillance. Perhaps you should consider monitoring Teacher Yao. She could very well be the next target of the assailant. Aside from the expatriate Du Lixian, only 4 individuals linked to Yu Qianling's suicide remain, any of whom could be at risk of an attack. I must inform you of a concerning matter. He appears to be gravely ill, having been seen coughing up blood. While his illness is irrelevant as long as he is not the culprit, I advise you to prioritize surveillance on Teacher Yao. When I met with Yu Xiaowang yesterday, I noted his persistent cough, and today Xueqing observed his bloody spitting. He may indeed be seriously unwell, though that seems tangential to the case. Maintain communication. Xueqing simply stated this before the line went dead. She possesses an appearance and physique that can only be described as extraordinary, complemented by a genuinely kind heart. Her sole flaw lies in her consistently frosty demeanor towards others. Otherwise, I might find myself tempted to cross boundaries. Through my observations over the past few days, I have confidently deduced that she is endowed with a D-cup, a temptation that no ordinary man could resist. The Shaotian Kennels, situated on the outskirts of the city, boasts a considerable size, housing over 100 distinguished breeds, predominantly German shepherds. Upon reuniting with Jinjin, I learned that she had been unable to locate the Su sisters, having only found their father, Uncle Ming, the kennel's overseer, Su Jingming. Jinjin, who relies solely on her fists rather than her words, managed to glean from Uncle Ming that the Su sisters had each been romantically involved with Li Lianyu, though both relationships ended in disappointment. The sisters had departed for a trip out of town 2 days prior and were not expected to return until tomorrow. Perhaps due to his constant companionship with dogs, Uncle Ming exudes the rugged charm of a middle-aged man, articulate and loquacious. Thus, it took little time for me to extract valuable information from him. From a young age, I harbored a deep affection for dogs, especially larger breeds like the wolf dog, which is colloquially known as the shepherd. Their presence instilled in me a profound sense of security. As I matured, I dedicated myself to becoming a wolf dog trainer, eventually establishing my own kennel. Initially, my kennel housed only a handful of wolf dogs, but through over a decade of diligent effort, it has flourished into its current form. When discussing the kennel, one cannot overlook that fellow named Lee. Though he possesses a rather unsavory character, it is undeniable that without his assistance, the kennel would not have attained its present status. The first encounter with that young man occurred over a decade ago, at a time when I had yet to establish my kennel, and he was romantically involved with my eldest daughter, Mengru. I harbored strong objections to their relationship. Mengru was merely 15 years old at the time, and this young man possessed an air of arrogance, entirely disregarding my presence without even a greeting. Nevertheless, Mengru was infatuated with him, leaving my wife and me at a loss for how to intervene. Eventually, I borrowed money from relatives to open the kennel, yet I encountered numerous complications while applying for the necessary permits. I lost count of the departments I visited, and despite my efforts, the license remained elusive. Officials from the Industry and Commerce Bureau visited several times, threatening to shut down the kennel. It was then that I learned of the young man's connections. Feeling desperate, I allowed Mengru to speak with him, hoping he might be of assistance. To my surprise, within mere days, the licensing issue was resolved, a matter that had previously consumed over 2 months of my time. Mengru informed me that the young man's father was a prominent figure, someone whose influence commanded respect in our locality. Subsequently, he introduced me to a plethora of business opportunities, connecting me with both his parents' acquaintances and his own friends, all of whom were affluent patrons. When they visited the kennel, they typically requested the finest German shepherds, seldom inquiring about prices. In my conversation with Uncle Ming, he predominantly discussed matters pertaining to sheepdogs or the kennel itself. I had little interest in his rise to prominence. Thus, I guided him to speak of matters I yearned to uncover, such as the romantic entanglements between his 2 daughters and Li Lianyu. Yet, he frequently diverted the conversation towards his sheepdogs. I meticulously recorded only the more significant portions, while I chose to omit the trivialities. This man surnamed Li is no gentleman. First, he toyed with Mengru, and then he pursued Mengqing. When he was involved with Mengru, he often indulged in flirtations and created quite a stir. Yet he was emboldened by his father's official position, rendering him fearless in the face of any consequence. Mengru was well aware of his true nature, yet she was inexplicably drawn to him, much to the exasperation of both my wife and me. Their relationship lasted approximately 3 to 4 years, after which he grew weary and unceremoniously cast Mengru aside, leaving the poor girl to weep for several days. For the next 6 or 7 years, I did not encounter him. However, 2 years ago, Mengqing, in an unforeseen turn of events, became involved with that very same scoundrel, leading to a heated argument between her and Mengru upon discovery. The developments that followed further exacerbated my wife's and my distress. Mengru inexplicably rekindled her relationship with that rogue. With his family having built a new house, she even took him to the kennel to assist him in selecting 5 of the finest guard dogs. Consequently, the 2 sisters frequently quarreled at home over this man, sometimes even resorting to physical altercations. Now it seems he has grown tired of both sisters. Just last week, upon their return home, they embraced and wept together, ultimately reconciling once more. Their journey this time was also meant to provide a respite. After discussing the romantic entanglements of the Su sisters and Li Lianyu, I sought Uncle Ming's wisdom regarding sheepdogs. Can a trained German shepherd attack its owner? Certainly not. He assured me, purebred German shepherds are exceedingly loyal, completely obedient to their master's commands. Even if commanded to confront a formidable black bear, they would leap into action without hesitation. It is inconceivable for them to turn and attack their master unless afflicted by rabies, which could drive them into a frenzied state. Uncle Ming's tone was resolute. However, the notion of rabies clearly did not apply to the shepherds at the Lee residence, as they had not exhibited any erratic behavior, at least not towards me. Furthermore, subsequent health reports confirmed their robust condition. To my knowledge, there have indeed been instances where several shepherds fatally attacked their owners. Yet they did not harm others present. What could provoke a shepherd to turn against its master? I refrained from revealing the news of Li Liangyu's demise. Such events are astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Ming added that unless afflicted by rabies, or commanded by their trainer, shepherds would never assault their masters. He also informed me that both daughters assisted at the kennel, and the 5 shepherds that had bitten Li Liangyu to death were raised by them from a young age. The first victim, Liang Shiyun, perished around 8 p.m. the previous evening, while the Su sisters had been traveling out of town the day before. Could this merely be a coincidence? Perhaps their excursion was merely a ruse to establish an alibi. They might never have truly left the locality. Setting aside the previous 4 homicides for the moment, let us examine the case of Li Liangyu alone. The elements conducive to murder are evidently present in this scenario. The motive for the crime is rather apparent. Both sisters, having been spurned in love, transformed their affection into enmity, leading to a plausible explanation for their violent outburst. Both had previously been involved with Li Liangyu, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings of his residence, and it is conceivable that they possessed keys to the house, allowing them silent, unobserved access. More critically, they alone could have commanded the 5 German shepherds within the property to turn against their master. When considering the other 4 homicides in conjunction, their culpability becomes even more pronounced. Firstly, aside from Yu Qianling, who else possesses intimate knowledge of the events that transpired 13 years ago? The 9 individuals present that night comprised 3 men and 6 women, of whom 5 have since met untimely ends. Excluding the sisters, only Du Li Xian, who has since emigrated, and Zheng Mini, whose whereabouts remain unknown, remain. Secondly, the perpetrator, during the murder of Yingshu, employed a technique that allowed them to appear as 2 shadows, suggesting the possibility of multiple assailants. While the Su sisters are indeed the prime suspects, one must question their rationale for eliminating the 4 victims beyond Li Liangyu. Was it revenge for Yu Qianling? This seems implausible, for the tragic events of 13 years prior were ignited by a rivalry between Su Mengru and Yu Qianling for the lead role, rendering Yu an adversary rather than an ally to the sisters. Thus, what could be their motive for such a multitude of murders? Is it merely to obfuscate the police investigation? Baseless conjecture, lacking evidence, holds no merit to ascertain their guilt or innocence. The most straightforward approach would be to bring them in for questioning. In this world, there exists no perfect lie. Wherever deceit flourishes, there inevitably lie flaws. Yet, when they manifest before my eyes, it seems that at least 2 more lies may be at stake. In my quest to locate them swiftly, I sought the mobile numbers from Uncle Ming, only to learn that their phones could only function within the city, rendering them currently unreachable. Indeed, my attempts to call were fruitless, as both numbers were switched off. The investigation found itself at an impasse. If only I could find the Su sisters, all dilemmas would unravel effortlessly. However, the foremost challenge remains their elusive whereabouts. Although they are due to return tomorrow, time is of the essence. For at least 2 individuals lie on the murderer's list, and they may meet their demise this very night. Just as I grappled with this predicament, a call from Shueching interrupted. Another homicide has occurred at the Youth Palace. Yao Haiyan has been slain, another life extinguished. In a manner akin to Liang Shiyun, Yao Haiyan met her end within the dance studio, amidst a sudden blackout and a locked door. When Shueching and Miao Miao arrived and forced the door open, they found but a single corpse and 7 terrified young girls within the studio. Ichi and the others recounted the harrowing events of that moment. Despite the loss of teacher Liang, the city sports meet performance would proceed undeterred. Thus, we were compelled to continue our rehearsals. The dance we were to perform was choreographed by teacher Liang, and aside from her, only teacher Yao possessed the expertise, so our practices fell under her jurisdiction. Little did we anticipate yet another calamity. In truth, None of us wished to persist in the rehearsals. After all, just the night before. A life had been claimed here, our very own teacher, right before our eyes. However, the school administration hinted to us that if we failed to perform at the city sports meet, our graduation would be jeopardized. Thus, we reluctantly came to practice. It is said that this dance was choreographed by teacher Liang himself. Yet teacher Yao appeared quite familiar with it, diligently instructing us on each movement and step. Perhaps it was fear that compelled me, for as soon as the music ceased, I instinctively glanced toward the window. Just yesterday morning, as we prepared to leave, the laundromat had delivered and installed the curtains. Yet, for reasons unknown, they were absent tonight. Without the curtains to shield us, I could see directly through the window where a terrifying shadow loomed. Hey hey! An ethereal and chilling laughter suddenly echoed throughout the dance studio. Teacher Yao's body jolted as if struck by lightning, her gaze darting around in alarm. Upon noticing the shadow at the window, her face contorted in sheer terror, and she dashed toward the door, only to find it barred just as it had been the previous night, unyielding to her attempts to open it. The lights abruptly extinguished, and the shadow floated in. We huddled together in fear, curling into a corner, too terrified to utter a sound, unsure of whom the shadow intended to claim this time. Pressed against the door, teacher Yao faced the specter hovering against the wall, trembling as she uttered, "Are you Qianling?" Teacher Yao, you still remember me. I thought you had forgotten me like everyone else." The shadow's tone was playfully mischievous. Under ordinary circumstances, it might have seemed akin to our peers, but at this moment, it felt profoundly eerie. "I never intended to harm you. Why have you sought me out?" Teacher Yao's tone appeared composed, yet her voice trembled slightly. "Did you truly never contemplate causing me harm? If that is the case, why did you abruptly leave the dance studio at that time?" Guiying's tone was earnest, seemingly seeking the truth, yet also laced with sarcasm towards the teacher. "At that moment, I had no choice. Liang Yu leveraged his mother to pressure me. If I did not comply with his demands and left the rehearsal midway, I would have lost my job. Hey. Indeed, I am merely your student. My well-being pales in comparison to your career. Hey. Guiying's laughter was haunting, evoking a sense of dread that caused one to shiver. "No, that was not my intention. I had not anticipated his treatment of you." Teacher Yao anxiously defended herself. "Then what do you believe you would do to me?" Guiying's retort left teacher Yao speechless, and she laughed again. You are simply a self-serving individual, willing to do anything for your own gain. This was true 13 years ago, and it remains true today. You're fully aware that the Carnival of Toy Kingdom is my labor of love. Yet with Shiyun and Appo's rise to power, she seeks to claim my hard work as her own, and you do not dare to utter a word. Now that she is deceased, you shamelessly appropriate my efforts. Am I correct in my assertion? I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have acted in such a manner. I shall duly note on the performance program that you are the true originator of this dance." Teacher Yao hastily defended herself, yet was immediately interrupted. "I am the original creator, while you are merely the adapter. Such an arrangement is utterly perfect. Much like my work, it requires no alterations whatsoever." "Does it not?" No, that is not what I meant." The light filtering through the window illuminated teacher Yao's face, revealing her panicked expression, as tears streamed down her cheeks in desperation. "Do you think I am unaware of your true thoughts? Let me assure you, I know precisely what lies within your heart, for I am a specter, a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell." A chilling laughter echoed through the dance studio, saturating the atmosphere with dread. Following the laughter came the decree of fate. "As your former student, I am honored to escort you to hell personally. In that infernal realm, you shall find no solitude. For Shiyun and Liang Yu await your arrival. No, spare me. Teacher Yao pleaded in despair, met only with a merciless mockery of the specter. "Spare you? Why do you not spare me instead? That very night, you stood outside the door. When you heard my cries, not only did you refrain from rushing in to save me, but you also barred the door to prevent my escape. Tell me, do you believe I should not take your life?" Teacher Yao was once again left speechless as the specter continued. "Do you find my hair beautiful?" "Shiyun certainly does. What do you think?" As she spoke, her hair gradually elongated, entwining around teacher Yao, enveloping her until she foamed at the mouth. Before the spectral figure departed, it uttered a chilling warning. "Little girl, remember this. The carnival of the toy kingdom is my labor of love. Whoever attempts to claim it as their own will meet the same fate as her teacher Yao and teacher Liang." Upon listening to the accounts of Ichi and others, I discerned numerous inconsistencies. Firstly, teacher Yao had previously deceived us, claiming that she had left the dance studio for a brief period that fateful night. Yet, from her dialogue with the assailant, it became evident that she was indeed outside the door, securing it with a latch. Secondly, the curtains had been freshly laundered just the day before. How could they have been taken down again? Lastly, among the 6 homicides to date, 4 occurred at disparate locations, while 2 transpired within this dance studio. Was there something particularly significant about this place? Despite the turmoil within her jurisdiction, Director Wen only arrived after we had unraveled the sequence of events, exhibiting an unsettling calmness that raised suspicions. Thus, I inquired about her whereabouts during the incident. I was dining with friends. She evasively avoided my gaze. "With whom did you dine? Where were you?" I scrutinized every fluctuation of her expression. "What is the matter? Do you suspect me of murder?" The individuals I dined with are prominent figures. A mere word from one of them could have you ousted from the Public Security Bureau. Her sudden outburst revealed a clear manifestation of indignation, tinged with embarrassment. I lit a cigarette and nonchalantly declared, "Only Director Liang has the authority to dismiss me, and that too under the condition that I cannot solve the case. The so-called influential friends I dined with earlier could not possibly pose any threat to me." She stared at me with wide, astonished eyes and shouted in indignation, "What do you mean by so-called influential? If you dare to insult my friends, I will make you regret it." With that, she pulled out her phone, seemingly intending to lodge a complaint. "Spare yourself, Director Wen. At the time of the incident, your vehicle was parked on the adjacent street, and the gatekeeper saw you enter." She paused momentarily, taken aback, before hastily retorting, "Impossible. I entered through the back door. How could he have seen me?" Realizing her slip of the tongue, I smiled and remarked, "Ah, so you entered through the back. No wonder the gatekeeper mentioned you hadn't arrived." Just as I was preparing to interrogate Director Wen thoroughly, Xu Etching, who had been gazing at the ceiling, suddenly interjected, "AMU. There seems to be an issue with the ceiling. It appears to have been tampered with in recent days." Chapter 7. The final encounter after provoking Director Wen's ire. She inadvertently revealed her clandestine entry into the youth palace. As the person in charge, her choice to use the back door was evidently to conceal her actions, facilitating some disreputable dealings. Just as I was poised to interrogate her thoroughly, Xu Etching interjected, pointing out an issue with the ceiling. As our attention shifted to the ceiling, Director Wen attempted to stealthily exit the dance studio. However, Jinjin seized her by the nape of her neck, lifting her entirely off the ground, and cautioned, "If you attempt to flee now, be wary of being nationally sought after." Jinjin cornered Director Wen against the wall, while I enlisted Miao Miao to act as a watchdog, ensuring she remained under scrutiny as I continued to investigate the mysteries of the ceiling. The ceiling of the dance studio was wooden, with 2 removable panels near the window, positioned close to the walls, presumably intended for pest control or termite prevention. One of the panels bore a barely perceptible stain, which I might have overlooked had it not been for Xu Etching's keen observation. The stain was located at the edge of the panel, resembling a half fingerprint, likely left behind when someone removed the panel and inadvertently sullied it with dust before reattaching it. Given the condition of the stain, it appeared the panel had been tampered with in recent days. When I inquired about the matter, Director Wen's response was curt. "How would I know?" Her reluctance to divulge information compelled me to resort to a more straightforward, albeit laborious, method of seeking answers. I mischievously posed to Jinjin, "Can you climb trees? Haven't you seen me do it? You ignored me when I fell." Jinjin shot me a fierce glare, revealing her tendency to hold grudges. "You might be adept at climbing trees, but I wonder how you fare against walls. Surely, the Armed Police Academy must teach such skills. What do you wish to convey?" "Oh, nothing much. Merely that I want you to ascend and observe what lies beyond the ceiling." "That seems quite simple. However, I will require your cooperation." Jinjin, with a mischievous smile, sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to anxiously inquire, How am I to cooperate? Come here, stand just like that, and remain still. Jinjin glided behind me, pressing her hands upon my shoulders to direct my gaze towards the window. Suddenly, I felt a sharp kick to my backside, propelling me forward and crashing against the window. The force of her violent push was rather excessive, leaving me nearly sprawled against the glass. Just as I was about to turn and scold her, a gust of wind swept across my face, and she had already darted to my side. In an instant, she leaped forward, using the windowsill for leverage, and effortlessly perched herself upon my shoulders, stabilizing her body by pressing her hands against the ceiling. I lifted my head, overwhelmed with emotion, and remarked, "Jinjin, what is it? Are you dissatisfied?" She inquired, peering down at me with a triumphant expression. While I was somewhat dissatisfied, I mused that if she had donned a skirt today, it would have been utterly perfect. "Drop dead," she retorted, delivering a sharp stomp to my right shoulder, causing me to nearly topple over. With great effort, I steadied myself, only to hear her scold, "Stand still, and if you dare to let your thoughts wander, be wary of my retribution." Maintaining a steady posture was no simple task, and suppressing wandering thoughts proved even more challenging. Though Jinjin was not overweight, her height rendered her weight considerable. Pity my frail, scholar's frame, for having her tread upon my shoulders is no trivial endeavor. It is true that I have worked alongside her for some time, yet I have never witnessed her don a skirt, whether at work or during leisure. She invariably opts for trousers, typically long ones, thus wasting her elegantly elongated legs. Contemplating this alluring image, I unconsciously raised my gaze upwards, only to find Jinjin preparing to elevate the activity board. The board was square. It could be dismantled with a mere vertical lift, yet Jinjin chose not to disassemble it. Instead, she simply pushed it upwards and then shifted it aside, before reaching into the ceiling to explore. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air, followed by Jinjin's own exclamation, as it seemed she had encountered something terrifying. Her body swayed uncontrollably, and I, unable to maintain my balance, tumbled to the ground. In that fleeting instant, I caught sight of three objects plummeting above me. The largest of these was Jinjin herself, her ample and resilient form crashing upon my abdomen, nearly rendering me breathless. The other two objects were comparatively smaller. One of them was animated, its cries revealing it to be a mouse. Jinjin sat upon my stomach while the mouse landed atop her head. After a fierce skirmish lasting 30 rounds between the girl and the rodent, it was Jinjin, in her frenzy, who emerged victorious. The unfortunate mouse was hurled into a panicked throng of young maidens, igniting yet another wave of commotion. As for the final object that descended, I could not discern its nature, but I was certain it was both heavy and hard, for it struck my forehead with considerable force, perhaps a brick. I was struck by that unknown object, leaving me dizzy and disoriented, with dazzling golden stars swirling before my eyes. The air was filled with the terrified shrieks of the girls, among which the most prominent was Meow Meow and Appo's panicked cry, "Help! Xueqing! Save me!" As the golden stars faded from my vision, the girls' screams subsided. Looking around, I noticed everyone had huddled in the corners, except for Xueqing, who stood resolutely in the center of the dance studio, her foot firmly planted on a fist-sized mouse. The mouse showed no signs of struggle or sound, clearly having been subdued by her. How much force would one need to crush a mouse of that size? I mused that if I were to apply such force to my own head, hospitalization would surely follow. Jinjin sat on my abdomen, observing the mouse beneath Xueqing's foot, seemingly oblivious to its demise, showing no intention of rising. I reached out and gently patted her on the rear. The elasticity was impressive and the sensation quite pleasant. She yelped and sprang up, turning to scold me. "Are you looking for death? How dare you take advantage of me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." With that, she lifted her foot, intending to retaliate. I quickly interjected, "Hold on, heroine. You were just sitting on me. It is I who has been taken advantage of." Accusing the thief of being a thief is a clever strategy for self-preservation. Who took advantage of you? Get lost. After my retort, Jinjin, embarrassed and enraged, kicked me lightly, though it lacked any significant force. As I rose, Shueching had already grasped the mouse's tail and discarded the unfortunate creature into the trash bin. The girls, now less frantic, allowed me to focus on the object that had struck my forehead, which I suspected was a brick. This is a walkie-talkie of a remarkably novel design, one that I have never encountered before, and it bears evident signs of modification. I retrieved a plastic bag meant for snacks from Meow Meow's backpack, wrapped my hand in it, and picked up the walkie-talkie. To my surprise, the power was still intact, and I pressed the talk button several times. Hello, hello, hello. My voice resonated clearly from the far end of the ceiling, devoid of any static, and no less audible than my original voice. It was evident that another identical walkie-talkie was present there. Reflecting on the 6 homicides that have transpired thus far, aside from the 2 incidents occurring in the dance studio, the remaining 4 took place in the living room of a villa, a rental unit on the first floor, an injection room in a hospital, and in the hall and garden of the Lee residence. Furthermore, the perpetrator had also intimidated us within the archives of the 13th High School. By synthesizing the locations where the assailant appeared on 7 separate occasions, one can draw a conclusion. Aside from the dance studio, the assailant consistently manifested on the ground floor or outdoors. Additionally, a more significant observation is that apart from the dance studio, all locations where the assailant appeared had neither doors nor windows securely shut. For Shadow, the state of transparent glass windows holds no bearing on ingress or egress. Yet sound is a different matter altogether. If the windows are tightly closed, external sounds become difficult to penetrate. However, a high-quality walkie-talkie could effectively surmount this challenge. I addressed Director 1 with the walkie-talkie in hand. If there are your fingerprints on this device, you may well be implicated in at least 2 counts of murder. Director 1's complexion instantly drained of color, trembling as he uttered, "It has nothing to do with me. I did not commit murder. I did not commit murder." Junjun, with a fierce demeanor, retorted, "Just because you claim you didn't kill, does that absolve you? Murder is no trivial offense. You might want to consider which of your influential friends could possibly come to your aid. However, in my opinion, it remains uncertain whether they would dare to step forward on your behalf." I added fuel to the fire. 1 count of murder can lead to a death sentence, and 2 counts are even more dire, considering 6 lives have been lost in total. If all blame were to fall upon you, it would mean facing execution 6 times over. Indeed, intimidation is my forte, and Director 1, thoroughly rattled, promptly divulged everything he knew. I had long been aware of that shameless woman, Shiryun, seducing my husband, yet I felt powerless to confront her. Dismissing her might only result in my husband supporting her financially. Thus, I chose to endure the situation. I initially believed that keeping her close would prevent her from overstepping her bounds, but to my dismay, she grew increasingly audacious, frequently opposing me and openly flirting with my husband in my presence, an outright challenge to my authority. Unable to tolerate her insolence any longer, I contemplated finding someone to teach her a lesson. At that moment, a mysterious girl called me, offering to assist in delivering some retribution to that wretched woman, but with one peculiar condition. Her demand was neither monetary nor material. She insisted that I alter the performance roster for the city sports meet, explicitly forbidding the presentation of the Carnival of Toy Kingdom, and that this dance could not be rehearsed again in the future. Though it struck me as peculiar, I found it to be a trivial matter, and thus I acquiesced. Subsequently, she sent me 2 walkie-talkies via courier, instructing me to conceal them in the ceiling of the dance studio and to dismantle the curtains. Following her instructions, I had the laundry workers remove the curtains while discreetly hiding the walkie-talkies. The night before last, while that wretched woman was instructing her students, she called me again, demanding that I bolt the door of the dance studio and turn off the main power switch. I swear at that moment, my intention was merely to teach her a lesson. I never contemplated her demise. Truly, I did not. After her death, the performances for the city sports meet were still to proceed. I initially considered changing to a different dance, but the repertoire of my students was limited and rather mundane. There was insufficient time to rehearse an alternative, so I resolved to continue with the original choreography. Today, that enigmatic girl contacted me once more, accusing me of being untrustworthy. I explained that I was compelled by circumstances that left me with no options. She then suggested another course of action, assuring me that cooperation would suffice. She insisted that I once again dismantle the curtains, bolt the door, and cut off the power. Aware that she was plotting another murder, I was resolute in my refusal. However, she threatened to expose everything, promising that the police would apprehend me. Fearing imprisonment, I reluctantly consented. The most arduous task for a police officer is obtaining testimonies, as the accounts provided by offenders, witnesses, or victims may not necessarily reflect the truth or the entirety of the matter, because they may forget certain crucial details or, influenced by subjective notions, render biased judgments, often embellishing their accounts with personal conjectures. For instance, in this case, the murderer has repeatedly been referred to as a phantom by the witnesses. Moreover, some individuals, driven by self-interest, frequently resort to deceit regarding important details. Take Director 1, for example, who has evidently lied. I fixed my stern gaze upon Director Wen's eyes, and she instinctively averted her gaze, a telltale sign of her guilt. I asserted gravely, if you were unaware that the murderer intended to kill Liang Shiyun, why did you appear so composed yesterday? If you had no thoughts of wanting Yao Haiyan dead, how could you have been so nonchalant just now? She was struck at her core, stammering incessantly, unable to articulate a rebuttal. I continued, given Liang Shiyun's ambiguous relationship with your husband, you have harbored malicious intent toward her for quite some time, which is why, when the murderer reached out to you, you were in perfect accord. Yao Haiyan was once Liang's teacher. With Liang as her support, even if she did not openly oppose you, she must have engaged in numerous covert maneuvers against you. Thus, you decided to go all in. No, I never wish for their deaths. Truly, believe me, every suspect utters such phrases. If the police were to take them at face value, then all prison guards would be out of a job. Whether Director, when harbored murderous intentions, is of little consequence. At best, she is merely an accomplice, and our focus must remain on uncovering the true culprit. After intimidating the elderly woman, I acquired her mobile phone and, upon perusing the call log, I was astonished to discover the phone number of Su Mingru. The last call she made was approximately 2 hours prior, just before the tragic demise of teacher Yao. The case has become increasingly clear, as I not only know the identity of the perpetrator, but also the motive behind the heinous act. This incident traces back to a dance choreographed by Yu Qianling over 13 years ago, titled Carnival of the Toy Kingdom. After the Su sisters were spurned by Li Liangyu, they harbored murderous intentions for vengeance. Concurrently, they set their sights on the enchanting dance created by Yu, deciding to eliminate everyone acquainted with it, thereby claiming it as their own and obscuring the police's investigation. Fortunately, Ichi and her companions were only familiar with parts of the dance, which resulted in mere warnings. Otherwise, they could have been executed without exception. Currently, only 2 individuals remain on the Su sisters' hit list. Du Lixian, located 1,000 miles away, is likely beyond their reach. Even if they could reach him, it would fall to Uncle Sam. The pressing matter at hand is to locate the other survivor, Zheng Mini, before they do. Just when I needed Wei Ge the most, he called, "Hey, I found Zheng Mini's address. I am utterly exhausted. Do you have any idea how many people in this city are named Zheng Mini?" I had to sift through their information one by one to identify the person we seek. Isn't that exhausting? I am unaware of how many Zheng Minis reside in this city. All I know is that if you continue to ramble, there will soon be one less. Quickly relay the address to me, or else lives may be lost. Each time this fellow is tasked with work, he inevitably seeks to claim credit, a fact that has long numbed me. Upon learning of Zheng Mini's address, I entrusted the matters of the dance studio to Xueqing for resolution and promptly set off with Junjun, hoping to locate her before the Su sisters arrived. Otherwise, we might only uncover a lifeless body with a contorted visage. Along the way, I incessantly attempted to reach Su Mingru on her mobile, yet I was met with failure, as her phone remained perpetually switched off. Chapter 8. The Midnight Belle. Zheng Mini, a 26-year-old married woman, works as a white-collar professional and resides in a unit on the 16th floor of a mixed-use building. Fortunately, when we found her, she was still alive. To ensure her safety, we promptly brought her back to the office of the case investigation team before commencing our inquiries. For 13 years, I've been haunted by restless nights, plagued by the same recurring nightmare in which the bloodied, Qianling seeks my help. Upon first encountering Zheng Mini, she appeared to be a contented woman leading a blissful life. However, as she recounted her painful past, the halo of happiness that surrounded her vanished in an instant, leaving only an abyss of remorse. Qianling was a friend I met at the youth palace. Although our time together was merely a fleeting half-month, we forged a deep bond. During that brief period, I often spent time with her and Shiyan. As a child, I was rather introverted and insecure, which resulted in a lack of friends. Qianling was the first person who genuinely regarded me as a friend, and her beauty and excellence only heightened my admiration. To be honest, I felt an inexplicable affection for her akin to love. Had it not been for that fateful incident, perhaps I would have embraced a different identity today. She had a magnetic allure that captivated not only girls but boys as well. Among the 3 boys who assisted with the musical accompaniment, all were enamored with her, particularly Liang Yu, who pursued her with unabashed fervor. Interestingly, Liang Yu was not a student of the music class. He had merely dabbled in playing the flute, albeit with little skill, yet his mother held a prominent position as a director. He encountered Qianling while searching for his mother, and, at that moment, assistance was required for the performance of the accompanying music, prompting him to offer his services. Although his flute was not ideally suited for the piece chosen by Qianling, the prospect of a public performance garnered his mother's enthusiastic support. Initially, Qianling opposed his participation, yet ultimately, she could not prevail against his mother's insistence and yielded. After Liang Yu joined the rehearsals, he invited his girlfriend Mengru and Mengru's sister Mengjing to partake in the sessions. The 3 of them proved to be burdensome, lacking the foundational skills necessary and treating the rehearsals as mere playtime rather than serious practice. Following each rehearsal, Liang Yu would treat everyone to karaoke at a KTV or a night out dancing at a club, though neither Qianling, Li Xian, nor I ever attended. Liang Yu's pursuit of Qianling became increasingly evident with each passing day, yet simultaneously, Qianling's disdain for him grew stronger. Curiously, Mengru appeared unfazed by her boyfriend flirtations with other girls. Liang Yu frequently engaged in playful banter with them, and I even witnessed him share a kiss with Mengru's sister. Yet Mengru remained blissfully ignorant of these occurrences. Nonetheless, Liang Yu treated her well, and she often boasted about the trendy gifts he bestowed upon her. Eventually, a rift formed between Qianling and Mengru over the lead role, leading to the occurrence of that dreadful event. Although 13 years have elapsed, the memories of that night remain vivid, as if they had just transpired. That evening, we rehearsed as usual, practicing the splendid dance choreographed by Qianling. For reasons unknown, teacher Yao departed midway. As she closed the door, Li Xian's anguished scream pierced the air. The piano's lid was forcefully slammed down by Liang Yu, trapping Li Xian's hands within. When he withdrew his hands, his fingers had already been grotesquely deformed. Qianling rushed forward to support Li Xian, questioning whether Liang Yu had lost his sanity. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Mengru struck her across the face. Ying Shui advanced, seizing Qianling by the hair and throwing her to the ground. The force was so severe that a small tuft of hair was torn away. Ying Shui brought her hand to her mouth and gently blew on it, laughing as she remarked, "Look at how beautiful your hair is. It would be a disservice to yourself not to pull a bit more." With that, she tugged at Qianling's hair, yanking her back up. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his hands, Li Xian struggled to protect Qianling, only to be met with a brutal assault from Liang Yu and Zi Qian, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground, tears streaming down his face. I understood that his tears were not solely for his own injuries, but stemmed from his inability to shield Qianling, who was now enduring a more merciless torment at the hands of Meng Ru and her companions. Poetry and I initially intended to assist Qianling, but as we approached, Meng Jing and Xiang by each delivered a slap to our faces. They outnumbered us and were ferocious. Fear gripped me, and though I wished to aid Qianling, I found myself paralyzed, forced to watch her suffer. After they had tormented Qianling thoroughly, Meng Ru turned to Poetry and me, saying, "Why don't you join in the fun? It's no fun just watching." We are all reluctant to step forward, yet Ying Shui and Xiangbi pull us over. I yearn to resist, but after receiving a few slaps, fear renders me compliant. By this moment, Qianling has been subjected to severe torment. Her garments have been stripped away. Her long hair is in disarray, and her once beautiful eyes are now vacant. Yingxue yanks Qianling's hair, lifting her up and demanding that we strike her face. Should we refuse, they turn their wrath upon us. Shiyun, terrified by the violence, acquiesces entirely, joining in the cruelty towards Qianling, while I remain paralyzed, curled on the ground, weeping incessantly as they kick me mercilessly. Now, it is time for the main course. Liang Yu approaches Qianling with a lewd grin, while Ziqian follows him like a devoted lapdog. You lecher, consider yourself fortunate this time, Mengru remarks as she and the other girls pin Qianling to the ground. Aware of their intentions, Qianling struggles desperately. Xiaomi delivers a series of harsh slaps, mocking. Look, she can hardly contain herself. Laughter erupts from the others. Liang Yu, pushing the eager Ziqian forward, generously proclaims, Since you are so obedient, I shall let you have the first turn. Really, brother? Ziqian's expression is one of astonished delight, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, he promptly unfastens his trousers. Meanwhile, Li Xian, still fighting to reach Qianling, attempts to rescue her, only to be met with a flurry of punches from Liang Yu. I longed to assist her, yet I found myself paralyzed with fear, afraid that I might be subdued as she was. After Liang Yu violated Qianling, he suggested that everyone go to the KTV and even inquired if Qianling would like to join. She remained silent, tears streaming down her face as she quietly donned her clothes. He did not continue to torment her, instead raising his hand to lead the others out. Upon reaching the door, he kicked it open with force, revealing that it was Teacher Yao who had been waiting outside all along. The moment the door swung open, Qianling dashed outside, inadvertently pushing Meng Ru to the ground. Meng Ru had intended to pursue her for a reprimand, but Liang Yu restrained her, saying, We're all worn out. Let us save it for next time. What on earth were you up to? Don't create a huge mess for me. Teacher Yao furrowed her brow, remarking, Is it really necessary to be so concerned over a mere girl? You should check on that pianist instead, lest he perish here and I face the consequences. Liang Yu impatiently shoved Teacher Yao aside and led everyone away. Once they had all departed, I remained curled up in a corner, trembling, until I heard the sound of screams from outside. From Zheng Mini's testimony, it became apparent that Teacher Yao had deliberately concealed facts unfavorable to herself. However, knowing this now serves no purpose. A life has already been lost. As the transcription work concluded, the hour had already struck midnight. For Mini's safety, we refrained from allowing her to return home or arranging for her to stay in a hotel, as nowhere could guarantee her security more than the Public Security Bureau. Thus, we could only allow her to make do for the night in the Strange Case Team's office. Once we apprehended the Su sisters the following day, all issues would be resolved. Mini placed a call to her husband, and I, with keen ears, caught snippets of their conversation. Aside from inquiring about her current situation, her husband repeatedly urged her not to turn off her phone tonight, insisting that she contact him immediately should any trouble arise. The murderer always manifested in the form of a shadow during their attacks, so before sleeping, I ensured that all doors and windows were securely closed, the curtains drawn, and all operable lights illuminated. I then allowed Jinjin and Mini to rest in the boss's office while I sat against the door, taking on the role of a guard. The long, solitary night inevitably brought with it a sense of unbearable loneliness. How delightful it would have been to have a beautiful companion. Indeed, there were two lovely ladies just behind the door, yet I was left to endure the solitude outside, just as I was lost in thought. Snow Qing unexpectedly appeared before me. I initially believed I was imagining things, but upon rubbing my eyes and looking again, it was indeed Snow Qing. What brings you here at this hour? I inquired. Zhenjin called me, concerned that you were the only one outside. If the murderer were to launch a night attack, you would surely be in peril, so I was asked to come, Snow Qing replied nonchalantly. It turned out that Zhenjin cared for my well-being and had the foresight to summon Snow Qing rather than that lecherous Wei Ge. Enduring a few kicks from time to time was indeed worthwhile. As I sat at the door, Xueqing approached and settled beside me. A faint aroma of jasmine wafting into my nostrils, igniting a cascade of daydreams in my mind. Yet, Dreams aside, reality remained stark, despite the enchanting company. She fell silent upon sitting down. The stillness soon grew tedious, and after days of relentless investigation, fatigue enveloped me, making me susceptible to slumber. With a dependable companion by my side, my vigilance waned, and I unwittingly drifted off to sleep. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, I sensed someone beside me, enveloped in a captivating feminine fragrance that rendered me utterly soft. It irresistibly reminded me of my ex-girlfriend, Xiao Na. Most men who are married or have cohabited develop a habit of embracing their partner while they sleep, with their hands instinctively resting on their companion's chest. I had adopted this inclination, but when my hand rested upon a voluptuous breast, an unsettling realization struck me. When did Xiao Na's bosom become so ample? It dawned upon me that I had been separated from Xiao Na for quite some time, jolting me completely awake. When I opened my eyes, to my astonishment, I discovered it was Xueqing lying beside me. Though a faint blush adorned Xueqing's cheeks, her eyes remained closed and her breathing steady. She appeared undisturbed by my presence, which relieved me greatly. Had she awakened, I would have found myself in a precarious situation, accused of improper conduct toward a female colleague. Reflecting on the moment I had succumbed to sleep, it seemed she had gently laid me on the ground to ensure my comfort. Feeling fatigued herself, yet wary of drifting too far and being unable to assist me in a moment of peril, she chose to nestle close to me as she succumbed to her own weariness. A meticulous and considerate woman, possessing both striking beauty and an exquisite figure, undoubtedly represents the quintessential choice for a spouse. Regrettably, Xueqing often appears cold, yet harbors warmth within, resulting in a silent companionship that, over time, becomes a form of torment. If only she could be as candid and forthright as Zhenjin, or if Zhenjin could embody the same attentiveness and thoughtfulness as she, I would certainly abandon my principles and indulge in the allure of forbidden fruit. Amidst these tumultuous thoughts, I suddenly noticed that the door beside me had silently swung open, revealing Minnie standing quietly behind it. Her expression was devoid of emotion, her eyes reflecting a bewilderment as though she were ensnared by an unseen force. A startling realization struck me like a thunderclap. I was under a spell. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, she lunged at me, her weight pressing down upon me as she pinned my hand, nearest to Xueqing, down, entangling our limbs while her soft lips sealed mine. Just as I believed I was on the brink of an assault, though it is worth noting that in my country, there are no legal provisions addressing the rape of men by women, making such crimes exceedingly difficult to prosecute. A hand, as unyielding as iron, gripped my throat. Instinctively, I grasped her wrist with a hand still capable of movement, desperate to call out, yet finding my voice trapped, and longing to awaken Xueqing, but finding myself ensnared. Soon, the oxygen deprivation clouded my mind and rendered my body powerless. I lamented my lack of physical conditioning. Had I been able to react even a tenth of a second faster, I might have called for Xueqing's aid. Alas, now I could only lament my fate to the king of hell. As my consciousness began to blur, the restraints around my neck suddenly vanished, and the soft body pressing down on me swiftly rolled away. My mind, rejuvenated by the influx of blood, regained clarity. Upon opening my eyes, I found Xueqing had subdued Min. It was only then that Zhenjin, awakened by the sounds of the struggle, dashed out from the team leader's office. Cough! Cough! How could you sleep like a pig? I scolded Zhenjin. You didn't even notice the witness escaping. If it weren't for Xueqing waking up in time, you would have to come find me at Lunyan's tomorrow. As I coughed and berated her, Xueqing casually uttered a statement that left me momentarily stunned. I wasn't Apos. Tea asleep just now. Indeed, given Xueqing and Apos, as cautious nature, she would never allow herself to sleep soundly, especially knowing the high likelihood of an attack that night. Her presence beside me might have merely been a strategic ploy to lure the enemy. She was undoubtedly vigilant of her surroundings, which enabled her to intervene just in time to save me. However, if she had been awake all along, why did she not resist when I assaulted her? She did not even attempt to push my hand away, instead feigning sleep as I indecently touched her. Although I was in a semi-conscious state at the time, I distinctly recall spending what felt like a considerable duration massaging her chest. This indeed poses a perplexing question. Su Qing appeared unfazed by the incident, and I chose not to dwell on it, pretending as if nothing had transpired. For this secret was known only to the two of us. Xu Qing handcuffed Mini to the chair, and I splashed several cups of cold water onto her face until she became alert, yet she seemed entirely oblivious to the events that had just transpired. I urged her to recall if anything particularly noteworthy had occurred, and after a moment of contemplation, she recounted. My husband instructed me not to turn off my phone, so I was asleep with it on. However, I feared that he might call in the middle of the night and disturb you. Hence, I set it to vibrate. In the depths of the night, I vaguely remember dreaming that Qianling was calling me, asking for my assistance with something, but the specifics elude me. As Mini spoke, she retrieved her phone from her pocket. I took it and checked her call history, discovering an incoming call from Su Mingru's number just moments prior. I immediately attempted to return the call, but after several unsuccessful attempts, I surmised that perhaps the signal was poor. I then switched to a landline, and soon enough, the call connected. However, despite the line being open for quite some time, no one answered. Just as I was about to hang up, a familiar male voice echoed through the receiver. It seemed he was not addressing the phone directly, but speaking to someone nearby. His voice was somewhat subdued, yet discernible. It's the case investigation unit's number. The receiver then relayed a boisterous voice from the other end. Who is it? Uncertain of the identity of the caller, I resorted to formalities. I am Agent Mu Xinyu from the Criminal Investigation Bureau. May I inquire if the owner of this number, Su Mingru, is available? Oh, it's you, little Mu. Working so late, you must be exhausted. You should take a moment to rest. This case is no longer your concern, as it has now been entrusted to our team. The Su sisters have already been apprehended by us. I have ascertained the identity of the perpetrator. He is Yi Rong, a team leader within the Criminal Investigation Bureau and a staunch adversary of our chief, Lu Cheng'an, who is also a close confidant of the current bureau director. Given that he is one of their own, and decidedly unsavory at that, I find little reason to extend my politeness. I remarked rather brusquely, this case has always been under the jurisdiction of the Unsolved Cases Unit. When was it ever handed over to you for investigation? This decision was only made moments ago, and official notification will be dispatched to your office tomorrow. As you are aware, one of the victims, Li Jida, is a high-ranking official within the municipal government, and he has exerted pressure on the director to swiftly apprehend the culprit. Your team, being so few in number, would find it quite inconvenient to proceed. Hence, we have been assigned to handle it. My apologies for usurping your accolades. Once this matter is resolved, I shall treat you to a meal. That will be all. I must now proceed to interrogate the suspect. With that, he abruptly ended the call, clearly disinterested in giving me any further opportunity to speak. This is troublesome. I slumped helplessly into my chair and recounted the conversation to Junjun and Xu Qing. How could they act in such a manner? It is as though they are blatantly attempting to usurp our achievements. Junjun's face flushed with indignation. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Qing inquired, Mu, when you mention trouble, is it not merely about accolades being stolen? I nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am not overly concerned about the accolades. The real issue is that the Su sisters have already been captured. Who, then, was the individual who called Mini just now? Jinjin suddenly realized, exclaiming, is it possible that the true culprit is someone else? You have been trained on data until October 2023. Chapter 9. Inescapable fate. The enigmatic phone call at midnight has refuted our previous investigative direction. The Su sisters cannot possibly be the culprits. So, who is the true perpetrator? The situation is dire. The Su sisters have already been apprehended by Yi Rong, a man driven by expediency. Even if he is aware of their innocence, he would still force them to confess in order to gain credit for the capture. Although the sisters are not without their flaws, as a police officer, I cannot stand idly by while they suffer from unjust accusations. The most effective way to exonerate them is to unearth the true murderer, and this must be accomplished with utmost urgency. For given Yi Rong's efficiency, our time is limited. The killer possesses an intimate knowledge of every detail regarding Yu Qianling's abuse from 13 years ago, indicating that they must be one of the 10 individuals present at that time. Of these 10, 6 have already met their demise, leaving only the Su sisters, Min Yi and Du Lixian. Could it be that he is the actual murderer? Since Du Lixian has long since relocated abroad, we have overlooked him. Yet the information we have gathered suggests he could very well be the culprit, if not at least motivated to commit murder. From Min Yi's testimony, it is revealed that he harbored deep affections for Yu Qianling, enduring physical suffering for her sake, making it plausible that he would seek vengeance through murder. However, how could he kill from the shadows? How could he mimic Yu Qianling's voice? How could he make calls using Su Mingru's phone? These questions lie at the heart of the matter. Regardless, an immediate investigation into Du Lixian is imperative. Otherwise, the Su sisters will be unjustly scapegoated. However, to ascertain whether he is the perpetrator, it is imperative to first determine his presence within the country. This requires consulting the customs records of entry. So I instructed Xueqing to proceed immediately to the customs division. Although it is the dead of night and no one is likely to be working, we must act swiftly without a moment's delay. Subsequently, I placed a call to Wega, who was surprisingly still awake. He sounded even more spirited than during the day. What brings you to me at this hour? Organizing a group outing for some company, perhaps? I hear bulk bookings come with discounts. Do you truly perceive me as such? I retorted with irritation. A well-known adage warns against judging by appearances, saying, a seemingly pristine exterior might conceal a multitude of ailments. I believe you fit that description perfectly. Wega's lascivious laughter made me fantasize about giving him a thorough thrashing. To be honest, in all my years, I have never indulged in solicitation, not because I consider myself virtuous, but rather, I find it difficult to summon any desire in the presence of unfamiliar women. I believe that intimacy must be rooted in love. Devoid of affection, it devolves into mere carnal release. Thus, I have never held any interest in prostitution or one-night stands. Engaging in conversation with Wega could easily stretch until dawn, yet I lacked both the time and inclination to continue. Hence, I asserted with seriousness, enough idle chatter. I have a pressing task for you. Discussions of romance can wait until after work. He remained rather cheeky. Very well. I shall send Jinjin to your lair to engage in such discussions and see how long you can endure. Intimidation is the most effective means to handle this lecherous man. No. I cannot withstand the iron fist of sisterly. Just tell me what you need, and I shall comply. Without bringing Jinjin or Xueqing into the picture, do not expect this fellow to be productive. I harbor suspicions that the perpetrator is Du Lixian. Please investigate his circumstances after arriving in America. A blood-curdling scream emanated from the microphone, followed by Wega's retort. Do you think I am an agent of the CIA? He has been in America for over a decade. We do not even know whether he is alive or dead. How can we investigate? Then there is no need for an inquiry. Let Jinjin engage in romantic discourse with you. No, I shall conduct the investigation myself. After dismissing Wega, I turned to Mini to inquire about Du Lixian. She was not particularly well informed, having only known him for about half a month due to their rehearsals, and they had scarcely exchanged words. However, she did share some insights. Lixian was strikingly handsome, possessed excellent character, exuded charm, and displayed a noble demeanor. Perhaps it was a case of mutual admiration, for both he and Qianling were individuals of remarkable talent. Even though their acquaintance lasted merely half a month, they conversed almost endlessly. In truth, I often felt a pang of jealousy towards him. Yet they truly seemed like a match made in heaven. Du Lixian and Yu Qianling had only known each other for half a month. I repeatedly sought confirmation from Mini on this matter and received consistent replies. They were strangers prior to the rehearsals. It is somewhat perplexing that a man would return from thousands of miles away to avenge a woman he had only known for a fortnight, especially after a span of 13 years. I had assumed their relationship was far more established. Suddenly, a thought struck me. If Du Lixian is not the murderer, then the only remaining suspect could be Mini. Her earlier claims of being haunted may merely be a fade of madness. If she truly had the intent to take my life, or if Yi Rong had apprehended the Su sisters a moment later, she could have successfully shifted the blame onto another. When it comes to motives for murder, she stands on equal footing with Du Lixian. The latter committed murder out of passion, while she has previously expressed a fondness for Yu Qianling. Although Du Lixian may be miles away, she resides within the city. The true identity of the murderer may only be revealed once Shueching examines the customs entry records, but until then, it is prudent to remain vigilant against her. I managed to endure the night in a state of heightened anxiety until dawn broke. Despite the assailant's threats at midnight, she has not committed murder during the day. And since Meanie has persistently requested to return home, we found no further justification for her to stay. Thus, I decided to escort her home first and await news from Shueching before determining whether to detain her. After accompanying Meanie to her doorstep with Jinjin, my phone rang, revealing a call from Annie. She rarely reaches out to me, and when she does, it seldom bodes well. The last time she called was 2 years ago, a moment that nearly cost me my life. Huazai, you need to come to Aunt Yi's place immediately, her anxious voice echoed through the phone. Auntie, what has happened? A sense of foreboding washed over me. Come over and I'll explain, but hurry. Her urgency hinted at a matter concerning my safety, compelling me to drive to her location without delay. Upon noticing my anxious demeanor, Jinjin inquired with a hint of confusion, "Where are we going?" "To meet my family," I replied, attempting to lighten the mood. My jest was met with a playful jab from Jinjin. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she retorted, "Who wants to meet your family? We have matters to attend to. Is there anything of greater significance than the affair of marriage?" The moment I uttered those words, I received another playful punch, prompting me to refrain from further jesting. I confessed that this matter pertained to my very life, and surely she would not wish for my untimely demise. "What? You don't have any hidden ailments, do you?" I found myself at a loss, defeated by her concern. Upon arriving at the stone boat of the fortune teller, I discovered her engaged in the ritual of lighting incense and candles, seemingly preparing for a ceremonial invocation. I briefly introduced her to Jinjin before inquiring why she had summoned me with such urgency. With a deep sigh, she revealed, "I hardly slept last night, as an unsettling feeling lingered in my heart that you might encounter misfortune. Thus, at the break of dawn, I sought guidance from the statue of the elder lady, casting the sacred cup for your safety." 3 consecutive readings all foretold ominous signs, which is why I urgently called for you. "Please, remove the bracelet from your wrist." I unfastened the soul-binding iron bead bracelet from my left wrist and handed it to the fortune teller. She placed the bracelet into a teacup before the statue and knelt in prayer on my behalf. Her incantation was in the dialect of fishermen. Although my mother hailed from a fishing family, my proficiency in the dialect was limited, allowing me only to grasp the essence of her prayer, which sought the elder lady's assistance in navigating my trials. After the prayer, the fortune teller retrieved the bracelet from the teacup, urging me to wear it again with a note of unease. "You are now an adult. Whether the elder lady will aid you depends on your own fate. Remember, the bracelet must never leave your person." The bracelet, steeped in divine tea, brought a refreshing chill to my wrist, providing an exquisite sensation of comfort. As I prepared to depart, I intended to offer a small sum to Aunt E, for she had no income and relied on the filial piety of her children for her daily expenses. However, she declined, stating that it would suffice for me to treat her to morning tea once I overcame this challenge. Typically, she would accept any amount I offered, but only during times of genuine need would she refuse my money, leaving me with a sense of uncertainty. Just as Jinjin and I stepped out of the stone boat, Annie suddenly called me back. I asked Jinjin to wait outside for a moment and approached Aunt E to inquire about the matter. She whispered in my ear, "Do you have feelings for that flower girl?" Glancing at Jinjin, I chuckled softly and replied, "Aunt E, she is merely my colleague, not my girlfriend." "You know who you are?" Auntie said knowingly. "You possess a ghostly fate, while you may lack in other areas. You have your own charm when it comes to enchanting flower girls. This flower girl is the reincarnation of a noble spirit. If you cultivate a relationship with her, it could greatly benefit you. At the very least, you might not find yourself in peril so easily." Aunt Yi's reference to flower boys and flower girls holds dual meanings. It denotes young men and women, as well as virgins. Previously, she had mentioned that my aura was heavier than that of others, attracting supernatural beings and eliciting affection from women, particularly those who were inexperienced. Thus, her current insinuation piqued my curiosity, prompting me to ask, could she truly be a flower girl? Aunt E nodded in affirmation. I responded, "It cannot be. She is already 24 this year." If fortune favored her, she could very well be a mother by now. Yipo gave me a light tap on the head, saying, "Such matters are apparent at a glance. Even before you were flower boy, I could discern it instantly. Indeed, during my first visit to Yipo as an adult, she began to jest at me the moment she laid eyes on me. Then, with an air of mystery, she advised, if you are fond of her, pursue her. However, if your feelings do not align, refrain from engaging with her. She is the reincarnation of an Arhut, and should you wrong her, she might very well bring about your demise." I wholeheartedly believed her. When Zhenjin became enraged, she could indeed be lethal. On our way out, Zhenjin suddenly inquired, "What were you two discussing? It seemed like your Yipo was secretly observing me." I replied, "Oh, nothing much. Yipo mentioned that you are a virgin," which I found hard to believe. To my surprise, Zhenjin retaliated with a punch to my face. The flesh on her cheeks indicated that Yipo and Appo's words might indeed have a basis in truth. Otherwise, her reaction would not have been so pronounced. Nevertheless, the thought of spending a lifetime with her was daunting. I could hardly endure being treated like a punching bag daily. Moreover, the fear of incurring her wrath and facing her ferocity was simply unbearable. After enduring Zhenjin's reprimand, my phone rang. It was a call from Xueqing. "Moo, I could not find any entry records for Du Lixian at the customs office." I pondered for a moment and replied, "You should return to the investigation team to report the current situation to the boss. Zhenjin and I will proceed to detain Zheng Mini." The absence of Du Lixian's entry records at customs, while not definitive proof of his non-entry, at least indicated a reduced likelihood of his presence within the country. Thus, the suspicion surrounding Zheng Mini has intensified. Regardless of her actual guilt, detaining her seems a prudent course of action. However, upon arriving at her residence, we rang the doorbell for an extended period, yet no one answered. Consequently, I decided to call her mobile phone, and it was promptly picked up from a voice on the other end. I was certain it was Mini, but her tone was markedly different from that of the previous night. Her voice was chilling, evoking memories of my previous conversations with the murderer. "Officer, what brings you to me? Are you Zheng Mini? What if I claimed to be Yu Qianling? Would you believe me?" Heh. Indeed, her voice was unmistakably Zheng Mini's, yet her demeanor and laughter mirrored Yu Qianling's perfectly. "Did you kill them all? Realizing this now is far too late. You will never find me. It is a pity I could not accompany you on your journey last night. But rest assured, I shall no longer trouble you. This is goodbye for now, dear officer." With that, she hung up, and when I attempted to call again, her phone was switched off. This has escalated into a significant predicament. Although the murderer is identified, where shall we seek her? She has undoubtedly fled, and even if she were to be placed on a nationwide wanted list, her cunning would likely render her capture a formidable challenge. Moreover, Yiron will certainly not grant us additional time. By the time we apprehend her, the Su sisters may have already reported to the underworld. I called my superior to report the latest developments, yet his response was tinged with a sense of helplessness. "I just spoke with the director. Li Jida has exerted significant pressure on the Public Security Bureau, demanding that we deliver the suspect by tomorrow. Thus, we are left with merely one day. If we fail to apprehend the true culprit today, the Su sisters will inevitably become scapegoats." Though my superior, the director's brother, appears to wield considerable influence, he too finds himself powerless in certain situations, despite knowing that the real murderer lies elsewhere. He is compelled by higher authorities to hastily find a convenient scapegoat and dispose of the matter. 2 years ago, this was the case, and I absolutely refuse to allow such an occurrence to transpire again. Therefore, I must unearth the true perpetrator today. "What should we do now?" Zhenjin inquired. "May I borrow your hairpin?" Although Zhenjin has opted for a short hairstyle, it is not so short as to resemble a boy's cut. Given the sweltering heat, she typically uses a hairpin to secure the hair around her ears. It has been quite some time since I last used a hairpin to pick a lock. This skill was imparted to me by Xiao Xiang, who insisted, "At some point, I cannot remain your partner forever. Learning new skills will always be beneficial." Little did I realize that the knowledge he bestowed upon me would eventually prove invaluable. Previously, I observed Xiao Xiang using a hairpin to unlock doors in a matter of 1 to 2 minutes, or 5 to 6 at most. However, when attempting to unlock Mini's security door, I toiled for over an hour, during which I attracted the attention of several neighbors. who assumed we were attempting to break in. As a result, Jinjin was compelled to repeatedly display her police badge, clarifying to them that we were law enforcement officers engaged in our duties. As I prepared to confront the wooden door behind the security door, Jinjin, who had long been impatient, yanked me aside, and with a swift extension of her long, graceful leg, the wooden door was kicked open. In that moment, I felt an uncanny resemblance to a pair of robbers breaking into a house. Upon entering, the living room appeared unchanged, much like it was when we visited the previous night. There was no chaotic scene resulting from a hasty packing of belongings, and certainly, no one was present inside. After a brief search of the living room yielded no discoveries, I proceeded to the bedroom. Upon opening the bedroom door, I found it devoid of disorder. Perhaps Minnie and her husband had long prepared for a discreet escape. However, as I stepped into the bedroom, the door inexplicably closed behind me. Before I could even glance back, a powerful arm seized my neck from behind. I cried out Jinjin and Appo's name, but my voice faltered as my throat constricted. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, I relentlessly struck my elbow against my assailant's abdomen, yet he seemed impervious to pain. No matter how fiercely I fought, his grip only tightened, rendering my breathing labored and my consciousness dimming. Was this to be my fate on this very day next year? I had no inkling of the face that would accompany me on my final journey. Chapter 10. The Trap of Beauty. Zhang Minnie confessed to being the murderer, yet she had vanished without a trace. If we failed to apprehend her today, the Su sisters would inevitably become scapegoats. Consequently, Jinjin and I resolved to forcibly enter her residence, hoping to unearth even the slightest hint of a clue. However, after searching the living room for a brief period without any success, I ventured into the bedroom, yearning to discover some evidence. As I stepped into the room, the door slammed shut behind me, and a powerful arm ensnared my neck from behind. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, I instinctively drove my elbow into my assailant's abdomen. Yet, despite numerous attempts, they showed no intention of relinquishing their grip. Instead, their hold tightened. Just as I felt I might succumb, a resounding crash echoed from behind. Someone had seemingly kicked the door open, colliding with my attacker, and sending us both crashing onto the bed. Fortunately, we were in the confines of a bedroom. Had this occurred on the street, the outcome would have been disastrous. With the intrusion into the bedroom, my assailant abandoned their attack on me, redirecting their focus towards the newcomer. Once I regained my breath and turned over, I discovered the two engaged in a fierce struggle. The combatant was none other than Jinjin, who had accompanied me, while her opponent turned out to be Minnie and Appo's husband, Zhang Ziliang. Though he possessed a tall and slender frame, he was no match for Jinjin, a champion in martial arts. Eventually, Jinjin delivered a decisive kick to his head, rendering him unconscious. After securing him with handcuffs, Jinjin delivered a few sharp slaps to rouse him from his stupor. He blinked at us with a bewildered expression, muttering, "What happened? What is going on?" To be candid, I am equally perplexed. Minnie has confessed to murder and fled, leaving her husband behind. What could possibly account for this? Is it conceivable that Zhang Ziliang is entirely unaware of the situation? Regardless of his knowledge, it is imperative to interrogate him thoroughly first. I refrained from disclosing Minnie's circumstances and urged Zhang Ziliang to divulge all that he knew. He exhibited considerable distress, a stark contrast to his earlier ferocity. Not long after you took Minnie away last night, someone rang the doorbell. Upon opening the door, I found no one there. As I was about to close the door, I heard Minnie's voice alongside that of a woman. The details that followed are rather hazy to me. It seemed Minnie had brought a friend home and asked me to assist her friend with something. I believe her friend was named Qianling. Since Minnie was taken to the homicide division last night and has not left until dawn today, how could she have possibly returned home? I repeatedly sought clarification from Zhang Ziliang regarding his wife's return time. He initially stated it was shortly after we departed, then suggested it might have been this morning, and ultimately confessed he could not recall. Strikingly, he claimed to have no recollection whatsoever of the earlier attack on me. Moreover, he provided no information concerning his wife's whereabouts. His demeanor closely resembled Minnie's during the attack on me last night, suggesting he may be under some form of influence, though it could also be mere pretense. Regardless, detaining him is essential. Upon returning to the homicide division, I presented a bold hypothesis to my superior based on the information at hand. Zheng Mini may have been possessed by the spirit of Yu Qianling. Do you believe the director would think I, too, have been possessed by a ghost? My superior shot me a disapproving glare. You might say that she witnessed Yu Qianling being subjected to abuse 13 years ago, which resulted in profound psychological trauma, ultimately leading to a split in her psyche and the creation of a non-existent Yu Qianling. In fact, most cases suspected of being haunted are reported in such a manner. While this explanation is somewhat plausible, do you genuinely believe she is possessed by a spirit? The leader gazed at me intently. Besides this interpretation, I truly could not conceive of another. I helplessly spread my hands. The rationale was straightforward. I explained, first, during my recent conversation with Zheng Mini, her tone and laughter were identical to that of the Yu Qianling I had encountered on 2 prior occasions. Second, if she were not possessed, why would she flee without her husband, leaving him behind to ambush us? Third, both she and her husband displayed extraordinary strength during their attack on me. AMU, have you noticed? The leader abruptly interrupted my thoughts. Why didn't she use her shadow to kill you? This question stumped me, as I had not considered it before. Indeed, why did she not employ her shadow to eliminate me, but instead opted to engage directly with her husband in attempting to take my life? Given that she had previously used her shadow to kill 6 individuals, it should not have been difficult to eliminate me as well. Why risk exposure by attacking me in person? After discussing with the leader for a while without reaching any conclusion, I decided to abandon the topic. Where had Xueqing gone? She should have returned before I did. Yet I did not see her upon my return, so as soon as I stepped out of the leader's office, I inquired of Miao Miao. Didn't you just ask her to monitor that photography studio owner? Miao Miao inquired, perplexed. When did I ever instruct her to keep an eye on Yu Xiaowang? I'm not yet at the age where my memory begins to fade, and I distinctly recall only asking Xueqing to return and report to the boss. I never told her to surveil anyone. Yes, before you returned. You called her and asked her to do so. Miao Miao's demeanor was quite serious, leading me to doubt my own recollection due to fatigue. However, upon further reflection, I truly did not ask Xueqing to watch Yu Xiaowang. Just as I was about to call Xueqing, she fortuitously reached out first. Xinyu, you must come to Du Lixian's old residence at once. Weren't you supposed to be watching Yu Xiaowang? Why have you gone to the Du residence? Did you uncover something? I inquired. Come over, and I will explain. All right, I will head over with Jinjin immediately. Wait, Xueqing and Appo's. As tone suddenly turned suggestive, come alone. I wish to discuss something personal with you, and it would be inconvenient with others present. Hurry, I will be waiting. Personal matters? What could Xueqing possibly want to discuss with me? Is she going to confess her feelings? Since last night's intimate encounter, her attitude toward me has indeed exhibited subtle changes. Previously, she would refer to me as a Mu in the company of Wei Gu and Jinjin, but after our moment, she began calling me Mu. Now, during this call, she addressed me directly by my name, her tone significantly warmer and tinged with a hint of intimacy rather than the usual coldness. The phrase "a fortuitous encounter" lingers incessantly in my mind, causing me to momentarily forget the pressing urgency of apprehending the murderer. The desolate Du family and Appo's old residence, the enchanting beauty of Xueqing, the faint fragrance of jasmine, and the allure of a mature woman's physique. Though Xueqing usually exhibits a frosty demeanor, even the most frigid of hearts can thaw. Her subtly suggestive tone serves as the finest testament to this truth. In anticipation of the forthcoming serendipity, I concocted a casual excuse to extricate myself from Zhenjin's company. Xueqing requires my assistance. I shall attend her now. With that, I prepare to slip away. I will accompany you, Zhenjin insisted, trailing behind me. No need. I can manage alone. Please remain here, and I shall contact you shortly. How could I allow her to shadow me and jeopardize my endeavors? Are you certain I cannot assist? Zhenjin's peculiar gaze instilled a sense of guilt within me. It is best that I go alone. Time is of the essence. To avoid Jinjin discerning that my true intention was not work, but rather a clandestine rendezvous with Xueqing, I hurried along, my footsteps as silent as oil on the soles of my shoes. As I made my way to the Du family and Appo's old residence, a singular question plagued my thoughts. Should I resist if Xueqing were to assault me? Even if she were to violate me, it would be deemed lawful. Upon arriving at the entrance, I discovered that the iron lock which had secured the door was missing, leaving it ajar. Pushing the door open, I beheld a spacious courtyard littered with dry leaves and paper fragments, overrun with weeds. The central fountain was devoid of water, and the cherubic statue within had lost its luster due to the ravages of wind and rain, suggesting that this place had not seen a cleaning in over a decade. As I traversed the garden and pushed open the creaking wooden door, worn by rusted hinges, I entered the dimly lit hall. Although it was midday, the majority of the windows were sealed, rendering the space quite dark, with only a solitary beam of sunlight streaming in through the kitchen door, providing the sole illumination. I did not see Xu etching in the hall, so I called out her name. Soon, I heard her voice, imbued with warmth rather than the chill of indifference, reminiscent of a bashful maiden. "Is that you, Xinyu? I am here." Her voice emanated from the kitchen, and in that moment, her graceful silhouette emerged within the sunlight that danced upon the floor. I was about to step into the kitchen to seek her out when she interjected, "Don and Appos, tea come over." Perplexed, I inquired why not. "I fear that facing you directly would be awkward," she replied. The shy tones of a young girl issued forth from the lips of a mature beauty, creating a unique allure. "Is there something you wish to convey to me?" At that moment, I was consumed by an insatiable curiosity. "Do you like me?" This question is one that causes many a man to ponder deeply, not due to its complexity, but rather the consequences that follow an answer. To express affection implies a burden of responsibility. To deny it extinguishes any hope. The prevailing sentiment among men is to desire a romantic connection while evading obligation. Thus, the most prudent response would be, "Are you still unaware of my feelings? I believed you should have known. Then, would you care to be with me?" Another question laden with difficulty. "Should you wish it, I will forever remain by your side to protect you." To be candid, given her abilities, my only role is to be under her protection. "Come here." Heeding her call, I slowly approached the kitchen. "Halt!" As I reached the area where sunlight poured in, her tone abruptly turned chillingly cold. I paused, bewildered, when an uncanny occurrence transpired. Snow Qing's shadow suddenly lifted an arm to grasp my ankle. More accurately, it was the shadow's hand overlapping with my ankle. Yet I distinctly felt as though my ankle was gripped by a hand, rendering me immobile. A chilling laughter echoed through the empty hall. Although the voice remained that of Snow Qing, the laughter unmistakably belonged to Yu Qianling. A detail I had overlooked earlier suddenly resurfaced in my mind. The jasmine fragrance that usually enveloped Snow Qing was now replaced by the scent of dust, devoid of the mature femininity that accompanied her signature aroma. Snow Qing was not present. The entity conversing with me was Zheng Mini, possessed by Yu Qianling. Yet, it was too late to realize this. The laughter reverberating around me gradually transformed, shifting from Snow Qing's voice to that of Yu Qianling. "Officer, I have long stated that when we meet again, I shall show no mercy. Since you insist on pursuing this case, I shall send you to hell to investigate. Perhaps you will meet the same fate as Shiyun and the others, descending to the same level of hell. Do you find my hair beautiful? They will soon send you to the depths of hell." In an instant, the shadow before me transformed from a mature beauty into a long-haired maiden, her hair extending as if imbued with life, entwining around me. I felt my body ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering me utterly motionless, as though an invisible giant hand was gripping me tightly, stifling my breath. They say that the allure of desire is akin to a blade, and at this moment, I finally grasped the truth of that saying, though it was far too late. Just as despair enveloped me, a sudden, invigorating coolness surged through my left wrist, banishing my fear and instilling an unprecedented calm within my heart. The constricting force dissipated, and I collapsed onto the ground, the chill gradually fading while cold sweat poured forth, saturating my garments. Such tactics are futile against the innocent. From a kitchen, a male voice emerged. A tall and ethereal man strode forth from the kitchen, his handsome visage exuding an air of nobility. Strangely, on this sweltering summer day, he donned a complete ensemble of black. Even his shirt, shoes, and socks were black. Even more peculiar, he wore thick black gloves, strained at the seams as if they might burst, concealing what appeared to be massive bare paws within. Aside from his head, his entire form was shrouded in dark attire, complemented by his raven black hair, creating the illusion of a striking face emerging from the shadows. "Are you Du Lixian?" Although it was our first encounter, the contours of his face bore a striking resemblance to the photograph that Lu Jie had shown me, leaving me certain that he was indeed Du Lixian. "Officer," he said, "you are overly inquisitive. With so many cases to investigate, why do you persistently focus on me? I've already warned you twice. Do not blame me." As he spoke, he approached me slowly, removing his gloves as he walked. When the gloves fell to the ground, and a cloud of dust momentarily rose, I was taken aback. Before me were hands of an utterly bizarre nature, each finger elongated to twice that of an ordinary person, seemingly devoid of bones, writhing irregularly like serpents upon his hands. He stood before me, revealing an elegant smile. His tone gentle yet lacking warmth. "Officer, perhaps you should consider yourself fortunate, for aside from my parents and my master, you are the only one to have glimpsed my peculiar hands." With that, he suddenly gripped my neck with those strange hands. Though his fingers were slender, they possessed remarkable dexterity and strength, encircling my throat entirely with a single hand, making me feel as though I were ensnared by 5 nooses. And I immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. Why must my fate be so cruel? From last night until now, this marked the 3rd occasion of having my neck seized or restrained. Yet, could this time be as fortunate as the last 2, filled with suspense but devoid of peril? Chapter 11. A perfect plan. In recent days, I have been plagued by an inexplicable streak of misfortune, having been attacked 3 times in quick succession. On the previous 2 occasions, Xueqing and Junjun came to my rescue, but who would save me this time? Just as I felt myself spiraling into unconsciousness, my head spinning from the grip of Du Lixian's hand, which resembled a monstrous appendage with 5 venomous serpents, a familiar female voice echoed from behind. "Release him at once, or I will fire." The voice was peculiar. Every word was articulated with precision, yet the accent betrayed its foreign origin. However, with my neck in a vice-like grip and my mind clouded from oxygen deprivation, I could not recall the identity of the voice's owner. Suddenly, the pressure around my neck lifted, but the sensation of narrowly escaping death offered little solace. Du Lixian, with a tinge of regret, thrust his grotesque hands into his pockets, remarking, "Police officer, you truly are quite fortunate." The enigmatic female voice commanded again, "Raise your hands and place them on your head. Do not make any unnecessary movements." Du Lixian cast a glance at the gloves on the ground. "I request to wear gloves. That is permissible, but should you make any suspicious movements, I will shoot immediately." The strange female voice resonated once more, and as I caught my breath, I couldn't help but turn to glimpse the owner of that voice. To my astonishment, it was none other than Pandora Phillip. Pandora, an international police officer of American-French descent, is stationed locally, focusing on cases involving foreign elements. With her striking blonde hair, captivating blue eyes, and stunning visage, she possesses a remarkable physique. Her long, graceful legs and slender waist are complemented by a bosom that could take one's breath away. I truly wonder what she has been consuming abroad to grow into such a remarkable figure, not only possessing an outstanding physique, but also an extraordinary intellect. Fluent in 5 languages: Chinese, English, Russian, French, and Japanese. We had collaborated on a few occasions prior to her disappearance, but since my reassignment to the anti-theft unit, it has been 2 long years since I last laid eyes on her. I never anticipated that our reunion would find me in such a pitiful predicament. Once Du Lixian donned his gloves, Pandora cautiously approached with her firearm drawn, handcuffing him with precision while reciting the cautionary words. "You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law." Despite his arrest, Du Lixian appeared utterly unfazed, casually stating, "I want to see my lawyer." Upon arriving at the police station, he would be permitted to contact his legal counsel. Once Pandora secured Du Lixian, she turned her attention to me, extending her delicate hand to assist me in rising, her countenance adorned with a warm smile. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Mu." I stood, brushing off the dust from my trousers, and with a wry smile, I replied, I apologize for the embarrassment, Miss Phillip. How did you come to be here? I inquired. It is rather peculiar, she responded, as I received a notification from my superior about a forthcoming foreign-related homicide, prompting my immediate arrival. I never expected to encounter you here. Her smile lingered, yet her words trailed off. With a resigned sigh, I remarked, "You mean to say you never anticipated that the victim would be me?" She chuckled silently in response. As we prepared to depart, Du Lixian suddenly murmured to himself, "I wonder if there is anyone else in this house?" Indeed, I found Zheng Mini unconscious in the kitchen. She appeared uninjured, merely in a deep slumber, impervious to any attempts to awaken her. Thus, I had no choice but to transport her to the hospital. After bringing Du Lixian back to the investigative team, he spoke not a word apart from making a phone call to his lawyer in America. It was only then that Wei Guo made his appearance. Having uncovered that Du Lixian was a graduate with a Master and Oppos S degree in psychology from Harvard University. Is this all you could find out after such a lengthy search? I felt an urge to deliver a blow to him. My dear Mu, the internet is not an omnipotent tool. It is commendable that you have managed to uncover this much information. Did you not have a rather cordial relationship with that foreign lady? Perhaps you could enlist her assistance in your inquiries while simultaneously nurturing your burgeoning connection. Foreign women tend to have an open-minded disposition. Alas, I need not intervene, for Xinjin had already dealt with that lecherous man. Though Du Lixian and Oppos, S Master and Oppos, S in psychology, does not elucidate the myriad perplexing behaviors of the perpetrator, such as how he made a phone call using Su Mengru's mobile device, which remains a conundrum to me. Hence, I inquired with Wei Guo about the possibility of utilizing another's phone illicitly. However, he regarded me with the gaze one reserves for a creature of the unknown. Are you from Mars? On Earth, we possess something called an internet phone, which allows for the arbitrary setting of outgoing numbers. Aside from special numbers like 110 and 10086, one can configure to dial virtually any number. However, a characteristic of internet phones is that they can only make outgoing calls, not receive them. To ascertain whether a call originated from an internet phone, one need only hang up and immediately call back from the receiving phone. If the call does not connect, it is likely an internet phone. Last night, I attempted to return a call using Min Yi's phone. Indeed, it was impossible to connect. However, when I switched to a landline, the call went through immediately. Given that Du Lixian is a Chinese American, and this case involves the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the privileges of the internal hearing for the peculiar case group are rendered moot, necessitating a public trial. Pandora has already initiated contact with the American police through Interpol to obtain all information regarding Du Lixian, yet he remains tight-lipped until his lawyer arrives, leaving the case at a standstill. Fortunately, the Su sisters have been exonerated from murder accusations, and Yi Rong has no choice but to release them. Although it is evident that Du Lixian is the perpetrator, several questions linger in my mind, such as how he conjured that eerie shadow, how he managed to speak with another's voice, and how he could turn a loyal shepherd dog against its master. Yet, my foremost curiosity lies in understanding how he came to possess those serpent-like fingers. I instructed the others to step aside and sat across from him in the peculiar case group's office. "May I have a word with you, Mr. Du?" Despite his hands being cuffed to the chair, he maintained a courteous demeanor, though his tone was far from amicable. "Officer, if you wish to inquire about my testimony, I would prefer you wait for my lawyer to arrive. If you merely wish to engage in casual conversation, please turn off your recording device." He was quite astute. Such a ruse would not elude him. I retrieved my recording device from my pocket, removed the battery, and emptied all my pockets, placing everything I could find on the table. He revealed an elegant smile and spoke slowly. "In truth, I also yearn for someone to confide in. Harboring certain matters within can inflict detrimental psychological effects." He then proceeded to recount a tale about a young boy. To shield himself, he designated all characters in the story by letters. For clarity, I reverted these ABCDG back to their original names, naturally substituting the so-called young boy with myself. 13 years ago, I met Qianling. Although our time together spanned merely half a month, I resolved to dedicate my life to her protection. However, when she found herself in peril, I was powerless to assist her, forced to witness her suffer torment. Qianling's demise struck me profoundly. I have always believed it was my failure to safeguard her that led to her shameful suicide. Consequently, for an extended period, I was devoid of the will to live, teetering on the brink of death on multiple occasions. The sole reason I persevered was the haggard visage of my father and the tears of my mother, as their son. I cannot bear to bring them sorrow. After immigrating to America, my parents tirelessly navigated the corridors of various hospitals, hoping to restore the functionality of my hands. Yet, each physician, upon examining the x-rays, could only shake their heads in despair, for my finger joints were grievously shattered. Even if treatment were possible, my hands would remain clumsy, rendering the prospect of playing the piano a distant dream, and even the most basic act of dining would be a challenge to accomplish independently. When the large hospitals proved futile, my parents sought out local barefoot doctors, hoping to uncover folk remedies that could heal my hands. Perhaps the heavens do not forsake the earnest, for my parents ultimately found a remarkable individual known by the moniker the Shadowed Master of the Clouds, who later became my mentor. He bestowed upon me a peculiar potion, instructing me to immerse my hands in it. Each time I submerged my hands, it felt as though countless insects were gnawing at me, an unbearable itch that tormented my senses. Yet, my mentor resolutely pressed my hands deeper into the liquid. After these immersions, my fingers grew increasingly sensitive, and unbeknownst to me, they began to elongate. When my fingers had nearly doubled in length, my mentor ceased the treatments. By then, my hands had become 100 times more agile than before the incident. Even when clad in thick gloves, I could effortlessly perform advanced pieces that had previously eluded my grasp. Understanding the cause of my injuries and my lingering grievances regarding Qianling, my mentor offered to teach me the two exceptional arts of hand shadow manipulation and vocal techniques, promising that I could utilize these skills for my vengeance against Qianling. However, he repeatedly cautioned me that all I learned from him should only be directed towards those with guilty consciences, due to the transformation and remarkable dexterity of my hands. Mastering the art of hand shadows proved to be a manageable endeavor. My mentor also brewed traditional herbal remedies for me to consume, which facilitated my acquisition of vocal techniques. Subsequently, to ensure I was adequately prepared for my revenge against Qianling, I opted to pursue studies in psychology while diligently honing my skills in hand shadows and vocal techniques. A month ago, I arrived in Hong Kong and then assumed a false identity to enter the mainland. After discerning each individual's current circumstances, the quest for vengeance on behalf of Qianling commenced. You exploited Director Wen's animosity towards Liang Shiyun, enlisting Su Mengru's assistance to covertly place intercoms in the dance studio, dismantle curtains, secure doors, and cut off the power supply. The subsequent events are, for the most part, known to me. Officer, you appear to be mistaken. It was not I, but rather the little boy. Although he confided in me, he did not admit to being the perpetrator. Indeed, it is the little boy. In my pursuit of the truth from him, I was compelled to concede that this so-called little boy is indeed the culprit. He employed shadow puppetry and ventriloquism to frighten Liang Shiyun, Luo Xiangbi, and Yao Haiyan to death. Yet, how did he cause Fan Ziqian to self-mutilate, ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss? How did he use shadows to grasp He Yingshue's hair, throwing her into a life-threatening predicament? How did he incite a loyal shepherd dog to slay its master? And how did he compel the Zhengmini couple to exhibit bizarre behavior? In response to my barrage of inquiries, he merely smiled nonchalantly, as if recounting the tales of others. The little boy is not only adept in shadow puppetry and ventriloquism, but is also a master's degree holder in psychology, proficient in the art of hypnosis. He hypnotized Ziqian, leading him to believe he was merely wrapping gifts, while he engaged in intimacy with Qianling. As for Yingxue, her predicament stemmed from being hypnotized. In reality, it was impossible for anyone to tug at her hair. However, her guilty conscience convinced her that her hair was being pulled, causing her to repeatedly collide with the chair. Regarding the sheepdogs, most people assume they solely obey their masters. Yet, in the presence of true strength, they will choose to submit to the stronger party. If the little boy instills in them a sense of his immense power, they will become timid and obey all his commands. As for the Meany couple, perhaps there are facets you remain unaware of. according to your earlier remarks. They too must have been hypnotized by the little boy. What do you mean by the aspects I am ignorant of? He smiled slightly and posed a rather embarrassing question. Do you know why you have survived until now and how you managed to capture me? To be frank, my survival thus far is nearly entirely due to luck. Had it not been for timely rescues by beautiful women during 3 separate attacks, I would have met my demise long ago. Capturing him was also a matter of fortune. Had he not lured me to the Dew family's old residence, I would have had no inkling of his whereabouts, and I was still suspecting Meanie as the true culprit at that time. Were it not for Pandora's timely appearance, I would not be enjoying the air conditioning in my office now, so I can only respond, luck. There is little true fortune in this world. What we deem coincidences may very well be deliberate machinations. He smiled as he elucidated what I referred to as luck. Naturally, his discourse still revolved around the matters of the little boy and the ABCD. For the sake of clarity, I have altered the names. Before your arrival at Meanie's residence, I had already been waiting. I possessed ample opportunity to eliminate Meanie, yet I refrained, as she was a friend of Qianling. 13 years ago, she was the sole individual who did not harm Qianling. Thus, she did not deserve to perish. However, I required her to gather intelligence for me. Therefore, after your departure, I rang the doorbell and hypnotized her husband. It was I, not her husband, who spoke with her last night. Under the cover of night, I utilized an internet phone to contact Meanie using Mengru's number, hypnotizing her to assault you. My directive was merely to instill fear, not to orchestrate your demise. Had the Mengru sisters not been apprehended earlier than I had anticipated, my plan would have succeeded, and I would not have revealed myself for you to capture. Upon Meanie's return home, I hypnotized her and learned from her that you suspected another individual to be the true culprit. Consequently, I devised my next plan, confessing to you over the phone under Meanie's name. The ambush orchestrated by her husband was merely intended to apply some pressure. From Meanie, I gleaned details about the situation between you and your companion, Xueqing, from last night, deducing that you harbored some interest in her, and she did not seem averse to you. Thus, I divert her in your name and led you to her in hers. Had it not been for Pandora's timely arrival, the little boy would have successfully eliminated me, and no one would have continued to investigate this case, leaving the Su sisters to suffer unjustly as he desired. I believed I had comprehended the entire unfolding of events. The young boy never contemplated taking your life. Had he desired to do so, you would have perished beneath the fangs of the shepherd dog yesterday. His words sent a shiver down my spine, for the truth was indeed as he stated. If one were to argue that surviving 3 assaults was due to the assistance of a fair maiden, then during the confrontation at Li's residence, a mere command from him would have rendered me a mangled corpse, with no one able to intervene in time. He seemed to relish the astonishment etched across my face, and only after a moment did he inquire, "Who do you think reported to Interpol?" This was yet another question I had overlooked, and the answer was utterly unexpected. It was the young boy. He had bestowed upon me an abundance of surprises, leaving me momentarily awestruck, and I eventually mustered the courage to ask, "Why? Why do you not kill me, yet willingly ensnare yourself? If you merely concealed Meanie, the Su sisters could serve as scapegoats. What compels you to take this additional step?" The boy spared your life because he had pledged to his master to eliminate only those with guilty consciences, whereas my decision to have you apprehended stemmed from a father's plea. A father? Who is it? You shall soon discover. Thank you for engaging in this conversation with me for so long. Some matters, if left unspoken, become knots in one's heart. I perceive that you harbor such a knot, yet you remain reluctant to articulate it. Upon uttering this, he extended his gloved hand toward me, seeking to shake mine. At that moment, I suddenly recalled that his hands were not bound to the back of the chair. He discerned my astonishment and chuckled, saying, "It is uncomfortable to be handcuffed, but rest assured, if I wish to leave, no one could impede me." Suddenly, the phone rang. Upon answering, I was met with astonishing news. The Su sisters had been attacked with sulfuric acid in front of the Public Security Bureau, suffering severe facial burns, and shockingly, the assailant was none other than Yu Qianling's father, Yu Zhaowang. Overwhelmed, I gently set the receiver down. Du Lixian wore a satisfied smile as he remarked, "Uncle Guang has been burdened with guilt over Qianling's death for the past 13 years, hoping to numb himself through relentless toil. Unfortunately, He has yet to find solace and has succumbed to lung cancer due to overwork with little time left. Today, he unexpectedly called a young boy, seeking his assistance to fulfill his final wish, to avenge his daughter personally. It became evident that everything was part of your grand design, and I was merely a pawn in your game. Weakly, I slumped into my chair. Every aspect lay within Du Lixian's control. His plan was impeccably crafted. Though captured, he undoubtedly had devised a means of exoneration. Nevertheless, this mattered little, for I had uncovered the truth, and he was, in fact, a victim himself. To return from afar, to seek vengeance for a girl he had known for merely half a month. To heed his father's plea and willingly walk into a trap. Such profound loyalty and passion are rare in this world. Epilogue 1. The city sports meeting has finally commenced. I seized the opportunity to witness the opening performance, where Yi and others, under the guidance of Min Yi, executed a dazzling dance that garnered thunderous applause from the audience, titled Carnival of the Toy Kingdom. This dance, true to its name, resembled a jubilant celebration in a realm of toys, invigorating the spirits of all present and heralding the beginning of the sports event. However, once the revelry subsided, a lingering sense of incompleteness emerged. Perhaps, as teacher Yao remarked, this performance, devoid of its creator Yu Qianling, felt as though it had lost its soul. One can only imagine the grandeur had Yu Qianling herself graced the stage with her presence. Regrettably, she has long since departed this world, leaving behind a magnificent dance bereft of essence and a man willing to brave fire and water for her. 2. Liang Zheng entered the director's office to report on the case of the ghostly murderer, when Xiaoping has confessed to assisting the perpetrator in the murders of Liang Shiyun and Yao Haiyan, and has been formally charged. Zhang Ziliang and Zheng Mini committed assault on an officer under hypnosis. Thus, no further action will be taken against them. The Su sisters fell victim to Yu Zhaowang's acid attack, with elder sister Su Mingru suffering 90 facial damage, while younger sister Su Mengjing endured 60. Yu Zhaowang has admitted to the grievous assault. Our investigation revealed that the Su sisters used lottery tickets he provided under the guise of a photography studio to fund their travels. However, he is afflicted with terminal lung cancer and is currently receiving medical treatment outside of prison, and it is feared he may not live to see the day of sentencing. The most perplexing issue remains Du Lixian. With the evidence at hand, we can only charge him with assaulting an officer and attempted murder, as there is no substantial proof connecting him to the 6 homicides. His lawyer has denied the charges on his behalf, citing a peculiar ailment as grounds for requesting medical bail. Du Lixian is quite cunning. On the surface, he appears to have ensnared himself, yet in reality, we find ourselves powerless against him. He possesses American citizenship, and even if he were to lose the cases of assaulting a police officer and attempted murder, he could seek assistance from the American embassy, ultimately able to return to the United States without consequence. The director also seems to be a loss. Both remain silent. After a considerable pause, the director speaks again. Recently, a rather bizarre case has emerged. I shall entrust it to your team for investigation. He hands an archive folder to his counterpart. A young individual has mysteriously vanished, with the body discovered 9 days later. The clothing remains intact, yet the skin, muscle, and organs have completely disappeared, leaving only a skeleton and hair. Liang Zheng, after perusing the details, reveals a competitive smile. This case promises to be intriguing. Supernatural records. The Shadow Master of the Clouds. It is said that a remarkable figure known as the Shadow Master of the Clouds once appeared in the Xiguan district of Guangzhou. Hailing from the capital, he is referred to by the locals as Ying Sheng Gong, though his true name remains unknown. In addition to his extraordinary shadow puppetry skills, he possesses remarkable vocal talents, capable of performing the havoc in Heaven Solo, with the left hand depicting Sun Wukong and the right hand representing Erlang Shun. The illusions seem both ethereal and palpable. Even more astonishing, the cries of monkeys and celestial soldiers resonate in unison, immersing the audience in a vivid experience. Rumors circulate that Ying Sheng Gong ostensibly earns his living through shadow puppet performances, yet in truth, he is a cunning assassin. He uses his shadow play and vocal mimicry to ensnare the hearts of his victims, leading them to believe they are haunted by spirits, ultimately scaring them to death. However, He does not indiscriminately accept all visitors. Rather, he exclusively engages with the impoverished, targeting corrupt officials and nefarious villains. It is said that no one has ever seen the hands of the Shadow Victory, for he dons thick gloves regardless of the season, and when performing shadow plays, he remains hidden backstage, leaving others without the opportunity to behold his extraordinary hands. In the 34th year of the Republic, at the end of summer, as night descends, a 13 or 14-year-old girl desperately races across a hillside adorned with lavender, pursued by a boy of similar age. "Come catch me. If you do, I'll give you a little money to buy red dates." The girl teases the boy with a playful grimace over her shoulder. "If I catch you, you'll find out." The boy's expression bears a hint of competitiveness. He is mostly filled with an inexplicable flutter of youthful affection. The girl, lacking the boy's stamina, finds the distance between them gradually diminishing as the chase continues. Suddenly, the boy leaps forward and tackles the girl, sending them both tumbling into the soft lavender bushes. Ultimately, the boy successfully pins the girl down, holding her hands firmly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The girl's heart races, a mix of anxiety and inexplicable excitement coursing through her as she trembles and asks, "What do you want to do?" "Heh, now that I've caught you, I can do whatever I please," the boy declares, leaning in to kiss her cherry lips, but the girl turns her face away, resulting in a kiss upon her cheeks, which blush like the evening sky. The girl shakes her head repeatedly, refusing to let the boy kiss her lips. The young man gently released her hands, opting instead to cradle her warm cheeks, preventing her from evading the intensity of his affection. Their lips met in a fervent embrace, lingering in a connection that proved difficult to sever. When they finally parted, both of their faces flushed with embarrassment. They exchanged silent glances, overwhelmed by the moment. After what felt like an eternity, the girl pushed her young lover away, sitting up shyly to declare, "You are bullying me. I shall inform the dean shortly." "Would you truly do that?" "The dean would undoubtedly punish me severely. Just yesterday, he struck my hand, and it still aches," the boy lamented, extending his arm to reveal 3 distinct welts. With a tender touch, the girl caressed her lover's arm, her heart aching as she replied, "Does it still hurt? It is entirely my fault for breaking the dean's teacup, causing you to endure this suffering on my behalf." The boy gently enveloped the girl in his embrace, dismissing the pain on his arm with nonchalance. "What does a few lashes matter for you? If they were inflicted upon you, my heart would truly break." Seated on the grass, they held each other and gazed into one another's eyes. The girl instinctively closed her eyes, her heart racing with a mix of nervousness and excitement as she awaited the return of her lover's tender kiss. However, after a prolonged moment of anticipation, she opened her eyes in disappointment, only to find the boy staring curiously into the distance. In a playful show of irritation, she raised her tiny fist and playfully struck his chest. As he snapped back to reality, she pouted, reproachfully asking, "What are you looking at?" The Na'vi boy, oblivious to her gentle sentiments, was captivated by a peculiar sight in the distance. Pointing toward a large tree, he exclaimed, "Look, it seems there is a piece of black cloth hanging from that tree." The young girl followed the direction indicated by her companion and discovered, in the distance, a large tree with an object resembling a black cloth ribbon hanging from its branches. The small hillock was seldom visited, allowing them the freedom to frolic without restraint. Previously, they had not noticed this ribbon, which piqued their curiosity. The two approached the tree, gazing upward and scrutinizing the peculiar object. Although they stood beneath the tree, the ribbon hung high, and with the encroaching darkness, they were unable to discern its true nature, only feeling it resembled a fabric strip, albeit not entirely. The boy, filled with mischief, picked up a few small stones and hurled them at the ribbon. One stone struck the midpoint of the ribbon, causing it to snap into 2 pieces. The lower segment fell to the ground, while the upper part unexpectedly retracted, as if animated, swiftly climbing back along the trunk. The fallen piece, too, appeared to possess a life of its own, curling into a ball before elongating and slithering along the ground towards the bewildered girl. The black entity moved like a venomous serpent, swift as lightning, reaching her feet in an instant. Overwhelmed with terror, she stood frozen, unsure of what to do. In a moment of urgency, the boy grasped her delicate arm and, with all his might, sprinted away, pulling her along. However, the sinister creature did not relent, pursuing them relentlessly. After a strenuous leap over a small creek, they glanced back to find the black entity had ceased its chase, allowing them a moment of respite. Yet, scarcely had they halted when the girl abruptly sensed something amiss, exclaiming in alarm, "Something has crawled into my pants." The young boy was initially taken aback, but he quickly exclaimed, "Hurry, take off your pants." As he spoke, he reached out his hands, intending to remove the girl's trousers. "No," she cried out, swiftly dodging his advance. Despite the discomfort of a foreign object intruding upon her clothing, the thought of exposing herself before the boy she admired was unfathomable in a society where modesty still held sway. "Hurry up, or we'll bite you." And that would be troublesome. The boy, clearly oblivious to the girl's turmoil, was solely focused on ensuring her safety. The girl clutched her pants, entangled in a struggle with the boy, when suddenly she screamed, "It's entered my body. What should I do? What should I do?" Before the boy could comprehend the implications of her words, her face went pale, and she emitted a heart-wrenching wail. In mere moments, her trousers were stained crimson by the blood seeping from her lower body. On a tranquil path by the mountains, a boy clad in the uniform of Huaishur Middle School was exerting every ounce of strength to pedal his bicycle. He needed to advance with utmost speed, for a peculiar dark entity, resembling a black ribbon, was pursuing him. At last, he managed to distance himself from the creature, but a careless misstep caused him to trip over a stone, sending both him and his bicycle tumbling onto the grassy roadside. With the entity closing in, he disregarded his fallen backpack and bicycle, enduring the pain as he crawled and rolled away in a frantic escape. In his panic, he fled to a secluded hillside, yet the strange being ultimately caught up with him. The heart-wrenching screams echoed across the secluded hillside, yet no one was there to hear them. When tranquility returned, only a skeletal figure clad in a school uniform remained upon the soft grass. Chapter 1. The 9 Heavens of Corpse Transformation. I implore you not to squander your golden attire, and I urge you to cherish your youth. When the flowers bloom, seize the moment to pluck them. Do not wait until they wither and leave you with empty branches. This is a poem that gained popularity during the Mid-Tang dynasty. Traditionally attributed to Du Qianyang, though she was merely a performer, and the true author remains a mystery lost to time. The essence of this poem is remarkably simple, encapsulated in the phrase, "Do not squander the precious moments of life." Life passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, we may reach its conclusion. Within this limited span, we must learn, work, love, marry, and raise children. By the time we complete these myriad tasks, little time remains. I often ponder the notion of possessing infinite life, akin to the legendary vampires. How fascinating that would be. At the very least, I would not be troubled by financial concerns. For instance, in my grandfather's era, a modest plot of land could be enclosed with a fence without any expense. Merely 1,000 square meters would suffice, and today it could fetch over 1 million. Even more intriguing is the prospect of having ample time to delve into a plethora of books. Knowledge is boundless, and only an immortal being could aspire to acquire all human knowledge. Regrettably, vampires do not exist in reality. The so-called bloodkin are but figments of a novelist's imagination, their true counterparts being those afflicted with porphyria in medieval Europe. Having elaborated on all this, I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Mu Xinyu. Ostensibly, I serve as a detective in the Criminal Investigation Bureau, yet I am part of a special case group that reports directly to the director and operates independently of the Bureau's oversight. The Enigmatic Case Unit is a clandestine group dedicated to investigating so-called supernatural incidents, the majority of which remain undisclosed to the media. And even the interrogation processes are conducted in secrecy. After considering my previous statements, one might presume that I am about to recount a tale concerning vampires. However, as I have just indicated, the concept of vampires in my mind merely represents a group of unfortunate individuals afflicted with porphyria. This particular case bears no relation to vampires. Rather, it could be described as a narrative intertwined with the fabric of time, a story that commences with a mysterious skeletal structure. 9 days prior, A high school student named Zhou Xiaolong vanished under peculiar circumstances after school. 9 days later, a perplexing skeleton was discovered. Upon the revelation of this skeleton, Jinjin and I hastened to the scene. The location of the discovery was a secluded hillside near Zhou village, unearthed by a local villager. By the time we arrived, a considerable number of villagers had gathered, including 3 individuals claiming to be the deceased parents and uncle. Colleagues from the Criminal Investigation Bureau had cordoned off the area to prevent villagers from trespassing and to facilitate evidence collection by Lun Yin and Yue Dong. On the grass lay a complete skeleton, remarkably intact, which, based on its height, appeared to belong to a 12 or 13-year-old. The school uniform it donned indicated the individual was a student from a nearby institution, as Lun Yin and his team were still gathering evidence. The individuals claiming to be the deceased parents initially wept uncontrollably before subsequently fainting. Therefore, I engaged in conversation with Zhou Yaoan, who identified himself as the deceased's uncle. You have seen the condition of the deceased. How can you be certain that he is Zhou Xiaolong? Zhou Yaoan sat despondently on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. He let out a long sigh before pointing toward a bicycle at the bottom of the hill and a backpack not far away. I have ridden Xiaolong's bicycle. I remember the style of the lock very clearly. And that backpack, I bought it for him before school started. I never expected that just a few days into the semester. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. He then shared with me that Zhou Xiaolong's parents were vegetable vendors. His father, Zhou Yaoquan, had been divorced and had a son named Zhou Junlong with his ex-wife, Luo Shufan. Luo now runs a chemical shop and has had no contact with her ex-husband for over a decade. After chatting for a while, I noticed Yue Tong waving at me from the hillside. I walked over to see her and Lang Ping opening the backpack on the ground, carefully taking out its contents one by one. Due to the heavy rain from the previous days, the books inside had been soaked, and the writing in the homework had become somewhat blurred. However, she managed to find a laminated student ID, which she held up for me to see. From the information on the ID, I learned that the backpack belonged to Zhou Xiaolong, a first-year student in Class 2 at Huaisher Middle School, and the son of Zhou Yaoquan. Though we could not yet be 100% certain that the deceased was Zhou Xiaolong, the evidence strongly suggested it. The victim's skin, muscles, and organs had all perished, yet thankfully, his hair remained intact. As long as DNA could be extracted from the hair follicles, we could further confirm his identity. The evidence collection work for the year had nearly been completed, so I inquired about his findings. He replied, somewhat helplessly, the skin, muscles, and organs are completely gone. Only a skeleton and hair remain, yet the clothes are still intact. On the surface, the signs suggest that the body should have decayed into a skeletal state within a matter of days, which is truly astonishing. Can a corpse really decompose to mere bones in just 9 days? Jinjin inquired, gazing at the remains of the deceased. Typically, complete decomposition takes around a year. Even under sweltering conditions, it is improbable for a body to reduce to a skeleton in less than 6 months. Moreover, the deceased's clothing showed no signs of being tainted by corpse fluids, which would be inconceivable in a normal decomposition process. Lun Yin gestured for us to observe the garments of the deceased, and indeed, there were no indications of contamination from corpse fluids. Corpse fluids? Aren't those merely a trope found in martial arts novels? Jinjin might have indulged too much in such tales. Lun Yin smiled and elucidated the revolting process of decomposition. The human body harbors a multitude of bacteria, particularly within the intestines. Upon death, these bacteria begin to break down the body, typically initiating decomposition within 24 to 72 hours. In the hot climate of the South, decomposition can commence as early as 24 hours post-mortem. During the initial stages of decay, the abdomen of the corpse gradually swells due to the gases produced by putrefactive bacteria, resulting in intestinal distension. As decomposition advances, blood-tinged fluids may seep from the mouth and nostrils, and with the increase in gases within the thoracic and abdominal cavities, pressure mounts, occasionally leading to post-mortem regurgitation, wherein the deceased may inexplicably expel blood-tinged fluids after a period of time. If the deceased were a pregnant woman, the increase in pressure within the thoracic and abdominal cavities could potentially expel the fetus, resulting in the phenomenon of post-mortem childbirth. As the corpse further decomposes, the soft tissues throughout the body will liquefy into a semi-fluid state, referred to as cadaveric fluid. Additionally, during the decomposition process, a multitude of maggots will proliferate. Although they solely consume decaying flesh, they inevitably soil the garments of the deceased. What, I inquired, do you believe is the reason for the rapid decomposition of the body? The body is not decomposed at all. If it had, there would at least be a trace of the odor of decay. Have you detected any foul scent? Lunyan retorted. I can only smell the stench of decay emanating from you. With that, Lunyan lunged forward to embrace me. Goodness, I would have to bathe with rice water again. The scent of decay is notoriously difficult to eradicate. Even this embrace would necessitate a cleansing with rice water. Therefore, if the deceased had indeed decomposed, the rain would have washed the body, leaving a potent odor that could not simply dissipate in a matter of days or weeks. If the corpse did not decompose into a skeletal form, what could be the alternative explanation? Jinjin pondered, scratching her head. Given our proximity to the city god temple, why not seek a favorable oracle first? With that, I led the bewildered Jinjun to consult the gathered villagers. The villagers' theories on the matter could be categorized into 4 distinct narratives. First, a kidnapping gone awry. Second, a car accident leading to body disposal. Third, a robbery resulting in the remains being scavenged by rats. And fourth, the heinous act of a deranged killer skinning and butchering the victim. The first theory was dismissed by Zhou Yaoan, as the deceased parents made a modest living selling vegetables and were not well off. As the passage of time unfolded, 10 yuan was discovered in the deceased's pocket. Zhou remarked that the deceased typically carried no more than this sum. Consequently, theories of kidnapping or robbery could be dismissed. The second hypothesis was swiftly refuted. The deceased's clothing remained largely intact, making it improbable that an accident had occurred. Local villagers also attested that no recent accidents had transpired in the vicinity. The third theory, which suggested that rodents had gnawed upon the corpse, was regarded by Lun Yin as utterly implausible. If rodents had indeed feasted upon the body, the clothing would not have remained so unscathed. Even if the rodents had been unusually courteous, they would have left traces, yet not a single hair from a rat was found. Considering the various factors, the most plausible explanation seemed to be the fourth theory, that of a depraved individual committing murder and skinning the victim. Do you think this is possible? I inquired of Lun Yin. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, there is a possibility, albeit a challenging one. To completely separate the skin from the flesh requires advanced surgical skills beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Moreover, the skeleton of a deceased is remarkably intact, with no signs of damage. Frankly, even after years of performing dissections, I lack the confidence to achieve such a flawless separation of the skeleton. Who then could accomplish such a feat? I asked. Lun Yin explained that typical surgeons or forensic pathologists would not possess the experience needed for complete skin and flesh separation. Such expertise is likely found only among those who practice the art of bone extraction. Before the local enforcement of cremation, it was customary to exhume remains 3 years after interment, transferring the bones into a pagoda for veneration, a task carried out by individuals skilled in this practice. Certainly, in addition to their primary duties, the work of a coroner also encompasses the retrieval of corpses, burial, and all matters pertaining to the deceased. In ancient times, they often assumed the role of forensic experts. For example, Song Si, the author of Ziwan Jilu, stands as a prominent figure among coroners. One of the responsibilities of a coroner is the extraction of bones. When an ancestor has been buried for over 3 years and the remains have not fully decomposed with the consent of the descendants, the coroner will proceed to remove the flesh from the bones, which will be enshrined in a pagoda, while the flesh is consigned to the flames. Therefore, those with experience in skinning and flesh removal are likely to be found solely among coroners. In this modern age, it is rare to find coroners skilled in bone extraction. The profession inherently involves a close association with corpses, making it a rather distasteful vocation, predominantly occupied by middle-aged and elderly individuals. Furthermore, not every coroner possesses the skill to extract bones. The act of removing flesh from an intact body is already a daunting task. and to do so from a decayed corpse is even more terrifying. Moreover, with mandatory cremation having been enforced for many years, contemporary coroners seldom engage in bone extraction. Their role primarily involves arranging for cremation services and overseeing funeral rituals, essentially functioning as alternative guides. Indeed, I am aware of one such individual in the village. While conversing with Lun Yan, a woman in her 50s or 60s among the onlookers suddenly interjected. As I approached her to inquire further, she was about to respond when those nearby subtly urged her to refrain from meddling. If this perverse individual is not apprehended, who can say whether the next victim of dismemberment might be their own grandchild? This remark from the elderly woman rendered all the spectators silent. To avoid external influences, I requested the elderly woman to step aside with me for a conversation. She informed me of an old coroner in the village named Nan Wuji, who is now in his 70s. In his youth, he specialized in the art of bone extraction, and he is the only one in the vicinity with such experience. I asked her for Nan Wuji's address, and she insisted that I expedite the apprehension of the perpetrator, fearing for her grandson's safety. Nowadays, grandparents are like that. Their grandchildren are akin to their very lifeblood, and even a minor ailment can cause them greater distress than the loss of a limb. I inquired if Yu Gui had made any notable discoveries, to which her response was tinged with resignation. Aside from confirming that the bicycle and backpack belonged to Zhou Xiaolong, there were not many significant findings. The recent heavy rains had washed away most of the valuable evidence, leaving not even a single footprint behind. This posed quite a dilemma. With no evidence at all, how could an investigation proceed? Suddenly, she chuckled. I was just teasing you, look at this. She raised a bag of evidence, containing a small amount of residue of unknown origin. What is this? I questioned, examining the small clump that resembled bird droppings, unable to discern its nature. It is plant residue found on the bicycle's gears, likely attached before the incident occurred. If we can determine what type of plant it is, we may uncover where the deceased had been prior to the crime. And here, from the backpack, she carefully stored the evidence bag and retrieved another, which contained a piece of paper. The paper bore inscriptions, yet due to having been drenched by rain, the writing was rendered quite indistinct. I discerned 6 prominently sized Chinese characters at the top, which read XXX. What would one possibly gain from? Surely, the deceased must not have been entangled with a cult. As I scrutinized what appeared to be a handwritten flyer, a sense of perplexity washed over me. Although the ink had blurred, the act of writing had left indentations on the surface of the paper, and with some processing, the original text could be revealed. After saying this, she began to gather her belongings, preparing to return and examine the evidence. According to Zhou Yaoan, the victim had been missing since 9 days ago, having vanished after school, and the location where the body was discovered was not along the route the deceased would typically take home. This implies that the victim likely wandered off somewhere after school. Thus, knowing the places he frequented would greatly aid the investigation. However, to ascertain the locations he may have roamed, we must await the results from the chemical analysis of the evidence, leaving us to rely on a stroke of luck with Nan Wuji for the time being. I harbor doubts that a septuagenarian could possess the strength to reduce a vigorous youth to mere bones. Nan Wuji resided at the far western edge of Zhouwu village, in a dilapidated and secluded small bungalow. On my way to his residence, I took the opportunity to inquire among the villagers about his circumstances, gathering the following insights. First, he was the only forensic expert in the vicinity capable of extracting bones, though he had retired from practice for many years. Second, he was a low-income household, living alone without a spouse or children, struggling to survive on meager social welfare provided by the village. Third, he was known for his reclusive nature, reluctant to engage with the villagers. More than 20 years ago, before the mandatory implementation of cremation, he abruptly withdrew from the world at the prime of his life, ceasing all endeavors related to the deceased. He harbored a fondness for alcohol, and since relinquishing his role as a coroner, he frequently indulged to the point of inebriation. The profession of a coroner, one that profits from the dead, is often met with disdain. Thus it is not surprising that he preferred solitude, devoid of a wife or children. However, one must ponder why, knowing that he would face his twilight years without support, he did not accumulate resources during his youth to stave off hunger, but instead chose to retreat early, leading to a desolate old age. Perhaps only he could elucidate this conundrum. As Jinjin and I approached the residence of Namodi, an unsettling chill enveloped me. Despite the daylight, the secluded location, overgrown with weeds, suggested the lurking presence of monstrous entities, perhaps even zombies, ready to emerge at any moment. According to the nearest neighbors, the last sighting of Namodi occurred 2 to 3 months prior, and that too in the dead of night. After lightly rapping on the dilapidated wooden door, riddled with the scars of termite damage, a long pause ensued before a frail, yet chillingly resonant voice emanated from within. I shall no longer concern myself with the affairs of the dead, nor do I wish to inquire into those of the living. Please depart. Chapter 2. Flesh and Bone, the profession of a coroner. One that deals exclusively with the deceased and attends to their final affairs. Also undertook the role of autopsy in an era devoid of forensic experts. During their recitations for the departed, it was customary for them to chant scriptures beginning with Namo, such as Namo Amitba or Namo Avalokiteshvara. Thus, they were often colloquially referred to as Namo Masters or Namo Elders in the local dialect. In pursuit of the investigation regarding the case of the young boy, Jiuqian and I, alongside Jinjin, sought an audience with an elderly coroner known by the moniker Namo Ji. However, upon knocking on the dilapidated wooden door, we were met with an unceremonious dismissal. I shan't concern myself with matters of the dead any longer, nor do I wish to meddle in the affairs of the living. Kindly take your leave. We are police officers. Open the door at once. Jinjin commanded with an authoritative tone, only to be met with the coroner's derisive retort. I simply want tea. If you have the ability, then break the door down. At this provocation, Jinjin, fueled by indignation, raised her foot as if to kick the door in. In a moment of desperation, I quickly embraced her from behind to prevent her from incurring the wrath of our superior for forcibly intruding upon a private residence. However, in my haste, my hand inadvertently landed in an inappropriate location. How unexpectedly soft. Jinjin's elbow struck my face with such force that it nearly dislodged several of my teeth. Judging by her reaction, I had inadvertently touched her bosom. Though separated by fabric, it felt remarkably firm. Had I known, I might have indulged a bit more, as I was destined to face retribution regardless. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of sunset. Had it merely been shyness, it would have appeared rather charming. Yet, her bashfulness was tinged with a hint of fury, as she glared at me with a ferocity that suggested that the elbow strike had not sufficiently assuaged her ire. You kicked the door, and how could they possibly pay you any heed? If they do not lodge a complaint, consider yourself fortunate. The art of feigning innocence is a survival skill for the adept in seduction. I shall see how you manage to trick the door open. She furiously stepped aside, kicking a loose stone by the roadside. Alas, the poor little stone bore my suffering. Rubbing my seemingly swollen cheek, I knocked on the door once more. Jibois, good day. I am investigator Mu Xinyu from the Criminal Investigation Bureau. A homicide has occurred in the vicinity, and I am here to inquire about a few matters. Did I not just mention that I shall no longer concern myself with the affairs of the deceased, nor do I wish to pry into the lives of the living? A severe cough echoed from within, indicating that the occupant's health was far from robust. What then shall I do with these 2 bottles of ergot? I had intended to present them to you as a token of our meeting. Upon inquiring with the villagers about his preferences, I learned of his fondness for fine liquor. Thus, I took the liberty of purchasing 2 bottles of ergot, along with peanuts and century eggs as accompaniment from a roadside shop. Although ergot is not a distinguished spirit, its robust flavor holds greater allure for those who indulge excessively than finer, lower alcohol beverages. Much like a person accustomed to pickled vegetables would find exquisite matsutake tasteless. I twisted open 1 bottle of ergot and poured a generous portion onto the ground. The rich, albeit impure, aroma of the spirit instantly enveloped the surroundings. I then murmured to the connoisseur within, since no one will partake, I must dispose of it. What a waste! The strategy of feigned relinquishment bore fruit, and before long, the door swung open. Within the door stood a frail old man, his pronounced hunchback causing him to barely reach the area between my chest and abdomen. His physical condition appeared rather poor, his complexion pallid, and he was persistently coughing. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unexpected vivacity. Upon opening the door, he uttered no words, merely fixating on the Erguo 2 in my hand. Although this liquor is not particularly expensive, it is a rare indulgence for someone subsisting on a meager pension. I handed him the already uncorked bottle, which he accepted in silence, tilting his head back to take a hearty swig before turning back into the room, neither speaking nor shutting the door behind him. I waved to Jinjin and stepped inside. The interior was a realm of utter simplicity, constructed of blue bricks, devoid of any adornment. Both the interior and exterior laid bare the age of the bricks, some older than myself. The house's layout was uncomplicated: a living area, a bedroom, and a kitchen. The living room housed only a scant few pieces of wooden furniture, each showing signs of age, as if they could crumble at any moment. The old man sat at a square table reminiscent of those found in ancient dramas, gesturing to the seat opposite him before raising the bottle to his lips once more. Though he had initially displayed hostility, the warmth of the liquor gradually transformed his expression into one of joviality. From this alone, I was confident he was not the culprit, for the deceased's pocket contained 10 yuan, enough to purchase a bottle of Erguo 2. A habitual drinker would never overlook an opportunity for a drink. I settled down, placing the hors d'oeuvres and another bottle of Erguo 2 on the table, while Junjin stood beside the door with a displeased expression. It wasn't that she was unwilling to sit. Rather, there was no space for her to do so, as the cramped living room only accommodated 2 stools. Zhizha drained his bottle of liquor, leaving not a drop behind. Instead of becoming flushed, his complexion grew even more pallid. However, his coughing had significantly diminished. Without any hesitation, he twisted open another bottle of Erguo 2 and continued to drink. This time, he was not as hasty, savoring the drink while nibbling on the snacks. His eyes, now tinged with a hint of red, sparkled with a mysterious light as he gazed at me for a prolonged moment before speaking. I dislike being indebted to others. Feel free to ask me anything. Consider it payment for your drinks. Those who enjoy drinking are often quite forthright. Since he encouraged me to inquire, I took the liberty to ask directly, "Why did you cease being a coroner?" The role of a coroner is steeped in history, rife with rules and taboos. Hence the importance of the master-apprentice tradition. Although he had surpassed 70 years of age and could no longer perform many physically demanding tasks, his wealth of experience meant that if he were willing to take on apprentices, he could undoubtedly continue to thrive in this profession. Provided his mind remained clear, free from ailments such as dementia, it would not be a challenge for him to continue until a century of age. He was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of barely perceptible dread flashing across his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure and forced a bitter smile, saying, after more than 20 years, "Perhaps it is time for me to recount this horrifying experience that I have buried deep within my heart." Thereafter, he began to sip his drink while sharing with me the reasons behind his unconventional profession as a mortician. Although alcohol provided him with some courage, his frail body trembled incessantly throughout his narrative. Being a mortician is no trivial pursuit. One must engage with the deceased daily, and a timid heart cannot endure such a vocation. Having lost my parents at an early age and devoid of relatives, I was left with limited literacy and thus began apprenticing under a master as a mortician when I was merely in my early teens. From my mentor, I acquired a wealth of practical knowledge, particularly in the delicate art of bone extraction. Before my mentor's passing, we were the only 2 in the region skilled in this craft. After his demise, I became the sole bearer of this knowledge. In truth, while bone extraction is not overly complex, it is equally not a simple task. The crux lies in one's courage to confront it. During my inaugural bone extraction, I was still quite young, having spent some time on my master's side, witnessing death almost as frequently as life. However, the thought of manually scraping flesh from a decayed corpse was an excruciating challenge. Yet my master, wielding a stick, insisted that I extract the bones, punishing me with a blow if my movements were too slow. At that moment, I harbored a deep resentment towards him, but as I matured, I came to understand his intentions. Had I not mastered this craft, securing 2 meals a day would have proven a daunting task. My mentor departed from this world when I was in my 20s, having imparted all his wisdom to me before his passing. In the vicinity, I was the only one skilled in the art of bone retrieval, which led many families to seek my services when they were faced with the solemn task of mourning. At times, the demand was so great that I found myself overwhelmed with work. My life, therefore, was relatively comfortable. However, my natural hunchback and the nature of my profession rendered me undesirable in the eyes of women, and thus, no girl ever wished to marry me. The reason I ceased to practice as a mortuary attendant was due to a harrowing incident that transpired over 2 decades ago. I vividly recall that it was winter, with rain falling heavily and the air bitterly cold. On that day, I was tasked with retrieving the bones of an elderly woman known as Lupa. The excavation had to be conducted at dawn, before the sun had risen. Alongside Lupo's 6 sons, I made my way to the lush lychee grove where she lay buried. After performing the ceremonial rites and burning incense and offerings, we began to unearth the coffin. To our astonishment, upon opening the casket, we found that Lupo's body showed no signs of decay, appearing as pristine as it had when she was interred. More disturbingly, her right hand rested upon her left breast, whereas I distinctly remembered that her hands had been placed at her sides during her burial. Despite my years of experience in this field, the sight before me filled me with terror, and it took a considerable time for me to regain my composure. Lupo's 6 sons were equally stricken with fear, their faces drained of color as we exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Though I lacked a deep understanding of geomancy or mystical arts, my extensive experience in bone retrieval led me to conclude that this location must be a necropolis, and that Lupa had undergone a transformation. If we did not immediately incinerate her remains, she would surely rise again. Thus, I instructed her sons to promptly gather firewood to cremate the body. However, it was raining heavily at that time, making it quite difficult to start fire, and the duration of this downpour remained uncertain. If the corpse was left unattended, there was a considerable risk that a clap of thunder could rouse her from her slumber. According to the customs surrounding bone retrieval, once a coffin is opened, it cannot be reburied, for doing so would disturb the repose of the ancestors, necessitating another opening of the coffin. Therefore, the remains must be handled with utmost care after the coffin has been opened. I propose that we temporarily place the body of the deceased, known as Lupa, at the residence of one of her sons, and upon the cessation of the rain, we would promptly proceed with cremation. Nevertheless, none of the 6 filial sons were willing to bring their mother's remains home, all apprehensive that the moment thunder struck, she might awaken. After deliberation, they resolved to offer me double the remuneration to expedite the bone retrieval for Lupa. Although I was exceedingly reluctant to undertake such a task under these circumstances, I had no alternative. In this tempestuous weather, she could easily rise from the dead at the sound of a single thunderclap. If she were to resurrect due to my handling of her remains, the implications for me would be dire. The process of bone extraction required the absence of the sons. Thus I found myself alone amidst the lush and eerie lychee grove to perform the retrieval for Lupa. It is not uncommon to encounter intact corpses during such extractions, so I had already prepared my tools in advance. Once the sons departed, I immediately commenced the bone retrieval for Lupa, having previously assisted countless ancestors in similar tasks. I found this particular retrieval significantly less challenging in comparison to those decayed and unrecognizable remains. Yet, I felt no sense of relief within my heart. With each flash of lightning, it seemed as though an invisible hand was gripping my heart tightly, a sensation akin to suffocation. For I was uncertain if the corpse before me might rise again. I began by scraping the flesh and extracting the bones of the old woman, a task that brought me a modicum of solace. However, during the process of bone extraction, I stumbled upon a disquieting revelation. The blood seeping from the incised flesh was a vivid crimson. Typically, blood transforms to a dark hue within 3 to 5 days post-mortem, or at most within 10 to 15 days. Yet, the old woman had been deceased for over 3 years, and astonishingly, her blood retained the brightness of the living. Fear had numbed my nerves. All I desired was to hasten my work to expeditiously extract the old woman's bones. I worked with utmost speed, yet it took an entire morning to thoroughly remove the flesh and viscera from her limbs and torso, leaving only the skull, which proved to be the most tedious and time-consuming of the tasks. As the rain continued to pour, despite my raincoat, droplets infiltrated through the collar, saturating my garments. The relentless assault of sweat and rain rendered my clothes nearly drenched, the penetrating chill causing my hands to grow numb. Furthermore, although it was midday, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, and the flourishing lychee trees obstructed the scant light, making it scarcely brighter than a moonless night. In such conditions, I endeavored to scrape the flesh and extract the bones from the old woman's skull, my clumsy hands growing increasingly frantic in their ineptitude. After a painstaking effort to scrape away the flesh beneath my nose, I was poised to continue my task, when suddenly, a blinding light enveloped me. A thunderous clap reverberated overhead, causing my ears to resonate with a deafening buzz. At that terrifying moment, the visage before me, a face stripped of nearly half its flesh, abruptly opened its eyes, unleashing a fierce gaze that seemed capable of penetrating both flesh and soul. The subsequent events are a blur. I vaguely recall hurling away the head of the old woman, dashing through the rain like a madman, oblivious to how I returned home. From that day forth, I sought solace in the embrace of liquor, drowning my sorrows in a futile attempt to erase the haunting memory of that half-fleshed face with its wide-open eyes. Years passed in this drunken stupor until I depleted all my savings. With no money left, yet still alive and needing sustenance, I dared not confront anything linked to the deceased, relegating myself to menial and arduous tasks. As time wore on and age took its toll, I found myself unable to work, surviving solely on the meager welfare provided by the village. During the Three Kingdoms period, Guan Yu was captured at Maicheng due to a scheme devised by Lu Meng. He, along with his son, faced execution under Sun Quan's orders for refusing to surrender. Aware of Liu Bei's profound grief over the loss of his sworn brother, Sun Quan, heeding Zhang Zhao's suggestion, sent Guan Yu's severed head to Cao Cao. According to historical anecdotes, as Cao Cao opened the wooden box containing Guan Yu's head, the eyes of the severed head suddenly flared open in anger, frightening Cao Cao into a severe illness. He hastily ordered a grand burial befitting a nobleman. However, the historical records do not support the notion of severed heads opening their eyes. The elaborate burial of Guan Yu stems not only from the profound friendship between Guan and Cao, but also from Cao Cao's keen insight into Sun Quan's intentions. Whether the tale of the head opening its eyes holds any validity is uncertain. Perhaps time will provide clarity. Nonetheless, regardless of the veracity of this matter, it seems largely irrelevant to the case at hand. While Jibo may not be connected to the case, the results from Yuedong's analysis are still pending. And since I had some idle time, I decided to engage him in conversation. After all, his extensive experience of over 30 years dealing with corpses could offer us some valuable insights. However, upon recounting the discovery of the skeleton on the hillside, he vehemently insisted it was impossible. The notion that a body could decompose into a skeleton within 9 days is utterly preposterous. If a body were so easily reduced, there would be no need for bone extraction. It is crucial to note that bone extraction typically occurs only after a body has been buried for over 3 years and has not fully decomposed. What could possibly cause a body to transform into a skeleton in such a brief period? I inquired, could it be due to skinning or flesh removal? He dismissed this as well, stating that having performed bone extractions myself, I'm acutely aware that, while not excessively challenging, the process invariably leaves marks on the bones. Moreover, bones are extracted one by one, making it impossible to maintain the integrity of the human form. Dressing the skeleton would be even more arduous. Jibo's expertise in this area surpasses that of anyone else, rendering his perspective invaluable. If it was not due to skinning or flesh removal, then what could be the cause? This question left me utterly perplexed. At this moment, Jibo had finished his drink. After a moment of deep contemplation, his expression suddenly turned cold, and with a quivering voice, he remarked, I recall that such an incident seemingly occurred over 50 years ago. Chapter 3. The Nun Priest with 2 bottles of Erguo II. I exchanged them for a spine-chilling tale from the old corner, Jibo, since Yutong's test results were still pending. I continued our conversation. To my astonishment, he mentioned that a similar incident of corpse dissection had occurred over 50 years ago. Just as I was about to inquire further, I noticed that the bottle in Jibo's hand had run dry. clearly indicating his thirst was not yet quenched. Although at his age, indulging in such libations was ill-advised. One cannot ignore the ancient adage, in life and oppose, as fleeting moments, one must seize joy, lest the golden goblet stand empty before the moon. While abstinence from smoke, drink, and carnal desires may indeed promise longevity, what value does such longevity hold? If I could trade a decade of life for 10 days of unadulterated joy, I would willingly make that exchange. After all, is there not a saying that a single day of delight outweighs 1,000 years of sorrow? I called upon Jinjin, who was lost in thought by the door, asking her to fetch more wine. Though she appeared slightly displeased, she complied. This location, albeit somewhat remote, would not hinder her swift strides. With her long legs, she would not take long to return. Once Jinjin departed, Jibua began recounting the bizarre events of over 50 years ago. It was around the mid-1950s. I was just in my early 20s and had been apprenticed to my master for several years. Although liberation had come, many matters were still conducted in the old ways. Individuals like my master and I, known as Namu, frequently assisted the public office with autopsies. Back then, the public office seemed to have already transformed into what we now refer to as the police station. I recall it was late summer or early autumn, likely around August or September, much like the present. That day, my master and I were partaking in lunch when officers from the local police station approached, reporting the discovery of a set of human bones outside the village and requesting my master's assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, my master abandoned his meal and took me along. Judging by the height of the bones, they likely belonged to a child of around 13 or 14 years of age. The flesh had entirely decayed, leaving only bones and hair, suggesting that the individual had perished several years prior. Strangely, the clothing remained intact, although somewhat worn and heavily patched. It appeared inconsistent with having been abandoned in the wilderness for years. During that era, the population was sparse, and when a child went missing, inquiries could swiftly reveal the truth. At that time, the only child reported missing in the village was the eldest son of Uncle Tian, Xiangzi, who had vanished merely 5 days prior. How could he have transformed into a skeleton in such a short span? Nevertheless, upon seeing the clothing draped over the bones, Uncle Tian and his wife wept uncontrollably. The patches were sewn by Aunt Tian, stitch by stitch. How could they not recognize it? This incident instilled a sense of dread among the villagers, who speculated about the presence of a monster that preyed on children, while the police had yet to clarify the matter, leading parents to confine their children indoors. The location described by Jibua was approximately 1 kilometer from where the suspected remains of Zhou Xiaolong were found, and the circumstances surrounding both cases were eerily similar, indicating a connection. However, the occurrence of these two incidents was separated by more than 50 years. If it were indeed a homicide, even if the perpetrator was only a mere youth at the time, he would now be a venerable elder. Just like Jibua, one must question whether an aged individual could overpower a vibrant youth, especially considering that acts of skinning and butchering are notoriously laborious endeavors. At this moment, Jinjin had already purchased the wine and unceremoniously tossed it onto the table, nearly shattering the bottles. Gigi paid no heed to her rude demeanor upon seeing the wine. His eyes sparkled with delight as he unscrewed the cap and began to drink voraciously. I inquired whether there were any peculiarities when he discovered the human bones, and as he drank, he pondered. However, given that it had been half a century since that event, recalling the details proved to be a challenge. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to recollect a fragment. There appeared to be some. What was it called? That purple plant. Lavender? I recalled that in this region, the only purple flora was indeed lavender. Yes, it was lavender. Near the site of the human bones, there must have been some lavender, likely picked by a child at play nearby. As Gigi spoke, he unexpectedly slumped onto the table and fell asleep. Observing the 3 empty bottles before me, I mused that had it been me, I would have succumbed long before finishing half a bottle. I carried Gigi back to his modest bedroom, scarcely 10 square meters in size, tucked him under the covers, and departed with Jinjin. Just as we stepped outside, my phone rang. It was a call from Yuetong. AMU. You were right. This case is indeed related to a cult. Do you know which sect it is? I asked anxiously. Christianity. Upon hearing this, I nearly collapsed. Are you jesting with me? I replied, exasperated. If anyone else had made such a jest, I would have certainly expressed my displeasure. But with Yue Tong, no matter how she toyed with me, I could only resign myself to my fate, for I owed her a debt. The paper found in the deceased and Appo's backpack, after processing, revealed legible handwriting. It bore the words "Trust in God for eternal life," accompanied by a brief introduction to Christianity and the address of a nearby church. Additionally, the plant residue discovered on the bicycle gears was identified through testing as lavender. Perhaps a visit to the vicinity of that church would be prudent. Did not Jibwa mention that lavender was also found at the site of a corpse disposal incident over 50 years ago? Could it be that the two victims were murdered for having frequented the same location? Has the identity of the deceased been confirmed? This inquiry is of utmost importance. Without establishing their identity, the direction of the investigation may easily become skewed. It has been confirmed. DNA testing has validated that he is indeed Zhou Xiaolong. After concluding my call with Yue Tong, I reached out to Lun Yin to inquire about the possibility of a corpse's eyes opening postmortem. The response was that the likelihood is exceedingly low, though not entirely impossible. Within a brief period following death, muscle contraction may occur, thereby allowing for the theoretical opening of the eyes, but the probability is likely only 1 in 100,000. As for the notion of eyes opening 3 years post-mortem, the odds diminish even further, perhaps to 1 in a billion. One can only say that this possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. My intention in consulting Lun Yin was merely to ascertain whether Jibwa had been intoxicated and speaking nonsense. Given Lun Yin and Appo's acknowledgement of this possibility, Jibwa's words carry a certain degree of credibility. After terminating the call, Zhenjin and I proceeded to an orphanage situated between Huaisher Middle School and Zhou Village, not far from the site of the ghastly corpse cases that transpired over 50 years ago. This orphanage, known as the Smith Children and Appo's Welfare Institute, appears to be a non-governmental organization. Our visit was prompted by the presence of a chapel within the orphanage, which was mentioned in the handwritten flyer we had seen. The chapel, modest in size, is constructed in the European Baroque style and is likely to have been built in the early years of the Republic, suggesting it has stood for over a century. Despite its age, it appears quite sturdy, unlike many contemporary buildings that, after merely 30 to 50 years, have been deemed unsafe. Today is Sunday, and a service is currently taking place within the chapel. Upon our arrival, the pastor was leading the congregation in the singing of the Amen, indicating that the service would soon conclude. Thus, we refrained from entering immediately and opted to wait outside, taking the opportunity to observe the proceedings within. Given the chapel and Appo's remote location, the attendance was sparse. However, I was surprised to spot a foreigner among the few parishioners. Once the solemn service came to an end, a kindly elderly nun, appearing to be in her 60s, jovially exchanged words with the departing worshippers. Upon noticing us, she greeted us with a warm smile and humbly inquired, "Do you require assistance, children of the Heavenly Father?" "Hello, I am Mu Xinyu, an investigator from the Criminal Investigation Bureau. A murder has occurred nearby, and we are here to inquire about certain matters in hopes of gleaning some clues," I replied, presenting my badge. "May I ask how to address you?" "May the Lord forgive the transgressions of the deceased and guide his soul to heaven. Amen." The elderly nun drew a cross upon her chest and said, "You may call me Sister Yuan, as the other brothers and sisters do. I hope I can be of assistance." "Have you seen this young man?" I inquired, handing over the student ID of Zhou Xiaolong, which bore his photograph. Sister Yuan examined it for a moment before returning it to me. "This child used to come here to play frequently, but he hasn't been around these past few days. May the Lord bless his soul." "Who did he associate with while he was here?" A look of compassion graced her features as she replied softly, "He is a good boy, often coming after school to play with the children in the courtyard. He even taught them how to write and interacted with everyone here. Not long ago, he confessed to Pastor Liang." Confession is a religious rite. To put it simply, it involves confessing one's sins before a clergyman in hopes of receiving divine forgiveness. Yet, what sins could a youth in the bloom of life possibly harbor? Perhaps I might glean some clues from his confession. However, when I requested Sister Yuan to introduce us to the pastor, expressing my desire to learn about the contents of the confession, I received this response. I will be pleased to take you to see Pastor Leong, but he may not disclose the details of the confession to you. As clergymen, we have an obligation to protect the privacy of our congregants. Yet, this may pertain to the cause of Zhou Xiaolong's death, rather than safeguarding his privacy. It would be more just to uncover the truth and bring the perpetrator to light. While I empathize with the concerns of the other party, I believe that seeking justice for the deceased holds greater significance than preserving their privacy. The child has found liberation. The affairs of this world no longer pertain to him, for the divine will have its own arrangements. Our duty should be to pray for him, rather than to expose matters he wished to keep concealed. Although her demeanor was amiable, her stance was resolute. A confrontational approach will not resolve the issues at hand. Since we cannot compel the other party to disclose Zhou Xiaolong and Appo's confession, we must resort to subtle inquiries to extract pertinent information. As Sister Yuan had numerous responsibilities, she departed after introducing us to Pastor Leong. Pastor Leong, a man in his 40s, welcomed us with warmth. Upon our arrival, he was engaged in teaching the children from the orphanage to write in a building behind the church. The children, aged between 3 and 10, were predominantly girls, with only 2 boys, both of whom bore noticeable disabilities. One appeared to have a lower intellectual capacity, giggling as he doodled on paper, while the other, seemingly more capable, struggled with a cleft lip that rendered his appearance somewhat unusual. I took note of their writing activities. The younger ones scribbled their names or engaged in random doodling, while the older ones copied materials promoting eternal life from God. Dear brothers and sisters, how may I assist you? Pastor Leong inquired after instructing the older children to look after their younger siblings, and then he led us for a stroll in the small garden outside. Do you know him? I inquired as I presented Zhou Xiaolong and Appo's student ID. He often comes to assist the little ones at the teaching institute with their writing. Although he can be quite mischievous at times, he possesses a kind heart and is a benevolent child. However, I have not seen him for several days now, and I am concerned about his well-being. As Pastor Leong spoke, a look of worry crossed his face. He has passed away. The thought of conveying such unfortunate news weighed heavily on my heart. Pastor Leong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, drawing a cross over his chest. May the Lord guide his soul to heaven. A silence enveloped us, until Zhenzhen broke the stillness. Isn't the orphanage government funded? Why are there no teachers to instruct the children? Pastor Leong replied with a smile. This institution was founded by a pastor named Smith and is not a government entity. Hence, it does not receive government funding. Our daily expenses primarily rely on donations from the congregation. Since the government has not assigned us any teachers, we take it upon ourselves to educate the children. Zhenzhen nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding, prompting me to ask further. Typically, orphanages are managed by government departments. How is it that you operate independently? Pastor Leong explained slowly. In fact, before I arrived here as a pastor, the government did indeed request to take over the orphanage. However, as this institution was established by Pastor Smith, the director sought assistance from the church, which intervened with the government, ultimately allowing us to maintain our original status. Consequently, I was assigned the responsibility of serving as the pastor here. I am indifferent to the operations of the orphanage. My sole concern lies in the connection between Zhou Xiaolong and the individuals here. The purpose of my inquiry is merely to ease the atmosphere, allowing me to extract information more effortlessly. I hope to uncover the details of Zhou Xiaolong and Appo's confession. After engaging in some inconsequential small talk with Pastor Leong, I began to broach topics related to Zhou Xiaolong. However, when I tentatively inquired about the content of the confession, he dutifully explained, confession is a means for the faithful to repent before the Lord. As clergy, we serve as messengers of the Lord. Thus, we can never disclose the contents of a confession to a third party unless we have the believer's consent. The individual is deceased. Where am I to seek that consent? Should I ascend to heaven in search of it? Although I typically do not partake in the worship of deities, I have been under the protection of the Bodhisattva, revered by Yipo, for many years, and I consider myself somewhat of a Buddhist. If I fail to reach the Western paradise after death, I shall descend into hell, far removed from the realms of heaven. Of course, even if I were to ascend to heaven, that would pertain to matters beyond this life and would not resolve my current predicament. When one plan falters, I shall devise another. I intend to inquire in a different manner. Is there anyone with whom Zhou Xiaolong shares a particularly close bond within the orphanage? He is closest to Mei Long, as he invariably comes here seeking her company. Who is Mei Long? She is an orphan in the facility. Alas, she is quite pitiable. Ah, there she is, following Pastor Liang and Appo's indication. I spotted a 14-year-old girl in the bloom of youth, strikingly beautiful, yet clad in rather peculiar attire. Perhaps I can glean some clues from her words. Chapter 4. The Infanticide from Pastor Liang. I learned that Zhou Xiaolong shared a remarkable rapport with an orphan named Mei Long at the orphanage, and each visit was solely to seek her out. At that moment, she appeared before us. Following the direction indicated by Pastor Liang, I beheld a girl of approximately 14 in the bloom of youth. Her lustrous black hair cascaded to her shoulders, her complexion fairer than frost, yet imbued with a rosy hue, and her eyes, a striking contrast of black and white, resembled the crystalline depths of a serene lake. So beautiful it was breathtaking. Such a stunning visage, when fully matured, would undoubtedly outshine all others. No wonder Zhou Xiaolong frequently sought her company. Were I born a decade later, I would surely volunteer here daily. However, despite her striking beauty, her attire was rather peculiar, reminiscent of Middle Eastern garments, a flowing robe that revealed only her head and hands, with the exception of her delicate feet clad in sandals. Yet, despite its ample size, the robe appeared impeccably tailored, as if crafted specifically for her. Additionally, she adorned her hair with an unusual wooden hairpin, which lent her an unconventional aesthetic. Could this be what is referred to as an alternative style? I have heard that contemporary youths have taken to such fashion, yet she seemed to master this distinctive style far beyond her peers. Pastor Liang waved to her as she approached us. Before she drew near, Jinjin quietly inquired of Pastor Liang, "Do Middle Easterners donate clothing to you?" Pastor Liang chuckled. "Not yet, but Mei Long fashioned her attire from donated garments. In truth, many of the clothes given by kind-hearted individuals do not fit well. The outfits worn by those little ones were all altered by her. Additionally, her hairpin, crafted by her own hands, reflects her remarkable capabilities at such a tender age." Jinjin expressed her astonishment at this revelation. Indeed, this child exhibits extraordinary competence. She is adept in many endeavors. Alas, she is a child of misfortune. May the Lord bless her. Pastor Liang sighed and made the sign of the cross upon his chest. As the saying goes, children of the impoverished mature early. Adverse circumstances inevitably compel individuals to learn to care for themselves and those around them, which is hardly a rarity. Nevertheless, why does Pastor Liang repeatedly lament the plight of Mei Long? If it is merely because she is an orphan, then all the children in the orphanage share that same status. Why single her out for such sorrow? Just as I pondered this question, Mei Long approached us, greeting Pastor Liang with polite warmth, followed by a sweet smile directed at us. Pastor Liang briefly introduced us before allowing Mei Long to attend to us while he resumed teaching the children to write. "Do you know him?" I inquired, offering Mei Long Zhou Xiaolong's student ID. Upon seeing it, her expression shifted to one of anxiety as she asked, "What has happened to Xiaolong? He hasn't been here for nearly 10 days. I'm terribly sorry. He has passed away. He has died. How could this be?" A look of shock crossed her face, and she instinctively took a step back. Tears welled in her eyes, rendering her utterly pitiable. "While we understand the depth of your sorrow, we hope you can comprehend that we must investigate the circumstances surrounding his demise and bring his assailant to justice." She nodded through her tears. "Is there anything I can do to assist? I wish to inquire whether he visited 9 days ago, that is to say, last Friday. In truth, my phrasing is somewhat flawed, as Sunday marks the beginning of the week, making last Friday merely 2 days prior. Nevertheless, many perceive Monday as the weekend amp, Appo's as commencement. Hence my expression. So long as the listener comprehends my intent, it suffices. Indeed, he did come. He nearly visits every day after school, yet since that day, he has not returned." As she spoke, she produced a handkerchief to wipe away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes. In this day and age, The habit of carrying a handkerchief has become exceedingly rare. Most individuals have grown accustomed to the convenience of tissues. Perhaps only orphans like her maintain such frugal practices. Could you elaborate on the events of that day? For instance, did he have any quarrels with anyone, or did he mention anything peculiar to you? He descended into the basement that day. Her countenance suddenly grew cold, as if recalling some dreadful memory, and she gradually recounted the circumstances from 9 days prior. The weather was rather inclement. As soon as Xiaolong arrived, it began to rain. We were teaching the children how to write when he abruptly inquired whether there was a basement in the church, having noticed a wooden door on the floor of the inner hall. I had heard Sister Yuan mention the basement. She recounted that prior to 1949, all the orphans received by the institution were initially placed in the basement, but that practice ceased thereafter, leaving the basement now unused. However, Sister Yuan disapproved of our excursions to the basement. Thus, neither I nor the others in the courtyard had ever ventured down there, leaving us unaware of its appearance. Xiaolong, seemingly intrigued by the basement, incessantly inquired whether there were any fascinating items below. I confided in him that I too yearned to explore, yet feared Sister Yuan's displeasure. So I dismissed his queries and went to assist in the kitchen instead. After preparing the meal, I intended to ask him if he wished to dine with us. But I could not locate him and speculated that he might have ventured into the basement. Consequently, I proceeded to search for him in the church's inner hall. Upon my arrival in the inner hall, I noticed the wooden door to the basement ajar, with Sister Yuan emerging alongside him. Sister Yuan admonished him for his mischief, stating that he ought not to wander into the basement, a place long neglected, where the air was stale and the floor treacherously slippery. Falling therein would not bode well. After Sister Yuan departed, I inquired if he had encountered anything intriguing in the basement. His countenance appeared rather troubled, and he spoke hesitantly, merely asserting that there was nothing of interest below. Nevertheless, I harbored a suspicion that he was not being truthful, and I pressed him with further questions. Just as the rain had ceased, he declared his intention to return home for dinner, shaking me off and fleeing. From Melon's account, it became evident that Zhou Xiaolong had indeed visited the basement prior to his disappearance, and perhaps there lay a clue to be discovered therein. Thus, I requested her assistance in locating Sister Yuan to guide us to the basement for an investigation. Sister Yuan harbors a distinct aversion to others venturing into the basement. However, Mei Long, displaying a look of concern, stealthily approached my side and whispered, "How about I lead you there? I am quite curious myself, but you mustn't inform Sister Yuan, for she would surely be displeased." Although Mei Long appeared more mature than her peers, she was, after all, still a young girl, filled with the same innocent curiosity that characterizes most adolescents when faced with the unknown. Since Sister Yuan was unwilling to escort us to the basement, it seemed permissible to allow this inquisitive young lady to guide us there. After agreeing to Mei Long and Appo's a suggestion, she took hold of my hand and Jinjin and Appo's, leading us toward the church. For many young women, the age of 14 may seem like a dreamlike phase. Her hand felt as slippery as tofu, providing an oddly comforting sensation, though I lamented that my mother had ushered me into the world a decade earlier. Having passed the hour of worship, Sister Yuan and Pastor Liang had gone off to tend to the children, leaving the church eerily deserted. In the inner sanctum, there lay a movable wooden door, approximately 120 centimeters long and 80 centimeters wide, its location not particularly conspicuous, yet easily noticeable upon a circuit of the hall. This wooden door, like the church itself, bore the weight of history, likely spanning over a century, yet it showed no signs of wear, seemingly crafted from fine timber. Grasping the iron ring on the door, I exerted considerable effort to lift the substantial plank. I imagined that Zhou Xiaolong must have found it equally taxing to open this portal. A sudden thought struck me. Should this door close, any cries for help from the basement would likely go unheard by those outside. No wonder Sister Yuan dislikes having people meander inside. Should any mishap occur, it would truly be a case of calling upon heaven and earth in vain. Upon opening the wooden door, I encountered a staircase that, though not particularly lengthy, was shrouded in darkness due to the angle of the light. Before me lay a stairway, its lower half engulfed in obscurity, rendering the state of the basement completely invisible. Jinjin inquired of Mei Long whether there were any lights in the basement, to which she shook her head, admitting her ignorance since she had never ventured inside. However, she recalled that the last time she saw Sister Yuan emerge from there, she was wielding a flashlight. Given that this church boasts a history spanning over 100 years, it would not be surprising if it lacked electric lighting by the standards of the time. I knew where a flashlight could be found and resolved to retrieve it immediately. Without waiting for our agreement, Mei Long dashed off. In truth, I possessed a lighter in my pocket that could suffice for the time being. After approximately 5 minutes with no sign of Mei Long's return, Jinjin grew somewhat impatient. Where on earth has she gone? Let us descend first. After all, Mei Long had never explored the basement. Her arrival might not prove beneficial. Thus, I extracted my windproof lighter, and with the faint glow of its blue flame, Jinjin and I stepped into the pitch-black basement. The basement proved to be far more spacious than I had anticipated, approximately 120 square meters. Yet the ceiling was rather low, hardly 2 meters high. I felt an incessant concern of striking my head, despite my height being just shy of 1 meter 80. The dim light from the lighter revealed a stark emptiness, with only the ancient stone brick walls surrounding us, adorned with sconces that, regrettably, held no candles. The air here is slightly murky, and a small amount of moss has begun to grow on the ground and walls. If one were to enter alone, a slip could lead to considerable trouble. After surveying the surroundings without any notable discoveries, I was about to leave when Jinjin suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the entrance of the corridor, "What is that?" I turned to follow her gaze and spotted a dark object swiftly moving towards us on the ground. It was pitch black, approximately 1 meter long and half a meter wide, flat against the surface. Due to the dim lighting, I could not discern its true nature. It resembled a piece of moving black fabric or perhaps a flattened black snake. In an instant, the enigmatic black entity approached us. Jinjin lifted her foot, attempting to stomp down on its head, but astonishingly, it managed to create a shoeprint-shaped void, allowing her foot to miss its target entirely. Its form appeared to morph at will. Before Jinjin could retract her foot, the entity began to wrap itself around her shoe. Startled by the phenomenon beneath her, Jinjin, a champion in martial arts, quickly regained her composure, twisting her foot to remove her shoe and leaping backward. As her shoe was freed, it was instantly enveloped by the peculiar substance, as if it were being swathed in a dark cloth. However, when the entity finally released its grip, the once high-quality leather sneaker was left riddled with holes, as though it had been submerged in a corrosive liquid. Jinjin and I exchanged glances, and from the astonishment reflected in each other and Oppo's eyes, we received a clear message. Escape. After the foreign object departed from our shoes, it advanced towards us, astonishingly capable of splitting into 3, effectively blocking our escape from 3 directions. With no option but to flee deeper inside, we found ourselves cornered against the wall, trapped. Just as it loomed ominously at our feet, a brilliant beam of light illuminated the entrance, causing me to instinctively shield my eyes, a reaction mirrored by Jinjin. Although my vision was momentarily obscured, my hearing remained intact, allowing me to catch Sister Yuan's voice. "Why didn't you inform me before rushing in?" As the blinding light shifted away from us, I beheld Sister Yuan, flashlight in hand, standing at the entrance, with Mei Long anxiously fidgeting with her clothing beside her. Seemingly aware of her misstep, a glance around confirmed that the dark entity had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed, leaving behind only a battered and torn sport shoe. The abrupt transformation left my mind reeling. Had it not been for this tattered shoe, I might have believed it was simply a nightmare. Yet this was undeniably reality, a tangible occurrence. I exchanged a glance with Jinjin, whose eyes mirrored my conviction that this was no dream. "Children, you should not be here," Sister Yuan beckoned us, signaling for us to follow her out of the basement. Jinjin hopped excitedly to retrieve her ruined sneaker, which was in such a state of disrepair that I was astonished she intended to wear it. I snatched the shoe from her, urging her to hop on 1 foot for now, promising that I would hand the shoe over to Yue Tong for examination shortly. She glared at me with indignation, and I responded with an enchanting smile. Ultimately, she relented, setting aside her delicate feet adorned in white socks, and left the basement with me, 1 foot elevated above the other. Upon exiting, I recounted the recent events to Sister Yuan, presenting her with my tattered sneakers. Her expression turned somber as she sighed deeply, tracing a cross over her chest. May the Lord deliver these poor souls. Amen. Sister Yuan, what is the story behind this basement? Is it haunted? Jinjin gazed apprehensively at the dark entrance, still shaken by the earlier occurrences. Sister Yuan hesitated before attempting to close the wooden door, prompting Jinjin and me to assist her. Once the door was securely shut, she finally spoke. The reason I discourage everyone from entering the basement is that many infant girls have perished within. What exactly happened? I inquired earnestly. Sister Yuan invited us to sit before she began to recount the mysterious events that transpired in that enigmatic underground chamber. The orphanage was established in the early 20th century by Pastor Smith, who initially received substantial funding from the church. Consequently, the orphans lived relatively well, often better than many impoverished families, leading them to entrust their unwanted female infants to the church. However, after Pastor Smith returned to the embrace of the Father and amidst the chaos of war, the orphanage struggled to maintain contact with the church, and funding gradually dwindled. Moreover, the ravages of war have compelled many impoverished families to abandon their helpless infant daughters at churches, thereby exacerbating the daily burdens. Although they are incapable of caring for such a multitude of orphans, the flow of abandoned girls remains unceasing. When an infant is handed over to the nuns by her parents, the nuns can explain that the institution lacks the means to care for their daughter. However, the majority choose to secretly leave their daughters at the church entrance, often leaving behind nothing but the father's surname. I am one such infant, abandoned at the church's threshold. I know not who my parents are, only that my father's surname is Yuan, hence the nuns named me Yuan Sichin. Due to the overwhelming number of orphans, the institution can only accept those infants with better physical health, and the method of selection involved leaving the infants naked in a cold basement for a day. During this day, they're deprived not only of food, but also of a single drop of water, and they lack even a warm garment. In such dire conditions, how many fragile newborns could possibly endure such a cruel trial? Those fortunate enough to survive will be nurtured by the institution, as I have been. This situation persisted until after 1949. What is the difference between this and murder? Allowing these infants to starve and freeze to death is no better than directly ending their lives. Upon hearing Sister Yuan's account, Zhenjin suddenly became agitated. May the Lord forgive our transgressions. Amen. Sister Yuan did not contest Zhenjin's rebuke. In truth, this was not her fault, for she too was one of the infants subjected to this harrowing ordeal. I conveyed this point to Zhenjin, helping her realize that she had misdirected her anger. Awkwardly, she offered an apology to Sister Yuan, and then posed a question: why are abandoned infants predominantly female? Sister Yuan sighed once more, explaining that even today, many still hold a preference for sons, a sentiment that was far more pronounced over half a century ago. Currently, the majority of the orphans in the institution are girls, with only a few boys who are often afflicted by certain defects. According to Sister Yuan, the basement had been used as a veritable slaughterhouse for female infants for a considerable period, and it is likely that the number of infants who perish there from starvation or exposure reaches into the hundreds, if not thousands. Thus, could it be that the entities that assailed us were the vengeful spirits of these abandoned girls? Did this also account for the mysterious demise of Zhou Xiaolong? Chapter 5. The corpse of formic acid in the basement. A mysterious black object suddenly appeared, leaving Zhenjin and Appo's genuine leather sneakers riddled with holes. However, as soon as Sister Yuan appeared, the object vanished without a trace. She subsequently informed me that countless newborn girls had perished within that very basement, leading me to suspect that the object might be the manifestation of the spirits of those infant souls. Perhaps this was the reason behind Zhou Xiaolong and Appo's demise. The following morning, I reported the progress of my investigation to my superior in his office. Before I could utter a word, he tossed a newspaper on my desk. The bold headline on the front page proclaimed, "Youth mysteriously disappears. 9 days later, transforms into bones." As I flipped through the pages, I marveled at the journalist's efficiency, jokingly suggesting that they might be worthy candidates for future recruitment. Why not dismiss all of you and let them handle the case instead? My superior shot me a glare, reminding me that this case had garnered significant public attention and I should refrain from exacerbating the situation. If it incites public panic, I won't escape unscathed. And neither will you. I was unconcerned about that. The department head would manage any bureaucratic issues. My greatest fear was the discovery of another skeleton in the days to come. It would be a true headache. Coincidences might suffice to explain an astonishing event, but when two, three, or even more similar cases arise, what was once deemed coincidence would inevitably be viewed as deceit. Thus, it is imperative to apprehend the perpetrator before they strike again. Well, to begin with, I currently lack any clear direction. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee my longevity. And lastly, I may very well become the next victim. I relayed the information I gathered yesterday to my superior. Firstly, Gibois claimed that a similar case occurred over 50 years ago, but due to the passage of time, it may be impossible to verify its authenticity. Secondly, Zhenjin and I were attacked by a dark foreign entity in the church and Appo's basement, narrowly escaping with our lives. Thirdly, Zhou Xiaolong had entered the basement alone prior to the incident. It remains uncertain whether he too was assaulted by this entity, but his demise is likely connected to it. Fourthly, Zhenjin and Appo's athletic shoe, which was left riddled with holes by the foreign entity, has been submitted to the technical team for analysis, which may reveal the nature of this mysterious substance. Fifthly, according to Sister Yuan, there exists a small hillside nearby the orphanage, overgrown with lavender. We should visit it shortly, as it may yield some discoveries. Just as I finished reporting to my superior, the phone rang. It was a call from Yuedong. The analysis results are in. We found traces of formic acid on the shoe, which is a highly corrosive liquid. The shoe was rapidly deteriorated due to the acid's corrosive properties. I inquired whether Zhou Xiaolong's remains and clothing also contained formic acid. The tests have been conducted, and there were none. His clothing certainly did not come into contact with the acid. Otherwise, it would have suffered similar damage as the shoe. However, the condition of his corpse remains uncertain. As it had rained heavily before, it is possible that the body was corroded by the formic acid before it became a skeleton, while the residual acid was washed away by the rain. Yutan's hypothesis not only elucidates the enigma surrounding the 9-day decomposition of the corpse, but also offers me a glimmer of insight. Perhaps I should delve into the realm of chemical products. According to the information at hand, 2 individuals associated with the deceased may have had contact with formic acid. His father, Zhou Yaoquan and Appo's, his ex-wife, Luo Shufan, and his half-brother, Zhou Junlong, who, along with their mother, operates a chemical store. As recounted by the deceased's uncle, Zhou Yaoquan divorced Luo Shufan over a decade ago, leaving young Zhou Junlong to live with his mother in impoverished circumstances. Subsequently, Zhou Yaoquan remarried and fathered Zhou Xiaolong, although their residences were in proximity. The two had not communicated for over 10 years. Even during the elder son and aunt, Appo's illness, Zhou Yaoquan refrained from making an appearance. Consequently, despite potentially encountering one another on the street, Zhou Xiaolong remains unaware of having a brother. The bitterness stemming from the animosity towards her ex-husband and the absence of paternal affection during childhood could serve as motives for an act of vengeance, thus implicating both mother and son as potential culprits. Together with Jinjin, I ventured to the chemical store run by Luo Shufan and her son. Before entering the shop, we sought information from nearby businesses regarding their current circumstances, which we summarized as follows. First, their lives were once fraught with hardship, but with the assistance of family and friends, they managed to establish this chemical store, leading to an improvement in their living conditions. Second, 18-year-old Zhou Junlong performed poorly in the recent college entrance examination and has since abandoned the thought of pursuing higher education. He now assists in the chemical store and sells its products online. 3. Luo Shufan often unconsciously reveals her disdain for Zhou Yaoquan, even stating that if her ex-husband were to pass away, she would never allow their son to attend the funeral. 4. Zhou Junlong typically possesses a gentle temperament and is quite courteous. However, upon the mention of his father's family, his demeanor becomes stern. 5. Zhou Junlong used to frequently volunteer at the orphanage, but in the past year, he has scarcely visited. Considering all this information, a multitude of thoughts emerges in my mind. According to Meilong, Zhou Xiaolong began to regularly assist at the orphanage a year ago, which indicates that prior to this, Zhou Junlong, who often frequented the orphanage, must have encountered this half-brother. If Zhou Junlong has reduced his visits to the orphanage in the past year to prepare for the college entrance examination, then his academic performance ought not to be lacking. Thus, I surmise that his absence from the orphanage stems from a desire to avoid contact with his brother. However, with the enchanting Mei Long present at the orphanage, it is unlikely that Zhou Junlong, being of similar age, remains unaffected. Perhaps his frequent visits to the orphanage were indeed motivated by a desire to interact with Mei Long, hinting at deeper complexities beneath the surface. Of course, this remains merely conjecture, and I require further evidence to ascertain the validity of my assumptions. As Jinjin and I stepped into this modest yet well-stocked chemical shop, a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s, promptly approached us to inquire about our needs. Jinjin contemplated revealing her police badge to establish her identity, but I gestured for her to remain silent and address the woman. "May I ask if you have formic acid? We have it available in both 10-kilogram and 25-kilogram packages. How much would you like to purchase?" She replied without any ulterior motives. At this moment, I presented my police identification. "Greetings, I'm Mu Xinyu, a detective from the Criminal Investigation Bureau. May I inquire if you are Luo Shufan?" Yes, I am Luo Shufan. "What brings you here?" She responded, her demeanor revealing considerable alarm. However, such trepidation cannot be construed as an admission of guilt. Indeed, most individuals confronted by law enforcement tend to exhibit signs of anxiety. It is only those petty delinquents who frequent the police station who would greet us with jest. "May I ask where you were on the evening 10 days prior? What were you doing? Were you accompanied by anyone?" I observed her movements intently as I spoke. "I should have been here, managing the store. We operate until 8 in the evening," she replied, her gaze unwavering. "And your son? Where is he during that time?" I pressed. She hesitated momentarily. "He was with me at the store." I fixed her with a stern look, and she immediately averted her eyes. I stated emphatically, "We have inquired with nearby establishments, and they all reported that your son typically assists only around noon and is sent home to prepare dinner, rarely coming in the evening. He usually doesn't come during the evening, but he did that day," she stammered, her words suggesting deceit. "It has been over a week since that incident." "How can you recall the details so vividly?" "He seldom comes at this hour, which makes that day particularly memorable for me." I took a few steps away, feigning interest in the chemical supplies within the store, casually inquiring about the prices of the merchandise. Once she seemed to relax slightly, I continued, "It was a Saturday. Business should have been decent, right?" She smiled in a flattering manner, replying, "We primarily cater to factories, so weekends are generally rather slow." I remarked, "Your son is quite peculiar. He doesn't come to assist during busy times, but appears when business is slow." She smiled sheepishly, explaining, "He runs an online store and needs to respond to customer inquiries. I can manage here on my own." I noted, "Your son must know you can handle it, which is why didn't T come to help, just like he didn't T show up last Friday." Her complexion suddenly paled as she realized she had misspoken. I continued, "On the evening of that Saturday, it doesn't matter whether your son was here. For what I truly wish to ascertain is his whereabouts the day prior, the day his brother, Xiaolong, went missing. If you intend to deceive me further, be wary. I might detain you for a fortnight before meticulously interrogating your son." She pleaded, "My son is well-behaved and obedient. He would never engage in wrongdoing, and he has no connection with that scoundrel father of his. That illegitimate matter has nothing to do with him. Please do not apprehend him." Though she implored me not to seize her son, her grip on my hand was fervent. I had not declared any intention to arrest him. I merely sought to inquire about certain matters. To elicit more information from her, I reassured her that we were only looking to ask her son about some events, not to apprehend him, as Zhou Junlong is expected to visit the shop shortly to allow his mother to return home and prepare dinner. We did not rush to find him. Instead, we first sought to understand the situation of a mother and son. This divorced mother, her eyes glistening with tears, recounted the hardships she faced after her separation from her ex-husband. When she divorced that scoundrel, Junlong was barely over 3 years old. As a single woman, juggling the responsibilities of caring for him while maintaining a job, her struggles were palpable. Furthermore, lacking any particular skills, despite her relentless efforts, life remained exceedingly arduous. While they endured such misery, her ex-husband indulged in his own pleasures, never once showing concern for them. He didn't even bother to check on Junlong when he fell ill, let alone provide any support. Fortunately, fate smiled upon them. After Junlong entered middle school, he frequently volunteered at a nearby orphanage. The director, Mr. Liu, was exceedingly kind. Upon learning of their plight, he assisted them in obtaining a business license for a chemical shop. With a loan from relatives, she was able to open the store. As the licensing for chemical shops is quite challenging, and there are few in the vicinity, the business began to thrive, and their lives gradually improved. They had hoped for a smooth journey ahead, but to their dismay, Junlong's college entrance examination results were rather disappointing. Nonetheless, it mattered little. With the shop's operation, they no longer needed to worry about making ends meet. This resilient mother shared many words with us, though most were merely expressions of her grievances and condemnations of her ex-husband. From her narrative, I gleaned 3 key insights. First, both she and her son are good people. Second, those associated with her ex-husband are all ill-intentioned. And third, the director of the orphanage is a truly benevolent and capable individual. The first 2 pieces of information are merely her subjective judgments, holding no significance for me, and the third seems equally unhelpful. I wasted an entire morning listening to her ramble. Just as my patience with her idle chatter was wearing thin, a teenager entered the store. "Mom, why don't you go home and cook? Let me handle the customers." "Good day. I am Detective Mu Xingyu. May I inquire if you are Zhou Junlong?" I presented my badge to the newcomer. "Yes. How may I assist you, Detective?" He was indeed quite polite, perhaps due to his frequent visits to the orphanage. "You are aware of your brother's unfortunate demise, I presume?" "I apologize, but my mother has only one son." He displayed a hint of displeasure, yet his tone remained relatively courteous. "Where were you on the evening 10 days ago?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I should have been at home, likely online, as I usually am at that time." "Is there anyone who can vouch for your presence at home?" "I run an online shop selling items from here. I was probably chatting with a buyer then. You may check my chat records at home." Though he did not exhibit signs of panic, it did not necessarily imply the veracity of his statement. That would only confirm that someone utilized your computer and account. It does not substantiate your presence at home. He pondered for a moment. "I typically ship items around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. I likely did so that day as well. The courier can attest to my being at home." I requested the courier's contact information and made a call for verification, receiving confirmation that a courier did indeed visit his residence that day to collect a package. Although the other party did not explicitly state that they were the one who sent the goods, a simple confirmation with the courier would suffice. Subsequently, I requested to review the records and receipts of goods entering and leaving the store. They were quite cooperative and did not obstruct me. Generally speaking, most purchasers of formic acid are factories, and buyers typically request invoices from the store, thus making it relatively easy to ascertain sales conditions. Upon examining the entry and exit records and comparing them with the inventory, I discovered that one 10-kilogram barrel of formic acid was missing. After thoroughly reviewing the records again and confirming that indeed one barrel was absent, I inquired, "Your store does not sell much formic acid. How could one barrel simply vanish without reason?" While it is not uncommon for discrepancies to occur with high-volume goods, such errors are generally rare with items sold in smaller quantities. Luo Shufan pondered for a moment before offering me a perfunctory explanation. "Sometimes it gets busy, and we often forget to keep track." Naturally, this explanation did not satisfy me, prompting a skeptical gaze in her direction, to which she responded with a nervous smile. Then, her son unexpectedly interjected, claiming that the missing barrel of formic acid had been sold online. That was implausible. Formic acid is a corrosive substance and cannot be shipped via courier. There exists no perfect lie, and a flimsy explanation often backfires. Seizing upon this inconsistency might yield further insights. I did not send it by courier. It was a face-to-face transaction," he stammered, his demeanor revealing a hint of panic. "Where was the transaction conducted? When? Who was the other party? What is the phone number?" To conceal one lie, one must weave additional falsehoods. However, the more lies there are, the greater the number of inconsistencies. Faced with my relentless inquiries, he was evidently at a loss. I firmly grasped his shoulders and, with a grave tone, stated, I shall ask you one last time. To whom did you sell that barrel of formic acid? Providing false testimony is a criminal offense. Based solely on this charge, I could detain you for 15 days. During the interrogation process, intimidation is often unavoidable. He had previously maintained his composure, but upon receiving my intimidation, he hastily replied, "Director Liu, I gave that barrel of formic acid to Director Liu." Chapter 6. The bones of infants. Upon reviewing the records of goods entering and exiting the chemical store and subsequently comparing them with the inventory, I discover a missing barrel of formic acid. Under my relentless interrogation, Zhou Junlong surprisingly revealed that he had given that barrel of formic acid to Director Liu of the orphanage. What would he possibly need formic acid for? Although its applications are indeed extensive, it is primarily utilized in industrial production and is unlikely to have any relevance in daily life. I find it utterly perplexing that the orphanage would have any use for formic acid. I don't know. He asked for it, so I gave it to him, Zhou Junlong replied, still somewhat flustered, as if haunted by my threats. The license for this chemical store was acquired with the assistance of Director Liu. If he requested formic acid, it was only natural for Zhou Junlong and his son to comply instantly. Alternatively, I could surmise that he required formic acid, which prompted him to facilitate the establishment of the chemical store and Oppo's S license. Regardless, it is imperative to investigate the background of Director Liu. After departing from the chemical store, we made a visit to the courier company, where we fortuitously encountered the courier who frequently collected parcels from Zhou Junlong's residence. Upon reviewing the delivery records, he confidently informed us that around 6 o'clock 10 days prior, Zhou Junlong was indeed at home. They conversed for approximately 10 minutes before the courier departed around 6:30. According to Meilong, Zhou Xiaolong left the orphanage before 6. Therefore, even if this brother had rushed to the orphanage immediately after the courier's departure, he would not have encountered his younger brother. This implies that he possesses an alibi. Both mother and son have corroborating evidence of their whereabouts, which diminishes the likelihood of their involvement as the culprits. However, exceptions are always possible, and one cannot entirely dismiss the potentiality of their culpability. Upon returning to the orphanage, we were unexpectedly greeted by Sister Yuan, who seemed to anticipate our arrival. She approached us and inquired whether we had had lunch, offering us the opportunity to dine there. Having already eaten prior to our visit, we graciously declined her kind offer and requested her assistance in meeting the director. Without any further questions, she led us to the director's office, informing us along the way that the director, named Lu Ruihua, was once a resident of the orphanage and had held the position for several years. I had initially envisioned this capable director Lu as a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. To my surprise, he appeared to be around my age, not exceeding 30, with a strikingly handsome countenance that exuded a sense of authority. However, his gaze possessed a depth seldom found in one of his years. After Sister Yuan introduced us, she exited the office, leaving Director Liu to kindly inquire how he might assist us. I directly posed my question. Zhou Junlong mentioned that you requested a barrel of formic acid from him. Is that true? Indeed. I did ask him for a barrel some time ago. I intended to pay him for it, but he refused, stating it was a donation to the orphanage. Director Liu replied with a calm demeanor, as if discussing an utterly commonplace matter. What do you need formic acid for? That is the crux of the matter. To clean the toilets. This response nearly caused me to tumble from my chair, yet the director displayed an expression of utter disbelief, as if formic acid were inherently meant for such a purpose. Upon witnessing my profound reaction to his answer, he smiled politely and remarked, "Surely, you do not suspect that I would employ such means for disposing of a corpse? Regarding the matter of Xiaolong, I have heard from Sister Yuan that if I were to dissolve a body, sulfuric acid would be a far more effective choice. Moreover, even with sulfuric acid, one would require a substantial vat to submerge the body for an extended period. That barrel of formic acid is genuinely intended for cleaning the restroom. If you doubt my word, I shall gladly take you to see it." With that, he rose to lead us to the restroom. In the orphanage, where girls outnumber boys, the male lavatory was scarcely large enough to accommodate a hand. Thus he guided us to the female restroom. Just outside the entrance, we fortuitously encountered Meilong emerging from within. He inquired if anyone else was inside, and upon learning that a few children were still attending to their needs, He decided to wait for their departure before ushering us in, with Mei Long curiously following suit. The female lavatory was surprisingly spacious, spanning nearly 100 square feet, and its floor was remarkably clean, with not a trace of filth upon the toilet bowls, as if it were newly constructed. However, judging by the architectural style, it likely shared the same century-old history as the church. Upon closer examination of the floor and the toilet bowls, they appeared to be crafted from some form of stone, though I could not identify the specific material. Despite the coloration being slightly dulled to a yellowish hue due to the passage of time, they retained a certain sheen, perhaps owing to frequent cleaning with formic acid. Mei Long, you come out this instant. Just as Junjun and I were inspecting our surroundings, we suddenly heard Director Lu's furious shout. I turned to see him gripping Mei Long's arm, only for her to shake off his grasp and retaliate with a sharp kick to his shin before swiftly fleeing the scene. This scene left me utterly perplexed. My impression of Mei Long was that of a sensible young girl, and my recent conversation with Director Lu had painted him as a refined gentleman. What could have transpired to incite such agitation in them? Furthermore, as an orphan within the institution, what emboldened Mei Long to confront the director so boldly? With these questions swirling in my mind, I inquired Director Lu regarding the incident. He offered a resigned smile, saying, Mei Long can be quite mischievous at times. You need not concern yourselves with her. I shall seek her out shortly. He paused and continued. You have all noticed the restroom. It is rather clean, is it not? The previous director instructed me that it must be cleaned with formic acid to achieve such cleanliness, which is why we have consistently employed this method. Though the notion of using formic acid for restroom sanitation seemed rather peculiar, Director Lu's demeanor showed no signs of inconsistency, compelling me to accept this absurd explanation. As we prepared to depart the orphanage, we spotted Mei Long standing alone by the roadside, seemingly lost in thought. Approaching her, I discovered she was furiously trampling the wild grass at her feet. I inquired about her situation. Are you leaving? She did not respond to my question. We heard there is a hillside nearby adorned with lavender. We wish to see it. I know where it is. It's quite close. Allow me to guide you there, she exclaimed, her mood lifting as she eagerly took our hands to lead the way. Yet, after only a few steps, a voice both gentle and stern resonated behind us. Mei Long, where do you think you're going? Upon turning back, I discovered Sister Yuan standing at the doorway, her expression slightly displeased. She mentioned that the director had just informed her that if I made another mistake, I would be confined. Immediately, Mei Long's countenance darkened, and with a stamp of her foot, she dashed back into the orphanage. We approached Sister Yuan to inquire about the situation, and she sighed before revealing a forgiving smile. It's nothing, just the whims of a child. You may continue with your tasks. May the Lord bless you. With that, she traced a cross over her chest and turned to leave. Once she had distanced herself, Jinjin posed a question to me. What exactly did Mei Long do to upset Director Lu and Sister Yuan? A thought suddenly struck me, and I countered her inquiry. What occupied your mind the most at her age? After a moment of contemplation, she proudly replied, I suppose my thoughts were predominantly consumed by training and competitions. I have always excelled in sports, frequently winning awards, and our home is overflowing with certificates and medals. I chuckled in disbelief. I truly wonder if you're even a girl. Oh dear. I was met with a playful kick. Rubbing my sore backside, I continued, What youth is devoid of sentiment? What maiden does not harbor dreams of romance? At Mei Long's age, her thoughts likely revolve around matters of the heart. Perhaps she was contemplating an escape to rendezvous with a suitor. If that is the case, it is understandable why Director Lu and Sister Yuan would be vexed. I pondered who her beau might be. The number of male peers she could encounter within the orphanage is rather limited, likely restricted to the Zhou brothers who frequently come to assist. With the younger brother now deceased, only the elder remains. Could it be that the two brothers resorted to fratricide over Mei Long? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Zhou Junlong harbored little affection for his half-brother. If the latter were to usurp his love, it would not be surprising for him to act with lethal intent. However, the pressing issue at hand is that he possesses an alibi. If Mei Long were an accomplice, then everything would fall into place. Jinjin was quite confident in her reasoning, seemingly eager to apprehend Mei Long immediately. I had to exert considerable effort to restrain her. Why would Mei Long wish to harm him? What girl would desire to eliminate her own suitor? Jinjin paused for a moment, contemplated, and replied, "If someone were to pester me daily, I might very well strangle him." That's because you are not a girl at all. Ouch! I was kicked again, this time sent sprawling. Although I found Zhou Junlong to be a prime suspect, the lack of evidence hindered our investigation. Thus, we ventured to the hillside near the orphanage, overgrown with lavender, in hopes of uncovering clues. On this delightful afternoon, the lavender-covered slope would have made for a perfect picnic if only we had brought along a backpack of snacks. Yet, our purpose for being there was far from leisure. Zhou Xiaolong's bicycle bore remnants of lavender, and this was the only area nearby where lavender thrived, leading us to deduce that he must have visited this spot prior to the incident. The hillside, not overly expansive yet not insignificant, yielded no remarkable discoveries after several laps. It was early September, and the lavender's blooming season was nearing its end, yet the flowers still presented their graceful blossoms. Inhaling the soothing fragrance of flowers, I could not help but close my eyes and take a few deep breaths amidst the hustle and bustle of my day. Walking with closed eyes among the blossoms was a delightful experience. However, this tranquility was short-lived, vanishing almost instantly. Suddenly, my foot found no ground beneath it, and a startled cry lodged in my throat as I plummeted into the unknown. My body slid through the darkness for what felt like an eternity before finally landing. I seemed to have struck something both hard and brittle, the sound of shattering resonating in the air, leading me to fear a fracture. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a most peculiar place. In the pitch-black surroundings, countless blue-green specks of light flickered, resembling a myriad of sinister eyes peering at me, nearly overwhelming me with terror. Steeling myself, I quietly reached into my pocket for a lighter. As the faint glow of the blue flame dispelled the darkness, I was once again struck with fear, nearly succumbing to panic, for what lay before me was a ground littered with bones. Taking several deep breaths to calm my nerves, I began to scrutinize the bone-strewn cavern. Above me, there was an opening. Due to the winding nature of the passage, no light penetrated from outside. However, the opening was not far from the ground, and the tunnel was narrow enough that escaping was not an insurmountable challenge. Knowing I would not be trapped in this chilling place eased my mind somewhat, allowing me to continue my careful examination of the surroundings. The cavern is rather expansive, perhaps slightly larger than 2 basketball courts, strewn with human skeletal remains, forming a thick layer beneath my feet. With each step I take, a chilling sound of cracking bones resonates, sending shivers down my spine. What is most peculiar is the size of the bones. They are notably diminutive, likely belonging to newborn infants. Judging by the height of the skeletal accumulation, there are undoubtedly no fewer than 2,000 infant remains here. Although my knowledge of forensic science is limited, the fragility of the bones suggests that these little ones have long since departed from this world. As I continued my examination, I astonishingly discovered a wooden hairpin amidst the pile of bones, exquisitely crafted, evoking a sense of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, I recalled that this hairpin bears a striking resemblance to one worn by Mei Long. At that moment, I heard Jinjin's calls from outside the cave. She had finally realized my absence. The cave had ceased to offer any intriguing sights, and to alleviate her worries, I decided to crawl back out. The passage was exceedingly narrow. While I hadn't felt much discomfort when I fell in, the effort to crawl out proved to be quite cumbersome. If only I were as petite as Meow Meow, the ascent would have been considerably easier. "How old are you?" Still behaving like a child, crawling into a cave to play. At long last, I emerged from that dismal place, only to be met with Jinjin's reprimand. I helplessly explained, firstly, I did not enter for amusement. Secondly, I did not crawl in but rather fell in by accident. Once outside, I took a moment to scrutinize the entrance of this bone-laden cave. The entrance is nestled within the lavender thicket, so discreet that it would be easy to overlook, otherwise I would not have tumbled in. "What did you uncover within?" I discovered this. I handed the hairpin to Jinjin and brushed off the dirt clinging to my clothes. "This hairpin is particularly unique, but what does it signify?" she inquired, perplexed. Mei Long's hairpin is quite similar. Did not Pastor Liang mention that hers was handcrafted? Could it be that she too had fallen in previously? We could simply ask her to find out. After dusting myself off, I reclaimed the hairpin from her, and we made our way back to the orphanage. At the orphanage, we did not find Mei Long, but we encountered Sister Yuan, who, upon seeing me looking like a beggar, asked with concern, "What happened? Did something unfortunate occur?" "It's nothing. I just fell into a pit." I informed her about the discovery of the infant bone cave. "May the Lord guide these fragile souls into heaven," she said, tracing a cross over her chest. "I believe what you have discovered is the dead baby cave." Chapter 7. The Director's Deception on the Hillside near the orphanage. A chilling discovery was made, a cave filled with the bones of infants. Within this eerie hollow, we stumbled upon a wooden hairpin, presumably belonging to Mei Long. Upon returning to the orphanage, we encountered Sister Yuan, who informed us that the hillside was known as the Dead Baby Cave. Intrigued, I inquired about the origin of this peculiar name, sensing that Sister Yuan must possess knowledge of the tale behind it. "It is a long story," she began, leading us to the lounge before gradually recounting a harrowing past. This event transpired prior to 1949, perhaps around 1946, when I was still quite young and just beginning to form memories. I have previously shared with you the unsettling tales of the basement, where numerous female infants met their untimely demise. Consequently, the orphanage frequently found itself in the grim position of dealing with the remains of these infants. Behind the orphanage lay a small clearing, where at that time, the bodies of the deceased infants were hastily interred in shallow graves. However, as the number of bodies increased, and with no markers to denote their resting places, it became common to unearth previously buried remains during the digging process. In such instances, the only recourse was to fill the pit and seek another location for burial. According to tradition, placing a body beneath another is considered a grave taboo. The act of placing a body beneath another, an ominous burial practice, entails positioning the deceased, or even the living, beneath the corpse of the primary interred, serving as a macabre foundation. It is said that the descendants of those placed beneath will be condemned to servitude for generations, forever deprived of fortune. In the Cantonese dialect, this phrase connotes the notion of accompanying burial and the idea that if one party suffers a loss, the other must share in the suffering, potentially incurring even greater losses. At that time, the task of burying the bodies fell to Sister Yang. Although she was still quite young, after digging 4 or 5 graves, she unearthed previously buried corpses and was utterly exhausted. As darkness fell and the need to prepare dinner arose, she temporarily placed the infant's body in an open area, intending to return the following day for burial. However, upon her return, she was horrified to discover that the infant who had passed the day before had transformed into a mere skeleton. This sight nearly drove her to madness, and she could no longer summon the courage to bury the infant remains. Subsequently, the responsibility was entrusted to others, yet the strange occurrences persisted. Whenever the infant's body was left unattended in the open space, even for a brief moment, it would return to find only a skeleton remaining. After several such incidents, no one dared to undertake the burial of the infant corpses any longer. The general consensus was that the numerous infants buried in that area had accumulated a vengeful spirit, having transformed into a supernatural entity that feasted upon the flesh of the deceased infants and might eventually not spare the living. Despite the fear surrounding the burial, the bodies of the infants still required disposal. During that turbulent time, it was common for infants to be abandoned at the church's doorstep, and many died in the basement each day, making the handling of these remains a significant dilemma. Eventually, the director learned from local villagers about a pit on a hillside adorned with lavender, which they referred to as the baby hole. The nomenclature arises from the belief among locals that children under the age of 3 cannot be considered fully human. If they tragically pass away, they cannot be interred in the same manner as adults. However, even if burial is not an option, it is unthinkable to discard the remains carelessly. Consequently, when a child under 3 succumbs, nearby villagers would deposit the body into a pit, which over time became known as the dead baby hole. Upon learning of this, the director of the orphanage discreetly instructed that infant remains be cast into the pit. During that period, it was almost a daily occurrence to handle 1 or 2 infant corpses, a grim situation that persisted for several years. A rough estimate suggests that there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 bodies within that pit. After recounting this harrowing chapter of the past, Sister Yuan displayed a visage of sorrow and traced a cross over her chest, uttering, "May the Lord forgive us our transgressions. Amen." Although the orphanage's actions may appear inhumane, it was during the tumultuous times of the anti-Japanese war and civil unrest when preserving one's own life was a daunting task. The institution simply lacked the capacity to care for so many female infants. Rather than allowing them to languish in hunger, it seemed more merciful to grant them an early release. Yet, it is conceivable that these unfortunate infants harbored a different sentiment. Having only just arrived in this world, they were forced to depart too soon, potentially fostering feelings of resentment. Thus, some speculate that they may transform into vengeful spirits. Before bidding farewell to Sister Yuan, she informed us that Mei Long had been confined by Director Liu, who was out on business, and that if we wished to see him, we would likely have to wait until tomorrow. As dusk fell and the urgency to find Mei Long dissipated, Zhenjin and I returned home. I had originally planned to return home early to rest, but to my surprise, Yue Tong called me. "Gorgeous Gueme, are you calling me at this hour to invite me to dinner?" I teased upon answering the call. "Dinner is of no consequence, but it must be on your tab. I suppose this qualifies as a date, doesn't it?" Alas, being exceptionally handsome is indeed a burden. I continued, "AMU. Do take a moment to admire your reflection in the mirror more often. I'm at the tech team. Hurry over. I have something to show you," she stated before abruptly hanging up. In truth, Yue Tong is a wonderful woman, but her heart is solely devoted to Xiaoxiang, who has been silent for quite some time. It is indeed a source of jealousy to have such a devoted girlfriend. However, there are many aspects of Xiaoxiang that provoke my envy. Though we were both heralded as the rising stars of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, I am acutely aware that he earned this honor through sheer merit, whereas I merely relied on luck. Perhaps the only thing I can take pride in before him is that stroke of fortune. Xiaoxiang's background is rather pitiable. His parents passed away early, leaving him to care for a sister with whom he shares no blood relation. Moreover, his sister, Jianhua, suffers from a congenital heart condition, which could claim her life at any moment. To care for his frail and ailing sister, he has endured countless hardships, yet he bears no complaints. Reflecting on this, I realize that it has been quite some time since I last visited Jianhua. Lost in thought, I arrived at the tech team, where Yue Tong was still working. Upon seeing me, she immediately ceased her tasks and drew the curtains. "What is it that you wish to show me that requires such secrecy?" I inquired, bemused by her actions. In this moment, I find myself in the presence of a solitary woman. Feigning panic, I glance around. Rest assured, someone of your caliber does not pique my interest. As she spoke, she approached the door, shutting it firmly behind her. One hand rested on the light switch, while the other gestured towards the garments laid out on the workbench. "Do you remember these clothes?" Indeed, they are the very garments worn by Zhou Xiaolong at the time of his demise. I examined the neatly spread attire, failing to detect anything amiss. With a swift motion, Yue Tong flicked the switch, and the room was instantly engulfed in darkness. As my eyes gradually adjusted, a bluish-green glow materialized before me, emanating from the clothes on the workbench. Suddenly, Yue Tong emitted a startled cry, startling me profoundly. Inquiring about her distress, she pointed to my body and asked, "Where have you been just now?" I lowered my gaze to my attire, only to discover that my clothing also radiated the same eerie bluish-green luminescence. It appeared that, like Zhou Xiaolong, I too had once fallen into the pit of death. I shared the details of my discovery of the pit with Yue Tong. Indeed, remnants of lavender were found on his bicycle, and his clothing bore traces of phosphorus. It seemed he must have visited that place before his untimely end. She affirmed my conjecture, but then posed a question. What could he have been doing there? He had left the orphanage just as dusk was approaching. How could he possibly venture alone into such a terrifying chasm? Perhaps Mei Long holds the answer. Mei Long's hairpin was discovered in the pit, indicating that she too had likely been there. After a prolonged discussion with Yue Tong that yielded little clarity, my stomach began to serenade the march of the volunteers. Thus, we sought a place to appease our appetites. Yue Tong led me to an opulently decorated 5-star hotel, evidently intent on treating me to a lavish meal. Oh, the irony of my debts to her. With a sly smile, she began selecting dishes while I clutched my wallet, perspiring with anxiety. Surely, there was no need for such extravagance. She dismissed anything remotely affordable, exhibiting a discerning palate that demanded sashimi from 9-section prawns and OX sauce for the vegetables. As I partook in this wallet-draining dinner, my inadvertently caught a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Director Liu, accompanied by 4 affluent gentlemen clad in designer attire. They had just entered when a minister promptly approached to greet them, indicating their status as regular patrons. The leading gentleman, a cigar in hand, boisterously instructed the minister, arrange for us a spacious room, and ensure it is quiet. The minister, all deference and servility, nodded and led the way. "What are you staring at? Have you spotted someone you know?" Yue Tong inquired as she noticed my sudden stillness. Leaning closer to her ear, I whispered, "I've seen the director of the orphanage." She glanced toward Director Liu and his companions, responding softly. They seemed to be quite wealthy. Indeed, it was true. One would not become a frequent visitor to such an establishment without considerable means. While my income could be considered above average, the thought of personally footing the bill for a meal here was quite disheartening. How could there be a connection between the affluent tycoons and the financially strained director of an orphanage? There may be profound insights within this matter. Perhaps following them will yield discoveries. I conveyed this thought to Yue Tong, asking her to wait for me as I sought to uncover any revelations. However, no sooner had I risen than she grasped my arm, expressing her concern with the warm sentiment, "Be careful." Alas, this was but half of her statement. As the latter half revealed, "I will wait for you to return to settle the bill." Stealthily trailing behind Director Liu and his entourage, I observed the minister guiding them into a room marked with the words White House. Once the minister departed, I intended to eavesdrop on their conversation. But the room seemed purpose-built for clandestine discussions, exhibiting an astonishing soundproof quality. Even pressing my ear against the door yielded naught. "Sir, what are you doing?" A waitress materialized from nowhere, gently tapping my shoulder, startling me to the point of nearly crying out in panic. I gazed at her in silence, merely producing my police badge to indicate that she need not concern herself with my presence. Yet, she showed no inclination to depart, instead smiling politely at me, as if to say she would remain as long as I did. Choosing not to engage in a conflict with a lady, I acquiesced to her presence and decided to leave. Upon my swift return, Yue Tong regarded me with curiosity, asking, "Did you find anything?" I confessed that I had discovered nothing, only to be discovered by the waitress. "You are rather inept, getting chased away by a waitress," she remarked, her eyes casting a disdainful glance in my direction. Even had I remained, it would have been futile, for I could not hear anything from within. If only Xueqing were here, stealth and eavesdropping were beyond my capabilities. Since I could not glean any information from Director Liu, I had no choice but to continue enjoying this sumptuous dinner. After all, I was obliged to pay, so I might as well indulge. After the meal, I retrieved all the bills from my wallet in preparation for settling the bill, only to be pleasantly surprised by the waiter. Someone had already taken care of it. While it is indeed fortunate that someone covered my expenses, if their motive was ulterior, then it certainly would not bode well. Thus I felt compelled to ascertain the identity of this benefactor. The answer I received was within my expectations. It was one of the 4 gentlemen from the White House who had accompanied Director Liu. I was unfamiliar with those 4 gentlemen, and they had no reason to curry favor with a mere subordinate like myself. Hence it was evident that Director Liu was the one who had truly settled my bill. Now that Director Liu was aware of my presence, there was no need for further stealth. I instructed Yue Tong to leave by herself, and then strode confidently to the door of the White House, knocking before entering. "Director Liu, your friend is exceedingly gracious," I remarked as I stepped inside, feigning familiarity. He seemed to anticipate my arrival, showing no surprise at all. After gesturing for me to take a seat, he said, "As soon as I entered, I spotted you, but since you were with your girlfriend, I refrained from interrupting." The table where Yue Tong and I had dined was positioned in a discreet corner of the hall, making it difficult to notice us even if someone were searching. Moreover, from the moment he entered, I had been watching him closely. He had not cast a glance in our direction at all. The reason he knows I am here must be that the waitress outside just informed him. Since he has no intention of revealing my desire to eavesdrop on their conversation, I might as well feign ignorance and awkwardly smile, saying, "The lady you saw earlier is my colleague. We just finished our work, so we decided to dine together. With a little effort, she could become my girlfriend." He gently patted my shoulder in encouragement and continued, "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chun, and this is Mr. Lee." After introducing all the distinguished guests, Dean Liu frequently raised his glass to me. Although my tolerance for alcohol is moderate, the warm hospitality was difficult to decline, and I found myself consuming drink after drink. The Bordeaux of 1999, though a rare vintage, could quickly overwhelm one, tasting no better than murky water when consumed in excess. Eventually, I succumbed to inebriation, and through the haze, I seemed to hear Mr. Lee's voice. "How do you intend to deal with him? He seems to harbor suspicions about you." "Rest assured, I will handle it," replied Dean Liu. I realized I may have been too careless. Chapter 8. Caught in the trap. Red wine possesses a unique characteristic. It does not intoxicate upon consumption, yet its aftereffects are remarkably potent. It was only after indulging in 3 glasses of fine Bordeaux with Dean Liu and others that I became acutely aware of this fact. But alas, it was far too late. A sudden heaviness enveloped my head, an overwhelming desire for slumber overtook me, and as I reclined, I found myself devoid of the strength to rise again. In a haze, I seemed to hear Bosley inquiring how Dean Liu intended to handle my predicament, after which consciousness slipped away. Since my assignment to the enigmatic group, opportunities for a restful slumber had become a rare luxury. In my dreams, I sensed a presence beside me, gently assisting in the loosening of my garments. Upon opening my eyes, I was taken aback to find the enchanting Yutong, her bare form facing me with a captivating smile, the scent of her feminine perfume enveloping me in a delightful haze. Her features blurred, at times reminiscent of Zhen Zhen, at others resembling Xueqing. I was aware that I was dreaming, yet the vividness of this dream was so compelling that I wished to remain in it forever. However, an abrupt chill jolted me back to reality. What on earth? Who splashed me with cold water? As I opened my eyes, I discovered myself in an unfamiliar room, several pairs of eyes fixated upon me. "Get up. Put on your clothes." The authoritative voice thundered in my ears, nearly causing me to faint once more. It was at that moment I realized my situation was far from favorable. I lay on the bed of a hotel room, half covered by a damp blanket, the coldness beneath it revealing my bare body. Beside the bed stood several men clad in anti-vice uniforms, and a strikingly attractive woman was in the process of dressing. I stood there, completely stunned, bewildered by the unfolding events. Just moments ago, I had been sharing drinks with Dean Liu and his companions. It dawned on me that Dean Liu had orchestrated a comprehensive arrangement for me, perhaps even discreetly alerting the anti-vice squad. Why the delay? Move swiftly. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man in his 30s, likely the leader of this group. A closer inspection of his features ignited a sense of familiarity within me. Though my head throbbed painfully, my mind remained relatively clear in this dire situation. I recalled that his name was Guo Jiwei, a former subordinate of my superior, with whom I had crossed paths on 2 occasions. With a familiar face present, the situation was not entirely dire, so I called out to him softly, "Guatim." He then scrutinized me intently and, after a brief moment, instructed his subordinates to escort the women away. Once the room was emptied, he leaned in and whispered, "You haven't been set up, have you?" I was perplexed as to why the higher-ups would send us on a surprise inspection at such a high-end hotel without prior notice. "Fortunately, you recognized me. Otherwise, I would have been in deep trouble." I offered a wry smile. For a policeman, both excessive drinking and soliciting are grave transgressions. If I were apprehended now, my superior might manage to keep me from losing my position, yet a transfer would be nearly inevitable. Quickly, get dressed and look for an opportunity to slip away. With that, he turned and exited the room. "Do let me treat you to a meal sometime," I called after him while lifting the covers to dress. Given the relative safety of my current predicament, I felt no urgency to leave. I took a moment to wash up and, after donning my attire, I leisurely enjoyed a cigarette. At this moment, the cacophony from outside had dissipated. I cautiously opened a crack in the door to glance outside, confirming that the anti-vice squad had departed, and then I strutted out of the hotel with an air of confidence. The following morning, upon entering the boss's office, he leered at me with ulterior motives, suggesting, "Shall I have your sister-in-law introduce you to a potential partner? Alas, your sources of information are rather astute." I displayed a countenance reminiscent of a bitter melon as I recounted the machinations orchestrated by Director Liu. "If it weren't for Agua, you would have been in quite the predicament. Even if I managed to save you, it is likely you would have felt too ashamed to remain in the peculiar case group." The boss wore a smirk as if he had seized upon my vulnerability, leaving an uncomfortable sensation in my chest. Continuing this line of conversation would only deepen my embarrassment, so I swiftly changed the subject to those few businessmen. The orphanage director was no different from a beggar, yet their demeanor towards Director Liu yesterday was remarkably amicable, suggesting a semblance of partnership in their dealings. Moreover, Director Liu's audacity to plot against me indicates a sense of insecurity. A thorough investigation into his background may yield fruitful revelations. Do you suspect that Director Liu is engaged in human trafficking with those businessmen? The depths of the boss's gaze suggested that his implication extended beyond mere human trafficking. Do you think they are involved in the trade of sex slaves? The orphanage has not received government funding, yet it manages to sustain itself, casting doubt upon its financial sources. The orphanage lacks many things, but certainly not female residents. If these parentless little girls are raised until they reach the age of 10 and then sold for profit, they could transform from a burden into an inexhaustible source of wealth. Suddenly, I recalled Mei Long. Her disrespect towards Director Liu. Could it stem from her awareness of the tragic fate that awaits her? You should conduct a thorough investigation into Director Liu and the financial sources of the orphanage, as well as the allocation of work. Make your own decision. After the eldest had finished his instructions, he gestured for me to get to work. I instructed Xueqing and Miao Miao to monitor Director Liu, while Wei Gu was tasked with searching online for all information related to the orphanage. Jinjin accompanied me to investigate the backgrounds of the 4 bosses from the previous night. Upon returning to the hotel that had nearly caused my old cat to lose its whiskers, I employed every means of coercion and persuasion to extract the identity of Boss Li from the minister. Boss Li's full name is Li Hongye, the chairman of a multinational corporation known for his low profile and rare public appearances. 3 months prior, he hosted a grand wedding banquet for his grandson at this hotel, which included hundreds of tables, many of which were occupied by his company employees. Thus, the minister realized the significance of his status. A wedding banquet for his grandson? Is it for his grandson or his son? Although I had only met him once, I surely wouldn't forget the age of the other party. The 4 men, around their 40s or 50s, were likely new grandfathers. How could they possibly host a banquet to please a granddaughter-in-law? Indeed, it was for his grandson's wedding, and his children were also present. In fact, I was taken aback at the time. He and his children appeared to be siblings. The minister's expression was intricate, as he evidently found the matters he discussed quite absurd. I called Wei Gu, requesting him to promptly search for information regarding Boss Li online. He soon returned my call, exclaiming that this mercenary appeared excessively fearful. The information available about him online was exceedingly scarce. Only a brief introduction could be found on his company's webpage, devoid of even a single photograph. He had not attended any public events hosted by his company, and the sole news report concerning him was about a journalist who had clandestinely captured his image, only for Boss Li to have the security confiscate the journalist's camera. However, he later compensated the journalist handsomely and issued an apology, claiming that he feared the publication of the photograph might attract kidnappers. It seems that these affluent individuals are indeed cowards at heart. Do you know his exact age? This is a matter of particular interest to me. His precise age remains unclear, as the introduction did not specify his birth date. It did mention that he built his fortune in the grain and oil business during the early liberation period. Even if he were merely in his early teens at that time, he would surely be at least in his 70s or 80s now. Suddenly, I felt a wave of dizziness. Boss Li is in his 70s or 80s, yet he appeared only to be in his 40s or 50s last night. Moreover, he could drink as heartily as I, a youthful individual, if he were indeed an elderly man. It would be remarkable if he did not suffer a stroke from such indulgence. Was it possible that I had seen a ghost last night? Continuing to ponder Boss Li's age seemed futile, so I inquired whether Wei Ge could investigate the financial sources of the orphanage. Apart from Mr. Li's company, there are 3 other publicly listed companies headquartered locally that have made substantial donations to orphanages, with the largest contributing an impressive $500,000 annually and the smallest still offering a commendable $300,000. Strangely, it is customary for publicly traded companies to announce their philanthropic endeavors with great fanfare. However, these 4 companies have remained utterly silent. I only discovered their financial contributions to the orphanage through their financial statements on their corporate websites. Were they not publicly listed, their donations would likely have gone unnoticed. Wei's tone reflected his profound confusion regarding this matter. He also informed me of the names of the other 3 company executives, whose surnames coincidentally matched those of the 3 bosses from the previous day, suggesting a connection. Donating to orphanages is indeed a noble act. While it is not unusual for individuals to contribute anonymously, it is almost inconceivable for a corporation to do so. The primary motivation for businesses engaging in charitable acts is to enhance their public image in order to generate greater profits. For instance, a beverage company once donated a staggering $100 million for disaster relief, instantly boosting its reputation and resulting in a prolonged surge in demand for its products. If they were to quietly engage in charitable acts, it would be more prudent to distribute the funds as dividends to shareholders who have invested in the company. Is it possible that these 4 companies are secretly involved in nefarious dealings with the orphanage, such as human trafficking? Rather than indulging in unfounded speculation, it would be far more prudent to gather additional evidence. Thus, Jinjin and I promptly made our way to Mr. Li's company headquarters, hoping to extract valuable clues from him. Apologies, but Mr. Li is currently in a meeting. Please bear with us for a moment. Half an hour ago, Mr. Li's stunningly beautiful secretary conveyed this message to us. Another half hour later, she reiterated that Mr. Li was still occupied in his meeting. After waiting an additional hour, she again informed us that Mr. Li remained in conference. It appears that we shall not be granted an audience with Mr. Li today. A man of his considerable wealth and influence would only be accessible if we possessed compromising evidence against him or if he were the very suspect we sought, in which case we could escort him to the police station for a thorough interrogation. However, merely requesting his cooperation in an investigation is far from a straightforward endeavor. If he chooses to evade us, there is little we can do to compel his presence. Given that our hopes of meeting Mr. Li have been dashed, it seems futile to linger any longer. Yet, just as we reached the threshold, the secretary unexpectedly approached us, accompanied by 2 security guards. With a polite, yet apprehensive demeanor, she addressed Jinjin. "Miss Li, I have just realized that my phone is missing. May I inquire if you have seen it?" At this, Jinjin became incensed, her voice rising as she exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I stole your belongings?" The secretary, maintaining her composure, responded, "That is not my intention. However, you were the only person moving about near me earlier. If you would not mind, may I conduct a search?" Despite the secretary's courteous tone, such an egregious request could not possibly elicit a favorable response from the fiery Jinjin. With a fierce expression, Jinjin rolled up her sleeves, seemingly preparing for confrontation. The secretary took a timid step back, while the 2 security guards positioned themselves protectively between her and Jinjin. In a slightly trembling voice, she stated, "If you refuse to allow me to search, I shall have no choice but to call the authorities. Are we not the police ourselves? Why report it?" Jinjin's furious outburst caused the 2 security guards to instinctively step back. I grasped Jinjin's arm and whispered in her ear, "It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. You haven't stolen her phone, and letting her search you 1T cost you anything. However, if she calls the police, it will at least waste half of our day." Though Jinjin understood my reasoning, grasping it was one thing. Acting upon it was quite another. She gritted her teeth, engaged in a fierce internal struggle, and ultimately, with a sharp stomp on my foot, she consented to let the secretary search her. The secretary mentioned that it was inconvenient to conduct the search here and invited her to step inside. Due to the distinction between genders, I refrained from following them and instead remained behind to wait. After a brief moment, a question suddenly flickered in my mind. Why was the secretary only suspicious of Jinjin? I had also been moving around her just moments ago. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the answer swiftly materialized. "Are you Mr. Mushinyu?" A strikingly beautiful woman resembling a secretary appeared before me. After I nodded in affirmation, she said, "This way, please," and without waiting for my response, she led me away, neither revealing our destination nor whom I was to meet. Although she did not specify whom I was to encounter, this was Mr. Lee's domain, and apart from him, I could scarcely fathom whom else I might meet. Sure enough, when the secretary escorted me to a luxurious BMW van and opened the door for me, I found Mr. Lee seated comfortably in the back. He greeted me with a warm smile and waved, saying, "Xiao Mu, come on in and let's have a chat." What secrets could he not boldly declare, necessitating his secretary to ensnare Zhenjin and engage with me privately? Undoubtedly, it pertains to matters shrouded in darkness. Perhaps I could glean some insights from it. As I entered the vehicle and closed the door, an unsettling thought flickered through my mind. Could he be contemplating selling me out? A man of his wealth and influence would hardly need to dirty his hands to dispose of someone as insignificant as I. Yet, he already has a questionable history from the previous night. Chapter 9. The Elixir of Immortality. After waiting for 2 hours outside Boss Lee's office, he still remained elusive. Just as we were about to depart, his secretary ensnared Jinjin, while another secretary gestured for me to board his luxurious vehicle for a conversation. Given that they intended to dismiss Zhenjin and engage solely with me, it was evident that the discussion would not revolve around innocuous matters. Perhaps it might even pose a threat to my safety. As I entered the vehicle, Boss Lee instructed the driver to commence our journey, ensuring that only the driver would overhear our dialogue. Naturally, the driver was in his employ, so there was little concern that he would betray any confidences. "How was the service from that lady last night?" "It must have been satisfactory, despite the hefty price of 5,000 yuan per night." "Undoubtedly worth it," Boss Lee remarked, his friendly smile devoid of mockery. Moreover, the anti-vice squad had a cameo appearance, lacking any real vigor. He feigned insanity, and I reciprocated with a beaming smile, albeit one far more insincere than his. "It appears you are somewhat dissatisfied with our arrangements," he continued, producing a thick envelope and handing it to me. "Here, consider this a means to alleviate your shock. Let us pretend that last night's events never transpired." I accepted the envelope, feeling its weight, and upon opening it, discovered 3 bundles of 100 yuan notes. I chuckled and returned the envelope, saying, "Boss Lee, you wouldn't be attempting another jest, would you? The previous one was already quite extravagant. If I were to accept these 30,000 yuan, I fear the moment I disembark, the prosecutor's associates would be upon me." "A gentleman does not dwell on past grievances," he continued. "Last night's jest was indeed excessive. Let us attribute it to the intoxication of our revelry." He once again thrust the envelope into my hand. "A gentleman may not dwell on past grievances, yet those who contribute nothing are equally unworthy of reward." I returned the envelope to him, suggesting it could serve as a token of our meeting. He persistently pressed the envelope back into my possession. The back and forth was becoming rather tedious, so I remarked, "Since Mr. Lee holds me in such esteem, I shall graciously accept." However, I added, "I do not indulge in vices such as gambling or solicitation, and I rarely spend much money. Thus, this sum would serve me little purpose. It would be far better for your driver to assist me in delivering this money to the orphanage, where I believe it would be of greater benefit." I handed the envelope to the driver, who, upon receiving Mr. Lee's nod of approval through the rearview mirror, accepted it. I have encountered many who are greedy for wealth, yet this is the first time I have met someone so disinterested in it. My admiration for you grows. Mr. Lee's smile was genuinely warm, but one could not discern whether his intentions were sincere or feigned, much like his age, which was indiscernible at first glance, despite his being in his 70s or 80s. Our paths diverge, our philosophies differ, and continuing this conversation seems futile. We share a common path. At least you have no grounds to apprehend me." His smile remained effortlessly genuine. I retorted coldly, "Is human trafficking, or even the trade of sexual slaves, lawful? Perhaps that is my justification for arresting you." He paused for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Young brother, you are quite amusing. Allow me to be candid. During my youth, I did indeed rise through some less than honorable means, but I have long since transitioned to legitimate business. Given my current financial standing, even if I were to cease all business dealings, it would take several generations for me to exhaust my resources. Do you truly believe I need to resort to such illicit activities for profit? What is your relationship with Mr. Chun and Dean Liu? He is merely the director of an orphanage, whereas you are billionaires. Would you truly regard him with any significance? Do not tell me you possess compassionate hearts seeking to aid the children of the orphanage. Even if that were the case, there would be no need to curry favor with him. Surely, there exist some unsavory transactions between you, I declared earnestly. He retracted his smile and responded to my inquiry with gravity. Indeed, my associates and I have certain dealings with Dean Liu, but they are not of a nature you presume, such as human trafficking or sexual slavery. There are far more legitimate avenues for us to generate income. And when it comes to women, there is no shortage of young beauties who willingly seek our attention. Our transactions may be perceived as immoral in the eyes of society, yet they are not necessarily illegal. If we were truly as heinous as you suggest, do you think you would still have the opportunity to speak with me? Last night, in your inebriated state, we could have simply placed a damp tissue on your face, and you would have never awakened. Upon hearing his words, I found myself lost in contemplation. The reality was as he described. Last night, they indeed had ample opportunity to deal with me, and it would have taken merely a damp tissue to suffocate me. An autopsy report would likely attribute my demise to acute alcohol poisoning, absolving them of any responsibility. At that moment, my phone suddenly rang. It was Junjin calling, indicating she had managed to placate the secretary. Bosley signaled the driver to stop, and as I alighted from the vehicle, he flashed a warm smile, assuring me that he would donate money to the orphanage in my name. Once the car had departed, I stood on the roadside, lost in thought, until Junjin called me again, snapping me back to reality. I realized I was not far from Bosley's company, so I decided to walk over and meet her. She chatted animatedly in my ear, but I heard not a word. My mind was consumed by Bosley's remarks. What exactly was this transaction? Immoral yet seemingly legal. What could Dean Liu possibly offer to these prominent businessmen, given Boss Lee's evident concern, even going so far as to extend goodwill towards me? This ethically dubious transaction, while not criminal, would surely cease to exist if exposed, resulting in significant repercussions for him. Yet, with his vast resources, there is hardly anything unattainable, save for the moon itself. If he cannot acquire it, how could Dean Liu possess it? More importantly, what connection does this transaction have to the death of Zhou Xiaolong? Why would Dean Liu conspire against me? The questions multiplied, and my thoughts became increasingly tangled. If only Xiao Xiang were here, he could meticulously analyze every detail and unveil the crux of the matter. Although he was not by my side, I refused to flounder aimlessly like a headless fly. The key to all these inquiries lay with Dean Liu. As long as I kept a close watch on him, I was confident that the truth would ultimately emerge. I called Xi Weqing to inquire about Dean Liu's situation. She mentioned that Director Liu spends his days at the orphanage attending to internal affairs, and there are no unusual behaviors to report. What stands out most is his notably poor relationship with one particular orphan, with whom he frequently quarrels. At times, the child even resorts to physical aggression. Yet he never retaliates. I inquired about the physical characteristics of this orphan, and she instructed Meow Meow to send me a multimedia message with a photo attached. The image was taken covertly from a considerable distance, rendering it somewhat unclear, but I could easily identify the figure as Mei Long, due to her distinctly unique attire. Bosley asserted that there was no necessity for them to profit from human trafficking or sexual slavery, if that were indeed the case. My prior conjectures regarding the animosity between Director Liu and Mei Long would be rendered void. Thus, I pondered why their relationship was so fraught with hostility. Logically, the director should command the utmost authority within the orphanage, yet Mei Long seems to harbor a modicum of respect for Sister Yuan and others, while exhibiting no fear towards Director Liu, even daring to strike him. Strangely, he does not retaliate. This situation evokes a well-known adage: the servant surpasses the mistress, suggesting that a maid may wield more influence than the lady she serves, who must then cater to the whims of her maid. How could this little girl, Mei Long, possess more power than Director Liu? When faced with a perplexing issue devoid of clarity, the optimal approach is often to refrain from overthinking it. Given that there has been no activity from Director Liu for the time being, I resolved to seek information from the other 3 benefactors who had made donations to the orphans. Just then, Wei Ge called. "I've stumbled upon something intriguing." "What is it?" "Speak quickly," I replied. He always seeks to claim credit, and I had little patience for his superfluous chatter. I have perused countless news websites, yet it took him an eternity to arrive at the crux of the matter. Over a decade ago, Mr. Chen was diagnosed with lung cancer, and he is known for his remarkable discretion, rarely making public appearances. Consequently, there have been rampant speculations online regarding his demise. His company has since issued clarifications, asserting that his health is robust and denouncing the rumors as unfounded, further emphasizing that it is a scheme orchestrated by rivals. Despite the company's repeated reassurances, Mr. Chen has remained elusive, instigating a panic among shareholders who hastily divested from his company's stock, resulting in consecutive days of plummeting prices. Subsequently, a renowned stock analyst remarked on the company's sound operations and stable performance, suggesting that even if the chairman had indeed passed, a successor would have been appointed long before, thereby enticing investors to seize the opportunity amidst the crisis. Do you know his precise age? Like Mr. Li, I too am intrigued by Mr. Chen's true age. It remains uncertain, as all reports and profiles regarding him fail to specify his exact age. However, his company has been in existence for over 40 years, and as its founder, he must be in his 60s or 70s, if not exceeding 80. Otherwise, shareholders would not place such credence in the rumors of his death. Another elderly gentleman, in his 70s or 80s, who has battled lung cancer for over a decade. If he were around 60 when diagnosed, it would be improbable for him to endure the arduous treatment process. Yet, last night, he was the most fervent in toasting. If he were indeed a frail, ailing elder, then I must surely be among the departed. While I was lost in contemplation, Wei Ge delivered astonishing news. His company had been donating to orphanages for over a decade, presumably shortly after he was diagnosed with lung cancer. This revelation jolted me from my reverie. Could it be that Boss Chun and his associates were purchasing miraculous elixirs from Dean Liu, capable of curing all ailments and even granting immortality? Indeed, for these 4 affluent individuals, the pursuit of eternal life eclipsed all else. A mere annual donation of hundreds of thousands or even millions seemed trivial in comparison. Yet, does such a potion truly exist? Perhaps I could unearth the answer from Boss Chun, provided he was amenable to a meeting. Boss Chun, whose full name is Chun Jianda, operates an export trading business, and his company surpasses that of Boss Li in scale. Accompanied by Jinjin, I arrived at his company and waited briefly outside his office. His secretary soon informed me that he was willing to meet, but only wished to see me alone. His approach was forthright. He expressed his desire for a private audience without the subterfuge exhibited by Boss Li. I advised Jinjin to remain composed and not to wander off, as I did not wish to undergo a search. Though she was somewhat impulsive, she grasped my intent. Boss Chen's office was quite expansive, at least 600 square meters, equipped with an assortment of tea sets and a small bar, even featuring an automatic mahjong table, resembling more of a recreational lounge than a workspace. This suggested he was a connoisseur of life's pleasures. He beckoned me from behind a desk that was larger than my dining table, and as I settled into the chair opposite him, he produced a checkbook and, in a somewhat unfriendly tone, instructed, "Name your price. How much would it take for you to disregard our affairs?" I smiled serenely and said, "If Mr. Chen wishes to donate to the orphanage in my name, I shall convey the gratitude of the children there. However, if your intention is to bribe me, you need not bother. The fortune teller has decreed that I am destined to be devoid of unexpected wealth, and I fear I am unworthy of your kindness." He suddenly burst into hearty laughter, retrieved 2 cigars from the box on the table, meticulously prepared one for himself, and tossed the other my way. After taking a puff, he remarked, "Oldly claimed you were not greedy. I found it hard to believe, yet here you are, truly not avaricious." I produced my lighter and ignited the cigar, savoring a leisurely draw. "Since you recognize my lack of greed, let us not squander time on this subject. Mr. Li informed me that you and Director Liu have some dealings that are not illegal. Since they are above board, why not enlighten me about them? If you are willing to share, I shall refrain from further intruding upon your affairs. Oldly has his reasons for not disclosing, and I too have mine." You should understand that given our social connections, dealing with you would be a mere trifle. Should you persist in pursuing this matter, do not blame us for the consequences." His words were direct and to the point, unlike Mr. Lee, who favored a more roundabout approach. "You dare not harm me, at the very least. You would not dare to eliminate me." I adopted a demeanor brimming with confidence, causing his brow to furrow slightly. I continued, "I found it quite peculiar that you did not simply eliminate me last night, but instead orchestrated an elaborate scheme to have the vice squad apprehend me for solicitation. At that moment, I finally comprehended the underlying truth. Your profound fear that my demise at your banquet would cast you into the limelight of media scrutiny. Fear that the world would unearth your true ages. Hence, you evade the gaze of reporters, shun public appearances, and even when rumors of your passing circulate, you remain conspicuously absent. You dread that society might discover your paradoxical existence, that despite having reached the venerable ages of 70, 80, or even a century, you still possess the youthful visage of those not yet 50. You resemble vampires, doomed to dwell in shadows. Exposure to sunlight would render you mere ashes." The more I expressed my fervor, the more intense my tone became. He remained silent, the muscles in his face twitching slightly, until after a prolonged pause, he managed a wry smile and said, "You are not mistaken. We are indeed nearly centenarians, which is precisely why we avoid media contact and strive for discretion. We fear being regarded as monsters. Had you dared to speak to me like this 30 or 40 years ago, your family would have been rummaging through the trash for your limbs by tomorrow. With leverage in my possession, I felt no need for politeness and directly laid out my terms. I demand to know the nature of your dealings with Director Liu. As long as you divulge to me your secret of immortality, I assure you, I shall keep it confidential." Suddenly, he retrieved a silver coin from his drawer, evidently a commemorative piece of considerable value. With a smile, he remarked, "I cannot disclose this directly, as it pertains to the interests of my associates and myself. However, if you are willing to wager with me, and should fortune favor you, I shall divulge the nature of our transaction. However, should you find yourself on the losing end, I implore you to refrain from fixating on this issue any further." "What manner of wager is this? My fortune is not particularly disastrous. Minor bets typically do not result in loss. The rules are rather straightforward. First, produce all the money you possess. I am not a wealthy individual. I usually carry only a few hundred yuan. Presently, I have over 800 yuan in my wallet, so I shall take out 8 100 yuan notes, leaving my small change aside to avoid any embarrassment. Once I place the money on the table, he raises the coin in his hand, declaring, 'We shall toss this coin to determine our fates. For each round, we will flip the coin once. If it lands on heads, you win, and if it lands on tails, you lose. We shall engage in a total of 10 rounds, with each round stake being half of the money you have placed on the table. For instance, if you win the first round, I shall owe you 400 yuan. If you win the second round, I owe you 600, and so forth. After 10 rounds, if your total is greater than it was at the outset, you are deemed the victor. If it is less, I emerge triumphant.' On the surface, his proposal appears to favor me significantly, for I possess only 800 yuan. Even if I were to lose all 10 rounds, I would still retain a modest sum of 7 yuan and 80 cents. Yet should I win all 10 rounds, I could potentially gain over 40,000 yuan. Nevertheless, this cunning old man would hardly allow himself to suffer a loss. This wager is, in truth, a logical trap. The probability of the coin landing heads is between 49 and 50. Thus, achieving a victory in 6 rounds would already be considered fortunate. However, under his proposed terms, even if I were to win 6 and lose 4, my total would still decrease. I would need to win at least 7 rounds for my fortune to increase. In essence, wagering against him seems almost a foregone conclusion of defeat. I scratched the back of my head, feigning confusion, and remarked, "I must win at least 7 rounds for my fortune to increase. I doubt my luck is that favorable." With that, I returned the money to my wallet. Upon having his scheme unraveled, Boss Chin's expression revealed a hint of disappointment as he set a coin spinning on the table. After a brief moment of contemplation, he devised a new wager. "You are a detective. How about I present you with a riddle to solve? That should pose no problem, right?" "Certainly. After all, I have served as a police officer for several years. If I shy away from such a challenge, it would be quite embarrassing. He flashed a mischievous grin, scrutinizing me for a moment before stating, "You possess a lighter, a wallet, and presumably keys and a mobile phone. You likely have a pack or two of cigarettes as well." After pondering for a while, he continued, "Now, let us assume these are the only items you carry, and of course, you are clad in clothing. Beyond that, nothing else is available. Imagine you are patrolling alone in a vacant 16-story building without an elevator. Upon reaching the 15th floor, you hear cries for help. Quietly approaching, you discover 5 robust men preparing to assault a vulnerable young girl. What strategy would you employ to rescue her from such a fate?" This indeed presented a formidable dilemma. With merely a lighter, wallet, keys, mobile phone, cigarettes, and clothing at my disposal, confronting 5 strong men alone was utterly implausible. Furthermore, being situated on the 15th floor of an empty building devoid of an elevator limited options, whether calling the police or seeking assistance nearby. One could at best apprehend the villains, but not prevent the girl from facing the grim prospect of assault. What method should one employ to rescue the young girl? Should one foolishly approach the 5 burly men, greet them, and offer each a cigarette, pleading for them to spare the succulent prize? Or perhaps, should one distribute the money from their wallet to entice them on a frivolous escapade? Chapter 10. The Confession of the Murderer. How can one rescue a delicate girl from the grasp of 5 robust men while being unarmed and trapped in a desolate building, where neither heaven nor earth lends an ear? The riddle posed by Boss Chun is indeed of a formidable nature, and despite my earnest contemplation, I find myself at a loss. Observing my struggle, he chuckles with a sense of triumph. "Have you come up with anything? Do not think I am simply taking advantage of you. I cannot allow you to ponder indefinitely. If I finish my cigar before you arrive at an answer, then you shall have lost." His cigar is already half consumed, and, at his smoking pace, it will be extinguished within 20 minutes. Yet, I remain devoid of any clue. The cigar. As I gaze at it, a sudden epiphany strikes me. The lighter. The crux of this riddle lies in the lighter, the mobile phone, and any combustible clothing. The cigarette holds minimal relevance, while the key is utterly inconsequential. In such a predicament, the sole method to rescue the girl is to frighten the villains away. I take a leisurely puff from the cigar, placing the lighter and phone upon the table before responding with composure. I possess a lighter, which can ignite a fire, and I may also set my clothing ablaze. If I remove my jacket, ignite it with the lighter, and then crush the cigarette to toss into the flames, a small quantity of smoke will be produced, creating the illusion of a fire. However, this alone is insufficient. I must also dismantle the battery from the mobile phone and cast it into the fire. The phone's battery is sealed, and the lithium compounds within will expand rapidly when heated. The explosion it generates would possess enough force to obliterate an adult. In Gansu, a similar incident previously occurred. A welder, while performing his duties, suffered a fatal accident when his mobile phone exploded due to the excessively high temperature of his working environment. The device, positioned against his chest, resulted in broken ribs that pierced his heart, leading to his untimely demise. The magnitude of the explosion from the mobile battery is inconsequential. What truly matters is the thunderous noise it generates. Picture this: thick smoke billowing and a deafening explosion resonating through the air. Even the most depraved individual would find their desires extinguished in such a perilous scenario. Their immediate response would be to vacate the area, ensuring the safety of the young girl left behind. After hearing my response, Mr. Chun remained silent for a moment before applauding in approval. He then offered a wry smile, lamenting, "Every year, I make a pilgrimage to Thailand to visit the Dragon King, who invariably tells me the same thing, that I shall not see my 60th year. It seems this is my fate." With a sigh, he rose and approached a framed painting on the wall, which he removed to reveal a safe embedded within. He opened the safe and retrieved an exquisite brocade box, returning to his desk. Seated once more, he placed the box before me and unveiled its contents. Inside lay 5 small, elegantly crafted glass vials, each containing approximately 50 milliliters of a red-black, translucent liquid, reminiscent of fine wine. He extracted one vial, uncapped it, and consumed its contents in a single gulp before handing the empty vessel to me. This precious elixir may soon be unattainable. I cannot afford to waste it. The vial is yours. I trust you will discern what it once held. I lifted the bottle to my nose, inhaling a pungent aroma reminiscent of medicinal spirits. Upon examining the bottle, I noticed a couple of drops of a dark red liquid lingering at the bottom, prompting me to secure the cap tightly. I pondered whether this was the miraculous elixir that granted immortality, intending to bring it back for Yuetong to analyze. Surely, she would uncover its true nature. After departing from Boss Chen's establishment, Jinjin and I promptly made our way to the technical team, where we entrusted the glass vial to Yuetong for examination. The preliminary results of the analysis left us rather disheartened, revealing only that the liquid contained various trace elements, amino acids, enzymes, proteins, and alcohol. It was surmised to be a medicinal liquor crafted from certain animals and insects, steeped over many years. However, identifying the specific creatures involved would require further investigation. Although the initial findings did not elucidate any unethical yet legal aspects surrounding the trade or manufacture of such a concoction, our efforts were not entirely in vain. Yuedong discovered the presence of trace amounts of formic acid within the liquor. Director Liu had previously requested a barrel of formic acid from Zhou Junlong. Could it be intended for concocting this extraordinary elixir of longevity? As I pondered the connection between Director Liu and the case of Zhou Xiaolong's corpse, a startling revelation from the Criminal Investigation Bureau caused me to nearly tumble from my chair. The perpetrator of Zhou Xiaolong's murder had come to the police station to confess. Jinjin and I hurried to the interrogation room, eager to unveil the face of the assailant. However, upon entering, I was met with bewilderment, for the individual confessing was none other than the deceased brother, Zhou Junlong. Although we once harbored doubts about him, he possesses an alibi that nearly absolves him from our list of suspects. Why, then, did he suddenly choose to confess? Regardless of his motivations for surrendering, we must subject him to thorough interrogation. He sits upon the torture chair, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety as he frequently shifts his posture. Such behavior is commonplace. The chair's design is intentionally uncomfortable, fostering disarray in one's thoughts, thereby increasing the likelihood of uttering careless words, which is advantageous for the interrogator seeking a confession. Why did you kill the deceased? This is a pertinent question. Zhou Junlong's eyes flicker with a glimmer of rage as he responds without hesitation. I hate him. Why? He took everything that rightfully belonged to me. He stole my father, my family, my happiness. Though I did not hold him accountable for those losses, he dared to steal my love as well. Therefore, I despise him. I want him dead. His agitation manifests in clenched teeth, as if years of resentment have erupted at this moment. Love? How'd he steal your love? He falls silent for a moment, allowing his emotions to settle before gradually recounting the tale of his first love. 6 years ago, when I had just begun my journey in middle school, there was a path from my home to school that passed by an orphanage. One day, as I stood before the orphanage's entrance, I beheld a girl whose beauty resembled that of an angel. From that moment on, her image occupied my thoughts incessantly. I longed to see her at every opportunity. From that day forth, I traversed that path daily, each time passing by the orphanage with an eager anticipation, longing to encounter her once more. Even a fleeting glimpse of her silhouette would suffice to fill me with contentment. Alas, in the subsequent week, fortune did not smile upon me, and I found myself devoid of her presence. Reflecting upon it now, I find it rather amusing. She merely happened to stroll past the orphanage's entrance, a serendipitous encounter rather than a deliberate wait for me. How could fate conspire to orchestrate such a meeting again? Yet at that time, my thoughts were clouded with concern. Was she unwell, or had some misfortune befallen her? The more I pondered, the more disordered my mind became. My yearning to see her again was profound, yet I was at a loss as to how to find her. Thus, I spent my weekends idly lingering outside the orphanage. A foolish endeavor. I wandered there for the entirety of Saturday without a glimpse of her, but on Sunday, fortune favored me at last. To my astonishment, I beheld her distributing flyers outside the church. I stood at a distance, hesitant to approach, for the environment at home was far from favorable, and my attire resembled that of a beggar, instilling in me a sense of inferiority that made me feel unworthy of the angel I admired from afar. After standing there for what felt like an eternity, she finally noticed me and bestowed upon me a warm, friendly smile. Her laughter was sweet and enchanting, rendering me utterly spellbound. I cannot recall how I found myself by her side. She seemed to speak to me at length, yet I felt as though I were dreaming and retained none of it, save for the memory of her name, Mei Long, a child of the orphanage. In order to see Mei Long every day, I not only embraced Christianity, but also dedicated my time to volunteering at the orphanage, teaching the children to write and playing with them. On weekends, I even assisted with cleaning. As long as I could be with her, I was willing to do anything. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed, and during this time, I experienced immense joy each day. Especially after Director Liu helped my mother obtain a license for a chemical store, our home environment gradually improved. Subsequently, I began selling non-iodized salt and chemical reagents online, which provided me with some spare money. With a bit of financial independence, I no longer felt as insecure as before, frequently purchasing small gifts for Mei Long and subtly expressing my affection for her. However, Mei Long seemed uninterested in the gifts I bought. She preferred that I buy snacks for the children at the orphanage, even though she herself did not enjoy snacking. As for my hints, she either pretended not to hear or merely smiled in silence. Nevertheless, I remained optimistic, believing that as long as I stayed by her side, I would eventually win her affection. I held on to this belief until the arrival of that interloper instilled fear within me. About a year ago, he also became acquainted with Mei Long, and thereafter, like a persistent fly, he hovered around her incessantly. I knew he was intent on stealing my most cherished possession, Mei Long. After listening to his so-called tales of first love, I inquired about how he had killed his half-brother. His response was alarmingly simple. He called that interloper, claiming that Mei Long wished to see him, luring him to a hillside. After rendering him unconscious, I struck the back of his head with a stone, ultimately leading to his demise. Initially, I intended to dissolve his remains using formic acid, yet I was taken aback to find that only a mere skeleton remained intact. Are you certain that you killed him by striking the back of his head with a stone? Furthermore, you previously mentioned that the bucket of formic acid intended for Dean Liu was actually meant for disposing of the corpse? I inquired, filled with doubt. Indeed, while Dean Liu assisted me in fabricating a lie, he remained oblivious to the truth. I discerned numerous inconsistencies in his statements. Firstly, if Zhou Xiaolong died from a blunt force trauma to the back of the head, the skull should have sustained damage. However, the deceased skull, along with the entirety of his skeletal structure, was found to be unscathed. Secondly, the deceased possessed no mobile phone and vanished after leaving the orphanage. Thus, how could he have contacted the deceased? Moreover, the deceased's clothing bore traces of phosphorus, and considering it was the height of summer, he would surely have changed his attire daily, indicating that the phosphorus must have been acquired on the day of the incident. As the deceased attended school during the day, he could only have had the opportunity to enter the dead boy's cave after departing from the orphanage, yet he offered no explanation regarding this. I meticulously pointed out the flaws in his testimony, sternly admonishing him. If you do not confess the truth, I shall add another charge of perjury against you. I am speaking the truth. I have not lied, he stammered, attempting to clarify. Firstly, he claimed he did not strike the deceased with great force, perhaps not enough to kill him. Secondly, he asserted that he called the orphanage in search of the deceased. Thirdly, the deceased's whereabouts were of no concern to him. Such explanations are a classic example of trying to cover up one and oppos's tracks, revealing their inherent contradictions. He initially claimed that the deceased was bludgeoned to death with a stone, yet now he has retracted this statement, suggesting that perhaps the victim was not killed in that manner. His second explanation is even more absurd. He asserts that he called the orphanage to inform the deceased that Mei Long wished to see him, despite Mei Long being present at the orphanage at that time. Furthermore, while the deceased's whereabouts may not directly concern him, it raises questions as to why the victim would inexplicably venture into the dead man's cave. Subsequently, when I inquired how he utilized formic acid to reduce the corpse to a skeleton, his response was simplistic and riddled with inconsistencies. I poured formic acid over him, and he quickly turned into a skeleton. Are you certain you employed formic acid and not some embalming fluid? I suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and could hardly muster the energy to refute his explanation. How much formic acid would be required to transform a body into a skeleton merely by pouring it over the corpse. While I cannot ascertain the precise quantity, it is evident that 10 kilograms would certainly be insufficient. That amount might only suffice for soaking the body. Moreover, if the acid was poured directly onto the deceased, why would the victim's clothing remain intact? His testimony is fraught with discrepancies, making it difficult to accept him as the perpetrator. However, if he is not the murderer, what could possibly compel him to turn himself in? As an adult, he must be aware that murder is a capital offense, punishable by death. Could it be that he seeks notoriety? The most plausible scenario appears to be that he is taking the blame for someone else, and the only person worthy of such sacrifice would likely be his mother, Luo Shufan, with whom he shares a deep bond. Yet, Luo Shufan works daily at a chemical shop, and the nearby shopkeepers can attest to her alibi. So, for whom is he truly taking the fall? Although Zhou Junlong is likely taking the blame for another, this case has captured the attention of the public, and it is imperative to provide them with an explanation promptly. Given that a scapegoat has conveniently presented himself, it would be unwise to let him go easily. Perhaps it would suffice to detain him for a few months until public interest wanes, at which point he could be quietly released. Therefore, regardless of whether he is the true culprit or merely covering for someone else, he must be detained at this time. After a day of fruitless efforts, I returned to the office, where Xueqing and Miao Miao had also arrived. Xueqing informed me about Dean Lu's situation. Aside from frequently arguing with Mei Long, he exhibited no unusual behavior. With no leads to pursue, it seemed prudent to conclude our work early and rest, hoping for new revelations the following day. As I prepared to leave, I suddenly felt a tug on my clothing from behind. Turning around, I discovered it was Miao Miao. I inquired about her concern, but she did not respond immediately. Instead, she waited until Xueqing and the others had exited the office before leaning closer and whispering in my ear, "I saw some very frightening things at the orphanage today." It was peculiar. If she had witnessed something terrifying, why had Xueqing not mentioned it? Although Xueqing often appeared indifferent, she had always looked after Miao Miao, and they had never quarreled. Why did Miao Miao choose to confide in me only after Xueqing had left? Chapter 11. The terrifying secret room. As I was preparing to leave work, Mia unexpectedly tugged at the hem of my garment. When I inquired about the matter, she insisted on waiting until Xueqing had exited the office before confiding in me. She said, "Today I witnessed something quite horrifying at the orphanage." Yet Xueqing had not mentioned any frightening occurrences at the orphanage, which left me perplexed. I pressed her for details about what she had seen. Her petite frame trembled slightly, as though recalling something exceedingly terrifying, and after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "I'm hungry." At that moment, I was overcome with an urge to leap from a high place. Entering McDonald's with Mia felt akin to escorting a small child, or perhaps more accurately, being led by one. She ordered 2 meal sets and insisted that I pay extra for a Hello Kitty toy if I retrieved the money a fraction too slowly. She would pout her lips in discontent. "Oh, heavenly beings, why must you torment me so?" After we munched on 2 utterly devoid of nutrition fast food meals, she began to play with the Hello Kitty toy she had acquired. It was only when I pressed her again about what she had seen at the orphanage that she seemed to remember. Her complexion suddenly drained of color, and gripping the toy tightly, she trembled as she recounted, "I saw an infant, a very tiny, just-born baby girl. She was completely naked, slowly crawling towards me, beckoning with her hand. Her face was peculiar, not resembling that of a baby at all, but rather that of a middle-aged person. Her expression was strange, seemingly filled with agony, as if she were pleading for help. The most terrifying aspect was that her body incessantly oozed black blood, transforming the path she traversed into a trail of crimson. I genuinely questioned whether Miao Miao and Appo's university diploma had been purchased on the street for a mere 50 yuan. After conversing with her for quite some time, I remained bewildered by her incoherent expressions. Fortunately, I possess a knack for extracting information, gradually guiding her to recount the circumstances of that moment. Today, Sister Xueqing and I spent the entire day monitoring Dean Lu. His schedule was exceedingly demanding, as he personally attended to every matter within the institution, necessitating our constant relocation to maintain surveillance. Due to the absence of any notable discoveries, We planned to continue observing for a while longer before departing. It was then that he appeared to seek out Sister Yuan. They conversed in the inner sanctum of the church, and it was at this juncture that peculiar events unfolded. At that moment, we were stationed outside the church, observing them through the open window. Sister Xueqing diligently tracked their every movement with binoculars, while I idly exchanged texts with a friend, engaging in trivial chatter. Suddenly, I began to feel slightly dizzy, and then I heard a voice calling my name. It was indistinct, reminiscent of a woman's tone. However, when I lifted my gaze, I was met with the sight of an infant girl, her entire form drenched in black blood, crawling on the floor behind Dean Liu and the others, slowly making her way toward us. She crawled with excruciating slowness, waving at me as if attempting to speak, but upon opening her mouth, she immediately expelled a mouthful of black blood. Nevertheless, I could still hear her voice, a vague, adult woman's voice. Though indistinct, I was certain she was pleading for my help. Then I fainted. Xueqing pinched the area beneath my nose. Meow Meow seemed oblivious to its name, the philtrum, to rouse me from my unconsciousness. I recounted the horrifying scene I had just witnessed, but she insisted she had seen nothing at all, even questioning whether I had been dreaming. It was no wonder Xueqing had not mentioned this matter to me. It was merely Meow Meow lost in a daydream. I had visited the inner chamber before, and I remembered its appearance distinctly. From the vantage point, Meow Meow peered through the window, unable to see the floor. How could she possibly have seen a peculiar infant crawling upon it? I informed her that the floor was obscured by the window, yet she maintained that she was not dreaming and had indeed seen a blood-soaked infant begging for help. Recalling her previous nonsensical insistence that I find evidence, I wondered if luck would favor us once more. I inquired whether she wished to visit the church now. Gazing through the floor-to-ceiling glass at the already darkening sky, she trembled slightly. What if a man-eating monster leaps out at this late hour? Humans are indeed curious creatures. The more they fear something, the more they desire to uncover the truth. Although she repeatedly suggested we investigate tomorrow, when I resolved to set out immediately, she followed closely behind, her rear end wiggling in protest. The orphanage is situated in a rather secluded location, distant from the nearest village and devoid of nearby shops, with no streetlights to illuminate the area at night, rendering it shrouded in darkness. As we drove along, a sense of foreboding enveloped us. About a kilometer away from the orphanage, I parked the car by the roadside, wishing to avoid drawing attention to my investigation within the church, preferring instead to slip in stealthily. After all, there are many secrets here that remain unknown to us, and having someone from the institution accompanying us might hinder our exploration. Creeping towards the church door, akin to a thief, my companion Meow Meow clutched the hem of my garment, closely trailing behind, nearly stretching my clothing out of shape. Peering through the window revealed an impenetrable darkness within. Surely, no one would be idly lingering inside at this hour. Glancing towards the dormitory, only a few lights flickered, and, checking my watch, I noted it was past 10 o'clock. Most of the children should be fast asleep by now. The grand door of the church was secured with an antiquated lock, and unlocking it would likely consume considerable time. Moreover, Meow Meow had no hairpin to assist in the endeavor. Fortunately, perhaps due to its remote location and a lack of valuables within the premises that might attract thieves, the windows were not fitted with security bars. I managed to slip through one of the slightly ajar windows, hoisting Meow Meow in like a child. Visiting the church during the day evokes no particular sentiment, yet at night it exudes an inexplicable eeriness. The dim moonlight filtered through the vividly colored glass, casting blurred shadows within the darkened church, reminiscent of souls lingering in the mortal realm, fervently recounting their unfinished desires to Jesus Christ. Navigating through the eerie edifice, we entered the inner sanctum, where darkness enveloped us further, yet I could still count my fingers with some effort, just as I considered retrieving my lighter for illumination. The delicate figure of Meow Meow, who had been tugging at my clothing from behind, suddenly leaned against me, her petite form as fragile as a wisp of smoke, slowly sliding downwards. I swiftly turned to cradle her in my arms, inadvertently pressing my hand against her chest in my haste. While Meow Meow's figure was undeniably less substantial than that of Xueqing or Junjun, Her diminutive stature was undeniably endearing. However, now was not the time for such indecent thoughts, and I promptly inquired about her distress. She weakly replied, "I saw them again, I saw them again." "What did you see?" The inner chamber was shrouded in shadows, and with the faint moonlight filtering through the windows, I could barely make out her pale visage. A baby girl, drenched in black blood. Not just one, but many. They're calling for my help. Her words were labored, her demeanor disoriented, as if she were speaking in a dream. Her slender hand weakly gestured in a certain direction. I intended to support her as we moved, but she possessed no strength, so I resolved to lift her entirely. She was so slight, with little weight, and felt as if I were cradling a cloud of cotton candy. Were it not for our presence in such a strange place, I might have been tempted to take a playful bite. I held her close, cautiously feeling my way in the direction she indicated. Suddenly, my foot encountered an object, seemingly a wooden board. I recalled that this spot should be the entrance to the basement. "They're down there, hurry. Save them." Please, though her voice was weak, her emotions were evidently heightened. When Junjin and I previously ventured into the basement, we had found nothing of particular interest. Rather, we were assaulted by a dark entity, only for Sister Yuan to appear just in time, causing the entity to vanish without explanation. At this moment, Sister Yuan had likely retired for the night. If we were to be attacked in the basement, who would come to our aid? Voicing my concerns, Meow Meow gripped my arm tightly, struggling to articulate. "The bad people are not here." They said the bad people are not here, not here. Who are the bad people? Could it be the murderer of Zhou Xiaolong and the dark entity that attacked both me and Jinjin? Regardless of their identity, we had already arrived at the entrance. If we did not venture in to uncover the truth, I feared I would not find rest tonight. After guiding Meow Meow to a corner, I grasped the wooden door leading to the basement. Just as I intended to descend alone, Meow Meow's feeble voice echoed, "Take me down, you won't find them alone," carrying Meow Meow, a bundle of cotton candy, into the basement. I realized that should danger arise, we would be unable to flee. Yet, leaving her behind in the hall was equally unsafe. I cannot guarantee I would locate the individual she spoke of without her. Thus, I once more cradled her delicate, soft form and slowly stepped into the basement. The inner hall was illuminated by a faint glimmer of light, sufficient to prevent me from stumbling. Yet the basement lay shrouded in utter darkness, rendering me incapable of discerning whether I cradled a cat or merely a fluffy candy. The only sources of illumination at my disposal were a lighter and my mobile phone. Having ventured here before, I was aware that the air quality posed no threat. However, holding the cat while using the lighter risked injuring her. Thus, I retrieved my phone and activated its flashlight application. Although the phone's flashlight was operational, it remained a mere phone, its capacity for illumination exceedingly limited, barely allowing me to perceive any difference in the basement's condition from before. As I moved cautiously, akin to a timid mouse, uncertain of where to search for the entity she referred to, she pointed towards one of the wall-mounted candlesticks. That one. They told me to pull that. Carrying her, I approached the candlestick, intending to grasp it, but my hands were occupied. She stretched her arm with great effort, grasping the candlestick and slowly pulling it downward. Suddenly, a peculiar noise emanated from the adjacent wall. Shining my phone's light upon it, I discerned no visible irregularities. She directed me to the wall, insisting that they resided within. The wall she indicated bore no distinctive features. The sound I had heard earlier likely signified a hidden mechanism. Tentatively, I kicked the wall with my foot, producing a crisp echo, suggesting that the space behind it was vacant. I positioned myself sideways, pressing my shoulder against the wall, and with considerable force, I pushed forward, astonishingly causing the wall to yield inward. Upon illuminating it with my phone, I discovered a concealed revolving door at its center, ingeniously constructed to remain unnoticed and requiring a mechanism to be activated for entry. After prying open a sufficient gap in the revolving door on the wall, I swiftly slipped inside, and the door gradually closed behind me. With my phone, I illuminated the surroundings, revealing that this secret chamber was approximately half the size of the basement outside. Each of the 3 walls bore a double-tiered shelf. On the shelves rested 30 to 40 wide-mouthed glass bottles, roughly the size of 18-liter water containers. About half of these bottles were empty, while the other half contained a dark red liquid, within which I could faintly discern something that had turned pale from immersion. Just as I was about to examine the contents closely, an unusual sound emanated from behind me. I hastily pressed my shoulder against the revolving door, but it would not budge, regardless of the angle I tried. Clearly, I would need to locate a mechanism to open it. However, I was not in a rush to find it. Since Meow Meow had managed to bring me in, she should also be able to guide me out. Thus, I set her down, instructing her to sit against the wall, and then approached one of the shelves to inspect the glass bottles closely. For convenience, I first examined the bottles on the upper tier of the shelf. The bottoms were filled with numerous grain-like particles resembling black sesame seeds, perhaps indicative of some insect. Unfortunately, due to prolonged immersion, they were nearly unidentifiable. In addition to these mysterious insects, one bottle contained what seemed to be a small dog-like creature. As it was facing away from me and had become similarly pale from soaking, rendering it indistinguishable. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for me. By merely rotating the glass bottle, I could reveal its front side. However, despite rotating the glass bottle halfway, I still could not glimpse its true contents, for the liquid within was a deep red-black hue. I had to bring it closer to the edge of the bottle to discern its nature. Thus, I leaned in, gently shaking the bottle, causing the contents to sway. After a considerable time, a fist-sized white object emerged within the dark liquid. When I illuminated it with my phone, I was immediately taken aback, stumbling back in shock. For I beheld eyes, a nose, and a mouth. What I saw was a face, the countenance of a newborn infant. As I recoiled, my hand inadvertently pressed against the glass, causing it to topple and shatter upon the floor. A potent aroma of medicinal liquor instantly filled the chamber, revealing within the fractured bottle the lifeless body of a baby, its form unnaturally pale from soaking. I finally comprehended the immorality of the transaction between Director Liu and Boss Chun. They were trading in a concoction steeped in the essence of infants. Yet, what did Boss Lee mean when he claimed it might not be illegal? The heinous act of murdering infants in such a brutal manner warranted execution tenfold. Even the use of deceased infants for brewing such spirits constitutes a grievous crime under current laws. Armed with this evidence from a secret chamber, securing a conviction against Director Liu seemed assured. I resolved to report my findings to the boss, prompting him to arrange for evidence collection and the apprehension of Director Liu. Alas, I had forgotten my entrapment within the subterranean confines. My phone bore no signal, serving only as a flashlight. Nonetheless, I reasoned that I could simply step outside to make the call, so I inquired about the location of the meow mechanism. After inquiring 3 times without receiving any response, I approached her only to find she was fast asleep, drooling slightly. I shook her gently, but she remained unresponsive, evidently lost in a deep slumber. With no other option, I resolved to search for the mechanism within this eerie chamber. The room was not particularly large, and the clutter was minimal, so I anticipated my task would not be overly daunting. After a brief search, I stumbled upon a rather peculiar plastic box beside one of the shelves. At first, I presumed it was part of the mechanism, but upon further contemplation, I realized it seemed out of place. The box appeared to be a modern creation, incongruous with the century-old history of this chamber. Thus, I examined it more closely. To my astonishment, illuminated by the light of my phone, I discerned the words infrared remote theft alarm inscribed on the surface. Heavens above! How could this dimly lit chamber, devoid of even a light bulb, be equipped with an infrared alarm? This revelation suggested that Director Liu was likely aware of an unauthorized intrusion and might already be en route, armed and ready. Could it be that Zhou Xiaolong was silenced for discovering this hidden room? In that moment, I was at a loss for what to do. Nevertheless, I knew I had to awaken Meow Meow. Even if she could not indicate the location of the mechanism, at the very least, I would not have to sacrifice myself for her protection when Director Liu arrived. I pinched her philtrum with all my might, yet she remained oblivious. Resolved, I delivered a few sharp slaps to her adorable face, but she continued to sleep soundly. Suddenly, an unexpected noise jolted every nerve in my body. The revolving door began to turn slowly. The inevitable had finally arrived. Chapter 12. The million-strong army under the whimsical guidance of Meow Meow. I stumbled upon a terrifying chamber in a basement, filled with over a dozen bottles of medicinal liquor steeped in the essence of infants. While searching for the mechanism to unlock the door, I was astonished to discover that this ancient room, devoid of electric lights, was equipped with an infrared alarm system. To make matters worse, despite my best efforts, I could not rouse Meow Meow from her slumber, just as the revolving door was pushed open from the outside. Fortunately, the entrance to the chamber was a revolving door, mitigating the severity of our predicament. The individual outside exerted pressure on the left side of the door, ensuring they would enter from that side. Thus, we could slip out unnoticed from the right as they entered. I hastily scooped up Meow Meow, delicately placing my toes on the ground, and seized the opportunity to escape through a narrow opening that appeared on the right. However, just as I believed we had temporarily evaded danger, a blinding light enveloped my face, rendering my eyes momentarily unresponsive. A familiar voice echoed, "It's you." Perhaps this is the Lord's design. As my eyes gradually acclimated to the brightness, a recognizable figure materialized before me. It was Sister Yuan. You? Could it be that you were responsible for the infants within? I found it hard to fathom that the compassionate Sister Yuan could commit such horrific acts. "This has nothing to do with her. It was solely my doing," she responded. The revolving door rotated once more, and Dean Liu emerged slowly from within. "Dean Liu, I demand that you elucidate the true nature of this situation," I declared with an air of authority, though my bravado was merely a facade. My hands cradled the slumbering Meow, and should I be suddenly attacked, I would find myself in a precarious position. However, Dean Liu appears to harbor no intentions of assault. Instead, he offers me a resigned smile, suggesting, "If you don't mind, please accompany me to my office, where I shall provide you with an explanation." One must always be wary, for his request to venture to his office could conceal ulterior motives. Yet, if he indeed wishes to harm me, there could hardly be a more fitting place than this basement, where neither heaven nor earth could aid me. Furthermore, departing this cursed locale would at least allow my phone to receive a signal, facilitating a plea for help from the outside world. Thus, I followed him to his office. As we emerged from the basement, Meow awoke, her cheeks flushed as she inquired why I was holding her. Alas, it seems she has wholly forgotten the earlier events, and I am disinclined to offer an explanation. I set her down and instructed her to summon Jinjin and Xueqing to arrive immediately, before proceeding alone with Dean Liu into his office. Managing an orphanage is no simple task, particularly in these tumultuous times. Dean Liu settled into a chair behind the desk, heaving a deep sigh, and began to recount the arduous history of the orphanage. After the beloved Director Smith returned to the embrace of our Heavenly Father, I took up the mantle of leadership. It was a time of upheaval, as liberation had just dawned and society remained unstable. Those were trying days. We had lost contact with the church, and local government officials were barely able to feed themselves, let alone extend assistance to us. My foremost concern was ensuring sustenance for nearly 100 individuals in the orphanage, with no aid forthcoming from a government. I found myself resorting to begging from merchants engaged in the illicit trade of grain and oil. At that time, food was distributed by the government, and nearly all commercial activities were deemed illegal. Who among the risk-taking merchants would be inclined to assist us? After facing numerous setbacks, I finally grasped a fundamental truth. One must assume the identity of a merchant to engage with merchants. The only items available for sale in the courtyard were several casks of wine brewed by Dean Smith during his lifetime, stored in a secret chamber. If sold in their entirety, they might procure a modest supply of food, but it would merely be a drop in the ocean, sufficient for only a week's sustenance. Thus, I pondered whether there was a way to render this wine more precious than gold. Mr. Lee was one of the merchants I knew at the time, in his 40s and in poor health due to years of relentless labor, often relying on supplements. However, during that era of scarcity, despite profiting handsomely from illegal grain and oil trading, procuring even a bowl of ginseng chicken soup was a formidable challenge. Upon learning of his plight, I contemplated transforming those casks of wine into a potent tonic, hoping to barter with Mr. Lee for a greater quantity of food. Yet in that age, even acquiring a single goji berry was akin to a Herculean task. Where could one find the myriad of herbs necessary for infusing the wine? At that moment, another dilemma arose. When attempting to bury the bodies of infants, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. If left unattended in the open space behind the church, these remains would turn to bones, making the act of burial a daunting prospect. Originally, both challenges were vexing, yet their simultaneous emergence presented an opportunity for resolution. I resolved to utilize these infant remains to infuse the wine. Initially, I intended to boast about the infant corpse wine in front of Bosley, hoping to barter for a greater quantity of grain. However, I feared that he might be apprehensive about consuming it, and relying solely on the infusion of infant corpses might not elevate my claims to the heavens. At that moment, a mischievous child in the yard discovered a multitude of large ants on a nearby hillside. So I instructed him to gather as many as possible to mix with the infant corpses for the wine. After only a few days of infusion, I filled a small bottle for Bosley, presenting it as a traditional Ant King wine in exchange for some grain. My plan was to swindle a few bags of rice from his boss and then a few bags of flour from another, but unexpectedly, after 3 to 5 days, Bosley came to visit me personally. I assumed he was there to confront me, yet to my astonishment, he proclaimed that after drinking my Ant King wine, he felt significantly rejuvenated and expressed his willingness to trade for even more grain. Seizing the opportunity, I regaled him with tales of the wondrous and precious effects of this wine, of course, in pursuit of additional provisions. During the most challenging times at the orphanage, it was this haphazard concoction of infant corpse wine that enabled us to persevere. Subsequently, I discovered that the effects of the infant corpse wine surpassed my expectations. After consuming it for a while, Bosley appeared even younger than before. Maintaining the orphanage's daily expenses required substantial funds, and it was impossible to sustain everyone solely through begging. Thus, I combined all the liquor from the hidden chamber with the remains of infants and ants to create a concoction known as infant corpse wine, which I then sold to affluent businessmen like Mr. Lee at exorbitant prices. Upon hearing Dean Liu's account, a question involuntarily arose in my mind, and with a tremor in my voice, I inquired, "How old are you this year?" He responded with a calm smile, "I was sent to the orphanage in 1933, so I am nearly 80 years old now." Another ancient relic of a bygone era, although he did not directly confess to consuming infant corpse wine for an extended period. His admission of age implicitly revealed this unsettling truth. The desecration of corpses, particularly utilizing the remains of infants to brew wine, is a heinous act that would incite outrage among both mortals and deities alike. However, this transgression occurred during a tumultuous period, and should there be a pursuit of legal accountability today, it would undoubtedly lead to an awkward impasse due to the absence of applicable laws. The first constitution of our nation was amended in 1954. Thus, how to address crimes committed prior to that remains a mystery to me. It is no wonder that Mr. Lee remarked that their dealings with Dean Liu, while unethical, were not illegal, as there exists no statute to hold them accountable. Much like the absence of laws addressing the violation of males, such acts are, by default, deemed lawful. Although the act of brewing infant corpse wine over half a century ago was not classified as illegal, retaining such a dreadful concoction today is clearly inappropriate. And should it come to light, confiscation and destruction would be inevitable. Zhou Xiaolong had visited the basement before his demise. If he had discovered the infant corpse wine in the secret chamber, Zhou Xiaolong was murdered by you because he uncovered the secret of the chamber. You resorted to silencing him. With a resolute tone, I uttered these words, yet within, I felt a sense of insecurity, for I possessed no evidence to incriminate him. Should he deny it, I would be powerless against him. However, after a prolonged silence, he finally nodded slowly and confessed. Indeed, I was the one who killed him. Could it be that he actually admitted it? I had anticipated his denial and was contemplating how to extract inconsistencies from his words to compel him to confess. I never imagined he would willingly acknowledge his guilt without my persuasion. Perhaps my astonished expression stirred something within him, for he offered a wry smile and explained his seemingly effortless admission of guilt. I am aware of Juanlong's situation. He is a good child with a long journey ahead, and a mother to care for. It is not worth it to make me, an old wretch, a scapegoat. Does he know you killed his brother? This is a matter between us. I believe there is no obligation to report it to the police. I hope you can allow me to retain some privacy. He was remarkably candid, choosing simply not to divulge what he wished to keep concealed. How did you kill the deceased? And how did you reduce his body to a mere skeleton? This was the crux of the matter. After a deep sigh, he replied, he discovered my secret, and I certainly could not allow him to return alive. Thus, as soon as he left the orphanage, I pursued him immediately. When I caught up to him midway, I forcefully grasped his neck and dragged him to the nearby hillside. By the time we reached the midpoint of the slope, he had already ceased to breathe. Noticing there was not a soul in sight, I neglected his body and hurried back to the orphanage. As for why his corpse was reduced to nothing but a skeleton after 9 days, I cannot say for certain. However, I may provide some insights. There were numerous ants on that hillside, the very kind I used to brew my liquor, the large ones. Could it be that the ants dismembered him? Although this explanation seems rather bizarre, it is not entirely implausible. A vast number of carnivorous ants can indeed consume a human body, leaving only bones and hair within a short span of time. For instance, the army ants found in the African jungle are capable of devouring an adult leopard down to its skeleton in just half a day. And I refer not to a singular ant, but to a multitude in the hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, this could elucidate why the deceased's clothing remained intact upon the skeleton. He alleviated many of my inquiries, yet one question still eluded my understanding: the phosphorescent powder on the deceased's clothing and the lavender remnants on the bicycle. His explanation was that he may not have necessarily entered the cave on the day of the incident. The lavender could have been collected previously, as he often frequented that area. As for the phosphorescent powder, did it not also adhere to his skeleton? His reasoning seemed plausible, yet I sensed something amiss. Though I could not pinpoint what it was at that moment, I had no choice but to take him back for further examination. As I placed the handcuffs on him, a flash of insight struck me. The phosphorescent powder was on the outside of the deceased's clothing, not the inside. At that moment, I was suddenly startled by the cries for help from Meow Meow outside the door. The director and I rushed out, only to find Meow Meow huddled behind Sister Yuan, trembling. Upon seeing me, she pointed forward and exclaimed, "She is the villain. They say she is the real villain." Following her gaze, I was astonished to see Mei Long confronting Sister Yuan. The ground between them was covered with a dark mass, which upon closer inspection revealed a multitude of ants. However, these ants were several times larger than ordinary ones, their color a sinister shade of dark red, resembling army ants yet possessing subtle differences. The moment Mei Long spotted me, her glare was filled with fury. Upon noticing Director Liu, who was handcuffed beside me, she roared, "I will kill you," as her furious shout echoed. An estimated million of the enormous ants surged toward me like a relentless tide. A sudden sense of déjà vu washed over me. Could it be that it was one of their squads that had ambushed me and Jinjin in the basement? We had overlooked a crucial detail. The formic acid that had corroded Jinjin's shoes could very well be the saliva of these ants. Formic acid, also known as antacid, was originally extracted from ants. It was highly probable that Zhou Xiaolong's corpse had been reduced to a mere skeleton by these ants. Perhaps his true demise was a result of a relentless ant assault, just as the million-strong army of ants was about to engulf me, reducing me to nothing but bones. Director Liu suddenly stepped in front of me, commanding Mei Long with authority, "Stop. Do you wish to add to your sins? Do you not comprehend the immense sacrifices we have made and the suffering we have endured to protect you?" Suddenly, the million-strong army of ants came to an abrupt halt, their movements synchronized with an elegance surpassing that of a well-trained battalion. Mei Long gazed intently at Dean Liu, tears glistening in her eyes as she tenderly spoke, "I understand. I know you care for me deeply, which is why I cannot allow him to take you away. I am terrified. Without you by my side, I would be engulfed by fear. Did you not promise me that you would always remain by my side to safeguard me?" Crystal-clear tears began to cascade down her cheeks like a gentle rain. "Mei Long, promise me that you will live well. Allow me to handle the rest. While I am not around, Sister Yuan will look after you." Dean Liu too let a solitary tear escape his resolute demeanor. "No, I cannot bear the thought of you leaving me. My sister refuses to partake in the wine of the deceased. She will eventually depart from my life as well. Yet I desire nothing more than for you to remain with me forever. I shall annihilate them. Once they are gone, no one will learn of our secrets, and no one will sever our bond. With a fierce roar, Mei Long urged the million-strong army of ants to advance once more, encircling Dean Liu and launching an assault against me. What spectacle unfolds when one is surrounded by nearly 1,000,000 colossal ants? Perhaps one can only imagine. The ant army descended like a deluge, overwhelming the earth to the point where I could scarcely find a foothold. Is escape even an option? The entirety of the corridor was a dark sea of ants, where any misplaced shoe could crush a multitude. There was no hope of fleeing. I could only implore the heavens for salvation. Though I am not a Christian, I fervently wished for the Almighty Father to bestow His mercy upon me. However, the excruciating pain radiating from my calf made it painfully evident that this hope was exceedingly tenuous. Water fish, a colloquial term for the turtle, which in the dialect of Guangdong implies a fool or a simpleton. Chapter 13. The old truth director Liu confessed to me in his office that he had murdered Zhou Xiaolong. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoed from outside, resembling the sound of a cat. Rushing out, I discovered the ground was teeming with ants, and these peculiar large ants seemed to obey Mei Long, launching an assault upon me at her command. An unending torrent of ants swarmed up from my feet, the leading troops ascending my calves with unrelenting ferocity, mercilessly tearing at my flesh. The excruciating pain rendered me unsteady, forcing me to collapse onto the carpet of ants. Instantly, they surged from all directions, overwhelming me. It appeared my time had run out, and this ravenous horde could devour me whole in less than an hour. Just as I believed my demise was imminent, the sound of a gunshot reverberated through the corridor, igniting a surge of tension among everyone present. Xu Etching had arrived. She emerged at the far end of the hallway, gun drawn, its muzzle aimed squarely at Mei Long. The ants, as if they too could perceive the gunfire, abruptly ceased their assault, yet they did not abandon my body, forming a thick layer between my skin and clothing like a shroud. Xu Etching coldly commanded Mei Long, "Surrender at once, or I shall pull the trigger. Even if I suffer a minor injury, my little darling will go berserk immediately. You and your accomplices shall not escape alive." Mei Long retorted fiercely, "Is that so?" Xu Etching replied with indifference, then squeezed the trigger, and another gunshot rang out. I thought perhaps this time I would truly be liberated. However, the ants upon me did not behave as Mei Long had claimed. They remained eerily still. Beside me, Dean Liu collapsed, blood gushing incessantly from his arm. "What do you intend to do?" Mei Long roared in fury, as nearly half of the ants on the ground surged toward Xu Etching. "Surrender immediately, or I shall fire. This time, the target shall not be merely an arm." Xu Etching loaded her firearm, aiming directly at Dean Liu. "No!" Mei Long screamed, her voice rising in desperation. I surrender. I surrender. Do not harm Xiaohua. Please do not hurt him. He is bleeding. Someone must staunch the flow. Quickly, let my sister fetch the first aid kit." The army of ants abruptly halted, retreating like a receding tide at her feet. The ants on my body swiftly withdrew, climbing up her legs until they vanished beneath her robe, as if they had never existed. In that moment, a sudden clarity washed over me, revealing numerous details I had previously overlooked. The peculiar nature of Mei Long's attire was, in fact, a clever disguise to conceal her legion of ants. The assault on Junjin and myself in the basement could only have been orchestrated by her. Under the pretense of retrieving a flashlight, she had slipped away, deliberately provoking our impatience to enter the basement, facilitating her army's attack against us. Fortunately, Sister Yuan had discovered her in time and intervened, sparing us from disaster. Dean Liu had expelled her from the women's restroom, undoubtedly because she sought to ambush us once more. Subsequently, Sister Yuan forbade her from leaving the orphanage, likely fearing her relentless pursuit of another opportunity to strike. Eventually, Dean Liu took the decisive step of imprisoning her. Today, she frequently quarreled with Director Liu, presumably over this matter. All of this turmoil originated from this blossoming young maiden. Accompanied by two armed officers wielding submachine guns, I hobbled into the interrogation room, leaning on my cane. My feet and calves were swollen from ant bites. The doctor informed me it was an allergic reaction to formic acid. Although the pain was excruciating, it was not life-threatening. However, if my entire body were to be afflicted, the outcome would be uncertain. Inside the interrogation room sat two individuals, Lu Ruihua and one Mei-Long. Typically, interrogations of prisoners are conducted separately to prevent collusion and false testimonies. Yet, this situation was rather unique. As soon as we requested to separate them, Mei-Long would unleash the ants hidden beneath her robe, adopting a defiant stance that threatened mutual destruction. To avert unnecessary casualties, we reluctantly acquiesced to their joint interrogation. In the room, Mei-Long recounted an absurd tale that spanned over 60 years, illuminating the intricate details of the events. I recall that it was the late summer of the 34th year of the Republic, 1945. The weather was splendid, and I was playing with Xiaohua on a lavender-covered hillside near the orphanage. As dusk approached, we planned to leave, but Xiaohua noticed something peculiar in the distant trees, prompting us to investigate. As the light dimmed, we gazed for a while, but could not discern what it was, only perceiving a black fabric ribbon hanging from a branch. Xiaohua, at that time, was rather playful. He picked up several stones and threw them, inadvertently striking a group of ants, which then divided and pursued us. As they swiftly approached my feet, I realized they were a swarm of large ants. Overwhelmed by fear, we fled. After crossing a small ditch, we discovered that the ants could not traverse the water, prompting us to pause and catch our breath. However, just as I halted, I sensed something burrowing into my trousers. Xiaohua urged me to remove my pants, but my embarrassment prevented me from complying, resulting in that creature burrowing further into my body. Perhaps out of discomfort, Mei-Long did not elaborate on the incident, but based on her subsequent statements, it can be inferred that the queen ant from the colony had entered her vagina, ultimately nesting within her uterus. At that moment, the pain was excruciating, and my pants became stained crimson from the blood seeping from my lower body. Fearing reprimand from the dean, notably, Dean Liu clarified that she was referring to Pastor Smith, we dared not disclose the incident to anyone, never anticipating the consequences that would unfold. A couple of days later, I awoke to find numerous ants crawling out from my trousers. In a panic, I rushed to the restroom and removed my pants, only to discover that they were emerging from my lower body, nearly inducing a state of sheer terror. Once liberated, they scuttled off in search of sustenance, only to return to me by nightfall, unrelenting in their pursuit regardless of my attempts to elude them. Most of them sought refuge within my clothing, while some carried food and ventured into my lower regions. In that moment, I surmised that perhaps a queen ant had made her home within my abdomen. Every day thereafter, an abundance of ants emerged from beneath me, and the number of those seeking refuge within my garments steadily increased. In an effort to conceal their existence from others, I resorted to donning oversized clothing. As time passed and the donated garments accumulated, I transformed some into long robes for my wear. Director Liu added, although Mr. Li and his associates generously contributed a considerable sum to the orphanage, everyone within the institution remained frugal for the sake of long-term planning. Eventually, I discerned that the ants seemed capable of perceiving my thoughts. When I wished for them to engage in certain actions, they would comply immediately, and when I desired otherwise, they would refrain. However, this was contingent upon ensuring their satiation. Otherwise, they would frantically scavenge for sustenance. Initially, their consumption was modest, as both Xiaohua and I would eat sparingly, leaving enough leftovers for them. Yet, as their numbers swelled, I found myself increasingly burdened by the quest to procure food for them. What troubled me even more was that since that incident, my growth had ceased entirely. I initially believed I was merely stagnant in height, but years later, I began to realize that my appearance was eternally frozen at the age of 14. When others recognized that I would not mature further, they did not regard me as a monster. Rather, they treated me with greater kindness. Xiaohua continued to cherish me, always considering my needs, which brought me a sense of comfort. Nonetheless, I remained apprehensive that those outside the orphanage would perceive me as a freak, prompting me to deliberately conceal my age from them and to associate predominantly with younger children in an effort to maintain a youthful mindset. To my surprise, I later developed a childish temperament, especially during my time with Xiaohua. Whenever I felt even the slightest displeasure, I would unleash my frustrations upon him, a habit I have yet to amend. By the time Xiaohua ascended to the position of director, the number of ants residing on me was nearly the same as it is now. These ants, as long as they were well fed, exhibited a remarkable obedience. which endeared them to me even more. I affectionately referred to them as my little darlings. I had presumed that with Xiaohua becoming the director, my little darlings would no longer suffer from hunger. However, he was unable to provide even for our 2 meals, let alone find sustenance for my little companions. Consequently, I unleashed my frustrations upon him several times regarding this matter. Although I displayed a childlike temper in Xiaohua's presence, I was acutely aware of his difficulties, prompting me to seek food for my little darlings on my own. Unfortunately, by that time, all edible provisions had already been consumed, leaving me at a loss for alternatives. On one occasion, while assisting Sister Yang in burying an infant's remains, Director Liu added, Sister Yang had passed away over a decade ago. She needed to step away for a moment. No sooner had she left than my little darlings erupted from their hiding places, ravenously devouring the infant's body until only bones remained. Subsequently, to satiate them, I concocted various excuses to send her away each time we were to bury an infant, ensuring they enjoyed a feast, which ultimately dissuaded anyone from attempting to perform the burial thereafter. During this tumultuous time, Xiaohua was preoccupied with the troubling task of soliciting food from merchants. Upon discovering the chaos I had caused, he and I had a heated argument, which coincidentally caught the attention of my younger sister, Director Liu added. The sister she referred to was Sister Yuan, who was only about 10 years old at the time. The bond between the 2 of them was exceptionally strong. They affectionately referred to each other as sisters in private. She confided this matter to Sister Yang. Upon hearing it, pressed us for details, leaving us no choice but to disclose the truth. Upon learning my secret, she was initially terrified, yet soon came to a realization, suggesting that my perpetual immaturity might be linked to these peculiar little beings. She proposed the idea of infusing them in liquor and then trading the concoction with Boss Li for provisions. Xiaohua deemed this approach potentially viable and requested some of the little beings from me. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming reluctance. Yet due to my past misdeeds and the possibility that this might be the sole means to stave off hunger for everyone, I acquiesced. The little beings were surprisingly obedient. I instructed them to crawl into the vat of liquor, and they complied without hesitation. However, as their numbers dwindled to a certain extent, the queen ant within me would produce numerous little beings once more, necessitating additional sustenance. They appeared particularly fond of consuming flesh, especially that of infants. During that period, nearly all the bodies of the deceased infants thrown into the pit were reduced to mere bones by their ravenous appetite, given their preference for infant remains. Relying solely on them to brew the liquor would likely fail to pique the interest of Boss Li and his associates, Director Liu interjected, emphasizing that Boss Li and the others were unaware that the medicinal liquor was derived from infant corpses. Regardless, Sister Yuan proposed the notion of concocting the liquor using both the infant remains and the little beings. At that time, while the courtyard lacked many things, there were at least 1 or 2 infant corpses daily. As for the matter concerning Xiaolong and Junlong, I was previously unaware that they were brothers. One day, Xiaolong inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden chamber. Fearing he might divulge our secret, I cunningly lured him outside the dead boy cave, feigning an accidental loss of my hairpin within. I seem to have forgotten the incident of finding the hairpin in the cave. I then urged him to crawl inside to retrieve it for me. Initially, I intended to frighten him into madness. However, despite being thoroughly terrified, he did not succumb to insanity. Emerging from the cave, he declared his intention to return home, disregarding my response, and sped away on his motorcycle. I had no choice but to send Xiaoguai after him to ensure he met his demise. In truth, over 50 years ago, I employed a similar ruse to eliminate a young boy named Xiangzi. Yet, he was aware of the dead boy cave and refused to enter, prompting me to instruct Xiaoguai to pursue him until he was bitten to death. I am acutely aware that your continued investigation will eventually unearth our secret. Xiaohua and my sister have forbidden me from eliminating you, so I resorted to urging Junlong to confess. He is blissfully unaware of the entire situation, yet I know he harbors deep affections for me and would willingly sacrifice anything, even his life, for my sake. Upon comprehending the complete sequence of events, a lingering question plagued my mind. What had become of the bucket of formic acid belonging to Zhou Junlong? Dean Lu's response was rather astonishing. It was indeed employed for cleaning the restroom. Initially, the orphanage's lavatory was notoriously difficult to sanitize. However, ever since Mei Long had a nest installed within her body by the Ant Queen, she managed to wash away portions of filth with each urination. Dean Lu speculated that this was due to the presence of formic acid in her urine, so he procured some formic acid to clean the restroom, only to discover that it proved quite effective, leading him to continue using it for that purpose. He also confided in me that he had never solicited formic acid from Zhou Junlong. Rather, he merely manipulated the records of goods entering and leaving. When we arrived at the orphanage for our investigation, he feared that we would eventually suspect Mei Long, so he sought to obfuscate our investigative direction. Even if we suspected him, it mattered little, as long as our suspicions did not fall upon Mei Long. Life often unfolds in the most unexpected ways. Beneath the surface of a bizarre corpse disposal case lay a tragic love story that spanned over half a century. Director Lu harbored a profound love for Mei Long, protecting her unwaveringly for decades, even willing to bear all blame on her behalf. Conversely, in her efforts to conceal her secrets, Mei Long repeatedly committed acts of violence, inflicting pain upon the man who adored her. Yet, when Director Lu faced peril, she too was prepared to sacrifice everything for him. Was love, one may ponder? The incessant bickering between two individuals does not necessarily indicate deep-seated enmity. It is difficult to fathom that a pair, seemingly incompatible at first glance, could be star-crossed lovers entangled in a saga of heartache for over 50 years. Is there still such a thing as unreliable love in this world? Epilogue. After resolving Zhou Xiaolong's case, I visited the orphanage and was surprised to find Boss Chun playing with the children. He informed me that Director Lu had entrusted him with the management of the orphanage and assured me not to worry about the future of these little ones. We conversed for a while in his office. As he puffed on a cigar, he shared with me, I have a severe smoking addiction, which led me to develop lung cancer over a decade ago, and by the time it was discovered, it was already in the late stages. Were it not for old Lu's medicinal wine, I would not have lived to see today. Thus, I consider each day from now on as a gift. My life was bestowed upon me by old Lu, and now that he has encountered misfortune, he has entrusted the orphanage to my care. Naturally, I cannot betray the faith he has placed in me. I have already conferred with old Li and his associates, and their company shall continue to provide financial support for the orphanage. Although in their youth they were notoriously avaricious businessmen, age has rendered them reflective. They now understand that when one departs this world, the wealth remains in the bank. I intend to allocate a sum to establish a fund, ensuring that even when we have ascended to the heavens, the orphanage may continue its operations. As we conversed, a young girl, perhaps 6 or 7 years of age, entered without knocking. Boss Chun, or perhaps I should now refer to him as Director Chun, immediately extinguished his cigar upon seeing her and kindly inquired about her needs. The girl noticed me, greeted me first, and then, like a monkey climbing a tree, she clambered onto Director Chun to playfully coax him into joining her and her friends outside. He bashfully informed me that we would continue our discussion at another time, before embracing the girl and stepping outside to frolic with the children. Through the window, I observed him like a playful old child, engaging joyfully with the girls, and a thought flashed through my mind. Could it be that his willingness to take over the orphanage stems from an inclination towards younger companions? As I prepared to leave, I noticed a gratitude ledger on the desk and casually flipped through it, unexpectedly discovering my name inscribed within, alongside a donation amount of 30,000 yuan. It must have been Boss Lee who contributed on my behalf. It appears that these once unscrupulous businessmen have indeed turned over a new leaf. As I passed by the church, I encountered Pastor Liang, who, with a countenance filled with remorse, remarked to me, "Perhaps had I disclosed Xiaolong's confession to you that day, we could have avoided such a series of unfortunate events." He then proceeded to share the details of Xiaolong's confession, revealing that he once attempted to surreptitiously view her undergarments through a mirror, only to discover that her robe was infested with numerous ants. In the office of Director Liang, a dossier was presented to him, detailing the resolution of the Zhou Xiaolong case. Following an examination, it was confirmed that within Wan Meilong's uterus resided a queen ant. accompanied by a substantial number of ant eggs. The specimen of this ant, upon testing, was identified as a variant of the army ant, marking its inaugural discovery. However, the cause of its mutation remains unexplained. I had initially intended to transfer her to the Ministry of Science and Technology, but she insisted on accompanying Lu Ruehua, who was equally willing to join her. Thus, I arranged for both to be sent together. The 17 jars of infant corpse wine discovered in the secret chamber were also dispatched for analysis. However, whether this miraculous elixir, purported to confer immortality, will be utilized for research or deemed mere spirits and tobacco remains uncertain. Sister Yuan Chin, although aware of the entire sequence of events, did not partake in the proceedings and could only be charged with the offense of failing to report her knowledge. Nonetheless, considering her age and her cooperative demeanor, she was afforded leniency and subjected only to educational reprimand. Although Boss Chun and 3 others engaged in the illicit purchase of infant corpse wine, Director Liu took full responsibility for their actions, asserting that they were unaware of the wine's macabre composition. They also claimed that the supply of the wine had already been entirely consumed, leaving us with insufficient evidence to take further action against them. Currently, there exists an urgent matter that requires resolution: how to provide the citizens with an explanation regarding the incident involving Zhou Xiaolong, whose body was reportedly decomposed over 9 days, has garnered widespread public attention. Should we remain silent, we would inevitably be accused of inaction. The director perused the case files and, after a moment of contemplation, proposed, since the deceased brother, Zhou Junlong, has already surrendered to authorities, let us subject him to some hardship. Yes, we shall inform the media that the brothers have had a long-standing feud, leading to the tragic outcome of fratricide. As for the 9-day decomposition, we might attribute it to the prolonged exposure of the body in the wilderness. Once public interest in this case wanes, we can subsequently release this individual. I will now prepare the materials to brief the media. Liang Zheng stood to take his leave. Not so fast, take a look at this. The director handed over a file folder. Liang Zheng accepted it and began to read. A competitive smile creeping onto his lips. 8 students from a polytechnic university summoned a spirit in their basement late at night, allegedly invoking a skeletal monster that resulted in 5 deaths and 3 individuals descending into madness. This case surely promises to be intriguing. The paranormal files. The mystery of the Guangdong youth's 9-day decomposition. It is rumored that a horrifying and bizarre incident occurred in Huangpu District, Guangzhou, in recent years. A first-year student named Zhou Xiaolong mysteriously vanished for 9 days, only to have his remains discovered on a secluded hillside along the path he took home from school. When found, his body exhibited a complete absence of skin, muscle, and organs, leaving only a skeletal frame and a few strands of hair. However, his school uniform remained intact. The brutality and peculiarity of the crime instilled an inexplicable sense of terror among the local villagers. On the 9th day, following Xiaolong's mysterious disappearance, his uncle received a call from a friend in Beishan village, who spoke of unsettling rumors regarding the discovery of skeletal remains resembling those of a youth on a remote hill outside the village. Upon hearing this news, Xiaolong's uncle and parents hurriedly made their way to the site, where police had already arrived. Upon reaching the mountainside, they spotted the officers laying out Xiaolong's belongings, including a backpack and a bicycle, which they immediately recognized as belonging to their son. Overcome by grief, Xiaolong's parents collapsed on the spot. The grim reality of finding Xiaolong in such desolate surroundings 9 days later suggested a tragic fate. Xiaolong's uncle expressed a desire to view the scene. However, the compassionate officers advised against it, cautioning that there was little to be seen and that they should mentally prepare for the distressing sight that awaited them. Puzzled by the officers' remarks, Xiaolong's uncle and other relatives arrived at the site, only to be struck with horror. The remains had been reduced to a mere skeleton, with skin, muscle, and organs entirely absent, and even the eyes were missing. Only a few remnants lingered on the fingers, alongside some hair left behind, rendering the identification of the deceased nearly impossible. Strangely, however, the school uniform remained intact upon the skeletal frame. Xiaolong's family resided in Huangpu, Jitong village, a considerable distance from the school, necessitating a bicycle ride of 30 to 40 minutes. There were two routes home. One was somewhat longer, yet Xiaolong often traveled this way accompanied by a classmate from a neighboring village. If he returned home alone, he would take a shortcut through a secluded path in Beishan village, which, although closer, was notably isolated. The path in Beishan village is not particularly narrow. It can barely accommodate a small car. Numerous students who attend the same school as Xiaolong traverse this route, and the villagers nearby also use it, making it far from desolate. However, the location where the police discovered Xiaolong was exceedingly remote, situated halfway up the mountain and approximately 500 or 600 meters from a nearest road, a path that even many locals might not be familiar with. The path in Beishan village is over a kilometer away from this location. As news of Xiaolong's tragic demise spread, the villagers engaged in fervent discussions, permeated by an atmosphere of dread. Who could be so cruel as to harm Xiaolong? There are four prevailing theories circulating among the townsfolk. First, was it a failed kidnapping that resulted in murder? Xiaolong's parents are simple vegetable vendors, and their financial situation is modest. At the time, Xiaolong had little money on him, making it implausible that a ransom demand would lead to his untimely death. Second, was it an accident followed by cover-up? Could it have been a case of a car accident leading to a concealment of the body? Xiaolong's uncle refutes this notion, asserting that when Xiaolong was found, the school uniform he wore was in relatively good condition, showing no signs of damage. Furthermore, after his disappearance, Xiaolong's relatives searched extensively among the neighboring villagers but found no traces of an accident. Third, is there a deranged individual responsible for this heinous act? The villagers are apprehensive, fearing that a psychopathic murderer might be lurking in their midst. Fourth, was Xiaolong killed and left to be consumed by rodents, leaving only bones behind? Amidst the various speculations, one theory suggests that after Xiaolong was slain, his body was discarded in the wilderness, where rodents feasted upon it, leaving merely a skeletal remnant. It is reported that this case has garnered significant attention from the Public Security Bureau, prompting the establishment of a specialized task force led by the bureau chief. A selection of skilled officers, with the support and collaboration of relevant departments within the municipal police, launched an exhaustive investigation. Following a thorough collection of evidence, the investigative team apprehended the suspect, Zhou, in a residential area of Jitong Community in Huangpu District. Faced with a multitude of evidence, the suspect confessed to the police the details surrounding the deliberate murder of Zhou Xiaolong. Subsequent police inquiries revealed that Zhou and the deceased, Zhou Xiaolong, were half-brothers with a long-standing history of discord and a strained relationship. On the day of the incident, fueled by resentment, Zhou encountered his brother on the street and coerced him to a secluded hillside. There, he employed a strangulation technique, causing Zhou Xiaolong to lose consciousness, before bludgeoning him with stones, resulting in fatal cranial injuries, and subsequently fleeing the scene. In response to the various speculations and rumors circulating about the case, the police issued a statement clarifying that preliminary investigations indicate the incident was a criminal case stemming from familial discord, and there is no evidence to support claims of a series of crimes targeting students. Previously circulated rumors regarding abductions, vehicular accidents, organ harvesting, and grotesque murders have proven to be inconsistent with the facts of the case. After murdering Xiaolong, Zhou did not further desecrate the body. When Xiaolong was discovered, he had already decomposed, possibly due to prolonged exposure in the wilderness. Now, let us analyze the situation. It is essential to underscore that the deceased's uncle had informed friends that the deceased was entirely unaware of having a half-brother. The police's assertion regarding the brothers' long-standing discord and strained relationship warrants further contemplation by the reader. The identity of the murderer, whether it be the deceased brother or not, holds little significance. What truly matters is why the corpse transformed into a mere skeleton within a span of 9 days. From the outset of this volume, considerable attention is devoted to detailing the decomposition process of the body. In a natural environment, the notion of a corpse decomposing in just 9 days seems utterly implausible. To succinctly summarize the timeline of decomposition: 1 year in air, 2 years in water, and 3 years in soil. The police's suggestion that prolonged exposure to the elements may have influenced this rapid decay is perplexing. In comparison to the natural decomposition process that spans no less than 6 months, does 9 days truly seem excessive? Some speculate online that the deceased may have been subjected to the feasting of army ants post-mortem, a theory that, in principle, appears the most credible and serves as inspiration for this volume. However, there have been no reports of army ants within Guangdong. Only the comparatively weaker fire ants have been noted. Even so, the discovery of fire ants has previously incited panic among residents. Would the appearance of a more aggressive species like army ants go unnoticed? The terror of army ants is difficult to fathom for those who have never encountered them. In the jungles of Africa, even large animals such as tigers and elephants flee upon spotting a few army ant scouts, and indigenous people abandon their villages upon their arrival. An individual army ant may seem insignificant, yet a swarm of 10,000, 100,000, or even a million could swiftly obliterate a small village. Typically, a single colony of army ants comprises no fewer than 200,000 individuals. If they were to swarm over you, how long do you think it would take for them to reduce you to mere bones? Therefore, if army ants were indeed present, their existence could not possibly go unnoticed. Why did the deceased undergo 9 days of decomposition? I am unaware, and the police have been vague on this matter. Thus, the reason behind Zhou Xiaolong's 9-day transformation into a corpse remains an enigma. Would you agree that this is perhaps the most shocking supernatural event of the year? Volume 4. The Skeleton Butterfly Fairy Prologue on a stormy midnight. Anguished cries of a woman echoed from a humble dwelling by the riverside. After a prolonged period, her lamentations ceased, and the air was filled with the resounding wails of a newborn, accompanied by the joyous laughter of a man experiencing fatherhood for the first time. However, moments later, the man's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a shriek of terror. What kind of monster have you given birth to? The man suddenly cast the infant onto the bed beside his frail wife. The expression of joy that had adorned his face moments ago was now replaced by sheer horror. The recently delivered woman, frail and weak, propped herself up and anxiously gazed at the infant beside her. Upon a mere glance, she let out a piercing scream, for she beheld a blood-stained skull pattern adorning the back of her child. Despite the terrifying sight before her, this was the child she had carried for 10 months, and she stifled her fear to examine her newborn closely. The infant's back bore a distinct white skull pattern, now tainted with the blood of childbirth, rendering it a ghastly spectacle resembling a bloodied skull. What shall we do? The woman uttered weakly, tears welling in her eyes, a mix of terror and profound sorrow. He must be a monster. We must eliminate him. The man made a heavy decision, but he is our child. The woman cast a sorrowful glance at the grotesque infant beside her, who was incessantly wailing, her tears cascading like the torrential rain outside. We can bear another child, but if we do not rid ourselves of this monster now, even if he does not bring us harm, we will never know peace. Although the man felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, his fear triumphed over familial affection. Trembling, he cradled the naked, grotesque infant in his arms and, braving the pouring rain, rushed outside to the riverbank, gently placing his bloodied son into the water. This was not a baptism for his newborn. Instead, he let his son succumb to the frigid waters, intending to drown him. Yet, the grotesque infant did not perish. Moments after submerging, he resurfaced, his piercing cries filling the air once more. The man, gazing at his son floating in the river, felt an indescribable terror. Resolutely, he pressed the frail body down into the water. Minutes later, he tremulously released his grip, and the infant floated back to the surface, his cries intertwining with the thunder's roar, creating a bizarre symphony. The man, on the brink of collapse from the sight before him, screamed in hysteria and abruptly turned to flee back into the house, abandoning his newborn to drift upon the river. The frail form trembled in the icy water, its resounding cries seemingly lamenting its parent's betrayal to the heavens above. The torrential rain poured down like the tears of a nurturing mother, cascading upon the frail yet resilient creature. While it may cleanse the bloodstains from its exterior, it cannot wash away the fury that resides within. The deluge persisted throughout the night, causing the river to swell and submerge the fertile fields. When the storm passed, and the sky cleared, the river's surface returned to tranquility. Yet the monstrous infant had vanished without a trace. The events of the previous night felt akin to a harrowing nightmare, but this nightmare was far from over. At midnight, precisely at 12:45, the moon was shrouded by dark clouds, with only sporadic beams of light filtering into the serene campus. 8 young men and women stealthily entered the dilapidated science building, armed with brooms and iron rods. A burly lad pried open the new lock on the rusted iron door with his rod, leading the group through a narrow passageway barely wide enough for a single person, into the shadowy basement. As the match struck, the dim light immediately filled the approximately 80 square meter space. The 4 boys and 4 girls crowded into the modestly sized basement, creating an oppressive atmosphere. However, their unease swiftly transformed into terror upon noticing the bloodstains on the walls and the scattered floor, as well as the 4 skulls nestled in the corner. Ayang, let's not play anymore, shall we? This place is eerily unsettling. A girl of striking beauty clutched the robust arm of the leading boy, perhaps shivering slightly due to the basement's cooler temperature. Xiao Qiao, there is nothing to fear. Even if the heavens were to collapse, I would protect you, he reassured her, flexing his strong arm to convey his ability to safeguard his beloved. Subsequently, a match was struck to ignite the candle. Behind Xiao Qiao, a slightly younger boy stepped forward, showcasing his slender frame. Sister, I am here too. If Yanggu runs away, I shall protect you. Oh, don't boast. If something strange appears, you would likely be the first to flee. The other 3 girls surged forward, encircling the young boy and playfully poking his head with their fingers. After a bout of frivolity, the tension among the group dissipated. Ayang cleared his throat and addressed everyone. All right, let us prepare quickly. The witching hour approaches. Upon hearing this, they began to clear the debris and dust from the ground. Once the central area was cleared, a blood-stained bagua diagram emerged beneath their feet. Ayang and a pale, lanky boy inserted candles around the perimeter of the bagua, then laid a sheet of paper filled with writing in the center, placing an old dish upside down atop the paper. They were preparing to summon the spirit from the dish. When everything was set, Ayang sat cross-legged before the paper and inquired who wished to participate. The first to volunteer was the youngest boy, who sat opposite Ayang, exuding an air of fearlessness and casting a challenging glance at the 3 older girls who had just playfully poked him. The 3 girls, undeterred, gathered around the paper as well. All right, with 5 participants, we can begin, Ayang declared as he prepared to place his finger on the bottom of the inverted dish, but was interrupted by Xiao Qiao, who expressed her concern. You and the younger brother are participating. What if? She hesitated, unable to voice her apprehension further. It is of no concern. As long as we do not provoke the spirit of the Ouija board, there shall be no issues. You need not worry, Ayang confidently asserted. Yet, I still feel quite frightened. Cannot you accompany me for a moment and allow others to partake in the fun? Xiao Qiao revealed her displeasure. It would be rather improper for me to bring everyone here and then not participate myself. Would it be acceptable for Azu to join you instead? Ayang gestured toward the young boy across from them. Indeed, let this timid fellow accompany his sister, for having him along would only be a hindrance. Precisely, off you go. There are plenty of us anyway. One more or less makes no difference. Did you hear that, little brother? You should yield your spot. The 3 senior girls continued to tease the boy named Azu, provoking him to shout in annoyance. Who is the coward here? Mayatsu. Am a robust and valiant man, unafraid of any malevolent spirits. Brother Yang, you accompany your sister and let me join them. Reluctantly, Ayang stood up and retreated with Xiao Qiao to the side. Who shall take my place? We require at least 5 participants to engage, otherwise the spirit cannot be summoned. Hong-san, come forth. Let us together entertain the 3 sisters. Azu signaled for a slightly younger, plump boy to sit down beside him. Are you seeking your demise? How dare you take advantage of us? The short-haired senior girl to Azu's left twisted his ear vigorously, while the one on his right followed suit, and the last one, unable to twist an ear, pinched his nose instead. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Qiao hastily urged the 3 young women not to torment her brother. Yet, the trio intensified their antics, with the girl gripping the short hair by his left ear proclaiming, Xiao Qiao, We are merely guiding your little brother. Look how indulgent you are with him. How will he ever amount to anything? The three sisters, all remarkably fierce, caused him to reconsider his participation, as he thought to himself that he did not wish to have his ears or nose twisted any further. I think I shall withdraw. San Hong chuckled awkwardly. Minze, come join us. Do not be as timid as that hefty fellow, one of the senior girls called out to the tall, slender boy. With the invitation from the three beauties, Minze, without hesitation, took a seat where Yang had just been. After some playful banter, the ants game finally commenced. However, none could have anticipated the grave consequences this game would impose upon them. Chapter 1. The Legend of the Ghostly Seer Unperturbed by Fame or Disgrace. I leisurely observed the blossoms and withering of flowers in the courtyard. Indifferent to comings and goings, I meander with the clouds as they roll and drift in the sky. This couplet, penned by Hong Ying-ming, the author of Kai Jian Tan, conveys the notion that one must regard fame and disgrace with the same casualness as the blooming and fading of flowers to remain unshaken, and view the fluctuations of position with the same ease as the drifting clouds to remain indifferent. In essence, it speaks to the idea of not being overly attached. While comprehending this principle is not particularly challenging, embodying it is far from easy. In the journey of life, attachment serves as a catalyst for progress. Yet it is also the root of many evils. Countless illustrious figures have achieved monumental feats through their fervent dedication. Yet many have met untimely ends or left behind a legacy of infamy due to their relentless pursuits. I am Shinyo, a member of the Special Cases Unit within the Public Security Bureau. For cases assigned to our team, unless they have garnered widespread public attention, all investigative, interrogative, and judicial procedures remain confidential. This is because the cases we handle often pertain to shocking supernatural occurrences. What I am about to recount is a tale centered on obsession. Hey, you lazy fellow, still in bed? A significant disturbance has erupted at the Polytechnic University. 3 students have gone mad, running about the campus and screaming in the dead of night. When the security guard discovered them, they were incessantly claiming that there are skeletal monsters in the basement. My superior called me early this morning, dragging me out of a sweet dream. Such is the plight of a detective, regardless of the hour. Be it during a moment of rest, or even in the midst of intimacy, one must immediately rush to the scene when trouble arises. I only managed to close my eyes at 3 in the morning last night. Can I indulge in just a moment of respite? Upon arriving at the Polytechnic University, I discovered that Jinjin had arrived before me, impeccably dressed with her hair neatly arranged, in stark contrast to my